So they proposed this democracy, which lasted like 5 years, where we had something that looked like a real democracy. But after 5 years, the king went back to the leading seat in the states council, and they wrote the Danish constitution, blah blah blah, where king has been mentioned like 50 times, democracy 0 times, and we pretty much just have monarchy here in Denmark, because the ministers and stuff like that is literally translated directly into servants of the queen or servants of the king. It's actually funny, but it's actually not funny, but it's a funny
not
note.
funny, we call that, yeah.
Yeah. But if I'm starting to talk with a regular Dane about these kind of things, then they're just like, "Oh, you're stupid. You don't understand the Constitution." Blah blah blah. But when I'm breaking it down to them, they really have nothing to say. But nuh-uh.
Big surrounding chorus of nuh-uhs.
Shane, do you know if this chart you sent, like, how do you view this?
Yeah, it's from someone on Odyssey I was talking to this about right now, so I'm not sure.
I've seen this before, but I don't know how to view it is the thing. Like, I don't know where these patterns are coming from in terms of where you're looking from, or like how do you get these patterns?
You remember the ISS thing, dude? Right?
Is it like that?
Well, these are from like a geocentric globe type of idea. So if you were to put like a globe in the middle of these, and then you were to imagine that there's the Earth, and then Jupiter's out there. Well, that's sort of how Jupiter tracks against the fixed stars, and the little loop-de-loops is the retrograde cycles. So every time it looks like it's making a loop, it's not actually going backwards. But from a geocentric perspective, it will track in the sky backwards. So in a way, so it's not really actually backwards. It's just tracking differently. So that's what those loops represent.
But in that case, it's pretty 2D.
Yeah, this would be like a 2D. Yeah, like from above. Let's say if you took the solar system or something, and you put a kind of a globe Earth in the middle of it, almost like in a geocentric way, I think.
That's what I was saying the other day when this came up. When we were looking at one of the ISS, the path it takes over the Earth, like over the flat Earth map, is I wonder why people haven't made similar graphics for the planets. The paths that they take.
That's what I was just thinking. Like this, that was a mind.
I wouldn't know how to go about doing that, but that would be really nice to have that.
I can't find it. I'll find it.
Bro, you know what I just thought of that'd be funny? What if we started making our own fake space videos? And like we came up like fucking Geo's fucking space company. And then we had like videos of us in like fucking astronaut suits, like in a pool with fucking green screens. And we just like release the videos and like, oh my god, like you seen the new space company? These guys are billionaires.
We can already fake space better than NASA from the back of my mom's basement with no budget, right? So just saying.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We should actually start making fake space videos and like releasing them, seeing what happens.
Oh, here I found it. Right, so this thing blew up my mind when I stole it from David to see what the ISS looks like on the actual Gleason's map. If we ignore that they have to spin the Gleason's map for it to match it, but it forms not only that, but a perfect toroidal field, right? And how it never goes to either pole. But that's the view that we're looking at for the planets up top, I think. Wandering stars, rather.
I think that's just amazing.
Is that supposed to be the ISS?
Yes, sir. It is.
Oh. That's the path that it takes over the Earth. Makes a lot more sense on the flat map.
Right?
Well, I have one that is also supposed to be the ISS, but it looks a little different.
Interesting. Please show.
Let's compare them.
Yeah, let me post it.
One thing I don't like is how they're turning around the flat Earth.
When I stole it from you and put it on my channel, they were like, "Why is the flat Earth map spinning?" I was like, "Good fucking question, David." Hey, I think
it looks similar to. Yeah, it looks similar to what you got in a way. This is supposed to be the ISS path.
Oh, that's it. It's just mine is going for longer, so it has more trace lines, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like Star of Life.
Well, like the wandering stars, like, you know, like I like have taken a map like that. Like I'll just share in terms of my understanding of it.
Hey man, sorry to interrupt. I got 2 people up in the VC check-in room that need some help getting checked in.
Oh, and Jason Smith's another friend of mine, please. Please and thank you. I invited him here.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's good because we're leaving my friend hanging. I told him I'd help him, and then I totally ignored him. So thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, he's already oh, Redford jumped up there.
Yeah, she's the one that helped before. Thank you.
Nice. Oh, I was just gonna say, like on an AE map, just posted that one real quick, but actually no, this one's better, even though it's not like the best graphic. But like, I was just gonna say real quick, I mean, like in terms of mapping the wandering stars over, like if we take like an AE map like this, all of those, like the sun, moon, Mercury, etc., they would all be, you know, like I was saying before, kind of making inner and outer circuits or circles over the AE map. So I guess it would, like, if you drew it out, it would be cool to see like how it draws the actual, because it basically draws the flower of life.
Right. Were we saying that Mercury and Venus were separate from the other one, or Mars, Mercury, and Venus were separate or distinct?
Mercury and Venus always stay close to the sun. They always stay within a range of the sun. They go a little ahead of it, a little behind it, a little ahead of it. Whereas all the other ones, like Mars and all the rest of them, they're like detached from the sun, so they'll make a whole cycle with the sun, a whole orbit. Well, not really orbit, but a whole. Just like on a clock where you have the hour hand and the minute hand, you know how like, you know, they're together at 12 noon, but once it goes all the way around and it's like 1 p.m. or whatever, or 1:05, you know, the hands meet up again.
I was looking at it visually to see how more busy the graph looks of Mercury, Venus, or Mars than, say, Saturn, Jupiter, and Uranus, right? Look how different those 3 are compared to the bottom 3. I don't know what that means, but I feel like it's important.
Yeah, I think they're 2D objects myself.
What?
Planets.
What does 2D objects mean?
2D objects.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, it's actually pretty late for me, and I haven't been drinking at all tonight, so I'll have to come in here when I'm a little more enthused. I'm a little slow tonight.
No worries, man. We've only been talking for like 8 hours, so you can imagine why you're tired. This is a cool one from a new perspective.
Yeah, one thing I would love to see at some point is like a really amazing animation if somebody could put all the wandering stars and the sun and the moon and all in their positions, and I haven't quite seen it done yet.
Get into Blender. Let's make it happen.
You'd think that's I guess, someone who doesn't write software, it's easier said than done, but you would think that someone could make a software that does that, where you just take the visible paths from time and date or over a globe model that's already done, and then you just map it onto the azimuthal equidistant projection, like you can do with so many other things, like how you get the path of the sun to begin with.
Right. Ruhiv writes code. Maybe he'll help us out. Is Ruhiv still here? Give us a Python script, bro. Oh, he's gone.
So, David, what do you think of the layout of the land? Like, do you think the AE map is pretty close, or do you think it's different than that, or what do you think on like, you know, your thoughts on the real map?
I'll see if I can quickly pull it up. I don't remember if I have it saved or not, but I like to go by some of the older maps that came before the the projection, but that look very similar to it. It's just that you don't have quite the distortion in the continents.
The equator, right?
Yeah. So honestly, I think what the deal is that there is land, like not just outside of Antarctica, right? But I think there is land inside in the Earth here that is essentially deleted, that is just not on the maps, and you just don't end up knowing that it even exists. So like whether it's the North Pole or just anywhere else, I think this Pacific Ocean as well. So then it ends up messing up your ability to really create a accurate map for navigation or anything like that. And you can't really do it because you're not able to account for all the land that's there. But in terms of the model, yeah, I do completely agree with the North Pole in the center and then the South Pole being the perimeter, and the continents roughly how they're presented, except obviously around as you go further south, you get more distortion on the AE map.
South Pole and the perimeter, huh? You mean below, maybe?
What's that?
Never mind. Withdrawn.
Hey, Shane, I got verified.
Oh yeah, if you guys want to ask Jason some new questions, he's a new one here, but he's my buddy, definitely a flat earther. Have at him.
Oh no, I'll just listen for now.
Glad you're here though, bro.
What was that, sorry?
I'm glad you're here though, man.
Yeah.
What the hell time is it in Australia over there? Early morning? You just getting up?
Nah, 6:22 p.m.
Oh, see, I have no idea. Oh.
You're up late. You must be up late.
Yes, sir.
Here you go, I'll send one of my favorites.
I'm anxious to see Dovid's favorite map. Oh, no, I have that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this one's good. Yeah, I like this one. This is they have the really high definition one of it too, right? I think I have that saved. It's super cool. Have you seen how much you can zoom in on this thing?
Yep. You can also load it as an apple into Google Earth and rotate it around the sphere and look it around that way.
Oh yeah, you got like a little Bigfoot swimming around and all sorts of really stuff that makes you raise your eyebrow and wonder, how much is being hidden.
Yeah,
this is the one from like a couple hundred.
Definitely the continents look different on it, but it is cool to see how it has all these like outer lands as well, like the Antarctic lands, but they almost look like they're not ice.
Right?
Well, isn't it conceivable, like if the sun was a different power, that it would potentially heat more land?
Well, dude, Iwaran has a good thing about the precession of the equinox and the ages, right? Saying that the magnetic pole and the geographic North Pole aren't the same because it's constantly moving and we're in a big arc.
Iwaran is on some. He's a crack smoker though. That guy. He says so much. There were so many things that I just scratch my head. How the hell did you come up with that?
Yeah, agree to disagree.
Who?
Iwaran? Like the Lost History of Flat Earth and What on Earth Happened series.
It's not like I don't have my own crackpot ideas. Like speaking of the sun, and I've got sort of this idea that how we've got seasons. It could very well be that there's a greater cycle of seasons where at one point perhaps the sun was making a tighter sort of orbit, you could say, around the North Pole, and that's why it would have been like a warm land. And then now it's it goes further out and then further out to you get more of the Antarctic lands are heated, and then just the exact same way we would have seasons, but on a much larger time scale. Because I believe in the whole reset thing, on some kind of 7,000 year time period. I think it's all in cycles. That seems to be everything we can observe is in cycles. So why wouldn't that be? Why wouldn't there just be a greater cycle to everything?
Yeah, that's exactly what Iwaran presented when he called him a crazy crackpot.
Going off the original flat Earth book, the Bible, we're about 2 years off 6,000 years.
Yeah, no, I think most of us agree on that date and timeline. But I mean, that 6,000 year could be one facet of a larger cycle, I guess, is what we're, I don't know, contemplating maybe. Right, so dude, you said was it the plasma apocalypse or something? Is that when like the end of a 8,000 or 6,000 year cycle rather ends? Is that what's supposed to happen or a possibility?
Yeah, I believe that's what the rapture, the whole judgment apocalypse events are, right? Because if you look at the actual data taken by some instruments that do that kind of thing, is that the Earth's magnetic field is rapidly declining in its strength. It's exponential at this point. It's just
Right.
it's declining at a faster rate than it ever has. So when you look at prediction models, and they're always very conservative too, they know that it's not going to be very long before it goes essentially to zero and we don't have a magnetic field. But you can't really talk about that in an academic way because you don't want to create panic for the most part. But also you'll be called a crackpot the same way. Because that sounds like doomsday, doom and gloom type of thing, like trying to just create fear in people. But that's just what the data says. And once that happens, I'll just make a comment going by the globe model here, because that's how it's always presented, is that the Earth is surrounded by a plasma sphere, right? And that's what, you have the sun rays coming in, and part of them are attenuated, essentially, would be a good word, by the plasma sphere. So not quite as much light reaches us. But as that plasma sphere thins out, then more of the sun's rays will be reaching us. So that accounts perfectly, in my view, for why it's getting hotter on record, why this warming is happening all over the world. And, it's nothing to do with CO2 or that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think anything detrimental is going to happen. It's science. I'd say, well, if you blur science with the scripture, you start to realize more that it aligns more with fictitious science. Their science, the Freemason science, more fictitious than the Bible.
I'll tell you something interesting here. The word apocalypse means to take the lid off. That's what the root of the word apocalypse is to take the lid off. And we know that we're in a pressurized container, right? And I'm sure you know what happens when you take the lid off a pressurized container. Obviously, I'm not talking about the whole lid, but just to use your imagination for just a moment for me here, and imagine you poke a hole in the top, just a little hole. Then what would happen is that essentially lots of stuff would be sucked up into the sky, like it says will happen in the Bible.
Yeah, he will roll back the firmament window when Jesus returns with all the saints.
Yeah, it'd be like cracking a soda open, essentially, and you'd see this hole in the sky. I wouldn't speculate too much on that, because that's just going into total speculation land. But what we do know what would happen is that poke a hole at the top, and then you would get that depressurization. And obviously you couldn't have a full depressurization. That would just kill everything and just vaporize everything in the container.
So these are like a physical rapture.
Yeah. Some kind of soda cracking effect. You would get exactly what it's talking about in the Bible.
The only thing that doesn't assume, though, that assumes that everything's mechanical and that science can explain everything, which it can't. So it's like the ants in the ant farm trying to explain why the big human above them opened the lid. It's like the ants. We can try and understand as much as we want, but we're never going to be God. We're never going to understand what God's plan is.
That was a physical rapture versus a spiritual rapture is what I always interpreted as, but hadn't considered a physical rapture before. That's neat.
Well, I think with all our brainwashing, we've always thought that there is a barrier between what we call spiritual and reality, like as if spiritual isn't reality. But from the people who have near-death experiences and have moments where they go to heaven or hell, they say that feels more real when they're in that moment. That feels more real than here.
I could buy that.
We've just been conditioned to be limited by science, and I say limited by science because science cages you in.
Yeah, but not flat earthers though. Like we're more akin to tying spiritual stuff to physical stuff.
Well, you have to. If you go deep enough down the rabbit hole, I don't think there's any possible way you could assume that we were all accidents.
Right. No, of course. Yeah. Shane's theory of the Big Bang. Once there was nothing, then there was everything. No one and nothing caused this. Don't worry about it.
There's a lot of flat earthers, though, that are stuck in the barriers of, they don't go the spiritual. They stop at the scientific. And I'm like, you realize that scientific barrier was put there by the globe model, by the Freemasons.
100%. But I mean, I can never use the Bible to convince anyone of anything, right? For some reason. It's just something you reference.
Just show them the giant tree stumps that still exist.
That's a whole other crazy topic.
You know what else would happen from that depressurization is you would get a nosebleed and you would get really dark circles around your eyes. That's exactly what happens in the real world whenever you radically change pressure like that. Is your capillaries burst around your eyes, so you get really dark raccoon eyes, and you get a nosebleed. There's all sorts of media references to this stuff.
Yeah, but you're assuming that wouldn't that have to assume there's outside of the firmament is something called space, not water?
I actually don't think it could be space, because that would, no matter how small of a hole you open, that wouldn't work. But mainly some sort of way to connect the pressurized environment that we're in to a less pressurized environment. I think it would have to be in a very mechanical, controlled way, right? Probably something we can't quite comprehend.
Like water?
Well, yeah, then it would rush in, and it wouldn't suck anything up. But if you were to have a controlled system like that, where there's another less pressurized environment, and then you poke a little hole in the top, and it's connected to that, it would essentially vacuum a bunch of stuff that's in here right up, and it would just feel like there's a pull-in force. And I've heard lots of speculation from people like Jay Dreamers and Brian Austin Lambert that there could be some kind of zero gravity thing to that. Or I use the word gravity just for ease of, because we all know what zero gravity means, right? Like a limited effect on the way the objects behave. But I'm not going to speak on that because I don't see a lot of evidence. It's just an interesting speculation.
It is. But once again, we always, as humans, try to apply these set of rules that we assume exist. But like that moment in the Matrix where Neo realizes that the rules don't exist. I assume that's what would happen. It wouldn't be what you would think it would be if God appeared and showed himself and rolled back the firmament. You'd be like, how is the water not rushing in? How is that? There's no barrier there anymore. And God's like, because I write the rules. I write it with my word.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
we're trying to apply rules. Where the first thing we say to God is, how is that water not falling on us? He's like, don't worry about it. Like, it's beyond your pay scale.
I was like, isn't that how the flood happened? They opened up the firmament up top from above and below.
Well, it came from above and below, hence the craters.
Right. Oh,
that was someone said that the other day.
That's interesting.
A dude who is not a flat earther. He started hinting. I think he's getting close. He's a bit of a. I don't know if anyone follows him, but I don't really follow him because I think he's controlled opposition. But Benjamin Fulford, and he's finally starting to talk a little bit about flat Earth. And he mentioned about the craters. How there's no angled crater from the so-called asteroids. There's every asteroid hit perfectly straight on to the Earth.
Really? That's a big step for him.
And he's like, how is that possible? How is there not one asteroid that hit on a slight angle?
I like that guy because he has good information on the Chinese bloodlines and authority over there, the stuff that I've never experienced and know nothing about. He filled me in a bunch. But we
were a member of his thing. We were a member of his thing. We kept messaging him saying, dude, how can you be so awake on everything else and keep embarrassing yourself by talking about space and space beings and crap? And how Space Force is going to save the day.
Dude, that's probably a sign of the Great Awakening, right? Even people like that who are so enthralled in that are finally coming over and seeing the signs, right? That's super cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming because he's hinting at it. He hasn't outright said it, but
he's investigating, exactly. He's not just going flat out, nah, like all the other people do. He's going, well, listen.
Have you heard anyone address that? I just heard it off him about the craters, the so-called asteroid craters.
I've heard different.
Are you talking about the idea that they claim that that how those were formed on the moon, and that if they were coming in from all angles from outer space, and they would be making like huge skid marks across the moon instead of these.
Well, same thing, but Earth, yeah.
Yeah, but no, like the Earth lakes, like the crater lakes and stuff, and how all the what we say, really asteroids and meteor impact craters are really just what geysers from the flood, maybe from below.
Yeah, big mud bubbles.
Right, yeah. Electrostatic, like pulls the land down underneath it.
Right, impact crater.
I've also heard that theory, like big bolts of lightning could cause some effect like that. Like I've heard theorization that that's what canyons are too, is just incredible lightning storms that we couldn't really conceive with the kind of junior weather that we have today. But an electric event on a scale like that could definitely cause that kind of thing theoretically. But the whole mud bubbles thing interests me for those perfectly round ones that they call meteor strikes.
Right.
Because that's, you look at the GIFs, videos of just, mud bubbles going off in hot springs and things, and that's exactly how it looks when a big mud bubble bursts, is it leaves this almost perfectly round little indent in the mud there. And if that dries up, then there you go.
Could have been where the water came from the Great Flood.
Right. The meteors and asteroids, like, I first of all, outright dismissed, right? Really, that's nonsense. They make it up, weapons, whatever. And now I'm like, well, again, like everything else, probably two truths and a lie, right? Or half a lie and half truth, as they always do. It was Amish computing, right? From 24/7, he does a lot of work on the magnetic stuff on the pole. It's like, I think from him is how I figured out that all the meteors and comets come from the same division or section in the sky, right? And it's almost right above Polaris. Maybe I'm misquoting that.
I only heard the theory that that they made meteors out of some sort of phosphorus missile thing that they used to burn up as they shot it through the sky, but I don't know.
Right.
I don't know about shooting stars though. Well, yeah, what they are, what the theories are.
But like the fact that they're not all over the world, everywhere spread, or any haphazard globe matching model, it's concentrated in one area. That blew my mind by itself. I was like, huh.
To me, and talking similar to that is when they had Halley's Comet. Halley's Comet, I like how it doesn't move. That was just a bright light shining through the firmament. Like, I don't know what that was, but to me it looked like a light coming out of the firmament.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about meteors, like the idea that shooting stars are actually like burning balls of rocks or whatever, it really does not even make sense. Like what they actually look like, they look more like a luminescent flare of light that streaks, and it just doesn't look anything like a burning rock, like a burning ball of rock.
Right. It should look like the rockets that graze the firmament. If you've seen 100 of those videos, right? They look spectacular, like ripples in the sky. But the shooting stars don't look like that, right? They have or is that what the tail could be? Maybe. Huh. Oh.
Maybe interstellar travel from angels traveling throughout heaven. I don't know.
You guys have seen all those rockets hitting the firmament stuff, right? All that crazy stuff.
Are we all aware that they named comets after? That lens effect. They call it coma aberration. It's when you have a point of light, but you end up with this flare kind of streaking effect, and it's caused by a lens.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, so when you see a comet in the sky, they named it a comet because it looks like coma aberration, which is caused by a lens, but they make up this whole explanation that it has this tail of various chemicals trailing behind it.
Oh yeah, no, it does look more like a lens flare, like a light, a trail of light.
I tell you, when I see shooting stars, though, honestly, they always look fake to me. I don't know what it is about. Something just looks really fake about them. Not like I'm claiming anything. It's just an observation that I was, especially when really low light pollution, I can really see a bunch of them. Like whenever I'm at a cottage, and I just get to just lay in the grass, and look at the stars. It's like, damn, those shooting stars, they just look fake. Something about them.
I just can't wait till the conversation, like all these people, all of us who are awake and on our way, different levels of awake. I guess it's a journey, but I can't wait till something epic happens that just breaks this idea of reality we hold on to. And so we can sit there and say, oh, because all the mystical shit throughout our ages has been hidden by this matrix they've created for us.
Right.
And the great trees, the great flood, all these things has all been hidden from us. And I'm assuming eventually they won't be able to hide something. Something will happen where it's like, it'll just break your idea of reality.
By the way, Gio,
Yo,
today is that little DART mission about 12 hours from now.
what mission?
DART? They're gonna be broadcasting it live or whatever. That the redirect. They're gonna collide into a comet or whatever to redirect.
Oh,
That's funny.
yeah. I remember this was brought up. So wait, they're claiming they're actually doing this?
Is
Yeah,
Bruce
they're
Willis
claiming
doing
it's
it?
gonna be today and it's gonna be broadcast live in NASA.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be a big day.
We need Bruce Willis to do it.
So wait,
That's right.
they're claiming that they're taking this thing to an asteroid and they're going to blow it up before it hits Earth. Is this really happening? Is this real life?
Yeah, they launched this DART satellite or whatever last year to try to redirect a satellite for some odd reason to I don't know why.
Aren't they supposed to be doing a new high definition moon lap around the moon where they're going to film it and stream it live?
Yeah, Artemis. We kick that can down the road, we all think.
Yeah, I think they know there's too many of us watching them that they're like, we make one fucking mistake on that and we're done.
Remember the rat on the face? Yeah, they couldn't took us a while to live that down.
Didn't they
Look at this.
change that for next year? The Artemis mission?
I don't postpone it till next month, maybe, but they're gonna postpone it again in all likelihood, right?
I swear I heard somebody say here because I mean it was supposed to go. Was it like a few weeks ago? But now, like I heard like a few days ago, somebody said it was gonna be postponed for 4 more years.
They'll probably launch that right after they end the Antarctic Treaty, I'd say.
Check out this predicted programming in here. So this is on I don't know, spacepolicyonline.com. Looks like some article someone wrote, but this is what it says. On Monday, a NASA spacecraft will deliberately crash itself into an asteroid to change its orbit just a bit. The double asteroid redirection test is just that, a test to see if it's possible to divert an asteroid's trajectory. This asteroid poses no threat to Earth, but NASA wants to find out if its kinetic energy method would work if the day comes when it's needed.
Haven't we heard something like that before, where a tin can is supposed to do miraculous things?
Yeah, man, they're just flying it out there like a remote control car. They're going to redirect this asteroid in outer space.
So they're saying they're gonna reenact the plot from Armageddon in real time. Can't get any more predictable than that shit.
I want to channel that really intense dude who says, you put a firecracker on the outside of your hand, boom, and nothing happens. However, if you close your hand around that same firecracker, you lose your hand.
Oh, man.
Okay, that was terrible acting.
Actually, that was pretty good. You should do some narration for my videos, man. And get you some. That's your what do you call it? Emotional voice. No, like the movie theater announcer.
Yeah, but I'll just end up sounding like those bad Aussie accents on the fucking American movies.
We can do Aussie better than you, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably. Hey, mate, how you going?
NASA's DART about to move an asteroid. That's great.
Hey, Shane, you say you got an opinion on that spiral anomaly there.
Maybe. I just don't think it's related to asteroids, meteors, or blue beam. I think it's its own thing, right? I'm not sure what it was. I know it was real. I know it happened. I remember it. And I just think it's something separate from what we were talking about. That's all I was trying to say.
Well, I don't think it's related to asteroids or meteors either. But when you bring up the this was you sent it, right? Yeah, the amazing compilation. This shot here of those supposed SpaceX launches. That's the first thing it made me think of, and that's why I pull it up. Because to me, They look very similar, and I do believe it's related to the so-called blue beam idea of deliberately creating effects in the skies.
Wasn't
Yeah, I
that
was going to
somewhere
ask
in
you about
Sweden?
that. I was going to ask you about that, Dovid, but I was also going to kind of tag onto that. Like, why do you think they're so into pushing the space stuff? Like, and that could be linked in with Project Bluebeam, because of course, if they want people to believe that there is some alien attack or some kind of, contact, and then they've got Space Force, that's a huge way that they could, create all kinds of turmoil on the Earth, and maybe even like, yeah, it was pretty kind of dark to think what they could do with that. But there's that idea that getting people to believe in space gets them to think that an alien invasion is even possible, if they're going to use that to bring in some NWO kind of thing. But yeah, what are you guys' thoughts on that? Like,
it could be to
Well,
mask. It could be to mask the fallen angels.
well, there is also something very because all humans have like a inner like exploration need, so they can saturate it like that with these false images.
right,
So
it kind of takes care of that part of their mind that wants to explore.
yeah,
Now, just put it to the authority, and then go work a job, basically.
exactly. Keep us entertained.
I believe they do this for the same reason that they push the more land infinite plane thing so much into flat Earth. Right, so they just need you to believe that aliens are possible, right? So for us, obviously, at first, it would be like, no way there can ever be aliens. If there's aliens, no matter how convincingly they pull it off, we know it's bullshit, because it's us in here. There are no aliens, and we know they have technology to fake a whole lot of shit. But then when they all of a sudden put these, I'm not gonna say anybody is like, but those level documentaries, for example, right? No matter what means behind it there are, I think it's purposefully pushed into flat Earth, this whole idea of the infinite plane and the alien lands outside of Antarctica, so that the alien thing still works for us if they were to convincingly pull it off, which we can't even really conceive, right? But like, if obviously they have the resource, if they're going to do it, it's going to be convincing as hell. And the people who are into the whole more land idea, they're going to be the first ones to go, oh no, it's from the Iron Republic or whatever, it's the Anunnaki.
Yeah, if you look at the Freemasons' plan, it ties into their new age religion as well. They want a one world religion for the one world government, and that's that new age stuff where they're talking about fifth dimensions and different aliens and Palladians and all that new age thing. They're like, there's alien beings that are going to save us. There's good aliens and bad aliens and yada yada yada. It's all part of the new age religion they want to put on everyone. As a one world religion. They actually document that. It's pretty obvious what they're attempting to do.
You know what I think that is? Is there's gonna be like a veil. It's gonna be lifted, and like either they're gonna put a bunch of like demons and shit, or like creatures, like monsters. I don't even know. They don't even have to be like spiritual. They could be corporeal. They could be like have flesh and shit. Like they're gonna put this shit around us, and they're gonna say it's aliens, and they're gonna want us to accept being around these fucking things and be like okay with it and dwell amongst these non-human intelligences, basically, and they just make it casual, and it's not casual. It's
Bro, there was a city that did a 3D thing on a building, and it was of a fallen angel, and they did it in Paris, I think it was, and they showed a hologram of a giant angel walking through the city. And that they if we all sit here going, oh, do angels and demons exist? Yet the elite of our world are literally worshipping and killing children right at this very moment in front of Baphomet that they believe. Anyone who says, oh, no, that stuff doesn't exist, it's like, you do realize what they're worshipping. You do realize what they worship, the Freemasons.
I got one of a demon coming through the street, but dude, like, so Project Blue Book was the alien crap from the Roswell thing in the 40s, and then Project Bluebeam came up right after that. You got to link those two together and think, well, they did the thing, they practiced it, and now the new plan is to use Bluebeam to use the alien shit to get us to unite under a unified threat so they could bring in the New World Order. That kind of ties it all together, right? I don't think they actually need us to live with them there. They just need us to believe in them enough to be scared enough to worship fucking the New World Order and move on over, right?
Yeah, they're also adding some good ones in there. For some reason, they're making out in all the gossip. They're making out that some of the aliens are good. That's the new world religions all pushing some Palladian, or the Palladians are good and the Anunnaki are bad, and or whatever. Though I don't really follow it, but yeah,
I used to be really into that.
Seems like if they, like if they kind of cornered everyone into like a certain area, and then fed them a bunch of bullshit about some like Space Force, trying to have relations with the aliens or whatever. That would be crazy if they did that. Like, maybe like causing, like using like directed energy weapons in certain areas to like take out, to start fires and to basically just kind of cause mayhem. And then after that happens, kind of try to group people into these city centers. And then maybe you have to have like a digital pass to get into the city and all that kind of stuff to kind of like sort of like the beginning of like smart cities or whatever, that kind of idea that they want to do. And then if they have people in those kind of limited environments or, where their media is being fed to them, that would be pretty like sci-fi style. But what if they actually did roll it all out? It's like a full New World Order with Project Bluebeam, where once they get people like into the city environments, then they kind of like literally right out of a movie, where then they would like be giving the media of the updates of, okay, yeah, we're like, making headway with, trying to work it out or whatever, trying to come to an agreement or whatever. And they could just feed all kinds of bullshit while they're controlling people even more.
Yeah, no. Well, we know most of that is not fictitious anymore. Unfortunately, we know their smart cities and the line is part of their plan. But it is going to be fascinating what their next move is, the next big move, other than COVID that we're coming out of. But I'm curious too. Like you said, how are they going to get us out of the suburbs, out of the people who own acreage? How are they going to herd us into the city? It's going to be obviously that's one way, and there's many other possibilities they're going to do. Obviously, the collapse of the economy, another pandemic. I don't know. They've got a lot of options. I'm curious what they're going to do. Oh, World War III is the other one.
Haven't they been doing that for like the last couple of months anyway? Not really working, is it?
Well, I don't know. How are they going to get us into the cities? How are they going to get people out of their homes? In Australia here, they've tried to flood. They've tried massive floods and tried to.
Oh, yeah, right.
But then when I look behind the scenes to say, okay, how is that tying in? Well, it does tie into policy in Australia, because the insurance companies are now deeming massive percentages of Australia uninhabitable, uninsurable. So they're trying to make people not be able to insure their homes. And they've set up some government bodies to buy back people's homes that have been classed as uninhabitable due to climate change. But that's so minuscule. They've done it in certain areas, but I'm like, that's not going to work on a big scale. So they're trying, but it's just I don't understand how they're going to do it on a big scale.
Yeah, that's the
that
thing.
demon clip is so fake.
Shut up,
Bro,
David.
build like I feel like they're gonna build like one of their like first like predominant smart cities in Ukraine after like bulldoze and fucking bomb the shit out of it. Like, oh yeah, okay, demolition's done. And they're just gonna like, okay, let's just build a smart city now, like after everything's done. Like, yeah, it's gonna be great. Smart city.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know. I'm just sitting back waiting. I'm like, well, show us your next move, fuckers.
Yeah. It seems like they failed the last one. Well,
right.
The economy collapse is happening. We're sort of in one of their moves.
Yeah,
They're doing
I think that's unavoidable.
Yeah, I think that's already started, it seems.
Right.
But yeah, like that.
The central bank digital currency is going to be apparently in your country in America, and they want to have that. What is it, May next year or something, or March next year, 2023?
Yeah, and I think Joe Biden. I don't follow any of that stuff, but I did read one little thing that said that he just signed some executive order based around like cryptocurrencies and blockchain, and also the new like central bank digital currency thing. So yeah, apparently he just signed some executive order with that. So yeah, it seems like the financial collapse card is coming. I mean,
right. Well, I think we're at that now. We're probably in that now. It's just starting.
Because it seems like they're starting to put that more in the news and make it more of a thing. You know, the recession and inflation and kind of coming out of the scamdemic.
Right. I love that word.
Yeah, that's fucking great. That's such a great word.
Didn't the last press secretary misslip and spoke about scamdemic, but she was trying to say pandemic? I thought that was pretty great too.
Oh, I do wonder though. Do they really think that, like, if they take us to like Venezuela, or I'm saying the West countries, they take us to Venezuelan type poor, or what happened in Sri Lanka? What do they think they're going to achieve by that? Like, it's not like they're just going to get killed in the street, aren't they? Surely at that
But
point.
like, shit's going down in China. Right?
Yeah, I think they believe that they're gonna move to like China and India and like fucking have slaves in China and just be rich in China.
I wish it was that simple, but they're probably not going to stop and give up at that. I look at them as
They have that whole like
now I realize how now I can see them clearly. I realize how dumb they actually are. They're not as clever as we thought they were. They were only clever when they were hidden.
They have that whole Belt and Road from China to Israel, where it's like a direct,
the new
like a Silk Road, Silk
yes.
Road 2.0, basically.
Yep.
They're rebuilding it, and it's going directly from China to fucking Israel. And one goes like directly below the border of Russia, and the other one goes like around all those like Southeast Asia, India, and all that shit.
And they're slowly but surely pushing like the bugs. We can see them pushing the food of the mega cities, the bugs. But that shit's falling over too. Surely that is not going to take off. Surely.
Well, it is interesting how, like, in my mind, it's a very real game of chess. Meaning, like, they really, when they make a move, it has consequences. It's not just like, yeah, they do have a lot of money and a lot of kind of influence, as it were. But it is interesting that every move they make, you know, we the people, if you want to call it that, just the rest of us, react in one way or another, and
we suffer.
I can't imagine what it's like to like be doing that, but it does seem like it makes sense that I bet they've had a lot of things backfire on them because, yeah, we the people can fight back basically at any time, and our consciousness can evolve at any time, and then it outsmarts them eventually.
Dude, that's why the phrase "nothing can stop what's coming" comes from. Every time you try to make a move to contain it and stop people, you wake more people up, and there's no other way you can do it. That's why it's kind of inevitable. Every move you make makes it worse. Have at it. Get my popcorn.
In Australia, the whole corporation thing in the courts are losing control big time. I just watched a video then where the judge abandoned the ship in the court because the guys were just swearing at him and calling him out in court. And he just left. He just left it to the courtroom because I was saying, you're probably a Freemason. And I'll send you the video, Shane. It was really good. So, like in Australia, they're losing control big time. Like the common law movement is just getting bigger and bigger. Like there's people in Australia setting up trusts so that everyone can pay their fines into the trust. And then the trust is a group of people who force the government to show its legitimacy. And they can't do that. So the people are saying, well, I've paid my fine, but you've got to prove legitimacy before you can collect the money from the trust. So there's these massive trusts that they're losing revenue by the day. Like they're going to be they're going to be actually get to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fines that the government won't be getting. Because they can't prove legitimacy because they're a corporation, as we know. I think it's the same in America.
Yep.
Bro, did you hear about the Vatican Bank recalling all its money or shit by the October 1st or some shit? That's like fucking next month, isn't it?
That means they're broke.
Yeah, or there's some big move coming. I don't know. We'll see. Something was supposed to happen on the 24th.
Why does the Golden Palace of the Vatican ever need money? Fuck that. They're broke.
And we're talking about the wealthiest organization in the entire world.
Right. I think it's way more practical to assume Occam's razor. They're out of fucking money. They're not planning something big. They're scrambling, dude.
Yeah. Unless they just don't want to get caught up in the bank bail-ins. I don't know. Maybe.
The bank fraud system as a whole anyway, right? Like currency and money and non-gold backed currency and printing money out of thin air.
Like that's the thing. That's interesting. Are they gonna gold back their central bank digital currency to try and polish a turd?
They're gonna say that it's gold backed, so turds will sign up for it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they kind of have to keep rolling out what they're going to roll out, but it does seem like the whole scamdemic thing. I just have a sense that they shot themselves in the foot, meaning that I think
woke us all up.
Yeah, like if they, I'm not saying it's a good thing for them to get like their evil plot, but it seems like if they actually went about it in a better way, they might have at least gotten closer to it. But with what they did with that, they just flexed like too hard, too quick at one time. And the way that it was all so coordinated, like just the lockdowns, shutdowns, and the way that it was so similar across the board, across all the countries, just that they just were so bold with it. Like, yeah, just do it. Just, that it showed a cohesiveness that really, I think, impact a lot of people, even if on a subconscious level, meaning that after the whole scamdemic thing, now people have to, now there's more of a dividing line between, okay, they're all in it together, because they all shut it all down. So there is something outside, there is some kind of predator, as it were, or, some criminal kind of group, or everything about the whole scamdemic thing was legit.
Right.
And then they fuck themselves by making it too obvious that it wasn't legit when they say like, your local hardware store's got to be shut, but the big box stores can stay open.
Yeah, guys, I think they kind of purposely did it that way because I think they already knew that some people are going to catch on.
Jay, your live stream, by the way.
I think that they purposely kind of rubbed it in your face to get you more angry, and I think they have their like leaders like Alex Jones and such that will like lead the quote unquote truther movement and actually like use it against itself basically, and have like, bro, they could even have like truther terrorists and shit, and then like all of a sudden, yeah, no, I'm serious. Like some guy comes in here, says something for 30 minutes, goes out, bombs some shit, and then like they're like, like it's the truthers, like we have to go after them, and then like you're just getting like, you just go online, you just get swatted. You know what I mean? Like you did nothing. You were just on a site, and then now you get swatted. You know what I mean? And you weren't even like.
I laughed out of fear. Right. It seemed so real. I was like, "Oh no, that's what's going to happen."
And we can't fall for that because you're right. That was the possibility is they want us to turn against our governments. They want the collapse of every country so they can bring in the new system. So there is the chance that they did do it sloppily on purpose to make us lose faith in our national governments, so that we could all, that I've heard that theory as well, and it's very plausible.
Dude, COVID was the big one. So all the countries who've never worked together or anything besides the Antarctic Treaty suddenly followed the same lockstep plan in synchronicity all over the world all at once. And you got to go, well, wait, are they separate countries or are they just different facets of a larger holding company? And then inevitably, who's the fucking holding company? Wait a second.
Yeah, it's like that word bifurcation. It's like a bifurcation where by them making that action, what they did, it in a way it kind of split humanity. The people that are going to obey that, and then the people that are like, "What the fuck is going on?" So you have these like two kind of categories now, and the people that are going to obey, as we know, I'm sure we all know some of our friends, family, people that we know, they're just in it, and that's it. Like they're going to go along with all of it, every jab, everything, and that's the deal. And then but I think there's way more people that actually are either on the fence or thinking a little bit outside the box now, at least considering like, okay, yeah, that was all coordinated in a pretty intense way. And if you saw through any of the BS, then it's kind of like it's all now suspect. So that's my sense of it, is that a lot more people now just have that, like, it's like just their foundation has shifted a little bit more towards being open-minded rather than before. Maybe they would have been a little more likely to be under the authority or to defend it or, to try to shut out and ridicule any other idea.
Right.
They made a lot of people uncomfortable. That if they had kept them comfortable, they never would have been in that position of waking up.
I was that person, dude. Right.
I was sort of that person. I was already seeing something weird after like about 10, 15 years ago with the whole cultural wars and the anti, all this woke stuff. I started to wonder what the hell that was. I was very much against that. And then the only thing I didn't connect, and like the guy was saying before, I didn't think it was possible. I used to say to people, I don't think it's possible that you could have an organization that is so coordinated that could pull off such a global conspiracy. And right. But then, until I stumbled across the Freemasons and the groups that infiltrated the Freemasons and took over.
Really
Although
helped
the
people, like,
Freemasons weren't good from the get-go, but then when I realized that even my pop was a Freemason, which I didn't know, and I realized there was some Freemasons around me, I was like, oh, holy shit, this thing is possible. There is a fucking coordinated structure in place that can be that big.
Shed some credibility to the why the lie argument for flat Earth. Like, well, how can they keep it secret? But like, scamdemic? Anyone? Come on.
Yeah, do you want to deafen the live stream?
What's up, Ruhif? I heard you say something about that earlier. What did you say?
Yeah, it's the kind of talk that might get reported.
Oh,
all right. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're probably right.
good call. Thank you, Ruhif.
And I feel like we were using kind of code words enough, but
we weren't at all, yeah.
You weren't. You really weren't.
No, I can call it the cult then. The cult.
We forgot to even tell Jason that you're on YouTube now, bud. Sorry. They live stream this room to YouTube, I think, 24/7, right? All right.
Pretty much, yep.
Ruhif is on our side. Nah, I mean,
well, I'm not on your side. Holy shit!
I was like, I don't think about that. Well, I mean, he's on the side if he wants the place to come chat and tell us how dumb we are, right?
Exactly. You're all fucking retarded.
It was just a pinch of comedy. Calm down.
So, Ruhib, let's just coming from the perspective that there is a group of people in power and they're lying to us and all that, and they control the Federal Reserve and all that. I assume you agree with some of that. So, how could it go down that they could be removed from that position in a way that is actually as positive as possible?
Sorry, how would the populace take down this evil elite cabal?
If you want to call it that. I mean, I wasn't quite categorized it that way, but yeah, if you want, okay, sure.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't agree that it exists, so never really thought about it.
If you've come to the conclusion that the Earth is a stationary planar surface and it's not moving, would that lead you to be much more likely that those people do exist?
Probably. But like I said, if I thought the Earth was a flat disk, I would first of all consider myself to be insane. And that's not meant to be insulting.
Insane people don't do that, man.
Like, well, I
didn't. Hold up.
I didn't. Just real quick, I didn't say disk. I just said that's a planar geometry. But yeah.
Right, but like either way, you consider yourself insane if you live on a disk but not a sphere. Come on, bro. They're just shapes. Like what does it matter?
If I came to the conclusion,
your sphere is more perfect than a disk. Like
just all the evidence, I would doubt my rationality. I would assume that I'm irrational.
I do. I already doubt your rationality, Ruben.
I'm sure you do.
I meant when I said irrationality. Yeah, it almost sounded like nationality. No, irrationality.
I doubt your nationality. Prove it.
Wait. Can I ask? So, dude, you don't believe any of these groups exist?
This elite cabal controlling everything? No.
Have you looked at into their symbolism? Because I think that's where you can't deny it. Once you learn their symbolism, you're like, oh, hang on a second.
But Jason, he has really no interest in learning that. Really, is the problem?
No, it's like
go watch Smashing Pumpkins on Jimmy Kimmel and tell me what you see.
Right, you know the white power symbol where they do the sort of OK, like they make an O and then a
666 symbol, yeah.
I can't do it like there's the three fingers make the W and then you make the P,
yep.
Right? White power, right?
6, yeah.
Okay, but since that became sort of known, it's now being used as a troll tactic by, fucking Roger Stone.
I think the symbolism goes a lot deeper than that.
Yeah, no, but you think you see symbols?
The whole white power thing started as a troll thing for the sand sign.
Yeah, I know. Right. And now, I understand that, and that's well done by them. But yeah, I still think they're fucking racist. Like, I still think Roger Stone's racist.
That may be a coincidence, but the whole Washington D.C. is in the shape of the symbol of one of these cults. I'll use keyword. I'll use sly word.
Incomplete pentagram, yes, sir.
Oh,
So did the builders just make an accident?
Hold up, bro. In Freemasonry, you get 2 hand signs per degree in the Scottish Rite. So that's 66 hand signs. 66 fucking hand signs.
Yeah, and we I think pretty much every person who's ever been in space is a non-hidden member. You can actually look it up. There's documentation saying which part of, I won't say the words, but which cult division they're from.
Yeah. Like there's a Freemason. What are they called?
I thought we have to use code words.
I like Freak Masons. How's that? Freak Masons.
Cult. Just say cult.
Yeah, but there's one of those around the corner from my house, and like
they're in every town, everywhere.
Yeah, but no one cares.
It's like the cathedrals, the church.
They've got their own little boys club.
Concerning, dude.
Everywhere's got a fucking court, cop house, a fucking Mason temple, and a fucking Catholic church. Every fucking city.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The thing about Freemasons, like, I think part of the even the term, why it's called a Freemason is that, like, they were the Masons that basically had like free access into different states and different regions, and like they were able to train. They were free because they had a way to be able to travel over the city and the state type, even though they were probably called provinces, whatever they were called. And they were able to travel freely between them without necessarily having to be, like stopped and searched and all of that. So they were able to carry a lot of goods like over the borders, and then became kind of like a brotherhood and had the wealth. And then they kind of were able to have like more of their guys in more areas to like plant their guys to basically, try to control, like to be governors, as it were, and to like get into positions of power, because they had the free access between the areas. All they had to do was kind of have one of their guys like infiltrate each one of those, and then they start to control, areas through that, which I think is kind of how they started their control, that kind of brotherhood or fraternity, like a particular subsect of it.
They control every element of major society today, every country, every element, every single element.
Yep.
There's not one element of our society that they care about that they don't control. The game was lost. We lost the game, so now it's just a matter of what they're going to do with us.
Completely disagree there.
Well, not lost it, lost it. I mean, we lost it to this point. We haven't lost it.
They wouldn't be scrambling. It's so desperate, right?
Now it's just a matter of everyone waking up or not. That's either going to wake up or not. That's really what it is.
Right. In some way, whoever we are, like I know what you mean. We already kind of lost it by even being in this position, really, in some sense.
Yeah, by falling asleep at the wheel and letting it get this way in the first place. I'm with you there.
Yeah, like what happened to even get to
I didn't say we had lost the war. I said we've lost the battle up until now.
You said there's nothing we can do. It's over. I was like, no.
Oh, I did say that. I shouldn't have said that.
I mean, it's like the layers of stuff going on, just insanity, really. Like they've convinced, I know this is a different topic. We don't have to even go on this topic, but just popped in my mind. They've convinced mothers in today's world, loving, positive mothers, the moment after their baby boy is born, to hand it over to somebody to genitally mutilate it.
Right.
And they've convinced mothers that that's just totally okay
for your health
through the medical system. So it's like they have gotten one over on people to a level that a great reckoning has got to occur in reaction to this. And I think it already is.
That just came from Judaism, right? It's just a Jewish thing that sort of spread through.
It's a blood civilization. A blood ritual. It's satanic.
It's a facet of child sacrifice is what it is, man. Yeah.
Circumcision is so insane. Yeah. They're literally cutting the most sensitive part of the penis that works as like the clitoris version on a woman. Like the whole head is so they're cutting that and causing massive amounts of like trauma and aggression and anger and various different things in the baby. And of course, every baby boy like reacts to that differently. And it actually fucks up the function of the penis. I know some people might say like it looks different. Well, there's like various like aesthetic preferences or whatever, but it is.
Oh yeah. I prefer my guys to be circumcised.
We knew that about you.
Did you know that they also put sugar in the baby's mouth right before they do it?
Say again?
What's the purpose of that?
That's a good question. I would love to ask some doctors about that. It seems rather Pavlovian to me to be
What do
causing
they do?
extreme.
You know, do you know the
They
true?
put sugar on the baby's gums. They put like a sugary substance in the. I forget what it's called. They
And
rub
you
it in the
also,
baby's
you
mouth
or
also
something.
know
before
that.
they do it.
Do you also know the correct ceremony that they normally do, like the extreme ones? The dad sits over and after he cuts the foreskin off, he sucks the blood from the baby's penis.
Oh, I heard that as well.
Pretty sure that that's only
Fucking hell.
Jews.
Yeah,
Yeah, but where did you
Only
get
the
it from?
ultra-Orthodox ones.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like just that happens in the hospitals.
No, not in every
like,
hospital.
regularly.
Yeah,
No,
it's the
yeah.
rabbi who does that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, the
pretty extreme.
moil.
I thought it was
So
the
they-
father.
No. There's
A
a
rabbi, yeah.
specific. He's not a rabbi. He's called a moil.
Dude, you should watch that video about.
I don't know. I
about
think I tuned
circumcision,
out
Ruben.
when I heard what they did. I'm like, I don't know who does it, but that's gross.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
that's
insane.
absolutely insane. That's wow.
They give little babies like hepatitis, hence why they gotta inject hepatitis vaccines in the 1 month after you're born, right? What about the rabbi to get sick?
Hey Shane, you need to go down the viruses don't exist rabbit hole quickly.
No, I don't. Dude, I know they don't exist.
Yeah, I know.
I'm saying that they let you they let you vaccinate your kid against something that doesn't exist a month after it's born. That's only an STD, right? So what purpose would you have to vaccinate your
Or
child?
hepatitis. Hepatitis isn't just an STD.
Well, I mean, what baby's gonna get hepatitis, bud?
Oh, I don't know.
How would that happen, right?
Sharing needles with doctors.
Ugh.
Okay.
Yeah, doctors are
right.
the real pill pushers of society. It's really sad.
But like even in the vaccine world, if you believe in them, it only that protection, fake protection that gives you only lasts a year. So why are you vaccinating your infant and gets an STD in the fucking first place? Come on.
I found out today how they faked HPV, the genital warts or just warts in general. I found a study that showed they did a placebo-based study on zinc, and people were supplemented zinc that had HPV, so-called HPV, which doesn't exist, and warts. And within 1 month, all of the people's warts were cleared up, all of them, and they had no remission. So warts and HPV is simply zinc deficiency. It's bullshit. That's what they use to fake the whole. Oh, that's HPV. You need a vaccine.
That makes sense to me.
Isn't it
Yep.
too late once you've already got it? I thought the vaccine had to be pre-exposure.
Yeah, because they don't want, of course,
That'd be
because
even worse, right? What the fuck?
they want you to have it young. They give it to like 12-year-old girls or something.
Yeah.
So they want you to have it young, but they don't want you saying, "Oh, I've already got it." No point.
Right.
But no, zinc deficiency. That study, and then they said, "Oh, this is an interesting study. Further studies will need to be done," as they always say. Every time you find a natural cure for something, and they test it and they do a study, and it works so well, like black seed oil, you name it. I've got a cure for nearly everything now. I've already got a list of about 600 cures. And I'm talking cures with study backup, but they always say further studies are needed, and you can never find those further studies.
Yeah, I mean, once the Rockefeller medicine took over, essentially, and they started making medicine out of petroleum and chemicals, and it's like literally the petroleum-based Rockefeller medicine.
They own the unis, man. They're the ones who teach the doctors. they supply the textbooks.
Right after they bought the education system, then the medical system. That's how the progression went. Absolutely.
Like black seed oil. Black seed oil cures receding hairlines and hair loss. And they did a study, 700 people, 700 men, 76% of them, their hair actually thickened and stopped receding completely just by rubbing black seed in their hair. And they further studies need to be done, and they never did them. Like,
Just to go,
I've tried a lot
the,
of shit. It works. It works. Everything I've tried works. I got rid of I had anyone who's got sinus issues. There's a certain type of bacteria that you can put up there just with an ear poker thing. You put it in some water and you stick it up your nose. It's like I don't know the exact bacteria. If you want to add me, I can tell you. Anyone who wants this, you put it up your nose and you'll never have sinusitis again. I had severe sinusitis for 20 years. I put that up there. For a month. Never had to use anything since. For 3 years, I've been clean. I cured heartburn with a mastic gum. It's like a substance that comes from trees. It's a certain. I was on that stupid protein pump inhibitors because I had chronic heartburn. I cured that with 2 weeks. 2 weeks of a substance called mastic gum. Took it for 2 weeks. No heartburn, no nothing. Got off all the medication.
Like an Aussie shaman out there, aren't you, bud?
None of the doctors tell you this shit, bro. I'm telling you, it's
Right.
a joke.
Why would they? Sick patients make money.
No, they put you on protein pump inhibitors, which create Alzheimer's, bone density issues, and make you extremely sick later in life. They literally say on the packet you're only supposed to be on them for 14 days, and 1 in 3 people in America are on protein pump inhibitors. So it's a massive industry. I mean, how many ads do you see for heartburn?
Wait, I thought only New Zealand and America had actually pharmaceutical ads on TV and cable. You guys have them too?
Yeah, we have them all the time.
Huh.
Nowhere near you guys. Nothing like you guys.
Yeah, not to that extent. No.
So, Ruh, if you never answered, how if we all become aware of what's going on, what do we do to get the Earth back?
Just don't be violent, Gio. That's my main concern.
No, I agree, but I'm not saying we like you and me. I'm not talking about getting a bunch of shit together. I'm just talking about the human race in general.
Yeah, you're asking an extreme hypothetical, right? I don't believe it exists, so I haven't given it any serious thought.
Okay, and if it did exist, if they did exist, how would you go about finding out that they existed?
I don't know. My concern is that you guys think the Earth is flat, right?
Why does that concern you again?
Because it's clearly not, which gives me a huge amount of doubt over your ability to discern other things.
It clearly is, though.
Oh, Ruth, couldn't we say like the same thing about like?
But I could take you to it and
Absolutely.
prove
Like,
2 seconds
like
with
the
your own
society
eyes.
the society that you guys have, like, your worldview is created has now made it so the FDA has to tell people not to use NyQuil to cook chicken. Did you hear about the
there are some idiots out there.
chicken challenge, dude? Do you guys hear about the NyQuil chicken challenge?
I have. Yeah.
Dude, you're remember, Ruhif, all these people think that the Earth is the same shape as you do. And they need to be told not to cook their chicken in NyQuil.
I'm going to disagree and say they would be leaning. They would have more overlap with your community than mine.
Well, they'd be more scientific in our community because our community is it's very skeptical. Your community is
your denialist community.
Yeah,
Not a skeptic community.
NyQuil chicken people are more likely to be flat earthers. You don't know much about the flat Earth movement.
Hey, I can't see the name of the guy who's not a flat earther, but if I took you, which you're not in my country probably, but if I took you to a beach and showed you in Australia.
Yeah, somewhere. How did you not pick my accent? Holy shit.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I did think it sounded that, but it sounds a little posh. You're posh.
Oh, no,
like a little bit of poshness to it. No, I could take you to. Do you know? Where are you? New South Wales?
In Sydney, yeah, in Sydney.
Yeah, well, I could take you to Culburra Beach and the 7 Mile Beach.
Where's that? No, hang on 1 sec.
Culburra Beach. You can stand on one end of Culburra Beach.
How do you spell it?
Culburra.
Yeah.
I don't really. Just Google will correct it for you.
Couldn't get the letters either.
Oh, where's it near? Culburra.
South Coast. South Coast.
Okay, Jervis Bay. Okay, all right.
Yeah, now you can stand on one end of that. In fact, there's a guy on Google Maps who took a picture of that. Look at the Google Maps version. You'll see 2 headlands. You'll see a small headland and a big one that extends out further, and it's further away. I could take you to that beach. You could stand on that one end of the far end of the beach, looking at those headlands. The second headland, the maximum height of it, when you look at the elevation, is 56 meters. That is 27 kilometers. That is 65 meters of curvature we should see. You should not see that second headland at all. I can take you there with my P1000 camera and show you the beach on that headland.
Okay. We can analyze that. I've got to go upstairs in a minute. We can analyze that tomorrow.
This shit is not possible. This is not something that you can deny unless you're part of the cult. You can't.
Right.
Like,
I know.
with your own two eyes.
He can deny it really well.
Yeah, anyway.
Ruhif,
can
and
show
now
me-
you have to go? Come on, bro.
No, I've got to go in 20 minutes anyway, but I've got to go upstairs in a sec.
Is the call?
You can look at it with your own two eyes. I'll meet you down there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't disbelieve you, right? But whether you're analysing it correctly and blah blah blah, you can show me something that you think shouldn't be seen, right? Then I'll show you like a mountain where there is 2.5 kilometers of it below the horizon. Like who wins out of that?
Yeah, there's a perspective angle issue. If it's depending on how far the distance, the horizon is a false horizon. That's probably what you're looking at.
Oof.
That's it. Dave explains that. But don't worry about that. You don't have to go that far. Like literally, you can't. This is not one of those things where you can be like, oh, there's curvature there, but there's not curvature there. If I show you no curvature anywhere on this earth, you're wrong.
Yep.
It's
right. And if I show you curvature, like the 2.5 kilometers of mountain missing.
Yeah, but
anyway, I've got to go.
I just explained that. There's a horizon. There's a false
Jason,
horizon when you look in the distance.
You should look into Ruhif before you try to do that experiment, bud.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk tomorrow.
I did that experiment. I've got a picture on my own camera.
Yeah, like seriously, right. DM me, and give me the details again, and I'll look at it, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Can I just say good morning, Ruhif?
Oh, DP, hello. Almost time to feed the dogs. I got to go, DP.
Yeah, Ruhif, just before you go, right? My presentation the other day, I deliberately asked for the mics to be left open, right? And you came in and proved Gio's point for me. Now, if that people come in and they make fucking stupid comments, just like you did.
Oh yeah, okay. You guys are being fuckwits.
Why did you feel the need to dox Rakia?
Rakia has given his full name many, many, many times himself. Many times.
Why did you feel the need to do that, Ruhif? Why did you feel
doxing?
Why did you feel
DP? It's not.
Why
doxing.
did you feel the need to do that?
Guys, we were having a pretty good conversation. This is something that.
Sorry, Gio.
Good. It's just sort of personal stuff that you guys could probably talk offline.
I don't feel it was personal, Gio. He came in on that presentation and deliberately did that. It's not a personal thing. And like I said to you, I deliberately asked for the mics to be left open on a trust issue, really. And Ruhif proved to me that you were right. Those mics should have been closed.
Oh, well, I was just saying, if you want to have more of a guaranteed control over the presentation environment, then having them automatically muted when they join, that way you can.
Right, and damn straight, I'm going to take your advice. And if I choose to do it again in your server, thanks for hosting it, then the mics will be closed when people come in.
Yeah, because they can come in and just do. I mean, I remember for some reason my mind just remembered back in the early days on like Bro Sanchez when he used to do the debates on YouTube. This is way before the Discord days.
Sorry, dudes. I just got to say a quick goodbye. See you guys
later, man. Good talking to you.
All right, man. Yep, later.
Yeah. So next time, Gio, mics will be closed. So apologies for interrupting the conversation, but Ruhif was just on his way out, and I had a question that I needed to ask him. It's a question.
I guess just just real quick, what I was going to say at the end of what I was saying is that like on those old Bro Sanchez debates, like one person would come in and say one thing, and it would just like blow up the whole place. You know, like in like whether they were trolling or whatever it may be. In that way, so I'm just saying that if anytime it's open, there's always the potential for someone to do that. And in the case yesterday, there was the kind of joke thing about Jeff, people thinking that Doofus is the main surveyor, and then you guys kept and then there was that whole thing which wasn't really like doxing him, but it was like a thing where you guys were calling him Jeff, and he kept saying he wasn't Jeff or whatever, and then it just seems like Ruhif decided to
white knight for not Jeff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
and he just did his own thing, which is definitely
and you've just said it's taken it back to the old school Bro Sanchez days. I thought we'd progressed from that. I thought we were all grown adults having a conversation. All right, we were ribbing Doofus because he does sound like Jeff, and if you voice analyze them, maybe one is Jeff and one isn't Jeff. One's Jeff, one's not Jeff. Who knows? But they do sound similar. Now, you know, at the end of the day, we were having a little poke at Doofus. Yeah. But there's no need to come in as hot as he did, trolling like that, in what was up to that point a very reasonable conversation.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna turn the live stream back on because there's but I hear you, man. I know, absolutely. Yep. I mean,
all right, cool. Yeah. Enough said. Thank you, Gio.
I mean, thankfully, it is good that these platforms do have the moderation for that. So we, you know, it's obviously because otherwise, when it, people will do stuff like that.
All right. Thanks for your time. I'll go back on mute now. Sorry to interrupt the conversation.
No, everybody left. Oh. No, all my friends left. Oh, that's cool.
What is doxing actually, and what is it? Why is it a thing?
It's basically just releasing information about someone without their consent, and more or less. So releasing like their name or their address or their job or stuff like that. You know, if they don't want their information out there like
but
that.
Is that happening on the server? Your name, like, what if like you're doing like what if you have like what if it's like Whitson and everybody knows his name, like he has YouTube videos, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's different though.
Well, I mean, some people put their name out there totally. Yeah, I mean, Austin. I mean, yeah, he's always.
So that doesn't count. So what is count? What counts as doxing? Not that. Did somebody put somebody's address? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's been done.
Yeah, I mean, on other servers, not here, but I've heard of that happening. Yeah, I think there's one we all know of where a lot of that has gone down in the past.
No, what they used to do to us was they make accounts with your name and address. So it's like the account on the YouTube. So they would post something like, "Hey, what's up?" But it's your name and your full address.
Oh yeah,
as the name of the account, so you can't even delete the comment. Or you can delete the comment, but the name is still there.
Right.
They used to do that shit back in the day, or they used to threaten like our family members and shit, like put your name and your shit all up in the chat. Picture, like, I went into Gems one time, and they were trying to throw pictures up of my family in the chat room and shit.
I'm back. Where's DP?
You know, that's what's fucked up.
Hey, buddy.
That is, dude, absolutely wow. Well, I mean, yeah, that's insane.
What are we discussing now?
Assholes.
Yes. Yeah, like fucking DP and Rakia had to go as well.
Well, yeah, no, it's
and Jeremy as well.
Doxing assholes.
Going at it is like
You,
one
you
thing.
think I doxed Rakia when Rakia has given his name fucking countless times?
Yeah,
you know
look
you're
at
full
like
of shit, DP.
Ruhif. If you came
It
in,
is relevant. You said it's what? You said it's irrelevant.
That doesn't mean he wants his name being repeated.
Right, but it's not doxing, right?
Asked his name not to be repeated ever on the server. He actually asked
Right,
that.
but is it doxing? Is it doxing?
Yes, it is.
Rohit,
Fuck
hang
off,
on,
it's
hang on, hang on,
doxing.
hang on,
Fuck
hang on.
off, it's
Ru-
doxing.
I think this point is being addressed at me because he did say, "Is DP here?" Right now, Rohit, Rakia has his name out there, right?
Yeah, he has given his name.
Can I
out there.
finish my point before you start talking through me, as usual?
Yep, go.
It's all you seem to be able to do, Ruhif, is talk through people. Yes, Rakia has his name out there. The same way Bev has his name out there.
No, Bev's was accidental.
Right, Bev
Not
was
the
accidental. Okay.
Not the same. So not the same, right?
Rakia has stated that he doesn't want his name
Then
to
he
be
should
used.
stop telling people his name.
Like who? Who has he told his name to?
He announces it in this public forum.
But because it's already out there and people continue to use it, even though he's asked
and
for
he
it
goes,
not
my
to be
name's
used.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm proud of it, whatever he said. Fuck, he's done it a dozen times. You call me a
Rohit,
doxer, you can get fucked, DP. You
this
can
is-
well and
this-
truly get fucked if you're going to call me a doxer for that.
This is in response to people using his name.
Yeah, he doesn't want it. And he said that to me once, and I said, okay. Like I called him Dave, and he said, don't call me that. And I said, okay, Rakia, done.
All right, so why did you come in on the other day? When I was
Because
doing
all
my
of you guys were
hang
being
on, Ruhif,
fuckwits.
stop speaking through me. Right? I deliberately asked for the mics to be left open on a trust basis. You abused that trust. And next time, anybody coming in will have a closed mic because of you.
That's fine. Right?
No, it's not
What?
fine,
The
Ruhif.
reason-
It is
Okay.
not.
You've asked me a
fine.
question. You've asked me a question, DP, and you finished.
No, I didn't.
right?
I made a statement.
Yes,
did I not?
you said what? Yeah, you said like, why did you do that? Right? Because you guys were being fuckwits, calling doofus Jeff all the time, right? Now I know why you're doing it. You're being dickheads, right? But let's just say
in your
his name
opinion-
is actually Jeff, and he doesn't want you to know. You're doxing him, right?
Well, he's maintained he's not Jeff. He sounds like
But
Jeff.
what if he actually is Jeff and wants to remain anonymous?
Well,
And what is the point of having the
playing the game.
conversation be 30% about Jeff or not Jeff? Why would the conversation have to be 30% of that stupid filler?
Yeah,
no,
you guys
the
were just being
conversation
fuckwits, right?
wasn't about whether you're Jeff or not Jeff. Doofus.
Right. Every single backwards and forwards when we had the question and then answer, there was always a Jeff in there, and I always had to respond with, well, it's not Jeff. So
I'm not
making the conversation 30% being about whether it is or is not Jeff is pointless.
And just being a fucking dick, honestly. That's what it was about.
In your opinion,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
okay.
it's
Right,
in basically
slow down,
everybody's
slow
opinion that 30% of the conversation should
slow
not
down.
be
I mean,
about
it's just
is it
like
Jeff
I
or
guess
not Jeff.
it's like this is the kind of thing where you guys could all be in a private room and probably
Yeah, absolutely, right. And I'm just going to make a point here, right? Doxing only comes from you, your side of this argument.
DP, if you think I doxed Rakia, like I don't think we can speak.
Well, that's entirely up to you, Ruhif, because I'm in the position where I don't gain anything positive from you at the moment.
Okay.
It's open
That's
to the
fine.
definition of doxing, really.
If Rakia
So if
puts
you don't
his
want to
name out
talk
there
to me,
multiple
it's fine by
times
me,
voluntarily,
Ruhif. I really don't mind.
Rakia
Can we
puts his
just
name out
agree
there.
that like Rakia doesn't want his name to be said? I mean, is that so fucking hard, you idiots?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's fine.
Okay, then just like leave it at that, man. Like stop arguing about doxing. Nobody gives a fuck about the definition.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, Doofus, fair enough. You're not Jeff. Doofus,
Yeah,
you
but
are.
he's not Jeff. I listened to them because you guys brought it up, and that's just the dumbest association. Stop that too. Thanks.
Right. From here on out, he's Doofus. That's fine by me. If Doofus wants to be a Doofus, that's fine by me.
Well, it does seem like those guys have similar voices. I haven't really done a comparison myself, but hearing Doofus say he's not him, I can actually resonate with the truth in Doofus's voice. So I can tell for myself that he's not the same guy. But I understand like that I do remember that main surveyor guy's voice, and I can kind of see how it may sound similar to Doofus's. But I mean, why would he hide himself if it was him? You know.
No.
I mean, Doofus has a very particular accent and cadence. There's, I mean, you could say they're close, but Doofus has just got a special difference. Not even close, in my opinion.
Well, you know, Americans or Canadians might be able to tell the difference, you know, but I struggle to tell the difference between Americans and Canadians sometimes. So for me,
I do too sometimes.
Yeah. So for me, the similarities are kind of deeper than the ones that you have. So, Doofus you are.
Yeah, you can't really. I would just suggest there's no benefit in trying to like find out who's who, and there's just no benefit in it.
No, at the end of the day, what I wanted to do was try and address the doxing issue because it is an issue, and Ruhiv highlighted that during my presentation.
By not doxing, of course.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Listen,
again, if you want to call it doxing, DP.
Just to work it out, just to have it completed, Ruhiv, can you respect that Rakia doesn't want his name repeated?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree not to repeat his name in these public forums?
Yes.
Okay. Then
You're done.
All right, sounds good.
Conversation closed at that point.
Yeah, and by the way, 3DP, what was the point of having the mics open, like just for the shit test? I mean, it just seems like you're asking for it.
No, it wasn't a shit test. It was I wanted the trust in the other people that were going to come into that presentation to be there, in that they would act in a respectable manner to the presentation I was doing and the other people in that room.
I mean, if you want more information, he did invite B-Ball just so that he could talk him down.
Really? You think that's why I invited B-Ball? Right? I invited everybody that I've DM'd virtually. I just went through my DM list and invited everybody. And if you think the reason I invited B-Ball was to talk him down, then B-Ball shouldn't have put me in a position to be able to talk him down in the first place.
That makes no sense.
Well, maybe not to you.
I always think you got to remember too, like some of these talks, like it's like imagine, like, would you get into an argument like this with like the bums at the street corner park? Because like that's how I feel about like, you know what I mean? Like you're like basically like on the street corner with a bunch of bums who all have internet and they're all hanging out and they just want to argue.
I'll sit there in their fucking AirPods.
You can't leave the mics open, man. You can't leave the mics open.
Nice,
you know.
Right, but the truth is, if you went out to try to have some discussions like this into the world, you probably wouldn't find anyone who even knows anything of what you're even talking about.
Oh, not at all. No, that's why my biggest slight against the Globers is like, look at the world you created. You know, look at this world of like they got to be told not to cook their chicken in NyQuil, not to eat fucking Tide Pods. Like, you know, when
I don't
like
think that's
before the moon. Hold on, before the moon landing, everybody was really smart. It seems like the math tests from like the 1800s are like insane. You know what I mean? Like fucking, you know, nowadays it's like I don't even know what a woman is. Like, what have you guys done to the fucking world? You guys ruined shit, dude. Like your whole like we landed on the moon and know all the answers has fucking destroyed the world.
Like when Trump suggested, injections of bleach, right? Do you think it was the Globers or the Trump supporters that actually did it?
Well, he didn't say bleach, and I mean, I don't know what you're like. I mean, I get
as a
that
cure for
you're
the
CNN. You're like a CNN walking billboard, but like,
What?
that didn't happen. So it's like, are we going to bring up horse
Yeah.
paste next?
None of that happened, right? It's okay. But
Sorry.
nobody did it, dude. Nobody injected bleach because someone said it. Nobody's that dumb.
Oh, I think someone
Guess,
did.
Can somebody drop
Trump's
that link? I
racist
want to
too,
know what
right?
he said. Someone drop that link.
Hang on, let me find the actual quote.
Is it a
Here's the
quote or
actual
is it context?
This will be rich. Where did Trump say to inject bleach?
You know why he said it?
Here we go,
Where did he
disinfectant.
say
Here we
it?
go.
I want
And
to
then
see
I see
where
the
he said it.
disinfectant. I
Where's
see
the
the
quote?
disinfectant where it knocks it out in 1 minute. And there is a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning.
Yeah, they use
Yeah,
and he was
it's
talking about
actually a treatment
UV light
that he's
therapy.
talking about.
He's talking about light
Hydrogen
therapy, I think.
peroxide. Yeah, no, hydrogen peroxide they're talking
You
about.
don't inject.
You
Yeah,
don't
anyway,
inject any of those things.
They do.
I think he was talking about
disinfectant. What do people think of when they think of disinfectant?
He was talking
mean,
about
what
a
a- you-
specific
you mean-
treatment, man.
You mean what did
I don't know,
Globers
but
think?
there are
What
idiots
did
out
But
there,
he
Globers
right?
didn't
think?
say
He
bleach.
fucking means.
I just want to be
He didn't
Well,
clear.
yeah,
say
there-
bleach. He said disinfectant. Yeah.
Of course there's idiots out there. I mean,
Sure.
what kind of fucking statement is that?
If you're the fucking president, right? Generally, if you're speaking to the public, you've got
Dude,
to be a
there's
little bit
idiots
careful
out
with
there
your
that
words.
they'll do anything with any words. I mean, you guys are globers.
Right, dude. To you guys,
Of course
straight
there's
means
idiots out
curved.
there.
Straight means curved now. Women can get, or men
Sorry.
can get pregnant. You guys,
When,
I mean,
when,
we don't have
when
to
does
put
straight mean
any.
curved?
Ruben,
And I
We
just
don't
want
have
to
to like
say,
modify our speech for dumb people to come up with dumb fucking ideas, dude.
just in case we're not sure, we're confused. The Earth is a sphere from NASA. It's an oblate spheroid, and it's pear-shaped all at the same time. There you go.
Yep, thanks. Depends how accurate you want to be.
And guess what? There's atmosphere on the moon. So this is just getting more and more
Again,
ridiculous.
depends how accurate you want to be and what your threshold is for what you call
The
an
fact
atmosphere.
you're defending a Ruhif tells a lot about you.
Okay, if you ask me,
I think Ruhit really believes it, though. That's my sense of it, to be
That's
honest.
the sad
if you
part.
ask me, is there atmosphere or does our atmosphere extend past the moon, or is there an atmosphere on the moon? Guess what I'm going to say?
Whatever NASA says.
You're gonna
No, I'm going to say no. I don't consider I don't consider that atmosphere. They've just given an arbitrary line at which they say this is atmosphere
That's
because it
funny,
reaches
yeah.
some threshold of particles per cubic meter or whatever. I don't call that atmosphere.
Okay, Ruhif, I got one for you. This is not a gotcha, just because I want to know. Is it not cold or not hot space because there's no atmosphere to transmit those temperatures go?
Yeah, temperature's tricky in space, and sounds like you understand why. Yeah, you get hot when
not hot or not cold because there's no atmosphere to transmit those temperatures.
No, but you still got photons with energy, right? And they hit a surface, right? They don't hit any gas molecules, but they'll hit a surface, and the surface absorbs that energy, and
So it is hot.
heat.
It's cold then.
Well, it's hot and cold, depending on whether you're getting energy from the sun or not.
It's hot and cold.
Yeah, if you're in the shade, it's fucking cold, and if you're in the sun, it's fucking hot.
Because
Cold
Neil
is
deGrasse
relative.
really went out on the line that no, it's not actually hot because you don't have the atmosphere to transmit those temperatures. He said that.
Right. Yeah, that's the nuance, right? It sounds like you understand the nuance.
All right.
Yeah, am I correct?
Listen, I don't believe
I think you guys can
that's
sing
cool.
Kumbaya and make it a night.
Yes, and guess what else I can do?
I don't think anybody's going to guess.
Got to feed the dogs.
You
See you
can
later. See ya.
you can plug 7/6R into planar observations to explain them away as being a spherical.
I wish you heard that.
I'd love to know how much time he spent at that really nice Freemason building down the street.
Dude, that's what my buddy Jason said. He goes, "That guy's in the club." I'm like, he's too dumb to be honest. Well, I shouldn't have said that. That's not nice.
I find it fairly alarming. He said, "Well, I'm only here to talk about the Earth." Okay.
Honestly, I like Riff. I'm not going to talk bad about him. I like that guy. I want to have him teach me celestial navigation on a globe so I can show how dumb it is on a flat Earth.
Good term, doofus. I like that.
Yeah, in that video in particular, he goes into a lot of very interesting topics regarding that particular term and the psychology behind it.
Well, see, like those are good. Like it's juvenoia. That's good because that's all the generations. But this is what's interesting to me is that, like, the globe on the scale of history. I would imagine. I mean, we could argue about this, but like, it's like it is the juvenile. Like it's postmodern art. It's the new art. Whereas like the old art was like the Renaissance kind of shit. Like where everyone had like so like. I mean, you're right because I'm arguing from an older position that would be angry at the younger postmodernism. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know. It just begs how old is the globe and how long have we been debating this? Because I think what's so sad is we've really been deprived as a society of the discussion of Earth because of the moon landing. Like our generations have been deprived of like like a lot of the intricacies, and I think that's why we've all revived it. For whatever side you argue for, you're still arguing science, which makes you more intelligent than half of the fucking other people. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
it's interesting to me. What do you think about that idea? Well, I'm curious. What do you think, Duvis, of the idea that the globe is postmodernism? Do you know what I mean by postmodernism?
Well, it depends on how you're looking at it, what your perspective is. Because, I mean, when you're giving a date like the Renaissance, unfortunately, the globe is actually part of that too.
I know. This is where we could get into it. But yeah. But we've been deprived of that conversation because the Renaissance was like, hey, we think it's this. We're going to argue for this. The old school, maybe flat earth church vibes was arguing against it, and they were at each other's throat, in a reasonable scientific discussion. It's like, but once we went to the moon, we destroyed all of that conversation because we figured it all out. And we've deprived the imagination of mankind. And that's why we're in the fucking state we're in. Because none of us are curious enough to go fucking learn anything. But but I mean, it's a good term regardless. But I think that's the dilemma is like the globe to me is postmodernism in the sense that it is set out to destroy the culture. Like postmodernism is like making fun of the old establishment by degrading it, putting Christ in a urinal kind of thing.
Or Andy
Like,
Warhol.
right. And, and like, and I just think like the globe is that postmodern, like, whatever. And everyone is sick and tired of postmodernism because it's useless art in the sense that like you can only deconstruct so far to the point where you're not creating anything.
I don't know. I like sculptures with cans of beans.
I mean, I like Warhol and I like fucking Basquiat, but I just fucking I think that postmodernism has had its day, and look what it's done to our society. It's made everyone fucking stupid. Like we've answered those questions of the shape of the earth, and it's like I think it's been to our detriment versus our benefit.
Yes, absolutely. They like hijacked and captured the imagination of mankind of what the Earth is. I would agree with you in a way single-handedly with that moon landing because there it was, the first photo of the globe. And that's it. It just captured everyone's imagination like a spell that just instantly hit virtually everyone at the time, it seems. Or at least not everyone, but at least in the modern world, as it were.
And like
I don't even care if anyone decides it's flat Earth or not. I want to seed enough doubt that everyone demands that they find out what it is.
Recapture and inspire intellectual curiosity as a thing. Absolutely, right?
But it's interesting with like in light of that term juvenoia, let's say like the angry the older generation being upset with the younger generation in a micro concept or in a microcosm, like the older generation accepted this carterization of the imagination, i.e., the moon landing. So they're mad that a bunch of us who are younger have come along and said, hey, you're fucking full of shit and what you're doing is wrong. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's how we look at it. And like the older generation of believers in the moon landing were like, you can't take away my holy moon landing. That's what's really kind of weird, because that's what it looks like is playing out. It looks like it's this angry old group of fucking boomers who accept everything about the moon landing because they're a bunch of children that were raised by their World War II parents who gave them everything and made them think they were the center of the world. Like the same generation that was dumping motor oil in the ponds is now telling everybody, we got to do everything for climate change. It's like, you fuckheads ruined it. You fuckheads were the ones dumping the motor oil and fucking not caring about anything because it's your turn to be a kid. But now you're going to be an adult and fucking tell all the younger generation, oh, you're going to have climate taxes.
Yeah, just put the oil back where it came from, dude.
Right. But I mean, it's like, it's weird. Like, it's a weird little dynamic of like that, or it's a good term, that juvenoia, but it got me thinking in all these directions. Like, how, like, you know, the older generation, these people who've accepted all this NASA, you know, Nazi propaganda, in my book, like, are mad that people aren't, you know, aren't like drinking the Kool-Aid, you know, and that's why when, you know, and something's got to give. And unfortunately, like, that side that accepts all that bullshit is like, you know, they're getting wrecked. And then their only response is to like dox and be angry at people. So it's really weird.
I mean, I'm picking up a lot of generalizations there.
Fair enough. I am talking in generalities, but like, you know, but I think it'll suffice because, you know, we're talking about the Earth, the grandest generalization of it all, right? But yeah, postmodernism, man. I don't know. I think it's I don't know. I think it's had its day.
Yeah, what did you think also, Doofus? I think Issa was saying how like that the globe model almost has, did you say more of like a kind of immaturity to it, like that kind of energy? Like, did you mean like in terms of that it's a newer model, or did you mean that the model kind of takes like a childlike wonder to believe that you're spinning on?
I mean, it's a newer model on the stage.
Yeah.
You know, on the stage of like cosmology, because like the Babylonians were flat earthers and they could fucking predict pretty much everything we can predict. Halley's comment, whatever, you know, all of it. So it's like the new model is the globe. And like, you know, and that's fine. You know. But it's like, is that new or is it old? Or, you know what I mean? But I think like either way, they used to discuss this and people used to really be fascinated with the subject. I think that's why we get the reference, well, the moon might be made out of cheese. Because people were like, you know, fuck you. Like, we don't believe what you're saying anyway. It could be made out of cheese. You can't prove it. Oh, but you guys went there now. Oh, so it's not cheese. Oh, you know, I don't know.
I think that has to do with the craters.
Well, right, and that's what makes it like. But it makes it like it's evidence that people were like, "Yeah, fuck you. You don't know what it is. It might be made out of cheese." It's evidence that people had that rebuttal.
I don't know, man. I don't think it was a rebuttal. I think maybe it was just sort of like a creative response or something.
Well, like, imagine you've got like an intense scientific discussion, but then somebody throws out the quib. Oh, well, the Earth might just be made out of cheese, and there's no way that you could fucking know. That's all.
True.
Like, you know, it's still just like
Could also be post hoc. I mean, it works both ways.
Yeah. I mean, it could just be like a simple little Hollywood catchphrase, but like, I'm just saying it's kind of seems indicative of a societal question about like, you know, because like before the moon landing, like all of these arguments were fucking, you know, every one of them was legit and being discussed, you know, and then once they figured it out, everyone was like, oh, we got to figure it out. No reason to question or talk about it anymore.
Yeah, I wish people demanded to know, and that there was like an agenda to know. But all those people have been deluded into thinking that they're going to space. So that's where that creative endeavor has gone. So that's kind of shit.
Right, but I think the coolest part of it all is that like there is no, I don't think anyone will ever know the true shape of the Earth.
Well, you mean its entirety, or
yeah, its entirety, the whole like.
Oh,
I
well,
don't think
that's not possible, right?
right, and that's what I don't. That's what is like it leaves the door open to the debate, and it leaves it open to the curiosity and the wonder. It's like even like without the moon landing and everything like that, the globe even has more legitimacy.
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
think about like
Because it doesn't appeal to some third party that says they went there. Do you know what I mean? Like that's why, because it makes
if
more
you
sense if they don't have that. What is it?
Sorry to cut off. Maybe my phone is a little delayed. If you think about like just the scales of life, like ants or the bottom of the ocean, or just different sizes of life, right? Like there's no way that the scale of the human potential is supposed to, understand entirely the Earth scale, right? Like an ant is not going to understand the world scale. Like it's just not. It's not a thing. It's not its purpose. So the problem with all this like brainwashing is that not necessarily that we were not supposed to find out stuff about the Earth. It's just that like the Earth knowledge, like the Earth model, so to speak, was never supposed to be like the purpose. And I think that's like one of the biggest problems actually, is that we've totally lost our purpose with all this fake shit in general. And now like there's so much focus on the Earth as a whole, especially in these groups, and that doesn't really get you closer to yourself. I think it helps like unlock some information about the world, which you could use to help develop yourself more in line with God and like creation. But like most people don't even do that. Like it's actually kind of sad. Like I come in these servers and it's just like people screaming all day, and I'm just like, okay, it's whatever. Like I'm not seeing any development. I'm seeing stagnancy, But that's not just here. It's like every mind trap. People they don't realize that the purpose is not the Earth. That's not the purpose. You have to find your purpose somewhere. It's not here.
Well, too, I try to remember is like whenever I come in on a debate and I'm like, oh my god, this is the most annoying topic. Like, and I never want to talk about it again. But like two other people are having the discussion. It's like it's time for them to have the discussion and for them to go through the, like it's like
Yeah,
going
but
into
for years, man, it's like, oh,
right. But
fuck.
it's always going to be new people coming in. I know that I was at one point somebody on the scene who was arguing for this fucking shape of the earth shit, trying to figure it out. And I'm sure that there was people more intelligent and along the way who looked at me like some naive, dumb new flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
there's going to be times where we're going to look back and look at people arguing about it and be like, "Oh, that's stupid that they're even arguing it." But it's their turn to argue these points, and that's why I give credit to the Globers, because they're always going to be there to bounce these ideas off of.
Well, I don't
Which
know.
is like,
Maybe not always.
maybe not always, but
Maybe
they don't
not
look
always.
like they're
I don't
going
know.
anywhere.
Yeah, the ones here are not really going anywhere.
But
I
that's all
mean,
right.
even the Gator sounded exactly like he did 6 years ago. Like he's literally gone nowhere.
I love
Yeah.
Negator. I love the best thing I got on Negator was I have a drawing that he drew where he didn't put the numbers of like latitude correct, and we had I wrecked him on the point at the time. Like We've wrecked Nick Gator so many times. But like, because he didn't, or I'm not going to expose any of it, but like,
No,
there's
it's
just
okay.
so many
He's very
times.
cocksure and he makes
Yeah,
like
he's hilarious.
greater claims than his understanding, and that's
I
fine.
remember
I
one
mean,
time, Cathexis had to teach. We were talking about Lagrange points, and Negator didn't know shit about it. And then 5 minutes later, he like came back in like he knew everything about it. It was just like,
yeah.
oh, it was so funny, man. Oh, it's so good. You know, because he like acted like, dude, the greatest debater that was ever out here was Cathexis. I don't know if any of you got to hear him.
I
Man,
never got
that
a chance to experience that. Like he
bro,
was always kind of reserved when I was
dude,
around him.
our you know, our thing was, you know, eloquent as fuck, and that was Cathexis to a T. Just eloquent and witty and fucking hilarious and polite at the same time. They hated him so much because he was so good, and he was
Well,
a flat Earth.
do you have any footage of it? Because I know a lot of it was.
You know,
I mean, a lot of his stuff was recorded. I think.
Yeah, I have a bunch of on my channel. I just have everything offline, but I have it all. I can unlist it and send it to you. Know, I'll send you some good ones. Like
Yeah,
I've had
just send me some gems, dude. Because
I should
I'd
actually.
really
I
like
know.
to know what he was about. People talk about. I never had
Can you
any
post
chance
that
to.
in the live stream?
Do you still have?
Yeah.
Do you
I'll find a good one. I
for
got
sure.
I got a bunch. What's up?
Yeah, I would love to see. Yeah, I'd love to see what you post. But do you like? Are you in contact with him now? Like, do you think he would come on here, or do you think he would come out, or like, or do you feel?
I mean, I speak to Kath on on the regularly, but I know he doesn't want to come out and talk again.
Interesting. And that okay. So like inevitably, or just indefinitely for now.
Most likely indefinitely.
Wow.
Most likely indefinitely, but
So it's not his
just
turn
because.
anymore.
Can you tell us why?
Yeah, exactly, bro. It's not his turn. Like, you know, we're like, even for us, like, we're on some other shit. Like, like, just on some other shit because it's like it's already over. Like, we did this in 2016 in that sense. But I mean, but also, you know, you like it's like what's that Terrence McKenna line? You know, when you get the message, put down the phone. But I've yelled at Kath so many fucking times because I'm like, dude, you know, there's not many people who could break it down like he does. But he broke it down so well that these bastards just had like conniption fits and attacked him. Like fucking unreal. You know. Because they were so butthurt. Because they were destroyed at every turn. It was just fucking, you know, awesome. But
I thought he had a very smooth style.
oh, dude, it's so fucking smooth and so hilarious and so like he's still dude. They got me cracking up last night. We fucking die laughing. And the motherfucker is so funny and so on point. You know, and it's really it kind of pisses me off because I've told him. I said, dude, man, the people need you, and he's just like doesn't want He's a humble motherfucker. He's good people, man. But he used to wreck these dudes. I was trying to think of so many fucking points. And we call it echoes of cathexis. Like a lot of the arguments that are made were really like formulated. I gotta, in big part by cathexis, man. You know, I think Jaredism will even recognize it's like echoes of cathexis, man. Like a lot of these arguments were perfected by my boy, for real.
It's kind of popped in my head that like, how much like IPS's approach was maybe influenced by cathexis in a way.
Oh no, cathexis totally influenced IPS, but the problem with IPS is that he's a cult leader, and anyone who challenges his authority is a problem. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the censorship wing of like the Oakley scene. Or something. Like I don't know what that is.
Sounds like Karen B.
I mean, I don't like, but here's my thing: is that I don't like take anything like this seriously. Like in the sense of like I don't know what I'd be. I don't really operate as though we're connected in that way. It just seems that a lot of people who came up who weren't like promoted in some kind of way and got attacked, all got attacked by, but I mean, but hey, man, these people attacked everybody. So, I don't know what the fuck is what and who's what, but I know, like, either you're positive or you're negative. Either you're a debtor or you're a creditor. You know what I mean? So either you're producing something that makes people come together and feel good, or you're not. And, to turn around and attack people, I just think it's, it just shows that you're still a glober. You got glober tendencies, as they say,
You have globe Earth tendencies. I fucking love that. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could think the Earth is flat all day long, but if you're still a fucking globe Earth, affected fucking nihilist, then where's your Kundalini fucking awoken spirit, bro? Where's your awakened forgiveness fucking, you know what I mean? Like, where's that part? And if you don't have that part, then everything else is bullshit. Like I used to say, like, if you don't have manners, I don't give a fuck what you have to say about the shape of the Earth. If you don't have manners, then you can't, that's the first rule. You just gotta have manners.
I do think Globers get triggered more, like they lose their mind, some of them.
Oh, dude, they're gonna lose their mind. Because, like, you gotta remember, the Globers are the lefty Democrats. Like, they're the same animal, the same cyborg. And, like, that's what they are. And, like, you can see it play out. Like, we saw it on the flat earth scene, and then it's just kind of trickled into the political scene. Where, like, it's the same, like, they can never face reality. They can never, like, answer a straight question. You know what I mean? And then, like, if you don't know their tricks, you could be easily bamboozled by their bullshit. And, but at the same time, like, they're losing, and they're going to go nuts. Like, when they lose in the political arena, they're all just going to be fucking fried out. Like, they're going to be loose cannons. Because right now they're in control, so they think they're all like, when they lose that too, and they're like bums in the street, that's what's going to be weird. But I also think, like, once the consensus of things changes, remember, these people are afraid of going against the consensus. So, like, once more, like we've said before, it's like when, like, let's say, like, flat Earth takes over, these knuckleheads are going to be like, well, I was always a flat earther. You know what I mean? They're not going to be able to, or I don't know. That's what I think.
I just saw a video. It had Professor Dave. He was like, "Oh, flat Earth is a dying thing. There's like only 1,000 of them in the entire world." And then you, like, this guy, he did all the percentages of, like, how many Americans think it's flat, how many in UK and Japan, like all the countries, right? And then in those percentages, out of the total population, it was like, I think it makes like 47 million or something like that. So his little, there's only like 1,000 of them. Like, he's so like lost in reality at what reality really is. He doesn't realize that there's way more people that are finally catching on, and it's only growing. The more and more that comes out, and the more that they're getting exposed in their lies, the more and more it's changing minds. It's just really interesting to see, where it is really truly going to go.
Like, these people don't know. They don't know when they've lost either. It's like, take these guys in these debate rooms. It's like you could wreck a glober, and then they think like they won an argument, and they're going to act as though they just made some crushing point against you, and they're going to try to say that they've destroyed you in the debate. Like, you know what I mean? When everybody who listened and was there is like, dude, you're retarded. It's like, literally, they're like I used to call them like I remember I used to call, you guys know Lewis. I used to call Lewis
oh, poor Lewis.
What's his name? What's that fighter? dude, there's like what the fuck is his name? And then they're so lame. They tried to say that they tried to turn it on me. The Charlie Zelenoff. Do you guys know who that is? The boxer guy who just goes around
I don't
fighting
know that guy.
people. Do you know who he is or no?
Not me.
Oh, okay, like he's this dude who like goes around and challenges people to boxing matches, gets his fucking ass beat, and then like puts his hands up and pretends he won and tells everyone he's undefeated. I used to call Lewis the Charlie Zelenoff of fucking Flat Earth, you know, because like he would act as though he'd get his fucking ass kicked and then walk around like he won. And that's what they are. They're like, you know, they get their ass beat and then they turn around and they're like, put their hands up as though they won. And like, if people didn't watch the fight, they're gonna think this guy has any credibility. That's all that these people have.
You know, he stopped being like that, right? Like he went totally
Yeah,
like
well, I tell you why.
he
Because he
lost all
fucking
kinds of testosterone. Like he's totally feminized now.
well, no, I think with Lewis, I don't think of him as testosterone. Like Lewis matured is what I think happened. Because I remember one time even I had him on my thing and we were talking and I almost feel like this is the moment when things pops because I said to him I was like, you know, I was like, just the analogy of like, hey, dude, I live in a world where it's like you can chop your nuts off and call yourself fucking Mrs. Smith, right? But I can't be a flat earther. Like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? Like, I can change my mind. Like, you guys are more than happy to allow someone to cut their nuts off and you're going to call them by a fucking lady name. If that's permitted, then surely I can be a flat earther. And I think that penny dropped one night. And one time he was like, well, what about Cavendish? And I was like, okay, what else you got? And they're like, it's like your only evidence for this at this molecular scale is fucking Cavendish. What else do you have? And I got to give props to Lewis because he attacked me way hard early on and then became a lot cooler. I got to say. So I don't call it feminization. I call it like he matured. Like Lewis, actually, to be honest, at this point. For a while, I didn't, but you know, I think everybody's matured out here.
Whoever said that the Dow's flat Earth.
What's up?
I heard that the Amish are flat Earth. At least some of the Amish. I don't know all of them, but read a couple articles about some of them were teaching flat Earth to the kids. So that's more than 1,000 right there. And they don't come on Discord.
What gets me is like I've met like old timers that live up in the sticks, like, you know, hunters and shit. And like, you know, I remember one time the guy even threw it to me. He's like, yeah, well, I think the earth is flat and I don't care. Like, just said it like that outright. Like, to me, didn't know I was into flat earth, nothing. Just was like, yeah, just making the point. Like, I don't fucking care.
Dude,
And I was
I
like,
do that shit all the time, actually.
yeah. But I thought it was like, how cool to hear some gray beard fucking hunter who's lived, you know, could live in the woods if he wanted to, just turn around and flat out fucking tell you the earth is flat and fuck you if you don't think so. Like, and I was like, you know, he didn't know my opinion on it at all. Like, it just was something that, you know, outside of my fucking influence.
Total
There's a
kick
lot
it,
of
Chad.
fucking, yeah, there's a lot of fucking old timers. That's what makes me think like they took this conversation away from us. And that has been to great detriment.
I didn't realize how long the conversation on flat Earth truly has been. I just saw a video. It was way back in 2009 where they talking about flat Earth, and I'm like, damn, I didn't realize it has been around, you know, since then. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of what's that guy? There's some like the Washington Post writer, a guy who wrote a book called The World is Flat. What the fuck is his name? And I used to always joke that he's the guy who turned me on to flat Earth because it's like, you know, he's like a total globalist piece of shit. Oh, I gotta look up his book.
Is it the guy who it was about like medical stuff?
It's by Thomas Friedman. He's like the most Jewish Washington Post fucking like, you know, author in the world, and he wrote a book called The World is Flat. And I don't know what year, 2005. And so I always like point to him Like if anyone will, how did you get into flat Earth? Well, you could just say Thomas Friedman. Like, I think it's, you know what I mean? Like, because it's like, like I always think like put everything in their court. You know what I mean? Like
What's the theme of the book though? Like, what's it about?
it's about like economies and like shit like that. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, really.
Really?
But it's like that guy who did. You ever seen the guy who like talked about the Zika virus on that news
Yeah, that's
channel?
what I mean. Like, he was talking about like medical or biology,
And he
but
just threw
this
it in
guy is
there.
talking about economy. Yeah, I
Right,
have a
right. He
bunch.
just
Dude, not just once. He did it like five times or something.
he's like because the Earth is flat, and he's just like blah blah blah, and he breezes right over it. It's just genius. It's a mind virus, dude. Like that's what That's why everyone's like, oh, this is a psyop. You know what I mean? But really, it's
Well,
just
there's
like,
definitely a psyop, but it's definitely fucking,
well,
real too.
it's also definitely not flat because we have topography. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's
right.
like
Well,
they've
flat
just
Earth society
everything's
is
just
a
a
psyop.
misnomer.
Flat Earth is a psyop. Like,
It's all
it's,
language play.
yeah,
I
exactly.
was
Like,
thinking,
if you do a really bad job at describing, then yeah, you call it flat Earth.
like, yeah,
But
check this like subliminal wordplay. Like the Big Bang sounds like big banks. You know what I mean? Like, like they're just so clever, I think. And I think we, like, we think that they don't play on those levels, and they do. They're genius. They're fucking. That's why you got to sit back and clap at the Illuminati because you're like, good
yeah.
job, boys. You guys are fucking genius.
Well,
It's
I brought
clever
this
as
up
hell.
before, but it comes down to like phonetics. If like it's part of the magic spell where they use words that either sound similar or they'll spell similarly. Uh, so it doesn't really matter how it's spelled or how the word is formed or anything. I mean,
Well, it's like SpaceX.
that's its own kind of science, but
It's
really
like
the most
SpaceX
important
being
part is how it comes out of your mouth and how it's pronounced. That's the spell.
right. It's like the SpaceX. It's SpaceX, but it's like
Right.
like it's
Yeah.
like that
It's
kind of
like
wordplay.
literally that's the exact kind of
Exactly. Yeah.
shit that they would do. Yeah.
Right. Right. And that's where like, and and it's just interesting like how they have that down to a science. And then what's interesting is that we're breaking the spell. That's what's cool. Is like the spell is being broken, and there's nothing they can do it. They're just trying to get the genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, but they're so genius that I think they're letting us and leading us to break the spell.
Well, I mean, I think
They
it's
want us to
informative, but
demand. They want us to demand for them to tell us the truth, so then they can just tell us their version of the truth, attached with a bunch more lies. That's what I think.
I've been trying to warn people for the last 5 years. It's not that they don't really care what you find out. They don't care what you know, as long as they can censor it.
No, as long as they
You
can
can't.
use it. They don't have
Well,
to
no,
censor it. They don't
of
have to
course
hide
they can
anything.
use
and
that.
fucking, but then the thing is that like now they're like, they're like, okay, now you know all that, good luck. Go try telling anyone. You're gonna look
That's
crazy.
exactly my point. Is that they've perfected their algorithms and their censorship to the point where it doesn't matter what you know because you can't fucking tell anybody.
Well, I think
Yeah,
flat
but
Earth
look
has
at the
gone past that point, though.
well, yeah, but look at the fucking jabs. You can't tell your family member not to get it, and they're gonna listen, right?
But you can try. I tried.
You could
Didn't work.
try, right? But then they hate you, and then
Yep,
they're gonna call the COVID cops on you.
pretty much.
So why fucking bother?
Well, you have to try though, because if they die and you didn't say anything, then
No, you
you're
try
out.
with
But
the
it's a moral thing. It's a God thing. You have to do something.
But that's how
right. But
brilliant they
I always
are.
like that idea.
They knew we.
God speaks to the hungry
Go
through
ahead.
bread. So like if I'm saying like God speaks to the hungry through bread. So sometimes you're just a kind word and these kinds of things. They don't need grandma doesn't need to know about the black pope. You know what I mean? That's how I feel.
What about the Great Pope?
What about the Great Pope?
Another level.
First thought.
But yeah, they do. They are that brilliant. They know the subterfuge that they're playing with, and they know how, they're giving you the truth and the lie at the same time. That's how brilliant they are. And I'm not trying to prop them up, but I think we have to be realistic. There was a little bit of a talk about that in here earlier with, what maybe they overplayed it, or they did too much and too fast and people caught on. I think they wanted people to catch on, or maybe it's their way of being somewhat sympathetic. Like, we're going to do this really poorly on purpose, and if you believe it, then that's your fault. That kind of thing. At least giving you the chance to figure it out by giving you the truth, in the, on some of the alternative channels.
Well, think of it like this: like, if you didn't know about like thimerosal and and all the rest of the shit that goes into it, and you know what I mean, the links to fucking like fucking autism, and then SIDS and SADS.
Yeah.
And fucking myocarditis, and if you don't know about that shit already, unfortunately, it's like, nigga, look at the Georgia Guidestones, bro. I don't know. They want to lessen the population. I mean, would you get duped? I don't know, dude. You took the sauce. Good for you, bud.
Like Gio was saying earlier, they've got mothers handing their child over to have genital mutilation and needles poked in the baby right away, first thing, right? So it's like you're in for a pound, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound right there almost. Because like now if you doubt any of these injections later on, we shouldn't be talking about this, but yeah, if you doubt any of these procedures later on, it's like, well, shit, I started out accepting that, right? I can't think that I did that to my baby, so I have to go along with the program from here on out. Or definitely if you've gotten the first round of the pokey poke.
Right, but the thing is this too. It's like who, like, I often think it's like like, again, it gets back to the idea of like who are we, or who am I to tell anyone with what to do with their things. You know what I mean? And like, if they're gonna accept those things, then like it's unfortunate, but it's also
it's kind of like you're running out of the way of a bus and letting them get hit, though.
Well, no, it's like it's like running out of the way of a bus and yelling, "There's a bus coming," and everyone's like, "Oh, you're crazy."
Well, you have to at least yell it. You can't.
Yeah, you could yell it, right? No, you could yell it. You can do it, but like, I'm just saying, like.
Well, no, man. What Dave is trying to say, man, is that like sometimes you are the bread that God's trying to give. There's a reason that you have privileged information. It's because you've been given a mission. If you're going to ignore that mission, then like, what's the point?
Right, but it's also like you could wind up on the street corner arguing with someone over.
No. Don't argue, but you have to make an effort. I mean, that's the spiritual nature of your purpose.
Right, but if like, let's say it's like, I mean, I agree with you in the sense that it's an effort, but it's also like sometimes the effort isn't in, like, instead of me yelling bus, I might just say, "Give me your hand."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or something like to that effect.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus like trying to inform them of why buses running people over is lethal. You know what I mean?
Exactly, man. That's the
all
point.
I'm saying. Right. Oh yeah, no, I agree with you 100% on that level.
But what you just rebutted with sounds totally different from what you were leading with. So, I mean, we're on the same page, bro.
Like, but like, let's say like you want to grab somebody by the hand, but by the time you grab them by the hand, you're going to get hit by the bus too. So it's
that
you know
what
I mean? Like, that's where the dilemma comes in. It's like, is it like, it's like on an airplane, like, when the masks come down from the fucking thing and everyone's supposed to put their mask on, they tell you put your mask on first because you can't help anyone if you can't fucking breathe.
Why are you getting hit by a bus?
Because we're using analogies. Because why did the conspiracy theorists cross the road?
We're talking about anal juice.
I'm going to argue with on the other side.
Right, to get to the outer ponder.
Because they would
there you go to get to the
outer on the other side.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we talked about, like, even 5 years ago, we were talking about, like, we don't know what the plan is. If they're culling the herd, why would they get rid of the people that are obedient, right? Why would they want to get rid of them? So what are they lining up for? Are they getting the antidote to something they're going to put in the air that we don't have? You know, like it could be that kind of twisted. Like you could be giving them the wrong advice to not go along with the program because they want to save, you know, a certain percentage of the obedient ones, and then ones that never take the pokey are going to be like dying from something. Who knows? You know, I'm not even suggesting that's what I think, but we
I don't
don't
know.
at the time we
They could
didn't
be
know.
some Monsanto juice in the air, and then everyone who didn't get the vax doesn't fucking
Right.
make it or something like. I mean, I hear
Exactly.
you, but at the same time, like, I mean, I don't know. It's like,
Right. So
I
even if you're
think,
trying to help, you may be hurting and you don't really know. So,
right, you know, and that's yeah. There's that too. I just think like
and
you know
you don't want
it's
to tell someone quit your job. You know, like that could also have been the worst thing for them. They could have gotten the placebo and kept their job. Who knows?
looks like the people who lost their jobs for not taking shit though are gonna have some fucking lawsuits for these fucking.
Do you think it's gonna be possible? Didn't they cover their ass?
Nah, they didn't cover their ass. It's like people think they covered their ass.
Okay,
That's
I hope
why
you're
I mean,
right.
because I mean it's the same thing with like, you know, it's like people think, you know, a mandate supersedes constitutional protections. Like you're wrong and you should get sued for it, and they are going to get sued for it. There's an interesting thing with the military actually just come out saying that all the military guys here. I'll pull it up real quick. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it?
I hope somebody
Um,
sues before it goes like
so it
the
says it goes. The judge in the case has ruled that vaccine mandate is invalid as applied to PBA members, and has ordered that all members who are terminated and or put on leave without pay as a result of noncompliance be reinstated. It says ordered that the vaccine mandate is invalid to the extent it has been used to impose a new condition of employment to current PBA members, and it is further ordered that the mandate is invalid to the extent that it seeks an enforcement in any other manner than prescribed by law, namely monetary sanctions. And it is further ordered that members of the PBA that were caused to be wrongfully terminated and are put on leave without pay as a result of noncompliance with the unlawful new condition of employment discussed above are directed to be reinstated to the status they were as the date of the wrongful action. These niggas are going to get all sued.
take a screenshot of that if you can. Send it to me if you don't mind. Or
sure.
Why? So then
someone better get on it before they actually, because there's still talk of it being something that we're all going to still face a choice about as far as like IDs go, or you know, any kind of rights. I mean, are they going to be able to pull that off? They better not be able to, with all the damage that's already been done. You know, why is it still being talked about as if this is something we're going to like down the line be given like an ultimatum about, when there should be lawsuits already that are just squelching that.
Well, I don't think people know that they can, you know, like, again, we're like the front line, dude. So, like, we're figuring this shit out. People are going to figure it out in about 6 months, a year. You know, people that have been affected by it, I think. Or the ones that are already on it are going to be.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
people
it
have
looks like they're leading into like a financial reset phase. So I don't know how much extra money people may have to do lawsuits. You know, if they're going to be kind of clenching down or doing something with the financial markets.
Yeah, what was the thing someone was mentioning about the October 1st with the Vatican money? What was that? Someone mentioned that earlier. Nobody knows? No,
What was
guy's
it?
not here. Something about October 1st with some kind of financial
Nah, it's the
deadline.
Vatican. The Vatican's bringing back all their diplomats, and like they're moving back all their a lot of their funds, I guess, to the banks. Because remember, I talked
Yeah,
about this.
a lot of their assets and funds, they want them all in I guess their bank there in the Vatican. Everything's supposed to be transferred, I guess.
Yeah, man, discharge, baby. I told you, Dave.
What does that mean? What's that mean?
Well, I mean the discharge. Well, I mean,
Oh, I know. What does it mean that the Vatican's doing that? What do you think? What's the process here that we're looking at?
I think they're due for the contractual release of debt, and in doing that, the Pope has to restructure his agreements, and therefore has to collect all of his shit back home, so then they can make more agreements for the future, because the 3-term 70-year contracts are up.
So that's the reset, October 1st, basically, right?
I don't know about a reset, but I think of it like it's just the way that they're handling their restructuring of the system.
Right.
You know, it's just part of it, and then it's just
What do you
and
think
then
the
the rest
effect
of
of that will be on our economy?
Well, I think eventually. Well, remember, I think there's the fork in the road is either because of the national debt, they're going to try to get us to enter into the UN with a human rights declaration and all the rest of it, or we're going to discharge the debt by blaming China for the shit show, and that'll be the public face of it. That it's because of whatever, because most people think China owns all of the national debt. So
Right.
it plays into the hands of the discharge that they're going to hold China accountable for what they did to the world economy.
And that's only going to be possible if Trump's back in office, wouldn't you think?
Well, I think the fact that you have Trump as like a political archetype in the background is indicative of what's to come. Because if you didn't have a Trump, you didn't have someone to galvanize "quote unquote" Americana, then we would be lost. Then we would be lost. But because we have that, that gives me hope in the sense that there is some kind of a way through that doesn't take us to the UN Human Rights Declaration system.
Dude, if he comes back, that's riots. That's riots, right?
Oh, right, but they're going to be so. Remember, these. That's what's going on right now. Is what I think is what, like, what they're doing is like they went to Ukraine. So like Soros loves Ukraine, so he probably blew so much money trying to fucking do something in Ukraine. And all these guys blowing their money is great because they don't have the money for all the Democrats that are going to run in opposition. So they're spread on both sides. Like our enemy is like this Roman Empire that's spread so thin at this point. That's what I think. They're just spread so thin, trying to cover all the bases, trying to react. It's like listening to a Glober try to react to all the flat Earth arguments. It's like they're like, just
so you think that there
like
are
backpedal to the left, backpedal to the right.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. They have no compass either. So they're just like, men can get pregnant. Straight lines are curved.
I was thinking that the Vatican pulling all their money was more alluding to they must know something that's going to happen on the economy, throughout that not everybody may know, and maybe they're going to get all their money and to convert it into something that isn't what it is out there, spread everywhere. Because if it's kept in those places, no different than like if you had all your cash in the bank and you knew the bank's going to collapse, you'd pull your money from there and then put it into something else that is going to like sustain. So I was thinking it's more like they're pulling all their assets and then they're going to like distribute it to in things that they can put it where it won't be affected as much when it does tank, when the world economy takes a shit. And it just kind of seems like it's more along those lines, to me at least, personally. Because it makes more sense, being that they are probably the richest institution overall, out of compared to all the other corporations and whatnot that are out there. I'm not speaking about the families. Obviously, the families that run the place have way more money, but the church has a lot of money out there. I think they want to try to prevent taking such a hit on it, and so they're just trying to gather it. Like you said, they're backpedaling the same way the Democrats are going to be, and they're going to try to to reduce that damage that that's going to happen. when that impact comes. That financial impact, at least, it's not as detrimental to their system that they got going on. So we'll see. Only time will tell.
It just seems a little bit like things are a little too quiet right now. You know, it's a little eerie.
It's the quiet before the storm. You know?
Yeah, perhaps at least in some way. Yeah, it's like transitioning out of their pandemic thing and then whatever's coming next.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's war. I think just last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, they have Putin saying that he's getting tired of America and he's going to start. He's close to pushing the button, if you will, just saying "fuck you guys." And I think that's probably why they met up with China, just to make sure that China has their back when they do go to war. But
Man,
it's also
don't believe that shit. It's
yeah,
all fucking bullshit.
well, that's what they say. I know. Yeah, only time will tell. At the end of the day, only time will tell. No one has a
I'm
crystal
telling you
ball.
right now, they're not gonna fire nukes at all.
I'm not saying that they're going to launch nukes. They'll probably launch ICBMs, but not necessarily nukes. There are rockets or missiles that are not necessarily nukes, but even still, I don't think that's something we necessarily have to worry about. I mean, look at how many systems are out there, the missile defenses, whether it be from air or land. I'm not worried about bombs raining down on the cities across the country, but I think we have a system set up for that. But it's not to say that he won't go to war. I mean, where else is he being put?
War.
Huh?
He's already at war, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, but with specifically with a world war.
Yeah.
Not just Ukraine.
Bro, it's a proxy war right now as it is. The West's like
Correct.
NATO is just like pumping weapons and funds into Ukraine, and that's the only reason why like it's so prolonged. You know, it would have been wrapped up if it was just Russia versus Ukraine.
And no, I know, and Russia and Putin has firmly noticed that and realized that and said like this is a proxy war. They're coming to war at me through Ukraine. That's why they're funding Ukraine to come to war with me. And he's at a point where he's like, you know what, I'm just going to go to war with you. And that's why he's getting his allies in line. So that way, if it does happen, they're just prepared. They're ready. But it's going to be interesting nonetheless.
Not really. It's an unprovoked conflict. It's like if you're...
It's not unprovoked. Are you kidding me?
What?
It is. It's like if you're at the bar and three dudes coming up to you saying they're going to kick your head in. It's like you rally your mates around you, and they're gonna help you. This is the same thing.
It's really not.
It really is.
NATO freaking they gave their
NATO's
word
got
that
nothing
they weren't.
To do with it.
Yes, it has everything to do with it.
It has everything.
That just shows your ignorance.
If NATO, no, that's the thing. NATO has nothing. They have a very small influence, but they can't. They can't. Yeah, Lord have mercy. They can't do anything. If NATO was directly involved, Putin would have nuked everyone.
What are you talking about, man? This whole thing popped off because Ukraine was gonna, what they were threatening that it would join NATO, and if Ukraine joins NATO, and they try to get Crimea back, then Article 5 is instituted, and Russia's at war with all of NATO.
And now Finland and Sweden are about to join NATO any day now. So do you think Putin's going to go and fuck them up? I don't think he will.
No. Sweden isn't geopolitical. See, this just shows that you don't really know much about it. But geopolitically, in terms of the terrain, Sweden isn't that important. It's from northern Germany eastward. It's like a funnel basically, and it
Yeah,
widens
I know
out,
the
and it becomes
geography.
almost impossible to defend. So, as each country was joining NATO, even though in the Bonn Accords they promised that they wouldn't have like that NATO wouldn't encroach eastward past East Germany, they just kept on like one country after the other, Latvia and Lithuania and a whole bunch of other countries, kept on joining NATO and kept on increasing that border that Russia would have to defend.
Yeah, I know. So, are you pro Putin?
I'm not pro Putin, but I recognize that his hand was forced. Absolutely. This whole thing could have been easily avoided if Biden just said Ukraine's not joining NATO, or if Ukraine said we're not joining NATO, we're going to remain a buffer zone just like we have been historically. Then there would be no war.
So percentage, like considering what I might, assume certain people that are into the mainstream narrative would be believing in terms of a lot of this, how much of it do you actually think, do you think a lot of that, what you just said, like is actual real conflict? Do you think it's all just these rich families just, doing theater, and it's all bullshit because it's run from that level? Or do you think there's like different factions of the cabal that are actually fighting in real time through the countries? What do you think about all that?
I think it's real. See, this sort of thing is what makes me kind of doubt the cabal, or at least like how much grasp they have, because this seems like real conflict. It like when you look at the history of and the events in the region and stuff like that, it's like human, the reactions, the actions, it's very human. It's what I would have done if I was Putin. It's like it's hard to explain, but I don't think it's fake.
At the end of the day, it does come down to it's families that are powerful that have forever been running shit in all their respected countries and positions, and the families are clashing, and they use the people, the citizens of the countries, to fight their wars. But at the same time, on the other hand, they're all making money off of it. At the end of the day, it is a big business, and it's also a power grab and a power shift that's going on right now. I think it's more important that there's a power shift going on, and let's say the Western world is looking at it as like, we can't let loose of our grip because we'll slide out of position, as opposed to the Eastern world where they are trying to, they've been moving for decades in a position to where they could even get to where we are today. So that way they can try to take that power, that position of being the more powerful per se.
Well,
So it's
right
a
now
little bit
there is
better.
a coalition of many nations labeled as the BRIC nations. That's India, Russia, China, South Africa, Brazil. They're moving away from the petrodollar. They're actually setting up their own exchange system to be able to, do commerce without using the dollar. So that's gonna have kind of like a, economic effect in the Western world, or whatever the economics that we have at the moment in the U.S. At the
Russia have
most.
done that. Russia have moved off of the U.S. standard.
Yeah, they're off the
Yeah,
ruble.
but exactly, and they're moving away from that, and they're gonna bring a lot of nations with them because Russia themselves, they kind of they exchange a lot of resources to many nations, including Europe. So a lot of nations are dependent on some of the resources that Russia produces. So nations is gonna
Especially Germany.
follow them. Yeah.
But yeah, before we get too far away from your question, Gio, in terms of the families and the cabal, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the reason that they're fighting right now is because of the families, particularly like the Western kind of side, Ukrainian side, and stuff like that, because there had to be some sort of effect from the lobbyists and from like the weapons manufacturers and stuff like that, and the families that run them, whatever kind of, or the cabal that runs them. I don't know what families in particular, but there's a lot of information to that end, and that definitely pushed them to go to war instead of to just say like, you know, Ukraine's not going to join NATO and that's it. That definitely pushed them to fight. And then you could say that on the other hand, there could be a cabal that's countering them, that's rivaling them, you know, like that Putin's the face of, or that he's being propped up by. I don't know to that end, to be honest.
Can I get a question for you, Percentage?
What's up?
I was either read an article or saw a news clip or something, and they were saying that the Ukraine isn't actually annexed from the Soviet Union. So the Ukraine is still sovereign territory of the Soviet Union. So at best, this war is an internal conflict.
The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore.
Well, you know, the Russian
Federation.
Yeah.
No, as far as I know, Ukraine is not considered part of Russia, or like historically, since I don't know since when, but it's not considered part of Russia, and that's why you have like the you know, conflict in terms of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions, you know, in the eastern part, because those ones they're ethnically Russian, and Russia kind of wants them to be part of Russia, and that's why they supported their independence. You know, their kind of fake independence thing. It's for show, really, just to kind of give them an excuse to like legitimize their attack, their war, right? But yeah, they're not considered part of Russia, and even Russia knows that, or else they would have taken that part over, you know?
And that's why Putin has attacked the east, is because the east of the Ukraine is Russian speaking.
That being said, there might be some sort of like loophole, some sort of technical loophole, wherein Ukraine didn't officially secede or whatever, and is technically part of Russia, even though no one, you know, de facto cares about that. I don't know. I've never heard of anything in that regard.
Yeah, but I think it was after the breakdown of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev in the 86, 87, the Berlin Wall coming down, that region in the east of Ukraine, or the whole of Ukraine, including that region, was separated from the former Soviet Union, as was Moldova.
Jazzy, you're coming in a little low for me. Is it the same for everyone else?
Oh no, it's all good. I'm gonna go have a smoke.
Oh, that's better.
I'm gonna take a percentage and have a smoke. But yeah, in retrograde of the conversation, I'll put my mic a wee bit closer.
You sound a lot better.
I'd love to talk to someone who is pro-Russian, what Putin is doing. He's just a massive fucking cunt.
I disagree.
Oh,
I don't disagree. He's probably a cunt, but you know.
I'll just have a smoke. We'll talk in a second.
I can't hate on what he's doing. I would have done the same exact thing, I think, in his position.
Oh, don't say that. We'll talk in a second. I'll have a smoke. We'll be right back with you.
I'd like to know what Jazza thinks about the Nazis of Ukraine. When he gets back, percentage, if you don't mind asking him.
From a smoke. All right.
Yeah, when he gets back, ask him about the Azimov Battalion and their association with the Nazis. And how they're so clever because they propped up a Jewish president for globalism. They were so clever.
I'm just rolling a smoke, bro. I'll be back soon, so you can ask me that when I get back.
Just trolling a smoke, huh?
You know, be all good. I heard about the Nazis. I don't know.
His ears perked up when he heard about the Nazis.
Yeah,
I'm literally like a little fucking meerkat in South Africa right now.
Get you angrier than a meerkat in South Africa? What happened?
I'm on a fucking molehill or a termite mound. With my little ears pricked up.
Uh,
my little antennae.
right. Yeah, the Azimov Battalion. They're a bunch of Nazis, and anyone who supports Ukraine is essentially supporting a bunch of Nazis that were funded by our government, the Clintons, pretty much. But
Azov.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And like even CNN was like, like on or MSNBC, they said like, well, some of these guys were Nazis, and like, yeah, well, it's not a very good world out there. Like they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna align ourselves with a bunch of Nazis in Ukraine. What the fuck?
I don't know if a bunch is a good description of it, but
the whole fucking army. Is that better?
The whole army. The whole army is
the whole fucking military.
It's not the whole.
The whole army. Come on.
They are the vanguard.
No, they're not that either. They started as like a homegrown militia that wasn't even part of the army.
Yeah, but they were funded by like the CIA in their efforts to destabilize the region for George Soros, if I'm not mistaken.
You're mistaken, yeah.
They're the most prominent part of the army now. They get like dibs on any of the new weaponry.
That's also not true.
That is true, man. There's a story of how they got weapons from what country exactly?
Hey, Nick.
Some NATO country.
Was Nancy
they were
Pelosi
the first ones to test them out?
Was Nancy Pelosi in Ukraine for a humanitarian mission?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Because I don't know if it's as humanitarian as everyone flying a Ukrainian flag thinks.
Man, fuck Nancy Pelosi and her insider trading.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Do you think the invasions produced some of the most insane footage? It's the most document. There's so many videos of this war than any, or rather, more than any before it.
That's an appeal to cameras. Negative.
I just think it's interesting.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's like my mother used to say. It's like the world hasn't changed much. It's just there's so much news that you hear about everything. Kind of like with the war there. It's like they're just videotaping it.
I follow it every day.
I have a question. Why is war legal? Why shouldn't it all just be completely illegal?
Because of contracts.
You can't walk into I guess I shouldn't even say this on YouTube, but you know what I mean? You can't walk into somewhere with a machine gun and ba ba boom. So it's like, why do they let us just do that? Like, why is it not, you know what I mean? Why is the one illegal and the other one's legal?
It's contracts. It's like Gaddafi.
Who's gonna enforce it?
The enforcement of contracts. Because take Gaddafi. Gaddafi joined the UN. Well, the UN said, if you're going to join us, you need to stick by these rules. Then he didn't go against, he went against those rules, tried to do a bunch of shit, make his own money, etc. And they took him out because he violated the contracts. Contract law runs the world. That's why it's legal. Because it's like, if you, I can't just punch someone in the face and throw them outside and kick them in the head. But if they come into my house uninvited, I could do that to them. because you're breaking a law. You're breaking an agreement.
Oh, come on, man. The world doesn't go by that. If that was the case, then Israel would have no right to Palestine.
No, it's just that everyone agreed by their position. It's take I used to talk about the missionaries, right? Take the term serving the Lord. Well, when you serve the Lord, or you're servant of the Lord, it's like a court paperwork. You're getting served. And their question from the church of old, by the law of conquest, they were serving the Lord, and they would show up to people and they would say, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And you've got 4 doors to go through. And all the societies that didn't either conditionally accept it or accept it got wiped the fuck out. It's contract law. They went everywhere around the world and they said, do you accept Jesus Christ? And anywhere they said no, they sent their fucking armies and destroyed that group of people.
Yeah, can I jump in just real quick and piggyback on what Issa said, because it totally just clicked, even though I've known this the whole time. Now, and what I'm going to say is a little bit different than what Issa would say and others, but the Bible is purely contract law, but it's contract law between the king and his people. So this is another reason why I step toe to toe against people who think that the Bible specifically is predicting things that happen today, because that would take away from the application of the indictment against Israel in the first century. Jesus was a prosecuting attorney serving papers on Israel. He was going around saying, the time of judgment is coming, and if you aren't on the right side of this contract, you're going to be destroyed in 40 years. So the entire rest of the New Testament story is that 40-year period of going out and telling everybody else, Colossians, Ephesians, Galatians, the terms of the contract again, reminding them. So that the book of Revelation is the conclusion of that as well. But yeah, the Bible in that sense is purely contract. Jesus was serving papers when he was going around preaching what we call the good news.
I like that. And that's a good idea. Yeah, I think, but that's why contract law runs it. Still always contract law. Go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in terms of war, why is war legal? It's because if it was illegal, and someone tried to enforce it, tried to enforce the punishment of someone breaking the law and committing war, they would have to do so through violent means, through war.
So he was a Jew going around threatening people? So what were you saying?
It's kind of a late reaction.
Was that to me?
Yeah, so. Sorry, man. I was trying to find my mute button.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting ready for work. So ask the question again.
It was a joke, but if somebody wants to repeat it, go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll just real quick percentage Isa and Copernicus and whoever else I'm out. Thanks for having me. We'll catch you guys another time.
Have a good one, man.
Jazz, we never got your opinion on Azov Battalion, bro.
Oh shit, son. Next time.
Next time. Be good, brother.
All right, man.
Yep.
Catch us later. See ya.
Yeah, the only time war is illegal is when there is an overarching power that can punish or hold the person to account, that can enforce it basically. And in that, and I think the only kind of example that comes to my mind is when you have a civil war within a country, and then that country, that government quells it, by war, like unrest, revolt, whatever in a country, and then they quell that, and it turns into a civil war, what have you. They're basically enforcing the lack of the lack of war. Ironically, through war, though.
It just seems like it'd be way more legit if the United Nations was like, I mean, they're patrolling Antarctica. They're claiming they're going to space. Like, it just seems like the least they could do if there is a big thing like that, like the United Nations, is just make sure there's no war in the world. It doesn't seem that hard to do. Like, you just can't do that by war. You just can't drop bombs and stuff. Like, you just can't do that. It should all be. I mean, there's even the question of whether those huge missiles and things should even be allowed.
Yeah, but Gio, you haven't addressed the Catch-22. How are they going to enforce that without doing it physically? Like, let's say someone is trying to bomb someplace. How are they going to stop that person, if not physically?
Just the local police would just take care of it, yeah.
No, I mean, let's say you have a group, like an army or, a rebellion of sorts. They'd have to be quelled violently.
Well, right, because if they were going against, I mean, look at the U.S. If you notice, like, really, civil wars, they don't happen unless there's a political, governmental push for it to happen. It's like people aren't like, even like as many gangs as there are, they're not inciting a civil war. It's just when the government wants to make it happen, then, or not government, but like these institutions want to make it happen. That's where the push comes from, I think. That's what's scary. Because they can, I mean, they've shown that they can get people to put a face covering on, not go fucking 5 miles from their house. Like, people are like, okay. So if they get told, like, hey, you need to be in a civil war, they're like, okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'll just, okay, sure.
Reminds me of, like, the peasants in, like, Age of Empires. When you tell them to do something.
That's why I love Monty Python. You what? You what? Well, I'm not going.
I mean, like, all of the governments and their police are already policing all of us to make sure that there's no major missiles or bombs or anything too crazy going off. People get arrested for doing little stuff. So it's like the police force of the world is already keeping the peace, at least to some degree. Why can't that just be extended to psychopath world leaders that want to bomb people with missiles? Like, can't their local police, like, can't it just be done to where we don't have violence?
See, but no, I don't think so. Because, like, it's like, because sometimes, like, the only thing some folks grasp is violence. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't, you could give them I mean, I don't know. I think but again, it gets back to, somehow there's violation of contracts. And that's why I look at it like our remedy also lives in the contract world. You know what I mean? Our remedies also exist there. So, like, just as it's the same root of our problem, it's also the way out. We have to be able to restructure and renegotiate our contracts on a day-to-day basis. Understanding that you have the authority to do that, and that all that they have is somebody who's going to come up and say, you don't have the authority to do that. Well, if you accept that person's objection to your position, then your position isn't very strong. But if you could, it's like if they're going to object to your position and you're going to say, oh yeah, show me this, that, and the other thing, or else it's agreed that you're full of shit. And if they can't provide the evidence, then it's agreed everybody recognizes they're full of shit. But, like, the contractual side of things is our way out. There is no, the only reason there is violence is when communication ends. And it's usually one party or the other going, That's why door 4, no. You can't say no. As soon as you say no, you open the door to violence.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to add something because Gio just said something interesting. He said, why can't we just enforce the laws on these psychopathic leaders, right? This reminds me of when I was a lifeguard. and I was hanging out in this little condominiums. It was a small Jewish community in New York, Monsey, New York. They would tell me stories about how the churches own the police, and how all these rabbis do weird stuff in the woods, and the police turned a blind eye to them. And that's just a weird story that these people like to tell me. Yep.
Yeah, the police forces of each country, you know, the quote-unquote police forces, the ones that cause the wars. Like the armies and what have you, so...
See,
it should be like...
I was gonna say, but we're operating on our understanding of history, even like I think we've missed so much. Like if you're operating in American history as though America won the Revolutionary War, like you're so off base, you can't ever make sense of this. And so many other little quibs of history that we probably don't know. I think anyway. Because we try to put it into the context of what we understand, but if our understanding of history is wrong, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think the banks own the police, and they all work in the interest of the people that start wars and cause chaos amongst the people.
Banks own everything.
Yeah, so we have to make our own.
The question is, who
we
owns
pretty much
the
should be
banks?
writing our own laws.
Right. Percentage. Right. Who does the bank owe? Well, it turns out they owe you, me, and every other motherfucker that's got a fucking card in their pocket that says that they have a citizenship. We've got it all wrong in like who's in control. Like we're in control. We just think somebody else is in control, so we're not manning our own ships. We're sitting in Ferraris going rim, 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 when we've never turned the fucking key. That's how I've always thought of it. Like it's a bunch of people sitting in a bunch of like Formula One race cars, and instead of like turning the key and starting the car and using the car, they're all sitting around going rim, 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 pretending to be in a race. And like and then they're like, oh,
that's a funny visual.
Yeah, and then everyone's like, oh, it doesn't work. Everything, the system is so screwed up. And it's like, well, have you turned the key to the ignition? Well, why would I do that?
Something else interesting got brought up. Somebody brought up like, what do we do about technology and intellectual? I guess anybody could just make a gun, So what do we do about that? Or what do we do about the idea that any country could just start making bombs and become a threat, or supposedly a reason to react to their threat?
Well, an armed society is a polite society.
With that in mind and everything that we see happening, is that what we get?
I think it's like
everybody's armed. Do we have a polite society?
Yeah, that's right. You do.
All right. So then, what are we even talking about?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm in defense of. I mean, I'm not defending, but I'm just pointing out the. I mean, like I think it's wishful thinking to think, oh, if everyone could just be peaceful and loving. And it just reminds me, like, I'll never forget. I was in New York and I'm walking up, and there was this like all these hipsters outside this fucking coffee shop sitting there getting yelled at by this black dude who's just screaming obscenities at this chick, and the dudes and everyone's just looking away, pretending it's not happening.
Where is
and
this?
They're all sitting there fucking like a bunch of gay ass hipsters in tight pants, not defending their women. And fucking like I walked up the street and it took me yelling at this fucking dude to get him off the street. And then I turned around and they all looked away from me. Like I was crazy. And I was like, holy shit, I don't even get a thank you. Like you fucking, I just think, what were those people going to do if somebody didn't come? They were going to get punched. Like the dude was about to punch a woman right in her face, and none of them would have done a damn thing. So pacifism isn't the way. You know what I mean?
Where did this happen? Like, is this like common around the world? I don't think so.
That happened. I'll tell you what. That happened on 10th Street and 7th Ave, bro. That fucking happens. Like, you know what I mean? And I've come across that before. Like, there's just like it can happen anywhere. Like, but the point is you know, there has to be like the threat of force in the face of stupid people sometimes, right?
We were
Because
just talking about something completely different. Now we're talking about what?
Well, you're talking about the ending of war, right? You're talking about why is it allowed that nations can bomb other nations, right?
Sure.
I'm just taking it to a microcosm. You know what I mean? Of like where I just don't think, you know, people aren't going to, like, I think an armed society is a polite society. A disarmed society gets wrecked by the armed.
So when we talk about what's wrong with society, you don't think that, like, you know, psychopathic world leaders like threatening nuclear war is as bad as an issue to deal with as what you just mentioned?
Well, I think the idea that you would have any effect on international affairs is the issue. Like, you know, or not that you, but I mean like any one of us that like thinks so grand that we're going to affect, you know, that we should be worried about the international politics of the matter. I think we escape the discussion of the psychology involved, and the microcosm kind of shows that psychology. Do you know what I mean? Because you get these tyrannical people that will use the threat of force over people who have no means to defend themselves. And like, you know, and when everyone can defend themselves, you know, then it's rare that the opportunist tyrant is going to try to use force. It's too risky. That's why America is the you know, like I don't know, I don't even, but it's like I think anyway, like one of the freest places you could ever live because we're armed.
Right there, I'd say that's an illusion of freedom.
Oh, I contend it's not so illusory. I contend, you know what I mean? Like I think it's a legitimate concern, you know, for the powers that be anyway.
I don't know. We don't gotta talk about it. I don't know. Dude, you don't think it's strange that like we went from talking about like the threat of world leaders, and you think it's more important to bring up like a random homeless guy?
Did you miss my point about the psychology of the matter?
Which is the bigger threat to you?
The bigger threat would be more of a localized threat, like what's near me, in front of me. Not like
who do you think is causing the threats there?
Well, I mean, that would be somebody's, you know, misguided impulses potentially, and directly
Well,
in front
right
of
there,
me.
that's a whole discussion to be had right there. You could say that poverty creates the behavior, not behavior creates poverty. And you could argue that, like, you know, these people are being subject to things that affect their behaviors.
Right. And you could argue laziness produces poverty.
What brings forth laziness? Like, what are you even suggesting? I feel like you just want to get into something more offensive.
Oh no, I'm not getting into anything offensive. I'm getting into the fact that one can lift oneself up by the bootstraps.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew this is what you wanted to talk about. I knew it.
You knew what? I'm just saying, like, it's like, you know, are you trying to blame poverty on international governments? You know what I mean?
Saying that the issue solely lies in the man that is causing a disturbance at a Starbucks is very surface level.
Well, just like the tyrannical government that's imposing its will on people by use of force. It's just an analogy. It's just an analogy of a tyrant going into control mode.
Can I point out something real quick? Just real quick. It's just to show how these people lie. They say things that are not factual as if they are factual. And then when you prove to them that they've lied, they backpedal, change the words, they start saying all kinds of shit to you. And let me just read something just real quick. Okay. Mandelbro said, or whatever his name is, he said, even churches don't allow flat earth nonsense. Okay. And I said, complete lie. There are many pastors that talk about flat earth. You literally spit lies and accuse me of doing so. I'm talking to him directly. He then says, and then I put, if I show you one pastor, you will write it off. If I show you two pastors, you will write it off. Not realizing that even just pointing one out, that already shows you're lying. And then he says, who are these pastors who teach flat earth? If you can't name any, then you must be lying. I say, go Google it, since you love Googling. He said, thanks for admitting that you lied. You do that a lot. He just told me to do my own research. That's it. That's a dead giveaway. I post one pastor. He said, that sounds like the one guy that I already knew about. Okay, so he already knows that a church does talk about flat earth. And I said, you're a fucking moron, waste of time again. You proved me right. You dismissed it. Now let me get another, dumb fuck. So I get another one. Okay. Now I get another video. And let me see his response to that. He said, I never said that there was not one crazy pastor. You lied about that too. See, again, he's missing the point here. He said, they're
unrelated to what we were just talking about. Like, what the hell's going on?
I know. I'm just. You guys go back to it. I'm just pointing something out real quick. There is probably more than one. There is no denomination that does not accept that the Earth is a sphere. Okay, so now he's again just changing the argument. I was pointing out that there are churches that talk about flat Earth, and as a baller, this is what he does. So after I show him two, then he says, APOC's video says Simpsonville, this is what they do. That must be where Doka ran to when they kicked him out. Again, he's not addressing that. Now I've pointed two out. So then I get a third. Okay. And he said, it is doubtful that Misha are flat earth since they are not exposed to the Amish are flat earthers since they are not exposed to flat earth con men on YouTube. So once again, I did three, and then I had to just block him and say, dude. And then he changed his argument. He said, I asked for a denomination, Mr. Dishonest. I did not ask for videos from random people. See, when that's the mentality, that when they say something and you point out the facts, they still will not admit that you destroyed them.
Sounds like that person wasted your time.
Yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, you're right.
I used to look at this, and this is why I used to like try to talk about law, or I used to talk about law on my own show. Like the idea of like, we don't know when we're winning. Like as soon as they start recoiling in that way, like you've already won, but you've won in the eyes of the judge, not in the eyes of that party that you know what I mean, is obviously retarded. And like same like way with like lawyers and like court, and like when you're doing things correctly, their only response looks just like that. And that's where you need to leave them and motion to the court or to the, you know, like I look at it like the audience is the judge. So it's like in these forums. So it's like, you know, does everyone see how, you know what I mean? And you just show their inconsistencies. Like stop trying to change their mind. That's how I look at it anyway. I'm not trying to change their mind. I'm going to use them to exploit the inconsistencies in their beliefs. And then once you show that to the audience, that's who you address. You know, the Glober, the lawyer, the whatever, the person who just is locked in, they're not the one you're going to change. You know what I mean? But the audience, that's the judge. And in court, that's the judge. You motion the court, Your Honor, I'd love to let this guy go on. But as you can see, he's clearly made three inconsistent remarks. And therefore, whatever he's providing is obviously useless. Motion the court for my order. You know what I mean? Like, don't even deal. Like, once you've used them and abused them, leave them. Because they're already dead to rights. And they're just going to get angry and sit in the corner and try to, you know, interrupt, and they're going to get muted because they just can't shut the fuck up and all the rest of it. Like they're going to get it's just like court. It's just like court to me. And we're so strong in our arguments because their points, not one of them, can be proven. If they just admitted that, they'd probably win the fucking debate. But because they won't, their arrogance destroys them. And just like it will destroy an attorney, just like it'll just destroy. It's beautiful. We have a remedy available. I just don't think we're using our remedies to our full extent. But we got a fucking remedy. And these bitches don't stand a chance.
Yeah. And then they derail just saying shit that
right. Well, remember, he's going to call you fat, ugly, and stupid. He's going to say you don't know how bread works. He's going to. Those are the line. Like, why are you surprised? Why are you surprised?
Yeah. You're right. It's still to this day.
Right. Act accordingly.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I just blocked him. Like, dude, fucking waste of time, bro. Just complete.
Well, dude, you know what though? Here's the thing. Don't even like. You can't. I look at it like this. My principle was like I never blocked people because of the basis of my freedom of speech ethics. Even if people were like, we never. I don't know. Like, but on the same stroke, like if you let him breathe, let him air out how stupid he sounds by having his argument out because they look retarded and they don't know it. They think they're literally shaking. They're literally showing their ass, and they don't understand that they're showing their ass.
Yeah, everybody. You're right, because everybody in the text room, text chat, sees how he just got fucking destroyed. Like he just
And you leave it up there for everyone to continue to see.
Yeah,
and let him come in and make some other stupid fucking point.
Yeah,
that's what's cool about the thing with the flat earthers is that there is no judge. There's not going to be a ruling made that's going to make it official that I can wave in your face and say that I won. That's never going to happen. So you got to let go of trying to. Or personally, for me, I had to let go trying to convince anyone. You know what I mean? And kind of recognize that. Well, who am I anyway to tell someone how they see the world?
Mm-hmm.
That's really arrogant on my behalf if I'm going to go say, no, you're fucking wrong because there's obviously no curvature. When who the fucking want? I don't know what he sees.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like, it's pretty like, it's pretty clear cut. But at the same time, like I'm going to have the humility to allow someone that fucking position. And I would hope that they would show me the fucking humility to allow me to have my silly flat earth theory. And that's what we got to ask for. And once we get that, then we're in the conversation. And then they cannot control themselves. So they inevitably just fucks things up. That's my buddy out here.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for derailing the conversation earlier.
No, you're not at all derailing. I'm about to derail it and cut loose for a second. I got a buddy of mine, I think, coming up the street.
All right. Yeah, it was more proof to how you can show them evidence that they asked for. And I told him, go look for it. Like he can find it himself, but he's like, oh, because you're telling me to go, thank you for proving me right. And then I prove him wrong. I went and did his fucking legwork for him. And then he comes out, oh, you found 3 random guys talking. Like, motherfucker, that's a church. And he's like, oh,
whenever somebody tells you go do research, go do science, that means that they don't want you to bring forth anything. They're saying go on a wild goose chase for some like impossible. Like these people will literally tell you, like, go get me a fucking Cambodian breast milk from like P. Diddy's bakery.
now he's changing it. Look at this guy. See, and this is what they do. Now he's changing it. He's changing argument. Now he's saying, I am still waiting on someone to show me school that teaches flat Earth. School? We were talking about churches. Like, he's exposed. He's just spiraling right now. This is what they do. This is what they do all the time. They get caught.
Yeah, they're just making it way hard for you when it's just we're just talking. Like we can't just talk.
And if I showed him a lecture, that a university had on the topic, oh, he'll dismiss it. It's not, oh, they're not teaching it, they're discussing it. Well, then what the fuck are you asking for? He's asking for the impossible because he knows that, it's one of those things where that's his gotcha moment. I should tell him, go find me a bucket of steam, come back to me. You know what I mean? Get back to me.
I look up all the stuff that, I don't want to use the word globers, but I guess people that tell me that the globe is real. I'll look up like hydrostatics and, all the things that they suggest is causing water to stick to a ball. I look it up. I'm not saying, you go bring it to me like on a silver platter.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, they won't do that. They act like we just talk out the sides of our necks and we haven't found this information. This is why we are where we are, because we have found that information. We have come across it. This is why we say the things we do. Like, they're like, oh, let us see where did you learn that from? Give me that? Well, dude, go do your own research. Go down that rabbit hole and find out that there's a lot of truth in these things we're looking into. And that's the point. That's the problem with them. They won't do it. They won't. That's why they're stuck where they're at. Because they're going to rely on it was even so hard to find those videos because the YouTube algorithm, if you type that in, you know, like church teaching flat earth or church talking about or discussing, it's blocked. The first thing you see is Professor Dave, the earth isn't a flat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's an algorithm that's going to deter you from it, but it's out there. You just got to know where to go, look, and find it. But these guys, they won't. They'll stay on the surface where they're comfortable in the indoctrination and their falsehoods. It's funny, dude. These guys are funny.
I think that you got to keep in mind, like, like, you know, we know that their system is to divide and rule, right?
Yeah.
So they do anything they can to keep everyone at odds with each other, to create more divide and rule. Like here, like take for instance, like you look up flat Earth on YouTube, and all you find is they'll show, right? And then when you argue with one of these guys in a Discord server, they're gonna tell us, "Oh, all you guys do is censor us and mute us." Right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So like they've got like the complete weight of like YouTube and everything like that around them, and then they're gonna claim victimhood on top of it. You know what I mean? Like it's but they do that to infuriate all of us and get us in the mode of being, you know, divided so that we can then be ruled.
You know what's funny? What's so threatening about people believing in you know, like a stationary plane to these people? Like, why are they sending out these algorithms to deter people from the topic like this? All crazy. That's what I think about. I don't know.
Well, I think partially to like even piss you off even more, so then you want to get in the fight more, and then you're divided again. And then they take the flat Earth groups and then they divide them even further, and get everyone all mad at each other because you said this about me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Yes, you did. You did mean to hurt my feelings. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, grow the fuck up. You know, why are we like even like I said, like flat Earth is the only subject that could like ruin a beautiful sunset between two friends at the beach. Like,
a good one.
You're gonna get all pissed off at each other, and like, you know, you're literally sitting in paradise, and you're gonna argue about fucking some intangible idea, and only so that you could get removed from the beach for causing a scene, so then the elite can come and put down their blanket.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. It's just like, you know, check the, you know, I don't know. It's just so fucking fascinating to watch.
Yeah, if people find out that this is real, like for real, like no work, no way against it, then I think their whole system collapses and they can't keep lying about stuff. And then they'll have to pull out some big guns.
See, I don't think it'll ever get there. The masses are too slow. It's just never going to get there. And it's okay, it's not going to get there. Like, how, you know, it's like the globe. Like, the globe can't go anywhere because you would not have the muscle of discernment were it not for the globe. Were it not for these lies, you would have no bearing of actual discernment. There would have been nothing for that muscle to be used for. Like, do we think God made a mistake when he made all this? Like, no, the globe is there to fucking, you know, so you can wake up and realize, wait a minute, I'm not fucking spinning. That's a stupid idea. And holy shit, what an awakening. I wouldn't want to deprive anyone of that. And who wants to live in a world full of people that don't have any fucking discernment?
Huh? No, you know what I'm thinking right now? You're saying, why would God make the globe? That's an interesting question.
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you think God fucked up when he made all this? That's my question.
I think we were presented with a challenge to overcome as a people, and it
Right.
just so happens that our challenge is other people.
Well, no, our challenge is also our own indoctrination that some of us have overcome. Like, congratulate, big up everybody who does it. But then to enter back into the divide and rule conquer system, to me, I used to always be like, wait a minute, where's your hippie kundalini fucking, your spiritual awakening side, bro? Where now everything,
I don't think lies exist for us to say that they're necessary and that we should just let them keep going and causing the havoc that they do. We're supposed to overcome
it's like sending somebody for a bucket of steam. If you send somebody for a bucket of steam and that person
that's
goes,
stupid. I don't think
no. Check it out. When he gets back to you, check it out. When he gets back to you after getting ridiculed the whole fucking time, he's never gonna get tricked by that again.
Yeah.
There's better ways to learn how to discern the truth.
And right. You need a way to.
And
You need a bucket of
steam
steam to send
shouldn't
somebody.
be the ultimate way we teach people how to know the truth.
Think about it like this. That's why the lefties are having such heart attacks and like the ballers, because they have come out online publicly and been like, I'm right about this. And they're getting proven wrong. And they cannot, their ego just can't handle that they may have made a complete tool out of themselves publicly online on YouTube.
Absolutely.
So they can't fucking
like
surrender
people being
one
afraid
bit.
of being on the wrong side of history.
But they also may hold those convictions, which is perfectly fine. But like the reactions and everything from it has been just, it's like, really? That's your team? I mean, that's why, like, really some of the most respectable ballers out there, like my boy Grim. Grim fucking knows. He comes in here and hangs with the flat earthers. He's like, those guys are fucking crazy. I mean, he might be a baller. He might be a different, cosmology or whatever the fuck. But he's like, yeah, these motherfuckers over here are nuts. Everyone can agree. Nobody wants to hang out with those people. Like, they come over to hang out with us. We're the fucking show. They're just like, haters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hang out with people that I think are crazy.
Not even for fun.
Right. As a rule, kind of, But also, too, it's like, that's why, like, when they come in here and they try to, like, shit on Witsit and stuff, it's like, nah, dude, like, we're here to hear Witsit speak. This is his safe place. What the fuck are you doing here?
I got a kick out of that debate. I ended up watching Witsit and Iron Horse versus Amy and Leo.
Right.
Witsit makes great points all the time, man.
And Leo,
you just got to listen close. Maybe just like play it again or slow it down. Like, it's not hard to understand. Every time somebody says, "I don't understand Witsit," I'm like, "That's too bad. I do."
Like, the problem with that one was Witch's arguments went right over Leo's head, and he couldn't even have the capacity to understand what he was arguing against. So then he got sweaty and angry, right?
Oh,
well, also too, like, even for you guys,
to the guy,
don't forget,
right?
like, don't forget that when you're making great points, don't let them dissuade us from like making those great points. When you're making a good point, like, trust your gut that you're making a good point, and as long as you have manners about it, you're winning. And if you're my rule was always funny wins. If you're funny about it, then you definitely are winning. Because these clowns have no sense of humor.
There was something really funny in the middle of the debate that I caught. So Leo stated there is no reason for electrostatics for gravity to work, and then he broke down that quarks have an up down and have an up charge and a down charge or something. And Witsit broke down how, like, quarks claim to be electrostatic. I was just like, oh, that's kind of interesting. It made sense. That was a good part of the debate. It helped me out understanding all this stuff about electric gradients and things like
dude,
that.
Witsit is fucking. I love learning all that. I love when you listen to somebody and you gotta like look up shit. Like, I dig that, And there's so much science. Like, all this whole subject matter has been nothing but like research, because you're like, what the fuck?
Electric, you looked up all that stuff before that debate, right? That's why you got it. That was great. That was good timing.
Yeah, it was good timing. I was able to catch a lot of things he was getting into, and modern day debates is cool because people don't get cut off all the time.
Although he didn't do any moderation, and I should have. I don't know what. All I did was, why do you talk over me? I'm like, you're the fucking moderator. Why don't you do something?
All good though. Yeah, that was interesting. Man, I'm learning, man. People got to have a little more, they got to be humbled by what's going on here. I've been very humbled over and over again by lots of smart people. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people just want to like keep reaffirming what they feel like what they learned in school is correct. But, you know, I gave everything I learned in school a second thought, and a lot of it doesn't make sense. So, yeah, that's where I stand.
What is what's to say? The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. I fucking love that statement. Love it. That's what it is. Right? They don't want to be proven wrong. They just want to have their other false views corroborated, so they feel justified.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm wrong to a globe or whenever it's necessary. I'm not trying to like stick to my guns and be like, I'm the smarter person. Fuck you, haha. Like I don't care about that.
Right? Take the ego out of it. You got it, man.
Or at least I try to not be like that. Maybe I am sometimes, but I try to not be like that. I thought I was super smart when I was a glober. I used to come up with fucking inventions to like oppose the direction of all the galaxies and make some kind of vehicle that could move in all the supposed opposite directions of our trajectory through the nothingness, I guess.
You are super smart, dude. See? That's why you're here.
I started calculating all those numbers, man. I was like, okay, let's see. And I broke it all down. I was like, this is impossible. Like, it is literally impossible for all these things to be happening. I looked up, like, the direction of the Earth spinning, how fast that's spinning, the direction we're moving around the sun, how fast we're spinning around that, and the direction we're moving through the cosmos, and how there's a supermassive black hole, and we're at the event horizon, and we're at the tail end of a spiral galaxy, and we're expanding, and we're wobbling, and we're a spheroid, and all these stupid things, and you put them all together, and then you have the atmosphere. And I was like, there is no reason to try this. I'm like, why hasn't anybody even tried this? And then I realized, because none of this is actually happening. There's no reason to make an invention opposing all these supposed directions because none of these directions are happening. Boom, it's over. Yeah, instead we just have things that treat the ground as if it's not moving, and that works just fine.
Oh, I guess we're gonna go home then. Got it wrapped up.
Well, we can. You guys have work to do, it seems.
I retired next year, man.
He's like, fuck it. I don't want to do work in any form. Fair enough.
I'll start to work a little bit.
Negator, would you say that you're looking to change people's minds, or are you looking to like learn within yourself, or like seek knowledge, or both?
I'm looking to finish this pizza right now.
Nice.
All of that.
Is the pizza a ball? I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
It can be. It'll get messy though.
Yeah,
It's
everything's
round.
gonna fall off of it, right? Like the water would on a ball. Just kidding. Let's not go there. You're eating. Will the
It'll
grease
be attracted to the
stick to the
middle of my
sides or will it fall down? I'm just kidding. Just eat. And I had some really good habanero chicken today from the deli. Man, I forgot how good that habanero chicken is. What is it called? Habanero something. Habanero orange chicken or something like that.
I just fasted for another 24 hours. I just keep fasting all the time now.
How the hell do you do that when you
Tell
work
me
for
about
Grubhub?
How do I do
I'm
it?
sorry.
My whole life, I never really fasted, and now I'm like 33 fasting all the time. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
But you're driving food around for people all day. I'd be taking. I don't know, man. I couldn't do it.
I'm sorry, Gio. I know you asked like a serious question. I can come back around to that. We can talk about that a little bit later. I'm just kind of chilling right now. I'm
No,
curious though
yeah,
about
just yeah. I've just been listening to this conversation and just thinking about different things, and yeah, it just made me think like, yeah, like the difference between like, do certain people have motivations of like really like they want to change someone's mind, or is it more about seeking knowledge for themselves?
Oh, I'll ponder that one. I'm curious though about electric savings fasting. What are you fasting for?
Good question. There's really what's going on in my life? I don't know. You want to know what's going on in my life?
Sure. I mean, I assume you're trying to lose weight, but maybe there's something I don't know.
I mean, there's many health
I've had
benefits with it.
a really drastic change of routine recently, and just where I live and what my job is, and just getting. It's been like 2 years getting situated with this new routine I got. So I guess I'm just finding ways to just eat less. I don't know what's going on, man.
Do you want to eat less?
Yeah, sure. I have this idea that we can make the most of what we consume and not need to be eating 3 times a day or whatever I was raised to believe.
Well, I mean, there's some truth in that. Like as long as you like, you don't need it. Your body can't process a typical like 3 meal a day meal into usable energy efficiently. A lot of that gets turned into fat.
Say again. What?
Sorry, did I cut out?
No, I just didn't understand the question. Sorry.
Oh, no. I was just agreeing with you that like a typical like 1,000 calorie meal or 800 calorie meal, like a good chunk of that's not going to get utilized by your body. It's just going to get turned into fat. So if you want to be efficient, you eat smaller meals or less often, et cetera, et cetera.
I had a friend in when was that? I think that was 2014, and she told me that she didn't eat for a week and she felt great. And she said that she was absorbing water through the air. And then I looked it up and I heard stories about like, monks not needing to eat food and being able to get their nutrients just from like the sun and stuff. I think about that a lot. And I think about how we just consume a lot of flesh and we're just turning everything into giant factory farms that are disgusting. And maybe this isn't what's going to keep us alive at the end of the day.
That breatharian shit, though, is some hogwash.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Axel. I'm glad you said
Fucking right. I know it's coming from you, Nick. I mean, like, personally, like, what I've learned is, like, there's a swath of the conspiracy community that has just, like, gone full crystal and fucking just off the deep end. And I think, like, it's weird. Like, if you really get back into, like, ancient ways and shit like that, like, you're supposed to be killing shit every day, dude. You're supposed to be fucking eating meat all fucking day. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that's that narrative that we're fed as kids, that we are all meat eating, hunter gathering type people, and that's what I'm challenging.
right, no, but I'm saying like, and like this notion of that we aren't, I think it's part of this, like, again, postmodern, like, we don't need to eat animals. Like, like, I just think it's part of the leftism programming. And I think like it's weird that we have to eat flesh, but it's the best food.
So I
think
didn't eat in 24 hours, and you're going to tell me that I feel weaker than I
No,
did.
no,
I was
I'm
eating
not telling you that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, like, if we look into like our real history, man, and our real ancestry. Like, even if you go to the fucking people that live close to the earth, like, that's the way. Any kind of deviation that is not in accordance with the ways of the earth is a lie.
I don't know what you think was going on 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. But me personally, I've heard that there was a time, pre-dynastic era, that we were vegetarian and that we didn't eat flesh. I've heard this before. So if you've never heard that, then okay. Yeah, that's what we're
I've heard of it, but it goes along with the Palladians' fucking mythology. And I just think that that's like, it's just be wary, my brother. That's all. Be wary of them crystal. Like, remember, kill the gurus, man. All the gurus.
Man, I've eaten meat for 10 years. I was a vegan for a month. I was a vegetarian for 2 weeks. That's the most I've ever tried to do it. And I know what happens after 2 weeks when you don't eat meat. I know what happens after a month when you don't eat meat. Let me try to get to 6 months and I'll talk to you again about it. But yeah, nobody could tell me that I lose energy from not eating meat, because that's not what I eat.
No, dude. I used to fucking be like a vegan that rolled like 6 hours of jiu-jitsu every day, bro. Like, I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's possible. But I just think, like, I also suffered for that, I think, in my performance and otherwise. Because, like, you wind up, like, it's just, I think it's part of this bamboozle, is the breatharian, fucking, eat vegetarian. All that shit is part of the bamboozle. It's all
but I'm not in any spiritual community talking to people about it. These are kind of like between me and one other person and you right now.
Yeah, forgive me. It's not. I mean, I'm just speaking. I'm just talking, man. And and
like, who am I being bamboozled
I don't mean
by
any
my own
disrespect.
thoughts. I'm like firm against factory farming. I think it's disgusting, and you can't really tell me. What are you trying to tell me about that?
Well, like, I think, like, with factory farming, like, not that it's like ethical or anything like that, but it feeds people. And that's the weird side of it. It's like, you can go and, like, you could like, if you can work or whatever and make enough money to fucking buy a pound of ground.
I'm some for you, bro. I'm gonna just get to a great point. I forgot it. My bad. Not to interrupt you.
I'll tell you, maybe I'll inspire you by raging on. But, like, the idea of, like, in defense of factory farming, you got me defending factory farming, you asshole. Like, yeah, what I'm saying is, like, the idea that, like, this can actually, it does feed people, and, like, you know what I mean. And if we're
all right, I got it back. Let me say it real fast.
Yeah, I knew I'd trigger you.
One of the biggest things that we need to look at is what we put in our bodies, right? I think that's like how they're able to acquire our temples. Like, I think the Temple of Solomon or the Kabbalah or whatever temple they talk about in history is really our own bodies. Like, our bodies are our temple. And this is what they're really trying to invade. It's not like they invaded a literal church somewhere.
Yeah,
it's all about getting control of our vessels. And when we're eating what they give us, what they tell us is what's good for us, they're telling us what's good for us. They tell us what religion, they tell us what globe we live on. All right, they're telling us to eat meat, bro. It's all like a nice, firmly packaged thing. It all comes together. Meat, the globe, religion, it's all a big package for us.
Yeah, but that's where I dig that line. It's not what goes in your mouth that defiles you. It's what comes out of it, right?
We can totally disagree on that.
See, you're not trying to take my eggs and bacon away.
I'm trying to say, why do we crave pig in the morning? Why have they conditioned us to want to eat pig when we wake up?
I don't know, but I like it.
Well, because it was readily available. Because it was available.
They salt it, they cure it, they preserve it, and they make it readily available on the shelf.
They make it last longer, so you can, like, maybe let it sit in the fridge a little longer, right? This is like, because these are the animals that we've always cultivated as farmers. Pig is one of them, and fucking cow, and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, these are a part of the ways of man.
Once upon a time, it was even wrong to even touch like a dead animal. Once upon a time, it was even, don't eat this, don't eat that.
Only an animal that you didn't kill.
It was like that at one point.
But it's still like that, because you don't touch an animal or eat an animal that you didn't kill. You know what I mean? Like, if you kill the animal and then then it's safe to eat. You don't just find a fucking dead fucking cow in the field and think, well, I'll just cook this up. Like, no, you hunt a deer, you know what I mean? You butcher a cow, whatever it may be. I'm just saying, like, these are the ways of man. I don't know. I think they are the original ways.
You
of
see
man.
what you're doing, though? You're adding such a nonchalant breast to all these things. Like, you know, there's real
What do you mean?
spiritual consequence to all these things.
What's the consequence?
Well, you're not, like you said, you got me defending factory farming.
Fair enough.
No,
But I also,
I'm just saying in regards to the argument that we have always eaten pig. Like, no, that's not true. There was a time, not us, not, you know, maybe I'm just saying over there in that region, and when this book was written and who it was for, those peoples, they would not even consider eating a pig because it was, you know, quote unquote unclean. They wouldn't even consider eating lobsters and crab because it was considered unclean. There was a whole, you know, it was part of their culture. It's just they didn't do that, and then of course you have other cultures that were doing that, and but again, this is like when it says in the scriptures, don't be like the Gohim, the Gohim, they don't be like them, and because they're not following under what I'm telling you, what me, the truth, Almighty, I'm telling you, don't do this. Now, later on, fast forward to today, yeah, it makes sense that the people are eating pork, eating, you know, the bottom feeders, eating insects, everything that the Bible told us not to. It makes sense that because we're a fallen world, everything is not, that people aren't going to God the way they used to go to God. People aren't relying on God. Now people rely on man, on science of man and their understanding and their teachings and their knowings. And this is, you know, I'm just
yeah.
saying.
What do you think of the theory that like pigs are actually like there's like they try to say that like at least like Muslims and stuff that there's almost like a relationship to human beings somehow. Like there's like you know I know like one of the stories is like people get turned into pigs and shit and like you ever heard any of those stories?
Yeah, I can post a video about it from this Mind Unveiled channel.
Yeah,
Brogan.
yeah, man. Like they're yeah, it's interesting. I used to. I mean, you know, like I love Islam. You know what I mean? As far as my book, right? You know, and all that kind of shit. Like, but like, I'm not too strict on myself, and so like the idea of not eating pork, like, yeah, that's you know, I get it, and like factory farming, I get it, not good, but like eating meat and like eating those kinds of ways, like you know, eating like hunting a deer is not factory farming. So like you know, those are the type of things that I think really like when we find out that these are what our ancients did and that they ate meat, you know, any kind of move away from that, I think, is part of the bamboozle of the world fair that they've got in front of everybody. You know, like, and I think when we really get to our roots, it's really like I was thinking about the dilemma. I think I was talking to Bandsaw about it. Like, it's crazy that like, in order for myself, like to get mankind like peak health, like you have to kill something to eat it, and then you can you know like live a healthy life, and like that's just weird that it's like that. You know what I mean? Like, but it is like that. Like, it's just a matter of fact. I think that's just fascinating. You know what I mean? The idea that God would make it so, you know. But then, how cool is it that God puts forth the food for our bellies? Like, puts the animals there for us to eat. You know, I don't know. It's interesting. Food is interesting. But I definitely agree with fasting. Like,
Have you
that's
ever
makes
bit into a chicken or bit into a cow before?
without it being butchered.
I'm just asking.
I mean, it would be butchered before anything I've
You would
eaten.
never just eat like straight flesh and blood, right?
Well, there's parts of an animal you eat and parts of an animal you don't eat. The hide of a cow.
I'm not asking about
You
different,
don't
like
eat.
the leg or the head. I'm asking, would you bite into a living animal?
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It's like we've learned that there's certain parts of an animal to eat, certain parts of an animal you don't eat. You know, and that you could use their hide for something else. You know what I mean? There's purposes of it. You can use the sinew of the fucking, you know, of a deer to make a a bow and arrow. You know what I mean? There's countless ways to fucking
Yeah, I
use
can make
all
a
the.
house out of teeth if I wanted to.
Okay. You know.
Well, that's kind of weird. But...
I know, right? Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, do we need to
Gonna
be
go
using
full
flesh
apocalypse
for our
now.
means of survival?
Be out there like Apocalypse Now, fucking living in the jungles. Like, I haven't eaten in 5 years, boys. Just taking all my teeth and made a castle. People falling out because I haven't eaten anything.
I'll tell you, Electric Man, I was real skinny for most of my adult life, like 6'1", 150. And my eating habits were poor as far as how often I ate and the nutritional value of what I ate. And it tied into my mental health and my physical fitness. And, wasn't sleeping well, et cetera. And all that changed like 5 years ago. And I'm 6'1", I'm 190 right now.
Hey, yo, did you take Cathexis's advice and go keto?
No. I'm up in the air about keto, but I have good genetics.
Don't let me get you off topic, Neg. What did you do? Tell us.
No, I just ate a bunch and I worked out a bunch and I did, I made my body the best temple it could be. But I consume a lot of, eggs and bacon and processed stuff. I need at least 3,000 calories a day. Like if I don't do any work in a day, my body burns about 2,800 calories. But I've been in the Army for 20 years. I've been places and done things, where your body is pushed to, beyond exhaustion and exertion and on little to no food or shitty quality food. And I've been there, and it fucking sucks. So if I got pig to eat and it tastes good and it puts muscle mass in my body and powers my glycolytic system and my phosphagen system during the day that I'm working, I'm going to eat it.
You know what got me? I was sitting there at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I was all vegetarian at the time. And my grandmother made me a plate, and she put it down. She said, "Here you go, have that." And it was some ham with a fucking pineapple on top, like everything I was like raging against. You know what I mean? And I thought to myself, like, who the fuck am I to refuse the plate that my grandmother puts in front of me? You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck am I to fucking say, "Oh no, what you don't understand is blah 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 blah." Like, motherfucker, that shit is given in love. You know
Nah,
what I mean? Like, I don't know.
let's get to
That
the
kind
meat
of
and potatoes for real though. Like we're talking about, you needed to eat meat during an ice age, is what you're suggesting, right? Like there was a period of hunter gatherers that had no vegetation, right?
Well, I didn't bring up the Ice Age or any of that. I'm talking about if you go to the people who live on the earth and you go and live amongst them, you will find that you will be hunting and gathering in order to survive.
Yeah, I
It's not.
think like in India and Pakistan, there's like a whole nation of vegetarians.
Yeah, right. And they eat a lot of cheese and milk because that's how they get their fat.
Vegetarians. I didn't say vegan. You know I
Right,
did.
I get it, but I'm just saying, like, they were, they also hail up the cow and they use its dung as like a fucking face wash or something, dude. I'm just.
So you're gonna call them? So you're gonna like mockingly try to speak on their culture, but
Oh no,
act
I'm
like
just
us
saying.
factory farming cows and chicken is any better?
Just saying that, like, they're still fucking. And I'm joking about fucking whatever. I don't know. God bless them. I have a lot of Hindi friends, man. So I'll get Diwali and shit. I've been there, bro. But like the fucking, what I'm saying is that like there is, still a processed animal that they're using to, and that's why they revere the cow, is because they get their cheese and their milk and their butter from those things. You know what I mean? Like, it's still an understanding of saturated fats. Now, I agree that
Okay, but
it's a great ethical way. But if you
you're missing the
notice,
point.
Well, India's pretty fat, right? Because they eat a lot of rice.
They don't eat meat, man. They don't eat
Not the
flesh. They
problem.
don't kill animals.
I mean,
Yeah,
fair enough.
I had quite a
Well,
few. I had quite a few
some
friends
they
that
do.
were like from Pakistan. They were from India, and they did not. They just had a vegetarian diet, and they I guess that's the way they were raised. So that's just the way it was for them. It wasn't even an argument. or a discussion for them. That's just what they. That's all they knew. That's what they
And
ate.
this nation is said to be millions of years old, and you're going to tell me that their practices and their traditions didn't lead them to healthy lifestyles, and yet here they are, millions of years later.
They're also shorter than us.
So is being shorter considered like a health deficiency now?
Well, no, it's just a statement regarding their diet and that they could be taller if
Is the
they
goal of
were able to.
mankind to be strong, or are we just supposed to like survive? Because there's people, not everybody's going to have like as much muscle mass as like, whoever's winning the freaking muscle mass championship.
I mean, I think there's a direct correlation with survival. Yeah, like on an individual level, all the way to a societal
Our
level.
survival is on our muscle mass. Come on, guys. They're pointing fucking guns at us. Nobody needs muscle to point a gun.
Nah, but you need muscle to carry that gun and that pack and that other 80 pounds of bullshit 10 miles before you actually get a chance to use it. And I guarantee that I do it faster and more violently than your average Indian soldier.
So we're equating our survival to our muscle mass?
I mean, indirectly, yes.
I don't see that
But what
as it. It's
but
not
what about
necessary.
but what about bodybuilders that are vegans and they've kind of went against that narrative in that sense? There's some huge, massive dudes that are. I mean, you would think they fucking eat beef steaks when they get home and when they wake up. They're so huge, and they're vegans, and and they're they live off of those those diets that are just strictly nothing having to do with animals, and they're
Do they
huge.
take B12 shots?
I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I guess that would have to, you would have to assume that, because the mind of I need meat to be buff would have to be like, well, they must be steroids, and that's probably the quick go to, and that's fair. I don't know. I don't know if they are or not. I'm just saying, if someone is going, and out there and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a vegan. I don't eat meat," and they're huge. Like, I don't know if you don't want to take him for his word. Fair.
Well, the thing is, a
I
lot of those
mean,
guys they take supplements in order to because they're not eating meat. Which
yeah,
makes
there's no way.
All
There's
the
just no
animals
way
in the world
around the
factory
need for
farming.
protein.
Right.
But that's not necessarily true. Their argument is that there are certain vegetables that contain even more protein, uh, like in the sense of per ounce or whatever of you eating the meat. Let's say you eat like a steak and you get so much protein, but then they say, well, I could blend up like a whole thing of broccoli, and it could provide more protein per se than
Right,
that.
but the oxalates,
Y'all don't think
in
eating meat
the
affects you
broccoli.
spiritually? Y'all don't think that affects you spiritually? That you're being like, you're automatically assimilating with like a nasty ritual? You don't feel that way? You have to pray before it. You literally have to beg for forgiveness from your God before you eat it.
Well, no, it's just being grateful. That's what that is. Grace is just being grateful to the Creator for
Yeah,
making it.
that's a nice way of saying that you have to thank the animal. Like, there's a spirit that is gone because
Well,
of
I'm saying, how about this? Have you ever killed anything?
it's
You
a
know what I mean?
ritual.
Like, and well, I'm just saying, like, if you've ever killed anything, like, it's, it should sadden your heart. You know what I mean? Because, and that, you know what I mean? And that's like, it should, like, they call it a farmer's heart. You know what I mean?
And you're
Where, like,
conditioned to feel like that kind of stuff is necessary and normal for people to engage in on a mass scale, like factory farming.
I think it's time tested and works. The thing is, what you guys, or what, not you guys, but like what's proposed with this, like, other side is like an ethical argument in the face of time tested shit that works. It's an ethical argument. It's a point from ethics that has no history as working, other than some fictional fucking Tartaria awakening something. and that we're actually just going to maximize the vegetables, maximize broccoli sprouts. But like in reality, like, those things are coated with oxalates to defend from you ingesting it because it's actually your food's food. You know what I mean? That's what's crazy.
Whoever's coating that stuff, they shouldn't be in charge of it, right? Boom.
Whoever's what?
Whoever's what'd you say? Oxalates? What'd you say?
Yeah, oxalates. Do you know what oxalates are?
I ain't trying to get into it. I'm just saying, whoever's coating your food with that, they shouldn't be the ones growing your food. Man.
Mother Nature coats your food with that because it's a natural. It's the plant's defense mechanism. The thing is that our gut doesn't
I thought
have.
you were talking about pesticide. That literally sounds like pesticide.
No, no, brother. Oxalates are. I mean, never mind all that. But like oxalates are just like a part of the structure of certain vegetables that they have as like a defense mechanism to being eaten. That's why we boil stuff like broccoli and stuff like that to remove, or spinach, to remove as much as that as we can. But like, and it doesn't mean that those foods aren't beneficial. I think for me, I'm more of the position that like plants are like medicine versus your food, personally. But anyway, like these oxalates can create kidney stones and all kinds of problems, and they create digestive issues. And that's why eating so many plants, like, I mean, I used to be all about like, learning about wild plants and shit so I could, live off them one day. But like, turns out you need fucking deer and fucking turkey and everything else right next to it on the plate, man. But like, I wished, I hoped, and I prayed that our ethical argument of not having to kill shit to live was valid. But I just don't think it is. And I think, I don't know, it's worth our while to know that.
And I've actually heard that there's people that have had to go all carnivore, I can't even say the word, all meat diet to improve their health. I mean, I think Jordan Peterson and his daughter both had to go all meat to even fix autoimmune diseases they had. So to make that argument, I mean, I don't know. We have to explain how.
I think that.
Right.
There is an available lifestyle for a vegan right now. You can't be vegan in society. They don't even make it readily available. It's hard.
Well, they don't make them in nature is the issue. They're vegans.
Have you ever thought about this, man? Why is a smoothie $10 but a cheeseburger at McDonald's is $1? Like, you don't think that's half the reason why we can't get?
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that fucking McDonald's provides $1 fucking hamburger, dude. Like, thank God they do. Like, fucking, I love McDonald's. Don't get me started, bro. You got me. I mean, I will not. I'm not gonna proudly defend factory farming, but McDonald's is a whole nother issue. I will defend McDonald's. So like, what I'm saying is just that like or I don't know. I've made my point already, but I hear you. I don't think that's indicative of what's beneficial. I think that's indicative of the hustle. They know they can get some fucking vegan hipster, fucking ethical fucking lefty from college to buy a $10 smoothie. That's why they got that. That's why it's like, oh, this health drink over here is fucking $9.99 because fucking we know your dumbass will pay for it and think it's good for you. And go home and shit your brains out because you got an extra shot of fucking wheatgrass.
All right, so you just seem to be mad at anybody. Like, whatever I'm hearing right now is truly not beneficial.
Oh, it's just the juvenoia.
But I will say this, man. Like, the fact that a cheeseburger costs $1 and a smoothie costs $10 should be a red flag to you that these people are not creating an environment where people can live vegan lifestyles comfortably. And you're bringing up all these points about like, yeah, I need to eat meat. Can I finish my point before you try to insult like young kids?
Yeah, go for it. Get offended. What up?
I'm not even that young. Like, relax. So
I'm just saying, shouldn't the $10 price tag?
Where the market is like, making herbal medicines, like vegan food, like cost. It's not cost beneficial to be a vegan, man. Like, I don't know what the hell we're supposed to do about that right now. They're taking over the small businesses. They're taking over.
It's wrong in every direction,
and they're rising the prices of food, and people can't live vegan lifestyle.
Right.
How interesting. Are you going to
veganism doesn't have a history of actually working. It's so fucking expensive. It's stupid to do. You know what I mean? That would be my conclusion.
Your
But
approach
how
to
is
the argument isn't
well,
genuine.
no? How
You
is
just
the
want to
$10
giggle and
price
insult
tag?
people.
How
I
is
don't
the
understand the point
$10
of that.
price tag? Hold on. How is a $10 fucking smoothie not a red flag to you that you might be getting hustled if you buy a $10 fucking smoothie?
So I just want to interject something. Have you guys heard of Huel? Huel?
What is
Electric,
it?
is that something? It's called Huel, Huel. I don't know if it's like a subscription plan, but they send you this. It's like a vegan meal replacement.
It's Kachava.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Actually, that sounds legit.
It says
So based
Kachava
on
helps you nourish your body.
yeah, so based on pea protein.
And God forbid people don't want to participate in factory farming. You know.
Well, no. So I'm just curious because I thought about ordering it because I'm a little lactose intolerant, but it's got a bunch of different fucking green shit in it, and it supposedly has a decent amount of protein in it, and it's fairly inexpensive, like per meal. But yeah, Huel.
Well, it says that it's made with oats, rice, peas, coconut, and flaxseed. That's what it says. Right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, I guess those are like the high protein, I guess vegetables and fruits or whatever that you can. I guess it's coconut a vegetable. I didn't even know that.
I don't actually know. I think
I
it's a
didn't even
fruit.
know that if coconut was a vegetable. That was crazy. I thought it was a.
Hey, I was going to say something about factory farming. I mean, you ever seen that video where a guy actually tries to make a sandwich and he tries to do it all himself? Everything from grinding the wheat to making everything all the way down. And instead, it ended up costing him more to make the sandwich himself than to just go buy buy the basic ingredients in the store. Factory farming, even though it has its downfall in a lot of ways, and I'm not going to argue that it doesn't, also has actually fed more people, brought the cost of food down, and so ensure that people can live and survive. So I think there's an aspect of you can't throw the baby out the bathwater. So yeah, you're right. I mean, if you want to eat vegan, you could actually grow your own food, do the whole thing. You know what you need, just go buy it, go grow it, buy it. You can keep your costs down. Probably, but you got to grow it all yourself and maintain it yourself. But who can do that in today's society? Nobody.
Yeah,
so it is going to be
costly
stuff like that.
And at the end of it, he was like, it wasn't even that good.
We really can't envision a world where we're not just like slaughtering cows by the millions every day. Can't do that.
Bro, they taste too good, man.
Yeah, that's the part of their plan. I think, what is it? Oh my gosh. There's a word for these pigs. Only human and pigs, they don't chew their food completely, which makes their flesh more flavored or something like this. There's a word, I think it's called cud, something like that. Where we cut our
let me bring
food
up something else.
we chew it. We don't
Let me bring up
regurgitate
something
our food
else.
6 times like cows and other animals.
I mean, I know people, especially back in the old days, that lived on bacon and eggs for all their lives, and that's pretty much what they had. And they lived to be in their 90s. So if it's such a horrible thing, eating meat or pork or anything like that, why do people eat it all their lives and live to be in their 90s? Please explain.
I will contest that living to your 90s is not the full potential of a human being alive. I think we can live longer than that.
That may be the case. I'm just trying to make even if it's longer than that. Average life expectancy is in the 70s.
In our 60s either. I think a lot of stuff we eat has to do with why we start breaking down in our 60s. I'm trying to avoid all that stuff. I think meat is not a good way to stay healthy, and our bodies start breaking down. And they got us in a system where we think that meat is the only way that we can stay alive. It's cheaper than the healthy stuff. And what do you know? We're dying by the time that we reach 100. We reach around 100. So I'm willing to contest that all that stuff is a part of their plan of keeping us underneath their thumb.
I mean, I've seen and saw people that were pure vegans or whatever, never eat any meat at all, and they looked at some people I've seen looked at the most unhealthy that I've ever seen. So that may be a true argument, but
and the idea of killing animals is kind of nasty. Like, do we need to be doing the nastiest act that we can imagine every single day, like by the millions?
Well, the world's our oyster, man. Like, it's ours.
Sorry, guys. Y'all let me go on my little fake vegan rant.
R2, are you a flat earther? Oh, maybe he's AFK. R2, you there, buddy? I don't know. But so like I lift weights specifically to slow the aging process, right? Like I want strong bones and strong connective tissue, and a respectable amount of muscle and good range of motion to prevent injury down the road that'll debilitate me and restrict me to a bed. And to do that, the easiest path is just lots of fucking pigs and cows.
Yeah, I think that's the only readily available way to get certain nutrients in the market right now. I think that they've limited the market and that you can't find vegan diets to sustain the amount of nutrients that you need. If that makes sense. I know I'm using crazy words to describe this, but I'm not trying to pull stuff from a weird spiritual community. I'm just my own person that finds, killing animals by the millions every day disgusting. I don't like the idea of blood and piss and shit piling up because we think we need to be eating the flesh of animals.
Oh, dude, pig
all it
piss is a huge pig piss is a huge problem. There's just fucking lakes of it at this point. They can't get rid of it fast enough. Yeah.
Yeah, so are we willing to sacrifice eating meat to get rid of these giant puddles of excrement? I am.
I don't
think meat is
I
that
haven't read
great.
anything about it. Well,
If I had to pick every morning,
you stay quiet,
bacon or a
okay?
smoothie, I'm picking a smoothie personally.
Yeah, I had someone make me a smoothie for $8, and I had to put kale in it. Is that?
If it wasn't $8, man, I would buy that every freaking morning. But it's $8.
I know. It was. I mean, if I weren't living by myself right now, I could maintain all the ingredients and do it regularly, but I just can't.
You guys had to have seen the flyover videos of the blood pools outside of these factory farms. They don't even know where to put this shit. It's literally just sitting like a big pool because the containing issue is just ridiculous for them.
No,
it's just a giant pool outside the factory farm.
Farmers buy that. Farmers buy it. It's a commodity.
Yeah, the blood. There's a lot of good stuff in blood.
Yeah, they put it in the ground.
But I don't. No argument that revolves around the brutality and violence of it is going to mean anything to me, because at its core, nature is extraordinarily brutal and violent.
Oh yeah, dude.
We need to be grabbing the reins of this shit and stop acting like nature is taking its course. No, this is kind of crazy, guys.
No, this is nature, man. We're mankind. This is our world. We're doing what we can with it.
All right, I'm willing to challenge that we are not living in the conditions that are ideal right now. We could switch it up a little bit, and it could get better.
Well, yo, check it out. Do you think it's bad that a cheetah, if it catches an antelope, eats it from the asshole upwards while the fucking thing is alive?
Hell yeah, bro. He should have got some broccoli.
He should, but I'm just saying, does that offend you?
Super offended, bro. How dare he kill that poor little zebra? Wait, what'd he kill?
Antelope.
That poor little antelope.
I think Isa just wanted to talk about eating ass. So.
Fair enough, Neg. You got me. Fucking
standard. It's standard.
Standard flat earth procedure, Neg. Fucking.
So that's an animal. That's a cat We're human. All right. We don't
Right, but
eat
is it
animals
wrong?
while they're alive from the butt up.
Is it,
Like we
but
don't
I'm
do that.
asking you, is it wrong?
For a
Speak,
person, if I
speak
see
for
somebody
yourself.
doing that, yeah, I'm gonna tell them what they're doing is wrong.
You
Yeah,
haven't eaten
A
a
lot of
possum ass up. You haven't lived.
I know there's somebody out there that has done it, but somebody watched and said nothing, right?
I'd like to know why it's wrong for a human being to eat another animal. Please explain this morally.
I think it affects us spiritually. I think it causes us to perpetuate other nasty actions that we brush off as nature.
Okay, well, I mean, if I go kill an animal to sustain my family, you're saying there's something spiritual about that. So it's affecting me spiritually. So if I go kill a chicken or a pig or a cow, how is that affecting me spiritually when I'm providing to make sure my family is fed? Now
Well,
that
right now,
perpetuating something
that's our
bad.
means of survival. That's how our world is set up. We have to do that. So
Okay,
there
well,
is a benefit to it right now, yeah.
okay, so you're saying that's the way this world is set up. So you're saying you should. So, but you're evaluating how the world should be. So, how should the world be, and what's your basis to know that's the way the world should be?
He's also
Yeah, we
proposing.
can definitely. Oh, go ahead if you wanted.
I was kind of cutting in, but you're also proposing that we kill off all the Eskimos or move them out of their habitat because they don't eat very many vegetables during the winter season.
We need to hit the supply chain. We need to get that better going for the Eskimos up there, you know?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Eskimos that fish
They need
that depend on.
California strawberries.
Yeah, that's true.
California
Don't
strawberries.
don't miss what I was asking. When you say this isn't the way the world should be, that means you should have an idea of what the world should look like and how we ought to act. And what's your base?
So
And I
I
still
live
want to
in
know what's the basis to
I
say
live in like
how
Jersey
the
City,
world should
Newark
be.
area, like New York City. This area is very, you know, I mean, if you can have it where you're not like killing animals every day, then you don't need to, right?
But
I
that's
mean,
not the, it's not
I
the
live in a
answer to my
place where like
question.
I could literally get anything for an amount of money. Like I'm sure there's a Chinese restaurant somewhere that'll sell me monkey brains right now. Like I could literally go get anything. It's weird.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
but
but
that
that's
still doesn't answer my
not
question. So
nature.
it's still not answering. I mean, yeah, I mean,
Sorry, what was it?
like Kia said, the Eskimos live in a very more natural environment than we do, and it's in their environment. It's required for them to eat more animals to
Yeah, they have more
survive.
vegetation.
Okay, so if you're saying that's wrong, I mean, you're saying that's affecting them spiritually. I mean, a lot of times I think Eskimos they have a
If
lot more
there's no
connection to being
vegetation
spiritual than we
available,
do.
then yeah, you're gonna depend on meat. That's what ends up happening. But in a place like New York City, where it's like, wow, you could have, you could support vegan lifestyles around here, but instead it's like, go to this, hole in the wall and you can get monkey brain.
I
Well,
think
I mean,
it's
but
safe.
that still didn't answer the question, though. Sorry, I know
I
I
think
keep
We're
harping on
just
this,
not
but
supporting vegan lifestyle. That's what I'm saying. I'm just
I
saying
think
that
it,
like
okay, well,
I,
that's just a
not an
personal
option.
choice. Then that's
I
not a
think it,
personal. That's not a moral argument. That's just a personal choice.
I think it's safe to say that we live in a culture where, yeah, you have meat and you have vegetables and you can choose what you want to eat. But I did hear this one dude say that if you put like a fruit in front of a baby and a chicken or a rabbit, like they're not going to have nothing in their nature will ever want to eat that chicken or eat that pig or eat that rabbit, but they will eat the fruit. And that was a pretty good point I think he made. Like that's true by in nature, but we are raised and we then are put into the system of eating meat. And I think that's more of an argument like it's a system that we've been born into where we consume meat. But naturally, I wouldn't say that's a natural thing because I don't think any baby naturally would want to eat an animal. They would want to hug it and play with it and have fun with it, as
That's pretty
opposed to
much my
Okay,
eating
only
it.
point.
have you got
Can I make my
kids? Have you
only
got
point real
kids?
fast? I'm sorry, yeah. But that's exactly how I feel that, if we could, we should. We don't need to be depending on meat. Okay, Eskimos are out there with no vegetation. They're depending on meat. Cool. They don't got vegetation, though. We have vegetation around here. If we can eat fruit, we should. And instead, we support monkey brains and holes in the walls that want to, like, fry their chickens all day. It's weird.
Well,
That's
here's the
weird.
thing, though. If you got, I've got a very picky eater, and I put vegetables in front of her, and she won't touch it. So, I mean, if you're making that argument for kids eating naturally more vegetables and fruit, I don't know if that's necessarily true. So that argument kind of falls apart immediately if you've got kids and experienced it. I've got one kid that's picky and one kid that's not as picky. One will eat whatever, just about whatever you put in it.
My cousin's 3 kids have never eaten meat or candy in their whole life, and they don't complain about what they eat in the morning. They eat oatmeal, they eat pasta, they eat vegetables, they drink smoothies.
Yeah,
and they complain.
You know what? I had my nephew when my sister was, when he was a little child. I didn't. He was never picky, as opposed to like he won't eat vegetables, but he only would eat macaroni and cheese and rice, and that's it. That's all he would ever eat. That's all he wanted to eat, and even from a little age. And now he's 22 years old, and we'll go to a restaurant, and he'll be like, "Can I get mac and cheese?" And I'll be like, "Wow, you still haven't changed. That you were the same way as you were as a kid." But I get what you're saying. There's picky eaters.
Does this does it not like concern you that like how unnatural that choice of lifestyle is in regards to the ways of like Earth? Because it's not
what's
natural.
unnatural?
It's not what's up?
What do you mean?
No,
Be
I'm
more
saying like
specific.
the idea of like being a vegetarian is not natural. It's only.
I don't think anything that we do right now is natural. Like we drop bombs, there's homeless people. None of this is natural, man.
I mean, if you're living in the city, I agree. You know what I mean? But I mean, like, and that's my point, is that only these ideas of ethics and all the rest of it have only come from places that are removed from actual nature. So how valid can it be if it goes against nature? How time tested?
I don't know. I can't call factory farming nature. I can't. That's crazy to me.
I think.
Well, I mean, people have eaten meat for thousands of years.
That's literally destroying nature. You're literally taking animals from nature and killing them and selling them in a market. That's the opposite of nature, bro. What?
Well, I'll tell you what. How about vegetable farming? Like, soybean farming destroys more nature than factory farming ever could.
Yeah, I think I've seen.
Don't let me ever go on about veganism and factory farming ever again, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like, it destroys, like, but like growing soy and
you learned your lesson.
They destroy.
all I'm saying is that, again, going back to a child won't want to kill an animal. It would befriend it. It would want to play with it like a toy. Like, and when
if you're not gonna, like, let's say like a cow, like if you're gonna,
Hey, Funny muted you the whole time, Issa. We didn't hear about how soybean shit destroys the land and nature. They couldn't handle it.
Almonds also, like in California, where they grow all the almond milk. All the vegans want to drink almond milk. They have no idea how much water is being used for that.
Yeah, water people could
That's
drink.
That's a whole nother different issue, bro. They're providing like these fake alternatives. There's really nothing healthy about almond milk, so that's just a weird alternative to regular milk that they act like.
So soy bacon is fucking horrible for society.
Bro, the market doesn't support like the kind of lifestyle I want to live. Like, I can't go find what I want to eat in the market like on a daily basis. It's too expensive. It's not there.
Dude,
buy
a pound of ground beef, cook that bitch up with some butter and salt. You're good to go.
But I was just thinking, he's just found himself a market. He can't find anything, so why did he credit himself a vegan market? There's food suppliers out there. Actually, I know a food supplier that could probably find you everything you need, and you could create your own little market.
I could totally make a menu and make a
Speaking about that, here in California, they opened up like a couple years ago the first vegan drive-through restaurant, and like it boomed. Like it's doing really well. Like I don't know.
Well, see, I'm not even talking about a restaurant. I'm talking about a market. He knows what's necessary for vegan lifestyle, so why don't he just find suppliers and supply what he needs to create a vegan market? That way, the vegan just go in and buy whatever he needs.
It
just started with factory farming. We were just talking about factory.
My aunt is actually, she has a company
don't talk about that.
Just Eat Some, and they make all vegan products, and they pull up to a flea market every weekend, and they sell their vegan products. So when I go to California, I'm most likely going to join them and see what the kitchen is like. They rent some commercial space in a big factory kitchen, I guess, and that's where they cook all their vegan products. And when I go to California and see my uncle, that is what's going to happen, man. So I'll take pictures and you'll see.
Well, here's the problem you're going to run into to get the volume you're going to need to be able to supply, to be able to supply what kind of things you're going to need. You're probably going to need factory farming at whatever level to get the volume you need to be able to even make it sustainable.
We don't just got to talk about factory farming. Like, I think a lot of the stuff we do, like eating food, we just like look right past is like, yeah, we need this. This is building our muscle. This is keeping us alive. But even something as simple as that, I'm willing to speculate, like, damn, they got some kind of weird, tentacle, and they're like infiltrated the market,
I don't know if it's what you think it is. I don't think there's a nefarious thing. I got a friend, my neighbor actually works in the food industry. He actually is a supplier, and he understands the market a lot on how things move, how produce moves from one part of the country to the other. I don't think there's any kind of nefarious thing. I think it's the market determines what's necessary. Like if you created a market for vegan products, and you could find suppliers and people that would supply it, I mean, that could shift the market some. It's a market forces that are driving.
But isn't that like? Don't you think that's like a last resort almost? Like we're forced to like slaughter animals and sell them for our own livelihood
because the market is demanding it. The market
to me, it seems
demands
like a last straw. All right,
it's all about the money. Wherever the money is, they'll move shit wherever you want it if you got the money.
Exactly. So if you create a market, there'll probably somebody be able to supply whatever you need for it, as long as you're willing to pay the money for it. If you want to keep the cost down, the reason McDonald's is so cheap is they've created their own. They grow and do their own potatoes from the time it's their farms. It's not off somebody, buying it off somebody else. So there's less market. You know what I mean? So
pink slime. It's not actually ground beef. It's pink. It's like,
well, whatever. If their factory, like Panera here locally, they actually have their own dough factories here in Atlanta that they make their own dough, and they just ship it up and put it in the stores, and the stores bake it. That's the way to keep your costs.
Half the time I think about
cut out as much of the middleman as possible.
I think about how dangerous it is to eat chicken, even all the way up to the point that you're cooking it. Like chicken is still dangerous to eat.
I've been cooking chicken for 30-some years, and I don't think I've ever got sick off chicken.
And you're a good cook. Hell yeah.
There's just
somebody sleeping.
Yeah, we got to snore.
I know. Stop talking conversation. For a second, guys. Everyone stop for 1 second, please.
It's Timbo81.
Timbo81, yeah.
Hot snoring.
I got it.
I'll change the topic.
Dude,
I'll change the topic.
Too much meat, man.
But Tennessee beat Florida. That's all I care about.
Go Vols.
That's right.
I still eat meat. Just so you guys know, I'm not vegan. I'm sitting here freaking can't wait to go eat a freaking lunch with some meat in it probably. So I'm guilty. I'm right here with you guys eating meat. But I will say that there's something fucked up going on, right?
I think it's the market. I think it's not nothing nefarious. I think it's just the market forces are driving it. People are pushing, people are going to supply what people want. So
I think it's more than that, though.
Oh, there's definitely.
Oh, no, I mean, Jeremy, you can go ahead.
Well, there's definitely something.
Screw Jeremy. He's not miking. Hey, dude, you think you are what you eat? You think you are what you eat? That's why you don't want to eat like cows and stuff like that, like spiritually?
I think that. Oh, no, you can ask someone else that.
No, I was asking you.
I think that there is something to be said about, what happens when you have to. There's like a sense of guilt when you go to eat a meal and if you start eating real fast, you're just digging into it, and then you stop and you say, oh shit, I didn't pray before my meal. I didn't thank the animal for offering its flesh to me. That sense of guilt, it happens before the meal, after the meal, during the meal, right before you eat it. Like,
well,
so
that
what's
wasn't
that?
a question. That wasn't a question, but you're assuming guilt, not giving glory to the one who provided the meat. So that's a difference of opinion. But you think you like, if you eat a cow, that makes you somehow like spiritually a bloodthirsty animal?
I think, yeah, there is a regress to the animal mind when you eat flesh. Yeah.
So it's like you are what you eat, almost.
I don't like that phrase, but I feel like, yeah, you can use it here. But I don't like using that phrase for some reason, because it does kind of just point to a bigger notion that,
right,
you know what? No, I will agree with you are with what you eat. Yeah, I agree with that, actually.
You go down on women a
But
lot?
there's a big notion there, you know.
I hope Jeremy heard that. No, yeah, you go down on women a lot, because it sounds like. All right, Jeremy, go ahead. You were hot micing a while ago, bro. Sorry.
There's definitely something nefarious going on with the whole food industry. It's not even a question. But as far as just eating an animal, man, there's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, now, if you're going to make the argument that there's a control factor in controlling our food supply, that's a different type of argument, though, than what we're talking about. But I mean, I don't know if they're trying to manipulate us to be a certain way and eat certain foods and stuff like that. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I mean, I think
They're trying to
initially,
manipulate us away from it. That's what I think. I think they're trying to manipulate us away from eating meat and all the rest of it.
They want you to eat the bug.
But right, yeah, and like, and that whole movement. But also, even too, I think the deeper root of it is just that, like,
But
it's like
here I
if
am,
you're
someone that doesn't want to eat meat, and I'm pretty much subject to it every day. Like, I can't avoid it. I tried to be a vegan for a month. Hardest thing I probably tried to do. I spent $30 a day on falafel and beans and soups, and that's what I wanted to do. Like, I chose what I ate. I spent all my money on not eating meat. That was the hardest fucking thing to sustain for a minute.
But I also think, like, it's like, and respect, I've done that myself too, and it took me a while to realize that it was wrong. That's what I think, anyway. Like, and I just think, like, the root of it is that we're so not connected to nature, and we're living in a society that doesn't appreciate the life that was given. You know what I mean? That I think that's what you're sensing, is that we live in a society that, unlike you, doesn't even consider the life of the animal. And like that's I think, like, the empathy is the reward also too, because it shows that we're sensitive enough to appreciate the life of the animal that we're about to eat, or to give thanks to the creator for providing that life, and just to give thanks for the complexity of it all, and that it's there for you to eat. I think
true.
to do that,
I do feel that way.
I think to do that, that's what the ancestors, like, if you kill an animal, you know what I
well,
mean?
and I
It's
think
like,
the Indians used to consume the whole buffalo. They didn't just eat one part of it and discard the rest. The whole buffalo got used at some level. I think that's definitely something that I
They
agree
also
with
didn't
there.
make them
it's
go
almost like
extinct in
sensing
meat
the.
factory farms for that either, though, right?
Well,
Well,
I mean, a lot of go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say, and I think you were going to say as well, is that the thing with factory farming, again, like you said about throwing the baby out with the bathwater, bro, was like, it feeds so many people. The idea is that, like, seriously, you can go down and find somewhere in the grocery store a package of ground beef for like less than $5 probably, and cook it up and eat and survive for the day.
I'm gonna say something. Yo, check me out. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna throw a sensitive topic into this whole mix. But I also believe that another powerful ritual that they got us doing that we consider is beneficial for our survival, like sending our kids away to school every morning and having somebody else dictate their learning. I think that's another powerful ritual that they're doing to
Just
us.
real quick, Issa's probably not going to stand up for himself, but man, you just walked right over what Issa was saying. He wasn't even finished.
Sorry.
Oh no, I'm listening, man. It's all good, but I appreciate it. But Yeah, Karen. I mean, I think you're right because we take it to the education system. That's a whole nother conversation too, bro. And I think we'd all kind of step in line on agreement on that shit.
But I mean, well, I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I mean, in all these scenarios, whether the school system or the factory farming, I mean, people had farms and traded their goods, right? I mean, back in the day, if I had a wheat farm, let's say, I would trade my wheat, let's say, to the cattleman that has a cattle farm. Because if you focus on one, you can actually specialize in it and do it really well. But and then the same thing with school system. I mean, I think the school system is a good thing because it creates literacy and teaches them arithmetic and stuff like that. But I mean, obviously, the system can be corrupted. So I don't know. I mean, it's like be careful about again throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, I send my girls to Christian school. Yes, it's somebody else raising it, but to take the time and energy that's necessary to train your kids in education, you're going to have to sacrifice somewhere else. So where are you going to sacrifice that? You got to sacrifice it.
I agree with you in the idea that like
the other side
education systems are good things. Like they're supposed to teach your kids how to read and write and do the rest. And we shouldn't leave it all up to this education system is the problem. But also,
I agree.
I've made this point for a long time too, though. It's like, what's weird to me is that, like, with children, for instance, it's like, parents tell their kids to go to school every day, and then fucking they go every day. They go away and they learn a whole bunch of stuff. Then they come
It's not
home.
necessary.
Well, real quick, and the parents don't know about, let's say, all the intricacies of their mathematics or all the whatever like that. So they develop this stigma that the education system has more answers than the parents. And then when the time comes for a child to actually, because all the time, parents are saying, "Hey, go learn, go to go to school and learn, go to school and learn." That when the time comes when they are going to ask somebody for help regarding a real life issue, almost like the last person they're going to turn to is their parents because they've been telling them go over there to learn.
I mean, I think there's a balance, and I agree with you. I mean, I agree. There's a balance.
It's a fine line for sure. I definitely agree that you don't want to get rid of the education system because you definitely are throwing the baby out with the bathwater for that shit. I fucking feel you 100%.
Because I mean, I have to. I'll tell you this to give an example. There's 2 days a week I have to homeschool my daughter, and it's 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours that I do it. Me and my wife swap out. Now that's taking time away where I could be working, earning a living. You see, so it's like, yeah, there's a sacrifice on both sides, but sometimes you do kind of farm out the process, to help gain what what I mean, the basics that they need.
Dude, more
That's
power to you.
another
More power
aspect
to you,
of our
brother.
reality.
God bless.
Sorry, can I say something? That's another aspect of our reality that we just consider normal, and part of mankind is that we got to go work and serve another man every day. Like, I got to go to work, and I should be working and making money and spending time away from my family so I could have a meal for them at the end of the day. Like, that is another crux that I'm willing to say is not necessary.
Okay, well, let's say you remove the money factor. Okay, if I'm a father sitting down for 4 hours or 3 hours, raising my child, even in a tribal environment, I could be taking that time out hunting, trying to find food for the family. So in either direction you go, whether it be financially, monetarily, or trying to find food for the family, it's the same idea. Something's going to be sacrificed. Something. Where are you willing to put the sacrifice into? I mean, do I want my kids to have a good education? Yes. So it's going to take time and energy. Either I'm going to have to pay somebody else to do it, or I'm going to do it.
I think all these things that are in play are there because at one point we were unruly and they needed to have us fall in line. And I think we need our sovereignty back at this point. And then all these conditions. Okay.
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The only reason we've even made it this far is because people specialize in things. Everyone can't sit at home and teach their kids. Or you wouldn't have no cell phones, no computers, no cars, none of this shit. The guy that makes your car is home teaching his kids and outgrowing his food. And now we have none of this stuff we have today. Is that like, I hear people pushing for this shit, and it's like, I don't think you understand how the world works. You can't sit home and homeschool your kid and grow your food Like, nothing will get done.
Yeah, it's like
I hear
honestly,
you.
that's why I've gotten into even like it is a pretty cool system in the sense that all of us have the opportunity to live like kings. And I think if like let's say if we take the classical historical narrative of things and we look at it like people were peasants, etc. before, like this is like one of the first times in human history where everyone can like own a house potentially. You know what I mean? Like they work a portion of their day and can feed themselves appropriately. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, granted, they're putting the stress on everybody, no doubt about that. But like we live in like a really like I think we get ungrateful about how cool our system actually is, and I think it's the ungratefulness that'll be our demise if we don't like appreciate like the system that we have to some extent. Also, we can make it
You
better.
got to have people that specialize in things. You got to have people that can specialize in. Can't. If everyone's just sitting around growing food and homeschooling their kids and shit, like we're not gonna. I don't know. Where you get your who's gonna be the dentist or the heart surgeon? Heart surgeon has time to grow his own food and homeschool his kids. He ain't got time for that. He's got to do heart surgeries and learn about that.
Well, there you
Why
go.
do we
Get rid
get
of
fucked up teeth, and why do we get heart issues? And
yeah. Back to the diet. Fucked up diet. Meat based or animal based protein, and all of a sudden everyone's dying of heart disease.
and I was just thinking that
I think it's the soy, bud.
Like I said.
What up, chocolate? Is that chocolate? I know that's fucking. Who the fuck is that? It's Crit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, forgive me, bud.
Oh, no problem. Like in the days of yore, they're talking about, there's a food crisis, people starving. And now there's people dying because they're too fat. They got too much to eat. It's like the number one
dying 'cause
killer.
they're eating too much stuff that's not good for them. Like the market just makes all this garbage available.
Yeah, I know you tried to bring it back to the diet because the guy with the heart, we won't need heart surgeons. You're still going to get cancer. There's going to be all kinds of doctors. You need dentists. Who's going to be a dentist? Dentist, if we eat the right food. I mean, come on, guys.
Dude, is there okay? Man, I can make this conversation go in crazy directions.
Are little kids going to not get cancer if we all eat the right food?
Jeremy's got to be the dentist.
I would
Kids
say
not get
that
cancer if we all eat the right food. I mean, use your head, guys. Come on.
not every disease needs to exist. I mean, we can get to a place where we're not dealing with all this stuff.
Yo, Jeremy, if you're a prize
You
fighter,
live in Canada.
If you're a prize fighter, your nickname should be the dentist.
You look at CDC's website, number one killer in America, heart disease.
I'm gonna just say, guys, I put the globe in the same fruit basket as eating meat. I really do. It's just another thing that they got us doing to keep us under their thumb. That's how I feel.
There was vegans. A famous quote from Henry VIII said that there was vegans during his rule too. They had a different name. They called them peasants.
Yeah, that's interesting too. It's almost like the only people that had access to me back in the day were the kings, and that peasants were subject to be farmers and till the land of the fruit and the potatoes, vegetables.
And King Henry was fat. If you look at the like the pictures of him and stuff.
I put the education system in that same basket. Like they got to send our kids to school. You open up a history book, you open up the geology book. The best class in school is physical education. And they have to do that because I don't know. They probably want to take that away too. They'll probably stop doing physical education class in school.
No, I could have been wrong on this Earth thing. Sun. You know how they say the sun lags 8 minutes behind because it takes 8 minutes to travel here. We were having a big debate yesterday on if the Earth stopped rotating, would it take 8 minutes for the sun to catch up? You guys catch that one?
I never heard that.
But the point that had me going was the Globers, everyone was wrong. It wasn't just me because the Globers were sitting here saying that, no, the sun's not 8 minutes lag behind. So a lot of people got it wrong. Rumpus came in and got it wrong instantly.
So what was the thing? You said if the Earth stopped rotating, then the sun would be 8 minutes behind.
Okay, right now the sun is 8 minutes behind. Where you see the sun is not where it actually is. It's 8 minutes behind because you're seeing in the past because it took 8 minutes to get here.
Gotcha.
That's in the heliocentric model, obviously.
That's kind of ridiculous. It's crazy how many things debunk the globe.
Yeah, give me one.
Concentric star trails.
You think that debunks it?
Absolutely. That's one of the ones I've been hung up on. Like all the great evidences that get thrown around, I think star trails is all you need for myself at least. That's
How
what
do
really
they debunk it though?
Yeah, because it suggested that we're moving in all these crazy directions, yet we only see one kind of rotation in the sky.
Yeah, but all the shit's moving with us though.
I think that's ridiculous. There should be some kind of delay or a change in the force.
That's
Like
their
we're moving
model.
at the same speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's their model though, bro. You can't say you debunk the globe when in their model they're saying it's at the same, relativistic speeds and shit.
Yeah, you're right. It's not enough for them, I guess. Damn. Well, I'm just like, hello, do you not think about what the model's telling you? Like
I don't know how far we're seeing. Like, we're not seeing stars on the other side of the Milky Way or even near in the center, are we?
That's one thing too. Like they show you a picture of the Milky Way galaxy, and there's light everywhere. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. But then they tell you, oh, but it's dark on Earth if the sun isn't pointed, if you're not pointed towards the sun. It's like, well, shit, you're pointed towards the rest of the Milky Way. What about all that light? Oh, don't worry about that light.
What's the reason they say for why the night sky is not lit up like a?
I have no idea. I've never heard an explanation for it. Just that they tell you if the sun is the only cause of light. But all the other light is just like, don't worry about that. Like, why? Why would you worry about that? That's a lot of light out there.
If photons are traveling and they never stop, hit something or whatever, and space is this giant vacuum, I mean, the whole night sky should be lit up, right? There's shit out there forever that's been sending photons out to us for billions of years now.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, they show you a picture of Milky Way galaxy with a little arrow pointed right here. That spot where they're pointing is so bright you can't even see. It's just a speck of light. Okay, I see you pointing at a speck of light here. So why is it dark?
That's actually that's another thing. How do they know where they are in the galaxy? That doesn't make sense. Like, how are you gonna zoom out and say I'm on this arm? Would you send a telescope out there? No, you didn't.
Where's all the Glovers at?
I'm the worst person.
Down
Don't
to
let
the
me
bottom
argue
of
with Wilbur, bro. I don't be talking about the right stuff.
it. Doesn't always have to be an argument.
Yeah, hopefully they're out there looking at the Jupiter. I mean, NASA came out today and said Jupiter is the closest it will ever be in your lifetime. So hopefully they're doing that, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to look at Jupiter, if they believe the story.
And the dart thing, too. The dart redirect is today around 4 or 5 o'clock Eastern. 5 o'clock Eastern.
Elbow. Well, were we wrong on the Earth rotating and the sun thing yesterday?
Man, they see how
I think we were wrong, bro.
Nah, there's no way.
I'm telling you, man. I think we were wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Look at the diagram that I showed. I mean, of course, they always want that orthopedist look, that numpty look, the one from the side. But if you're experiencing, you'll experience the light still moving until it gets to its destination and stop. You wouldn't be able to tell it stopped until 8 minutes after.
I don't know. Oh, Elbow, have you ever heard why it's not the night sky is not completely lit up with like stars and galaxies and shit?
There's
like what their reasoning is.
It's a paradox. What's that paradox? No, but I haven't heard why. But I mean, because supposedly, if there was as many stars as it is a sky, it would have lit up the whole sky. But it's called something paradox. Oh, what is it called?
Because there's been galaxies and stars and everything's been sending light this way for like billions and zillions of years now. So like, we should be getting just hammered with photons nonstop. Is it getting blocked out by dust, space dust, or something? Is it atmosphere? Is it? I don't know.
I don't believe that stuff is gas or it's exploding. I just don't think that's what's happening.
You just don't understand.
I don't understand.
You don't understand how giant gas balls work in space.
The contradictory worldview of the globalists. It's stupid to not think the Earth is a globe. but it takes a doctorate with multiple interdisciplinary fields of study to explain it.
It's called the Ober's paradox.
Oh, it's a light.
It's the hypothetical case that the universe is static, homogeneous at a large scale, and populated by infinite numbers of stars. He said that it will be the night star will be lit up bright as day.
Yep, there's a good one too. The Fermi paradox. He said there should be like millions and billions and millions and billions of civilizations. Can't find any. No sign of life out there. I go, dude, the paradox is easy to solve. There's no space. Okay,
Why
invented.
why isn't the sky lit up then?
Yeah, it should say so. It's like here. Let me read the whole thing.
Yeah,
okay. The universe is static. Yeah, sure.
Oh, it says because we're not static. What's up?
No, I think he's copy. He's posting it. Sounds like a good read.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to be able to explain this away. It's
They really do say gas forms to a solid in a vacuum.
Olber's paradox was solved.
Yeah, it's already solved. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was only a paradox way back in the day. It's not a paradox now.
Yeah. So so there's light's been shining at us for millions and billions and zillions of years. Why is it not? Why are the photons not reaching us?
They reached the conclusion. There's two conclusions that were reached. Number one, the universe must not have an infinite age, which stands to reason. So there isn't infinite light. Number two, that the universe is expanding. And as the universe expands away from us in all directions, then light redshifts. And when it redshifts, it becomes harder and dimmer to see with distance. So eventually, the light isn't perceptible unless you have a big enough oculus, such as a James Webb telescope or a Hubble telescope or any of these other large optical devices which allow us to see the parts of the sky that otherwise would be black.
Yeah, how about all the stars in our solar system? Sorry, not our solar system, our galaxy.
What about them?
They're not getting redshifted, right?
I mean, we could see the stars in our solar system, in our galaxy. What are you talking about? Have you ever gone to like a black site and seen the arms of the Milky Way?
No, I mean just looking up at the sky. Are the photons not reaching us, or?
Well, that's because every photographer can answer this question. Why can't you sometimes see dim light when there's larger, brighter lights around you?
The hell are you talking?
So you can't see the other light because there's other light.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's why when flat earthers are like, why didn't they see stars or take pictures of stars when they went to the moon? Well, it's because the Earth was there. The Earth is a really bright object compared to the rest of the stars in the background.
Yeah, because you get it? It's because it was.
So if I have,
shut up. You're not saying anything, bro.
Go ahead, man. You got it with this guy.
So let me ask you, dude that was just talking, trying to mock conversations in here. Why do we only see one rotation? Like stars move in concentric circles, right? Why is there only one rotation seen? Like, do you really think there's more things spinning around?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. The stars we see because the Earth rotates.
Stars move in perfect circles, man. That's one rotation. That's not multiple things rotating.
You just went through this 5 minutes ago.
We just went through this. The Earth.
I want to hear what he says. Yeah, let's hear the textbook answer. What is it?
I just gave it to you.
I want to hear it from a real globe defender.
I don't know what other. The Earth is the one thing rotating. I don't get it.
All right, never mind. Doesn't matter to me.
It was a different answer. That's the best part. Jeremy kind of gave the whole relativity, comprehensive answer.
Okay, does anyone have anything they want to say to Nidhug? Because I want to go through something with him. So get it all out of your system now. I can wait. So I start talking and everyone jumps in. Is that how we're gonna do it?
Yep. I'm waiting until you jump. Until you
I'm muted up, bro.
Fucking hell, boy, son of a bitch.
Everyone wait till Jeremy starts talking.
As soon
If
as
I
you
have
start,
a really big.
I was gonna say until you start flopping like Clefairy or whatever, and the attack was not very successful or ineffective.
Dude, no one cares about your Pokemon references. Come on, Jeremy, let's go. I got a hurricane to prepare for.
Let me ask you again. How come we only see concentric
Oh
circles?
my gosh.
Go ahead.
Trick, really?
Jeremy's back. Jeremy's back. Go, Jeremy.
Because the reference frame on Earth is one rotating body. I don't know how I can get simpler.
Jeremy, go.
You ready, Jeremy? I'm here with the mute button.
I mean, you don't have to mute anyone. Just get it out of your system, guys. You got anything you want to say right now? Does anyone have anything they want to say? Or are you gonna wait until I start getting involved with something and then all jump in like maniacs? Nidhogg, if I have a bright light, let's pretend I have a pitch black wall. I have a wall and there's a super bright light on it, right? 10,000 lumens on the wall, right?
Sure.
All the lights coming out. It's all the photons are hitting me.
Sure.
Then I put another light in so now I can see of the wall. It's dark. Just the middle of the wall is lit up. More little lights. Corners of the wall, little tiny lights. Right? Those photons are coming out. They're gonna hit me also, right?
Uh-huh.
More little tiny lights and more little tiny lights, and all the photons are always all gonna hit me, right? So the whole wall eventually, all these little lights, the whole wall would be lit up, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Why aren't we seeing all the...
You'll notice the lights around as they get closer to the big light source you have in there, they will be perceived dimmer than the ones that aren't as close to it.
Sure. Nonetheless, though, the whole wall's going to be lit up.
I mean, Jeremy, this is the exact same reason you don't see stars in the daytime. I mean, you see one star, the sun, because it's so much brighter than all the other stars. Like this.
My whole wall's going to be lit up. Light, right?
And this is a very easy.
The big light.
Yeah, when you're talking about Jeremy, when you're talking about the magnitude of difference in how bright the sun is versus the other stars isn't comparable with a wall with a light bulb and some other LEDs. The general principle is that if something has more luminosity of magnitudes greater than other sources of light, then they will drown out the other sources of light. It's one of the fundamentals of photography, and it's also.
Can I just interrupt you real quick, bro? You're rambling on about some shit that I'm not even talking about. No one's asking why you can't see stars in the daytime.
All right, then
why the night sky's not. So that whole wall is lit up, right? Where I put all my lights. I had a big light in the middle, a little light.
Sure. You got a big wall.
Finish up. I'll wait. Go ahead. Finish it up.
No, I'm disagreeing with you. I'm acknowledging what you're saying. Yeah, you got a big wall of lights, Jim. A big one in the middle.
Little lights in the corner. The whole wall's lit up. Say.
Was that it?
Yeah, the whole wall's lit up, right?
The whole it's a big light bright, Jeremy.
wall, not a spot of darkness. The wall was painted pitch black, but now we put all these little lights. Some of them are tiny, some of them are big. Right, we're in a warehouse, giant wall. It's everywhere.
Sure.
Yeah, it's everywhere. They're all getting lit up. They're lighting up the whole wall. So why isn't the night sky all lit up?
Yeah, so when you interrupted me and said you're not talking about stars and brightness and everything, I was describing to you why you don't see the whole sky lit up. But you decided to say that wasn't pertinent.
Our sun. You were talking about our sun.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we're not we don't see the sun's not even in this because this is nighttime.
Again, the Olber's paradox was solved by number one. The age of the universe isn't infinite. So
okay, do you understand the sun's not involved in this though?
I'm not talking about the sun anymore, Jeremy. I'm answering your question.
You said you were answering it, but you were talking about the sun for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm telling you why you don't see light. So we'll go through it again because you're talking about Olber's paradox. First off, the universe isn't a wall. The universe isn't a wall, number one. But it's okay. Olber's paradox was solved because, number one, the universe is expanding and finite in age. So there is not infinite amount of light. Number two, because it is expanding in all directions, light is moving away from you. Light moves away from you at relativistic speeds. It redshifts over time. So you take your warehouse and then have it expand away from you at the speed of light, and you will have what we observe, except for stars that are closer to us. Stars that are closer to us are brighter in luminosity, like the sun. Circling back to why I was talking about the sun. We can see their light.
So you keep bringing up this irrelevant shit like the sun and all the stars in the galaxy that are redshifting. How many stars are in our galaxy? I don't think you can even come close to seeing all the stars on one side. Night sky. I mean, it's not even close.
Sure you can. You can see the arms of the Milky Way on a very clear night at a dark side.
When you're on a dark side of the when the Earth is at the night when it's nighttime on Earth. When it's nighttime on Earth, all the stars we're facing in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yes, you can see the arms of the Milky Way at dark sites. Those are sites that are set up to have no light pollution nearby, so that astronomers especially can set up telescopes, or you can see with the naked eye the stars in the sky. We don't see that because we have light pollution. What I'm trying to describe to you as the multivariate problem that you're faced with trying to claim that you should be able to see every star ever in the sky at all times.
I never claimed that. I said we should see all the stars in the Milky Way at least.
We do at a dark site. You can go out and you can see the arms of our galaxy. Now, the arms of our galaxy don't fill the entirety of our field of view, but they are there, and you can see them. There are pictures online of people, amateur photographers and astronomers, have taken these very pictures, and you can go see them.
Yeah, I feel like we're not seeing enough stars for how many they claim are out there. I feel like we're not seeing enough. When I look up at the night sky, it's not even close.
Okay, well, okay. I mean, our eyes aren't that great. In the scheme of being able to see deep space objects, our eyes aren't that great at it, which is why we use telescopes.
Anyways, that's all. Oh, yeah, real quick. If the Earth stopped rotating, the sun lags 8 minutes behind, right? Minutes for the light to get here from the sun.
Say that again?
It takes 8. We don't see the sun in its actual position. It's 8 minutes behind, right?
Yeah, sure.
So what happens if the Earth stops rotating?
Are we still orbiting the sun?
Yeah, we're still orbiting.
Okay. So then one side of the planet will be perpetually facing the sun until, I guess it would be how do I best describe it? We're not tidally locked with the sun, I don't think. So we would
If
have.
we stop rotating, would it take 8 minutes for the sun to catch up?
What do you mean for the sun to catch up? What do you mean by that?
The sun is 8 minutes. When we see it in the sky, it's not in its actual position. It's 8 minutes behind.
Right. I'm still not following. Like, time as we recount it would be different because time is based off of a rotational period.
Oh my God! You have an atomic clock next to you.
The
We
sun
can
would
still
still
keep
be up.
track of minutes. We can still keep track of minutes.
Right. Yeah, we would. Yeah, we have a convention for that. But like the sun there would no longer be a 24-hour day. There would be a 365.
That's not the
Just forget it.
question.
Just forget it.
Question. It's not the question.
Just forget it, man. Forget
So-
it. You guys are so defensive and shit.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Did you break up, the hug?
Yeah, that is kind of a funny observation, Jeremy, about being defensive, because it's like you just want to ask a simple question, and the answer is somehow, well, it's still not going to be flat, or they have to think of it that way. It's like just
You got to give it to them, though, bro. They're here every day trying their best. I mean, Nick Hug is literally here, doing his best to defend this model every day. It's commendable. The hours that they put in to say some of the stuff they have to say is amazing. I couldn't do
Jeremy,
it.
if you're done with Nid Hug, I do have a quick question for him.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm all set.
Nid Hug, did he fade out? Must be in a bad spot. He's not responding. Nid Hug. Oh well. Maybe some other time.
See, Jimmy, was the issue with the illustration of the sun is that the photons, they always have this one straight line that's actually hitting it, and kind of this line behind it. But what we see, with the way we supposedly perceive it, is that one photon hitting the Earth at a certain location, then the next one hits the Earth at a certain location, into 8 minutes in the future, right? Until it hits where. So in other words, when it will stop, the photons keeps hitting one at a time until it gets to the actual destination.
I'm telling you, bro. We might be wrong. We might have been wrong on that yesterday.
What happened? I just got here.
The sun rotates. Okay. The sun lags behind. We don't see the sun in the actual position in the sky. It's 8 minutes behind in a different position than it actually is because it takes 8 minutes for the light to get to Earth. If this Earth stopped rotating, how long would it take for the sun to catch up to its actual position?
I thought I kind of answered that yesterday. Did I not give the example, or did you hear it?
Yeah, you're saying it's in its actual position.
That wasn't my answer. I don't think that was the exact question. It was how long, the question yesterday was how long would it be before we stopped seeing rotation?
I don't know. It might have been something else.
That's what we were discussing yesterday.
I thought you were talking about if we stop rotating the Earth, would we see the sun in its actual position, or would it take time to catch up?
Yesterday we were discussing if the Earth stopped rotating, would you stop seeing the sun and stars rotate immediately, or would it take some period of time?
Yeah, that's it. You're on it.
And my answer to that was that the rotation is from the Earth's perspective. So think of it this way. If the sunrise is at 7 a.m. and the Earth stops, and it takes 8 minutes for the sunlight to get to us. If the Earth stops rotating at 6:52 a.m., you will not see the sunrise. But you guys seem to think that if it's 8 minutes, you will see the sunrise 8 minutes later at 7 o'clock, and then everything stops moving. But that's not what happened. Do what?
I don't know. Issue with you guys because you like a lot of the Globers were saying that the sun isn't 8 minutes behind its actual position, and it's actually now in its actual position.
Jeremy, let me drop some knowledge on you, man. The question that you're asking right now is this: Mom, how does Santa Claus get in our house if we don't have a chimney? You're just simply changing the fucking tertiary. Look, dude, you're always arguing these tertiary issues, which depend upon a primary premise that we, for some stupid reason, don't want to address. We want to talk about all this other fun shit, like how Santa Claus can do this and how Rudolph can do that. It's absurd.
You totally derailed us now. Oh yeah, some of the Globers were arguing that.
Just gonna ignore me and go back to tertiaries. Okay.
Well, I mean, bro, what do you want to talk about, Travis?
I got it. Really, hold on. So this is a technical thing with Discord. So when I open Discord and it shows me a number on this channel, right? It means that I've got 1, 2, or 3 notifications. But right now, when I go to it, it doesn't tell me where those notifications are. Like, they don't exist. But it's telling me I have 2 like mentions, like maybe somebody tagged me and said something to me or whatever.
I feel like
wow.
Right click on it and just say,
"This is what you want to talk about."
Red notification.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, but first of all, I'm on my phone, so I can't do the right click. Second of all, the other thing that pisses me off, you know what really grinds my gears? When I go, like, I have to fish for that fucking tag. Like, if I wake up in the morning and someone tagged me 5 hours earlier,
I'm just gonna mute you, Copernicus.
You've been drinking, Travis?
Travis, what are you doing?
No, man. I'm starting my day. I'm driving my truck. I'm
grinds his gears. I get it.
At me.
You start your day with a shot?
I say we rumpus the shit out of him till he quits.
I'm done.
Have a good day, Travis.
Listen, my problem is a lot of your people were fighting me saying the sun is right now in its actual position and it's not 8 minutes behind. Right? I don't know why you guys are saying that.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. The sun in its actual position is back. 8 minutes behind is just the light reaching.
Right. So
no, the sun. The sun is not in its actual position right now. It's 8 minutes behind where it was. The sun is where it's. We see the sun where it was 8 minutes ago.
We are so for all intents and purposes.
We see the sun where it was 8 minutes ago, right?
The sun is fairly fixed in its position with relation to us. So where it was 8 minutes ago is, for all intents and purposes, the exact same place. It will always be 8 minutes. What part of that is an argument?
No, first of all, if this is Nidhug, he's completely backtracking on what he got. He said, yeah, sure, earlier. When you said what you said, Jeremy, he goes, yeah, sure. Now he's not saying, yeah, sure.
They message each other, man. They usually message each other. This is what happened with Rumpus yesterday. Completely agreeing. Then got something from Soundly, and I was like, yeah. No, Soundly's right. Soundly's right. Da.
So you might have shit in your ear, Travis, which is okay. I understand, but I'm agreeing with Jeremy.
Right.
Take 8 minutes to get here. I understand that fully. So we're seeing the sun as it was 8 minutes ago, for practical purposes.
Right. Quick question there.
If you're standing still for 8 minutes, and I look at you, it doesn't matter if it's a picture of you 8 minutes ago. You're still in the same spot.
Yeah, that's not the same.
Not the same. But his
You're
actual
saying, so
position,
you're saying that,
his actual position is not there anymore, right?
But what's it matter? Like, so
Hold
what?
on, Negator. His actual position is not there, right?
Don't move, then your actual position is there, no matter how long light takes to
No,
get.
no. So pretty much when we see, let's say when we see, because our rotation, right? According to them, because of rotation, when we're seeing where the sun is, as an apparent position, because according to the model, it's 8 minutes ahead of where we're looking at it.
No, that's not what that means.
Is it not?
Light taking 8 minutes to get to you doesn't mean something is ahead or behind.
So the sun stays still for 8 minutes every time?
Like you're making it sound like
Nidhogg.
there's a track and field race, and the sun is 8 minutes ahead of us or 8 minutes behind us at all times. It's still in a point in space relative to us that is unmoving. We orbit around it. Light does take 8 minutes to reach us, but if in your example, the Earth suddenly stopped rotating, the Earth wouldn't do like a weird shimmy in the sky as the light quote unquote caught up to us. It would stop because the the sun traverses across our sky solely because we are the rotating body. If we stop rotating, we don't see the sun go in the sky anymore, except for our orbital path, which will slowly, over a year, show the Earth trend through the sky.
Okay, so we all agree the Earth is not in its actual position right now. It's 8 minutes behind because it takes 8 minutes for the sunlight to get here, right?
Yes,
Hello?
that's the
Did I
model.
disconnect?
Yes, that's the model, Jeremy. Yes, that is the
Why?
model.
I know,
Yes.
but why are none of the Glovers piping
Because
up?
they don't want to face the bullshit, man. You guys are spinning your
Because
wheels.
it's not relevant. And nobody's saying why it's relevant.
And wave dismiss. Yeah. And
What is the significance of that? What does that mean?
They're all defensive, man. That's all it is, man. They're defending their own model. They want everything we ask them, even if it's exactly what the model says. They're like, no. We're gonna fight.
Schoolers could understand that because I understand in grade.
To be clear, the 8 minute behind thing has nothing to do with Earth's rotation. If the Earth were standing still and not rotating, or if it were rotating, the sunlight would still be 8 minutes behind, or whatever term you want to use. So that the rotation and the lag of the light are not related in any way.
Okay, the position of the sun is 8 minutes behind because it takes light 8 minutes to get to Earth, right?
No.
No, you sure? Because I had Kosho did the math for me once for it.
Yeah. So the sun doesn't
of its
move
actual.
in relation to
Kosho's
us.
literally done the math. My bad, Nidhogg. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, so like, say the sun decided to just fucking, you know what, I'm done with the solar system, and it decided to peace out, right? The sun just decided to go away from us at near relativistic speeds. We wouldn't notice until 8 minutes, and then suddenly the sun would just fucking beeline out of the grocery store. That's what that means.
Right.
Let me respond to what the other guy said. Okay, the sun is not in its actual position right now. It's 8 minutes. We're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago because I had Kosho literally has done the math and given me an amount in degrees of how much it's not in its actual position. So I don't know why that's even in contention.
What was his number?
Yeah, so what was the number? Because as far as I'm aware, the sun relative to us moves almost imperceptibly or not at all because it is a fixed point that we orbit around.
Okay, so we all agree the sun's not in its actual position right now, right?
What do you mean by that? It being in its actual position isn't the same as light takes a X amount of time to reach us.
This is like
what's the point?
Hey, Jeremy,
it's like
just real
arguing
quick.
that if Jeremy, if you saw me walk across a 100-meter football field, it's like claiming that I'm not in my actual position because in reality it took the light bouncing off my body to your eyes X amount of fractions of a second to get to you, that I'm not physically there, right? That would be a true statement, right? But so what's the relevance?
I'm going to tell you just real quick. So hold on, Jeremy, because I don't think. Look, I'm going to try. Okay, so you're at the other end of the football field. You're standing directly in front of me. Now, you move laterally to your left, and I don't see you move until 8 seconds after you move. That's the idea that Jeremy is addressing. That's the idea that I remember learning in grade school. That the
So what is the question?
Right.
Yeah, that's,
So
I
the
just
sun
want to
doesn't.
get the basic premise down. Like the sun's light takes 8 minutes to get here.
But
We
I
don't
just
see the
told
sun.
you.
No one's argued with you about that, Jeremy.
They were
I
telling
told
me yesterday all day, and I've had you guys have had trouble agreeing to this. I piped up a couple times and
Because you
said
keep
the
saying
sun's
the
not in
sun
its
isn't
actual
in its
position.
There's a difference between saying the sun's light. Hold on. There's a difference between saying the actual. You keep using the term actual and real position versus 8 minutes behind. Nobody knows what the point. What is the point with the actual
I just
and real
told you.
position? But the thing is, that's not really in his little example, or I should say, in the sun's example. The sun is 8 minutes behind, but it never does that little dart to the right. It's always exactly 8 minutes there and never makes any sudden movements. So you don't really see anything delayed like that 8 minutes.
That's not what we're talking about.
This is so difficult.
Okay,
It's so
Jeremy.
difficult.
Okay, let me have a conversation with Jeremy, please. Okay, Jeremy, based on what I've heard these guys say, is in their understanding, there's practically no movement between you and the sun. The sun is right there. Now, you're looking directly in that direction. The sun is in that direction. And the light that is coming to you, each time that photon pops you in the head, that's 8 minutes after it left the sun. 8 minutes, 8 minutes, 8 minutes. All these thousands of photons hitting you. But that sun is right there. Now imagine that sun starts to move. You're not going to know it started to move. You're just going to see the sun in a different position after, a second or two, but that light is always still coming directly to you in that line of sight. They're basically saying there's no difference between what you think is the actual position of the sun and the apparent, because the light is taking 8 minutes to get to you. This should solve it right there. What I just said was gold.
It's helpful. It was better than the earlier description. In addition, it's helpful to clear up the scenario that needs to be addressed. Because if it's the sun changing its position relative to the solar system, we would observe that differently than if the Earth stopped rotating. Those are two different scenarios that would appear to us differently.
Okay, so doofus. This right now, when we look at the sun, not its actual position. Its actual position would be where it's going to be in 8 minutes, right?
Where we see it is where it was 8 minutes ago if you exclude the Earth's rotation.
Not if. Right now, when we look at the sky, we see the sun where in the past where it was in a different position 8 minutes ago, right?
I was very specific.
I'm very
being
specific.
for very specific reasons. If you exclude the Earth's rotation, that's where it, yes. But as soon as you start including the fact that the Earth is rotating, consider that after 8 minutes, the Earth has rotated for 8 minutes.
Yeah, Jeremy, I thought I said it pretty clear. I feel like you still don't get it. The sun is in the just stop thinking about apparent position. That's where the sun is, bro. This discussion is
Jeremy's question, and Jeremy doesn't get it.
Well, so if the sun is 93 million miles from the Earth,
Jeremy, you don't get your own question. Sorry.
In 8 minutes, the sun will still be 93 million miles from the Earth.
Yeah, I would just blame it on the schooling system, because it seemed to me that my way of conceptualizing the explanation, hey, kids, before the sun rises, the sun's actually above the horizon, and you can't see it until the sun, until you see the sunlight. And that sunlight is 8 minutes after. So that's the whole way, the way that it's been explained is exactly why Jeremy's asking the question.
Yeah, that explanation doesn't fit our model.
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking the.
Actually, yeah,
I'm
that's
asking the
incorrect
question
because the refraction actually rises it before. Yeah, you actually see it.
Next topic is why is water wet?
Get the basic. I'm just trying to get the basic premise down of this 8 minutes, and we're not seeing its actual positioning. But no one it's so difficult to even get them to agree to that. Like, why?
Jeremy, man, I do you okay? What do you think about what I said? Because I tried to address you. I felt like I really actually addressed your question.
No, not really.
You don't think I addressed this
My
question?
question is yes or no. I have a yes or no question.
No, the answer is
sun
no.
in its actual.
Oh yeah,
That's
wait.
not a yes or no
Yes,
question.
yes. The answer is yes. You are. Yes.
There's more to it. Like, say,
Except
if
when
the
the
scenario
Selenelian.
was the Earth stopped rotating, the sun would immediately stop moving in the sky. It wouldn't take 8 minutes for that to occur.
Right.
Or if the Earth was still rotating, but the sun fucked off, and we wouldn't see that occur for another 8 minutes.
Sun is in its actual position as it moves, moves through the sky.
Right. So we never are seeing the apparent sun. It's
correct.
It's in its actual position all the time. There is no 8 minute lag.
That's not.
Well, I mean, that's what they're saying. That is what they're saying right now.
I know that you don't like it,
because
Jeremy.
I can never go through it with them because they won't. Every time I ask the question, it's crickets or somebody else chirps up or something. Like, they'll never just answer it straight up.
Well, maybe, and I want you to entertain this possibility, Jeremy. Maybe questions aren't simple yes and no questions.
Defensive? Much.
This is a yes or no question. It's binary. It's black or white. It's a one or a zero.
All right. So if you
Do
want
we see the sun in its action?
If you want accurate information and an accurate understanding of what you're referring to, then asking a yes or no question isn't going to get you that result.
Oh, hold on.
I'm referring to the position.
Go ahead.
I'm being very specific and asking a very specific question. Do we see the sun in its actual position, or are we seeing it 8 minutes behind where it was before?
We are seeing it 8 minutes behind.
So what do you
tough.
think, Jeremy? What do you think? If it's a yes or no question, what do you think the answer to your own question is? Yes or no?
I think it's some kind of gotcha or something, man.
Like, it's not. I could be wrong on this. I came in and admitted it today, right? First thing. All right. I said I could be wrong on this Earth rotating thing, but you guys are making it wildly difficult.
You were just asked the question. In your understanding, Jeremy, which is it? Yes or no?
Yes, the sun is 8 minutes behind. We're seeing it in a different position where it was 8 minutes ago. Yes.
The question was, are we seeing the sun in its actual position or 8 minutes behind? And you're saying we're seeing it 8 minutes behind.
Right. We're seeing it in the actual position, right, Jeremy? But where it was 8 minutes ago.
No, that's not
in the sky. Sorry.
Do you even know the answer to your own question?
I'm just Jeremy,
just answered it.
Yeah, you did. You did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. So
because when I take my welding helmet, and I have a shade 13, and when I look up at the sun, I could see the actual sun where it actually is. Right? It's not like I see light, and then I see
8 minutes ago, bro.
Forward. You know what I mean?
No, that's the model says that's not where it actually is. It's what you're seeing in the sky is the sun rays is actually hitting you now, but you're watching it in history.
Okay. So listen. So what needs to happen in Jeremy's mind or whatever, Jeremy? Like get 2 pennies, right? Lay them on top of each other, and then just ever so slightly nudge one off the lineup. Just that's what we're talking about. That's how far the sun is from its actual position 8 minutes ago, bro. It's not. It's just like it's not even worth talking about.
So hold on. What does this? Because we're talking. You keep referencing the sun in the actual position, and the Earth's rotation. Those things are not related. Okay? If the Earth is spinning once per day, 1,000 times per day, 0 times, that in no way is related to the whole 8 minutes behind we see the sun. Those two things are not related in any way.
Okay, the sun rises because of the Earth rotation, right?
And if the Earth stopped rotating, the sun would stop rising immediately.
Was that a yes or no? You answered it with an
Yes.
and.
Yes.
So the sun is rising because Earth's rotating.
Yes.
And that is 8 minutes behind.
Hold on. Okay.
No.
That's
happening 8 minutes behind.
Okay.
No.
Hold on, bro. This is why it's so difficult. Just walk with me. Why can't you hold my hand and walk with me?
Right, because that's where you went wrong.
Because you're wrong already.
Could have been over yesterday if you guys had let me walk rumpus through it or something.
And I told you this answer already.
You're very adversarial and difficult.
Let me go through what I already told you this morning. If the sun rises at 7 a.m. and the sun stops and the Earth stops rotating at 6:52 a.m., you will not see the sunrise in 8 minutes. You will never see the sunrise once the Earth stops rotating. Forget that whole 8 minutes behind.
That's just the question. That doesn't make sense.
That's not true, though. The Earth still orbits around the sun. You'll have a year-long sunrise.
Okay, well, whatever. The whole point is you won't see it once per day.
I give up. I give up.
Yeah.
You're so difficult and shit. This isn't even worth it.
So
I'm
did
gonna end up
that not
streaming
answer
in
what
5
you were
minutes
trying to say,
and
Jeremy? So you go on your.
I'm streaming
You try your question now because I thought that's what you were going to ask.
We've been trying since yesterday. We've been trying since yesterday.
You continue your question now.
No, please, dear God.
Never
Why are
mind.
we talking about this 8-minute thing?
It was a hypothetical, and the idea is kind of dumb, but I do like it because it sort of demonstrates the understanding of celestial mechanics.
This would be a great thought exercise if you would just walk with me through it and like.
Okay, I'm going to do that. We're going to do that now. So you do your thing.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
I don't believe you.
No reason to believe you right now.
Okay, that was
an asshole, Seamus.
How about mute everybody and you be the only one that talks?
Or we could just wait.
Ban everybody.
Mic check.
Yeah.
I gotta get a new set of headphones. I'll be right back. Something's wrong. My shit don't light up sometimes when I talk.
Yeah, there's like a 500 millisecond latency, so the actual position of your words is in the past.
You son of a bitch.
All right, extremesis. Real quick. So we got to the part where the light from the sun took 8 minutes for us to get here. And we got to the part where Jeremy said, so we see the sunrise 8 minutes later than when the sun actually was in position to do that. And then everybody interrupted. You have to acknowledge that part that he's getting wrong, we have to wait until we can get a chance to explain why that part specifically is wrong. Because he won't we can't get the conversation to finish if he can't finish.
You know what might be interesting is if we did a real quick K through 12 search on the sunrise and the speed of light, just see what they say, right? That way we can actually address something that's out there in the mainstream.
Okay. I can tell you right now, the mainstream doesn't say that because the sunlight takes 8 minutes to get to us, that the sun rises 8 minutes later. But the mainstream
That's
does
fine
not.
that's fine if you say that. I remember learning it that way. That's all I'm saying.
There is a there is a different concept that could be confused for that, which is the sun set. You see the sun after its physical position, geometric position, is already set. Like you still see the sun, even though it's geometrically below the
Same
horizon.
thing. Yep, exact same thing. Right.
That's not the same concept. That one is due to
It is.
refraction.
So the sunrise has no refraction. Are you serious? Are you serious? Rolos?
No,
Are
because
you Rolos?
because you see the sun
You're wrong. There
at
is refraction.
sunrise. You have one solar diameter where you see the sun, but the sun is still below the horizon during sunrise, geometrically.
Wait, say that again. Wait, yeah, say that again, please.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
I mean, okay, but I'm willing to do bad ideas.
I'm asking
the
you to
sun,
repeat that one more time, please.
yes, the sun is being loomed up, no matter which direction it's in, either sunrise or sunset. Okay. Now, during sunset, we see it for longer than we should. During sunrise, we see it before we should. The reason, or I shouldn't say the word should, we're seeing it in a higher position than its geometric position. So we'll see the sun before the geometric position has rose above the horizon.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can you find a K through 12 statement on that, please?
Yeah, they usually refer to the sunset example for schooling because that's the easiest one to wrap your head around.
Okay, doofus. The sun is lagging. Just walk with me. Don't try to be so like adversarial and fight me on it. Just hold my hand and walk with me. We'll skip through
I didn't interrupt you.
a field of flowers. I know, but I'm not saying to interrupt. You guys are just being very like aggressively defensive. Anyways, listen. The sun is when we look at the sun, it's 8 minutes behind where we actually see it. Or sorry, 8 minutes ahead of where we actually see it, right? So when we look at the sun, we're seeing it in the past where it was 8 minutes ago in a different position, right?
That's not entirely correct.
Oh boy.
I mean, you want it to be yes or no, and I'm sorry, but unfortunately it isn't.
So we do see the sun in its actual position, and it's not 8 minutes behind.
Doofus. What about what I said with the penny? Remember what I said with the penny? You have two pennies. If you just touch the top penny just a little bit off, that's the thing that we're talking about. That's such an insignificant change in position, right? That's what we're saying.
I'm talking about like the thickness of a penny.
No, not the thickness, the overlay. Like Jeremy's trying to say that the penny behind the A and B. A is in the front, B is in the back. The A is the apparent position of the penny. B is the actual position in the distance. And then if you just move A just ever so slightly to the left so that it's quote unquote behind, lagging behind, then B is ahead of A by just a small sliver.
Like a fraction of a solar diameter.
Listen, I don't know why we're even arguing. I don't know why we're even arguing about this. Kosho gave me the math, how many degrees it was off of its actual position by.
How much was that?
8 minutes. I don't know, but it was not the same position that it is actually in.
Right. It should be far less than a degree. If you look at the sun for 8 minutes, though, you'll know that it moves 2 degrees. And the reason for that difference is because the 2 degrees is how much the Earth has rotated. That really tiny fraction of a degree is about the Earth's orbit.
Right. All right. So we're not seeing the sun in its actual position. Right?
Right, but
we're
as
seeing
Travis
it where it
was
was
trying to
8
point
minutes
out, it's
ago,
a
right?
very, very tiny difference.
We're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago, not in its actual position, right?
Right, but that doesn't have to do with the motion through the sky in the average or in the general case.
Can I just get a yes or no? Why you see, this is what I mean. It's not even worth going through anything with you guys because you make it so difficult. You're so defensive and shit. Like it's why?
Well,
Can't we just have like
well,
the normal conversation?
I can answer
Well, how
that,
about
Jeremy, because you like to win on technicalities. It's been your modus operandi since I've
Crap.
known you.
We're
You
just
get a
trying to.
concession,
This isn't.
you get a concession, and then it sticks in your head, and you don't hear
oh,
anything
hold on a
else.
second.
This is what's crazy. This is not a win or lose situation, man. This is
Right.
just we're trying to grasp the concept of what they say about the model is about it. And I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
y'all
Hold on a
acting
second.
like
'Cause
we're
there was
trying to win a fight.
right. There was a moment where I put it as clear as I could, and I'd like to go back to that, which is we see the sun, the light that emanated from the sun 8 minutes ago. If the Earth stopped rotating, immediately we would not see the sun move through the sky anymore. But if the Earth was still rotating and the sun changed position, we wouldn't know for 8 minutes.
Do you have any proof of
I get that.
rotation?
That's as clear as fucking day, Jeremy.
How about this, Jeremy? The light is 8 minutes old, but the source of the light hasn't changed
No,
position since
we're
when it
done.
emitted the light.
We're done with this. You guys just keep
Yeah.
spitting the same thing over and over again. You won't walk through me with it. When you do try to walk through me with it, you're giving me all kinds of extra shit. You're like pulling me off the path every time we're holding hands walking down the path. It's obnoxious and ridiculous.
All right. How about I throw you a baseball, Jeremy? You with me?
No, I'm not walking through your bullshit. I've been trying to walk through my bullshit for fucking 2 days now. You think I'm gonna sit here and walk through your bullshit?
Well, what part
Get
don't
you
you
agree?
understand,
I
Jeremy?
can't
Well,
even get you to agree to the basic premise that when we see the sun, we're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago.
because you're phrasing it like it was someplace 8 minutes ago. Everyone here keeps contending with that, and you're like, no, really, that's my understanding. Which, if that's your understanding, that's fine. It's a misunderstanding. But when we say light takes 8 minutes to reach us, that's literally what we mean. If you're standing still and it takes 8 minutes for light to reach me, it doesn't mean that you move in 8 minutes. It means you're there and it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach us.
You
That's
guys
it.
keep jumping
That's
ahead.
simple.
You guys keep jumping ahead of shit, and we can't even agree to the basic premise first.
Well, how about
Jeremy,
you stop saying where it was 8 minutes ago? How about you
Jer-
just say it takes light 8
That's
minutes
where
to
we
reach
see
us?
the sun. We see the sun where it was 8 minutes ago. Joe gave me the math on it. We're seeing it 8 minutes, and it's different in a different position. I don't know why.
yeah, but
Does
that
everyone
position.
agree to that?
Hold on, Jeremy. Here we go. Yes, you're right, but that position difference is the breadth of a hair.
Fine. If you want, we can agree with you, Jeremy. I guarantee you're going to use this as a gotcha later on.
Okay, so now that we agreed with you, what next?
So here's my question. We're talking about sunsets. If you watch a sunset and there's nothing really crazy about it, the sun is apparently not distorted at all. You're saying that the refraction delays the sun's disappearance.
Right.
So that what? What?
I don't know who that was.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so but when there's like crazy fucking refraction in the air and the sun's like doing an omega sun and there's like crazy shit on it, like I posted last night that looks like sun flares are just and it's green flashing. So that there's actually more, in my opinion, I would say, when you see shit like that, there's actually more refraction in the air. So I'm just wondering if there's certain discussion as to how much more that refraction slows the sun's disappearance. Whereas before it just looks like 15 degrees per hour, 15 degrees per hour. Like it doesn't really ever change, right? 15 degrees per hour, and then the sun's gone, sunset. But you're seeming to say that when it gets down there, refraction actually holds the sun longer.
Yes.
Well, no, that's not quite entirely correct. Like, it's not like it gets to the horizon, touches it, and then it waits there for half a solar diameter or anything. It's just that the angular rate as it gets closer to the horizon, slows enough so that by the time it gets to the horizon, a full solar diameter is how much the sun is being raised by.
So in that situation, when you look out and see the sunset right on the horizon, the actual position of the sun is 1 solar length below the horizon.
Right.
But you still see what you think is the sun above the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, now, when there's no crazy refraction and the sun looks just like it does when it's up in the sky and it's right at the horizon, is that the same thing? It's if I see the sun at the horizon at that moment, you're telling me that the actual position of the sun is actually 1 solar length below the horizon still in both situations.
Are you saying specific example, something like this?
Are you posting something?
That's a mirage.
Oh, you're driving, aren't you? Sorry.
Right.
But,
No. That's okay. Right. That's what I'm talking about. Like that's crazy. That's crazy shit refraction, right? So I'm asking because if there's more refraction, to me, it actually would delay and hold that light longer, so that you could actually have 2 or 3 sun lengths.
Before we get on
wouldn't.
this whole refraction thing. All right, go ahead. Whatever.
It wouldn't be much longer than typical. The average conditions are that for things that are touching the horizon, they are loomed up by 37 arc minutes, which is a little bit over half a degree. Under extreme scenarios, that doesn't change by much. It only may go up to 45 or maybe 50 arc minutes. That's not really much of a change. It looks crazier than the amount of displacement actually is.
And Doofus, you said a half a degree. How big is the sun in degrees?
About half a degree.
All right. So we all agreed. Are you done, Travis? I don't want to interrupt your thing.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think through it. Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, so we all agree that the sun is not in its actual position. It's 8 minutes behind where it used to be, where it was in the past, right? We all agreed to that.
Sure,
Okay, let's go ahead and agree. What's the logical step?
Is that
next?
true, or are you just agreeing just to agree?
Yes, we're agreeing.
Agreeing with you.
We're agreeing. Now what?
You throw a fit like a toddler.
Are you
when we
agreeing
give you
just to agree, or is that actually true?
Jeremy, we have given you actual elucidated answers as to why that frame of thinking is wrong, but you refuse to move on until we agree with you. So we are agreeing with you to see where you're leading us.
We're not going anywhere because you think that what I'm saying is wrong. But that's your model, though. The sun's not in its actual position. It's where it was 8 minutes ago.
Okay, fine, Jeremy. We agree. What's next?
I mean, you're just agreeing just to agree, and then you're going to backtrack to this point 5 minutes. I did it 10 times yesterday. Armbar.
Yes, that's why
I to agree to that, and then he backtracks right back to this point that you agreed to, and then disagrees with it.
Yes, Jeremy. That's why I said at the very beginning of this, all you do is you look for technicality wins. You don't actually look for truth, because we very clearly, multiple times from multiple people, have told you the exact same thing, that the way you're phrasing this is wrong, but you refuse to phrase it any other way. So we're just agreeing.
False. I'm not trying to win on a technicality. I'm trying to find truth.
Okay, we gave you the truth. What is wrong with what we told you?
Is the truth that the sun is not in its actual position when we see it? It's 8 minutes behind.
The truth is that light takes 8 minutes to reach us. Its position has nothing to do with light taking 8 minutes to reach us.
Really? Because Kosho gave me the math on where the position of the sun would actually be in an amount of degrees.
Okay, so Jeremy, this is the exact same argument that we had a few days ago, where you're like, it's the vacuum of space, there's still refraction. And we're like, well, how much would there be? And you're like, well, as long as there's at least one molecule up there, there's some angle of incidence. And I'm like, all right, well, you're technically correct, but practically you're not, because we never see refraction up there with that particular amount of pressure. So again, here you're saying a thing that could technically be true, but you're going to use the technicality of it being true to make some dumb point that isn't practically useful. So you can either continue doing that or you can listen to us when we say that its position doesn't change just because it takes 8 minutes for light to reach us.
Would I just listen to you? Dude, the sun, Kosho gave me the amount in degrees for how much the sun is off its actual position, which
Yeah,
was
how much
8
was
minutes,
that?
which was 8 minutes ago. I don't know. It was a number in degrees. So we know when we're looking at the sun, we're not seeing it in its actual position. We're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago in a different position.
But that's contingent upon Earth moving.
Whatever the contingency
Hang on,
is.
hang on. Let me do it like this. You're driving down a highway, right? You see a person on the side of the highway.
I'm not going down any fucking examples with you when you guys won't walk through this shit with me. Why would I?
Jeremy, we've already
Do I look like a fucking horse or a jackass that you can just walk around?
Jeremy, continue. We have agreed, yes. Your rendition is what we're agreeing to. Please move the conversation forward.
You guys can move forward. I mean, if no one's willing to admit that that's the truth, you're just agreeing.
I have admitted
you're
it.
just agreeing. You just admitted that you're just agreeing to this. 5 minutes, you're going to end up backtracking to this because Armbar did it 10 times yesterday.
Maybe you should be a little introspective as to why you think that would be the case. Perhaps you should phrase your questions differently or alter your understanding to fit the scenario versus trying to, I don't know, lead us like we're a witness in a trial case. Just accept the fact that what you're saying it could be technically true, but for all practical purposes is irrelevant to the fact that light takes 8 minutes to reach us from the sun.
The light minutes old. It's in a different position than we actually see it. So in reality, when the sun hasn't risen yet due to the rotation of Earth, when the sun hasn't risen, it actually has risen. See it, but we just didn't see it yet because it was 8 minutes ago.
That is incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Yes.
Okay. How is part of it specifically was incorrect?
The part
New
where
analogy or anything. Tell me what I said was incorrect.
Right, the part where you assume the rotation of the Earth has something to do with the 8 minutes. That has nothing to do with it.
Very fuzzy. Your mic's very fuzzy, Doofus. How I said the sun rises due to the rotation of the Earth. Sun has risen. When the sun rises, it's actually risen 8 minutes before we actually see it rise because of this actual position, in apparent position.
That's not correct.
That is correct because the sun is angularly in a different position.
You're connecting the 8 minutes to the Earth's rotation. Those two things, the 8 minutes and the Earth's rotation, are not connected to each other.
Sunrise because of Earth rotation.
The sun rises because of Earth's rotation.
And the sun is in an 8 minute old position.
No.
The sun is not in an 8 minute old position. The sun is exactly where we see it, and there's no lag between where the sun is and where we see it due to this 8 minute speed of light.
The 8 minutes has nothing to do with the Earth's rotation. We see the light that it was emitted from the sun 8 minutes ago. The Earth's rotation has nothing to do with how long it took for the light to get to us.
You just keep saying things, but you're not acknowledging what I said. Like every time I say something, you move on to some new
Because
thing.
it's wrong. I'm acknowledging it and saying it's wrong.
Get this straight. The sun rises because of Earth rotation. That's correct.
That part is correct.
If the light takes hold on. If the light takes eight and a half minutes to get here, surely the source would be 8 minutes in the past.
It is. I'm trying to walk them through it. Just hold on.
That's not how light
Earth rises. Happens because Earth rotates. See the sun. Actually, we see the sun where it was 8 minutes in the past, which can be measured angularly, right?
You're conflating actual
I'm glad we all agree. I'm glad we all agree so far.
I think you're conflating actual position with angular position from Earth, and that's the confusion here.
saying?
Jeremy,
Something's wrong
maybe
with
this
my
will
mic.
maybe I can help you understand
No,
it
you're
this
not
way.
going to help me out. You're not going
No,
to help
I
me out.
am.
Tell me when I say something that's not true.
We've already done that many
The sun
times.
rises because the Earth rotates. I didn't say anything that's not true, right?
Yes, you've said many things that aren't true.
Okay, point it out to me. Sun rises because Earth rotates, and we
Yes.
don't see. Okay, that's true. We don't see the
Yeah.
sun in its actual position. We see it where it was 8 minutes ago.
That is false.
True, sir. Kosho gave me the math for how much it's off of its actual position. See, you agreed to this 5 fucking minutes ago. What'd I say?
So Jeremy, listen
Backtrack
closely,
to this
buddy.
point.
Listen
I
closely, buddy.
predicted this. I made a flat Earth prediction. Hold on, Nidhug. 1 second. Just made a flat Earth prediction that this was going to happen, and he was going to backtrack to the point he just agreed to, and now he's disagreeing with it.
Right, because you're connecting the two things that are not connected. We're telling you
I'm done with you
specifically
guys.
in the model that the two things that you mentioned, Earth rotation and 8 minutes later, those two things are not connected in the model. So when you try to argue against the model by connecting those two things together again, you are arguing a straw man.
You're in a straw man. I'm just stating things that are true about your model.
Jeremy,
No.
hang on.
The position as the
statements about
position
the
as we see it
heliocentric
8
model.
minutes,
I know it
the
bothers you.
position as we see it 8 minutes later has to do with the Earth's rotation. The light taking 8 minutes for it to get here has nothing to do with the Earth's rotation.
I thought the Earth rotation would be instantaneous. How would that be causing the 8 minute delay?
It doesn't. Hey,
Right, they're
Jeremy.
not connected.
Oh gosh.
Jeremy, you're standing in front of me, all right? I got a flashlight. All right? You with me?
Don't do it, Jeremy.
No, you got this, Jeremy.
I'm gonna walk through your thing where you just
Yep. Yep, it's easy.
what you just did to me was you agreed to
It's easy.
something, then I
Jeremy.
backtracked to it and you disagreed to it. So now
Jeremy.
you think I'm gonna let you run me through some bullshit?
It's
You're bullshit,
simple.
dude. You are
It's simple,
total
Jeremy.
bullshit.
Jeremy, dude, just listen. We're in front of each other. I have a flashlight. You go away from me while still looking at me. How far away do you have to get before my position moves?
The sun's not in its actual position.
Well, it's always
The sun's
moving.
where it
If
was
you're, if
8
you're
minutes
moving
ago
away
because
from,
Poe showed
if
it.
you're moving
No, why
away,
you interrupt?
what you're,
Why is everyone interrupting me?
Jeremy, this is a yes or no
Not
question.
in its actual.
Jeremy,
Is my mic
if
cutting
you
out?
and I are facing each other and I have a light and you go away from me while still looking at me, is there
Dude,
ever
what are
a
you
point
doing?
in time? Is there ever a point in time, no matter how far away you get from me, where my position changes?
I'm gonna step back and mod because I don't know why everyone just interrupted me and talked over me, and then when I protested to it, you just thought it was time for you to talk again. You did that.
Jeremy.
I'll be here modding if anyone needs me.
So when given a very specific and easy to understand example of how you're wrong, you decide to run away.
I'm not running away. I was trying to make a statement about it, and people interrupted me, and then you went on with another rant of your light example.
Feel free, because this should clear it up for you. Feel free to tell me at what point in time when you're going away from me and I'm holding a light towards you that my position changes.
The fact that it's a light.
Would it be relative to you? The person that's moving away, would it be relative to them? Because then you would be changing position. Although you're not, but because the other person is moving away from you, relative to that person, your position is getting further and further away, is it not?
There's a simpler. Yeah, there's probably a simpler way to explain this though, because the light is not helping in this scenario. Say you have two people out in a field. It's just a big open field. They can see each other. That's fine. One is spinning now, and the other one has a ball that can throw to that person that's spinning. The person that threw the ball will throw it such that the other person will be facing them, then, they'll catch it. Now, the same travel time for that ball, that other person stops spinning before the ball is thrown. If the ball is thrown, that other person won't catch it. Same deal. The rotating of the Earth and the 8 minutes are not connected to each other.
You just keep saying that, but when I make true statements about the heliocentric model, you want to somehow deny them and backtrack and then agree and then disagree to the same thing. It's ridiculous.
You can make
Right.
true
But
statements.
the
Jeremy.
problem is that you're making statements that don't actually fit the heliocentric model. When we say the light takes 8 minutes to get from the sun to Earth, that doesn't mean that the position of the sun is off by the amount that the Earth has rotated in those 8 minutes. Those two statements are not equivalent. They are not connected to each other. They are not the same.
All right, cool. When I make a false statement about the heliocentric model,
Jeremy,
the
you
light,
can make true statements.
or right now before I say anything.
Go ahead.
We don't see the sun in its actual position. We see it in an apparent position that is behind 8 minutes. The actual position, we see it behind 8 minutes where it was in the past. The sunrise is caused by Earth rotation. Good, so that's all good so far. True statements about the heliocentric model.
Right, and those two statements are not connected to each other.
They're connected through the heliocentric model. This is your model.
Right? But you cannot connect those two statements together and say that we see the 8 minutes, or we see the sun 8 minutes behind by the amount that the sun moves through the sky. That's not true.
If we're
I
seeing
don't think that's what he said.
I don't know. I haven't said anything wrong about the heliocentric model yet. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna write this all down. Say it in all one paragraph.
Yeah, the problem is you're connecting dots, Jeremy. You can say that birds have wings, and that's a true statement. And you can say that things with wings can fly, and that can also be a true statement. But when you say penguins can fly, that's not a true statement.
But you put words in his mouth by saying that he was talking about the sun moving in the sky. He never said nothing about that. He just said that we see the sun in an apparent position, which is 8 minutes in the past.
Because you might have joined a little bit late because the scenario is about.
We could only see it 8 minutes in the past, right?
Right, but you might have joined a little bit late because the scenario is about when we suddenly stop the Earth from rotating. If the Earth does stop rotating, that very instant, the sun will stop moving in the sky, whether or not the light is reaching us 8 minutes later or not.
The sun's position.
Well, what they said about it yesterday is that the spin of the Earth is instantaneous, so there would be no lag. Right. We're not talking about the spin of the Earth. Jeremy isn't talking about the spin of the Earth. He's just saying that we apparently see the sun. We see the sun in an apparent position 8.5 minutes ago.
You
right?
are late.
We're
You
not
are
seeing
late.
it. We're not seeing it. We're not seeing it in the present. That's all Jeremy is saying.
No, it isn't. He has the whole point of this entire argument is that he proclaimed that if the Earth stopped rotating, we should see the sun 8 minutes and then it should stop. That is not
true. Because the Glober yesterday said that. That's why he's saying that.
Right, but that is his argument today. That is why this discussion is happening right now.
Yeah, it's not the globe model, though.
Yeah, just because someone said it doesn't make it true. But Jeremy is trying to wrap his head around it, and that is his argument, that it should happen that way.
I'm trying to see whether you agree with this other glober or not.
This isn't my argument. We're just going over the heliocentric model. The fact is we don't see the sun in its actual position. We see the sun where it was 8 minutes ago. So it's angularly in a different position. Another fact about the heliocentric model is the sun rises because of Earth rotation. So 8 minutes before the sun rose, actually already risen. We just don't know yet because we're seeing it in the old spot.
There you go. See, there's the line he draws between the Earth rotating and light reaching us in 8 minutes, and that's why he's wrong. And you can keep defending him, but you would also be wrong.
So what's wrong about it? So because does the light not take 8.5 minutes, or does it take 8.5 minutes to get here?
The sun's position in the sky.
Does it not? You want to contradict yourself and say that both are true. This is the problem.
The sun's position in the sky as it traverses through the sky is solely based on us rotating. The fact that light takes 8 minutes or 30 minutes or 5 years to reach us is irrelevant to the point that the sun rotates in the sky solely because we rotate. If we stop rotating, the sun stops moving in the sky. Period.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But we always see the sun 8.5 minutes ago. So no matter whether you're talking about a spin or whatever, it's still 8.5 minutes ago.
Okay,
Yeah, Nidhogg,
sure.
hold on a second. Hold on, Nidhogg, hold on just 1 second. What he said there, the part that was incorrect specifically, was that the sun was in a geometric location that was above our horizon before we see the sunrise. That's incorrect. That is not the globe model.
No.
Okay, so we're not seeing the sun where it was 8 minutes ago.
The 8 minutes and the Earth rotation are two disconnected.
See the sun? Do we see the sun where it was 8 minutes in the past in a different angular location?
Not by the amount
Yes or
that
no?
the
Yes
Earth
or no? It's a yes
rotates.
or no.
It is
Okay,
not a yes or no question. You can keep saying it's a yes or no question. It won't become a yes or no question just because
I
you're
agree with
asking
you.
for it to be.
Doofus, I agree with you. They're not connected. But then Jeremy's statement isn't false because still the light would take 8.5 minutes. So the sun has already risen 8.5 minutes ago.
That is also incorrect. Again, the sun,
So it doesn't
we
take
see
8.5
the light
minutes to get
emitted
here.
from the sun
Now
as it was
it's
emitted 8 minutes ago. However, when the sun, the position in the sky, it is only, I say again only, because of the rotation of the Earth. The 8 minutes has nothing to do with which direction we see the sun in.
So now you're saying the spin of the Earth reduces this or speeds up light so that it gets here instantaneously. Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying.
So we're still seeing the sun 8.5 minutes ago, but we're
Right,
not
remember
because
the
the Earth's
guy in
spinning.
the field
But we're
catching the
not because
ball?
the Earth's spinning. We're
Do
seeing
you
it in
remember?
its position because the Earth spins. That counteracts the 8.5 minutes that it takes for the light to get to us, right?
No. Do you remember the example of the guy in the field catching the ball? It didn't matter whether or not the ball had travel time. When the ball reaches that person, they have to be facing that direction or else that ball will not be caught. For
Right.
instance,
Okay.
if
Yeah.
we
Okay.
had
I
stopped
think
the
the
rotation
confusion
of
here
the
is
Earth before
you
sunrise occurred, such that 8 minutes later sunrise should have occurred, the sunrise won't occur.
By the way, I said that like
You
30
just
minutes
you
ago.
just keep saying that. You just keep making this argument, but it's bankrupt though because if we're
That's your
seeing the
opinion.
sun where it was 8 minutes ago, not an opinion. What I'm about to say is not an opinion. Well, I mean, it is an opinion to some people, but for anyone that believes in the heliocentric model, this is not an opinion. We don't see the sun in its actual position. We see it where it was 8 minutes ago in an angularly different position. That is a heliocentric fact. Okay, that means that
Its
what that
physical
means is
position hasn't
what that
changed,
means
right?
is
Let him
Right.
finish.
You keep screwing it up, Jeremy. That's why people keep chiming in.
what am I screwing up? We're not seeing the sun in its actual position. We see it where it was 8 minutes ago.
Great.
What did
But
I
it's
screw
not
up?
by 2 degrees every 8 minutes. That's not correct.
Okay, so we're definitely seeing the sun where it was 8 minutes ago.
We're seeing the light that it got emitted from the sun 8 minutes ago.
And we're also seeing it in a different position than it was 8 minutes ago. Because I know this because Kosho did the math to me in
What was the math
degrees
that he
on how
gave
much
you?
an amount of degrees.
How much?
I don't know. It's irrelevant.
Oh,
We
it's
know
very
that it's not
relevant because if it's 2 degrees, the answer is wrong.
relevant. We already know that it's not in the same position. It's 8 minutes behind.
So what?
We're seeing it in a position it was 8 minutes ago.
And how much is it
Why do you
off
not?
by?
Do you understand we're seeing the sun where it was 8 minutes ago?
Not by the amount of the Earth's rotation causing the sun move through the sky in 8 minutes.
It
Did he
is.
say
We
anything
are
about
seeing
Earth
it.
spinning?
Right,
We
they're
are
not
seeing it
connected.
where it was
Exactly,
8
they're
minutes
totally
ago,
not
right?
connected. So when Jeremy says something like, "We see the sun in its position it should have been in 8 minutes ago," the problem is that it's not the amount the sun should have moved in those 8 minutes. Those
Right.
two
Okay. So
things are not
here's a better
connected.
way to think about it. Instead of it moving, right? Say that half of it was coloured in purple, right? So for 8 minutes we wouldn't notice that. But like what Jeremy was trying to say is, if the Earth stopped, would we see it? Would we see it straight away? I think that's what the question is. Maybe
Right, and I already answered that question. Changes that occur at the sun,
See?
we would not see those for another 8 minutes. Changes that occur at the Earth, like we see the Earth stop rotating, the changes that occur here would be immediate.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe that would make Jeremy understand it clearer. Hey, Jeremy, if the sun started emitting purple just randomly, and at that same moment we stopped rotating, the sun would not move in the sky once we stopped rotating, but 8 minutes from that point, the sun would turn purple.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, were you trying to talk earlier?
my mic's not lighting up when I talk. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this. Some kind of Discord setting.
Somebody had a pretty good metaphor. I think it was yesterday or whatever, where if you're on the road and you're a minute behind a car, 30 seconds behind a car, and you're filming the car, if the car ahead of you speeds up or turns around or whatever, there is a little bit of, microsecond of lag or whatever when you see that. But if you bump the camera in your car, then that is immediate and instant in terms of you filming the car.
Okay, so we see the sun where it was 8 minutes ago. That means when the sun has risen, during a sunrise, it's actually risen minutes before you can see it.
No, that part is incorrect.
Well, how could that be incorrect? Because the source is 8.5 minutes away. So no matter what, you're always seeing 8.5 minutes in the past. The Earth's spin, all right, you're saying is instantaneous, and all the effects would be, but we're still seeing the sun 8.5 minutes ago. So yes, it would have risen 8.5 minutes ago. I don't understand how you're trying to make.
You just said two contradictory statements there. If the Earth's rotation stops, then the position of the sun we see in the sky would also stop immediately. Then there's no reason to say that the
8.5 minutes
sun would have
earlier.
already. Then there's no reason to say that the sun would already have been in a geometric position such that a sunrise would have occurred 8 minutes prior to us actually seeing the sunrise. Those two statements don't agree with each other.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because the effect, the cause of the sunrise is because you think the Earth spins, right?
Right, and we're looking in a different direction, and that's an immediate change.
Go ahead, Jim. I'll wait till you're all done. Wait till you're done.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. You go. Maybe your mic's having problems.
It's all good. Go ahead, man. It's tough. I'm having mic issues. These guys are being difficult. You guys want, go ahead, bro.
Can I jump in real quick? I want to ask something, if you guys don't mind. Hey, how fast is the sun traveling?
How fast?
We don't know. We don't know.
So
Is the honest answer. Is the honest answer anyway?
In the Milky Way, we don't know the sun speed, right? Is it safe to say it's flying faster than Earth, or is Earth and the sun going the same speed?
This seems like a new topic.
Sounds like we're asking questions we don't know the answers to. I don't understand why. We know we don't know these answers, so.
Okay, so in not even your guys' model, you guys don't have a speed of the planet spinning around Milky Way.
Right, this is a new topic. I don't understand why we're going to this topic.
Yeah, are we done with the sunset and
He
the?
said he's done because like you guys aren't talking, letting me. I'm having a problem with my mic. That's why I jumped in because I thought that was done. I'm sorry, I apologize. We can go back to it, but like honestly, he said, "All right, I'm done. My mic's not working. You guys are jumping all over me. You're not
Yeah,
getting
fair
it."
enough. What's your point then, isn't it? Like, what is it? What is the topic that you're trying to make? Then, like, we don't. What's the topic?
Well, okay, so for instance, if the Earth is orbiting in your model around the sun, but they're saying that we're actually the planets are kind of chasing the sun because the sun is orbiting at a faster speed in the model around the Milky Way, and then the planets are kind of catching up to it. But there's a point where, because we look at it like from a sideways view where all the planets are lined up, but in the angle to the Milky Way, like when you do the math, it actually puts the sun and the planets orbiting like at a slight angle, like like sideways, as opposed to like if you look at it vertically shooting
Like the solar
across.
system has an axis
Yeah,
almost.
yeah. So yeah, there's the axis, right? And then they're orbiting on this axis that your guys' model says this is what the science is. But there's points where Earth is if it's orbiting around the sun, it actually has to come in front of the sun, which in theory, like if we're on a racetrack and I would have to go faster than the sun's speed to get in front of it, and then I would slow down for it then to pass me up. Like if we were two people on a racetrack and we're going forward, I would need more force to pass you, and then I'd let go of that, or you need more force to get in front of me, whatever way. But I'm just trying to see if you guys even understand your own model, and with the logic in that, that would mean that the planets would have to speed up in their crazy rotations that they take, and then to get ahead of the sun, and then to come back. If you actually look at the video I posted, it
Yeah,
actually explains it pretty well.
it's the
It
exact
shows.
same conception that people think that we should collide with the moon as it orbits us. It's just not true.
I didn't say anything about colliding with the moon, but okay, you can go on that route. But
But
if you watch the video that I posted, and if you need a timestamp, you guys need a timestamp. That'd probably help, right? There, you're
no,
gonna see.
I
No,
get what you're describing. And in this particular case, it might be helpful to realize that the racetrack example is not helpful because planets don't have legs or wheels. So it's not like they have to scurry forward faster or slower in order to make the movements that they do.
so what
It
would
doesn't
make
matter
it
that
go?
they are relative to
What are
some
you trying
other
to say that
reference
they're a
frame,
passenger?
changing their
They're being
velocity.
pulled.
That wouldn't actually change anything about the
Are
orbit.
you saying that they're a passenger and they're being pulled though?
One at
It's
a
not
No.
time,
them
guys,
using
please.
having to use their legs or whatever, like you were saying, but they're being pulled, right? So,
That
but it's not a constant rate. They are speeding up and slowing down.
right, but
So,
where's the
like,
problem?
if you go to a minute and 43 of the video that I posted, that at 24 minutes after the hour, it explains how this orbiting and eclipsing around the sun is actually at a 60-degree angle. So there's a point where the sun will be actually behind the respected planets, and as it's traveling, but that doesn't make sense in the speeds that they are again calculated to be going to begin with. So this is kind of like one of those holes that are like, it makes sense mathematically, but then logically, this is where we really need to get you guys on board with, because it's hard to seems like you guys don't get that. But
Right, as I was
logically,
trying to get to, I need to find the part where you say logically there's a problem. Because
so
right now,
logically the problem is
using our actual framework, which is what you're supposed to be arguing against,
so
there isn't
logically
actually a problem there.
So logically, if there's a sun traveling at, let's say, we'll make it real simple, it's going 60 miles per hour, okay? And then the Earth on its, spinning around the sun, orbiting around the sun, is only going 40 miles per hour. Then how would it ever get in front of it in that angle? Because you can see that it's clearly, there's a point where it's in front of it, without picking up speed and then either slowing down to draw behind it as it's coming back on its orbit, to the other side of it. First of all, do you understand what I'm saying?
I
I
do,
don't know.
and
It's a bit.
the
It's a bit
problem that
weird
you're
because
having is that these planets, suns, stars, all of that, none of them are having to drive on a racetrack. They're not having to fit any particular reference frame of motion. For instance, in your example, like you said, the sun and the solar system, I guess, collectively is moving 60 miles an hour, and the Earth is moving 40 miles an hour, as in your example.
so. Are you saying
Then you would have,
basically because it's
then
a
you would have
vacuum?
instances where the velocity relative to some other reference frame is 100 miles an hour one way and 20 miles an hour another way. So that seems like a contradiction to you, but that's not actually a contradiction using the laws of motion that we understand.
Okay. So to you, it's perfect sense that something that's going faster would be able to be passed up by something that's going slower. And this is the world you live in. Enough said.
Well,
I'll exit
we
the
got to
building.
finish
Don't
this.
worry. I'll mute myself. That's all I
I
needed
got.
to hear. Goodbye.
Wait,
Hang
wait,
on.
wait,
That's
wait,
that's
wait,
not
wait.
what I
Hold on.
said, though. You can
I'm still
change what I
missing the
said,
point
but
you're
that
trying to
won't
make.
actually change what I really said.
I'm still
If
missing the point you're trying to make.
yeah,
Apocryphon. So,
if you have a ball and a string and you sling it over your head and so the ball is orbiting you, how fast do you have to run before you run into the ball that you're swinging over your head?
right. I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Like,
So the ball. So hold on.
how does it keep it with it, but then how does it stop it from
Okay.
collision?
Here's what I would argue with that: that the ball that I'm swinging around my head is going a constant speed, right?
Yeah.
And if I wanted to keep it,
With respect to you, yes.
hold on. If I wanted to keep it to make sure that I don't run into it, and I'm going at a fast speed, then that ball that I'm spinning, when I whip it around like from behind my back to in front of me, I would naturally whip it quicker so that I don't hit it. So there would have to be a change of force on that ball that I'm spinning as I'm spinning it, because I'm bringing it in front of me, taking it behind me. And I would not only would I speed up when I come up, but I would also slow down as it goes behind my back. Naturally, I think that is even testable. You're right about that. But the argument is that's not what's happening here. This constant, I think you're trying to, I see what you're saying, but you're trying to like go down a different road, but that's not reality. Because in reality, if I'm spinning a ball around me, naturally, if it what's in front of me, when I whip it back to come back to me, it's going to slow down. And then as I go for it to go back in front of me, I'm going to pick up the speed again. So let's use that Earth and Sun thing, but there has to be a quicker or faster, movement on the Earth to get out from in front of the sun and then to come back behind and then slow down
I
naturally. That's
feel
just the
like
way.
you've never tried to do this while running, though,
No,
because
no, no, no,
you're
no. Hold on. I have actually, but I'll tell you, there's a game there's a relay race that you tie a rope around your ankle and and it's connected to a tether ball, and you have to kick it around in circles while you hop it while you're racing. Have you ever done that race? And naturally, when you kick it in front of you, it has to go in front of you so you don't trip over it. You have to whip it fast, and then as you whip it, then it goes slower behind your back, and you have to whip it again in front of you. So don't say like I have never done it, but this is the logic that I think we could try to wrap our heads around and discuss. Don't you think so?
okay. But if I have a ball on a string and I swing it around my head while not moving, and then I start running and I do the same motion with my hand, it's exactly the same thing. Relative motion is a thing.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but if I'm let me rewind. You're saying I'm swinging the ball first, right? Then I start running. First of all, now we're doing apples and oranges because apparently this all would have been spinning whatever at the same time, but whatever. So I'm spinning it first and then I take off running. Still, naturally, just in the swing of it, when it gets in front of me, I'm gonna have to swing it faster and it's gonna slow down when it gets behind me. Now, if you're saying there's like a constant, like you put like a machine on your back and it's going to spin a ball around by itself and I could just run and the machine will just spin in circles, if that's what you're saying, because if it comes to me, if I have a force on something, it's going to be accordingly. At least I'm going to do it like, in a real world experiment. Like I know that if I swing something around me, it's going to go faster in front of me, slower behind me. But I mean, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe in space that doesn't have to apply because again, we're talking about La La Land. So maybe you're right. Maybe that can work like that. I'm just saying for something to
Not
go in
even La
front of
La
you.
Land.
I'm talking about space. It's fake. Oh, you didn't
Yeah,
know? But anyway,
this is the
Yeah,
good
it's
point you
not
just
even
made there
about La
a
La
couple of
Land
things.
because we know
It
relative
isn't La
motion
La
exists
Land.
here
It
on
isn't
Earth.
La La Land, and you can just say that it's the inertia of that planet or whatever's orbiting the sun is being pulled. It's just basically a passenger. So when the sun's turning or whatever, the other thing is going to speed up because to that planet, that sun is slowing down, but it's actually turning. So you're still going to get the whip around, you would get. But we're still talking about Narnia anyway, so none of this is real. This is all still a fucking theoretical thought experiment.
Right, but we can
Great
demonstrate here on Earth that relative motion is definitely a thing. So in space, it shouldn't suddenly become not a thing.
Yeah, we've all experienced inertia. Like there's no denying that.
So you
Well, I mean,
agree?
Apocryphon has a problem with that.
Yeah, you agree that Apocryphon's point is silly then?
Well, it's silly because we're talking about Narnia anyway. So why even bother? We're talking about hypothetical, theoretical bullshit. So who cares?
Right? Can we acknowledge for a moment that the way that he established his problem with the model didn't fit the model?
this is hold on. If the Earth is in front of the sun and it's traveling at a set speed, then that means at that point the Earth is now faster than the sun. It's going faster than it. So
Relative to something
why
outside the solar
you guys
system.
don't get that? I do not understand why. I
No, we
don't
totally get
honestly.
it,
I
but
don't get
you're
how
not
you guys don't
presenting
see
a
that.
problem.
Because it's in their magical realm of Narnia where they have a
Okay.
string attached to things, called gravity, right? So this is why, like who cares? Why are you even arguing in their
Yeah, you're right.
playground of Narnia? Do you know
It's
what I mean?
you're right. It is pointless. I mean, again, I'm just gonna say, like, I don't know. Maybe someone heard that, and maybe it's clicking in someone's mind of what I'm trying to say, or trying to. Maybe not. I
Well,
don't know.
we've established that what you're saying, it doesn't break any laws of physics that we are aware of. You say the Earth should be going faster than the sun. If the Earth was the ball and the sun was the person slinging the ball around, sure, to an outside reference frame, maybe it looks that way. But to you, the person holding the ball and string, you can run as fast as you want, and the ball will still rotate around you,
Okay.
depending on how fast you.
Let me ask something. If I had a starting point and somebody just came to my head. If I have a starting point and an ending point, right, with the photo camera at the end to see who won the race, and if I'm spinning the ball around me, okay, and I'm running at my speed, and the ball is in front of me by, let's say, 20 feet, because that's how big of the string and ball compared to, it's the third planet away from the sun, and I'm spinning it, and it's way over there, and it reaches the finish line before me, and then I cross the finish line. Now, guess what? We can do the math and say, well, Earth went faster than the sun because it got to a point quicker than the sun. So
yeah, but you're forgetting the imaginary string called gravity that holds it at the same rate all the time.
yeah, these guys, man. I don't know.
Right. So even in your example, that doesn't hold up. I mean, if you have one car going 20 miles an hour and another car going 20 miles an hour, but the car going 20 miles per hour, one's in front of the other, then which one went faster when you took the picture at the finish line? They were both going 20 miles an hour, weren't they?
No, whoa, hold on, man. That sounds stupid. If
Because
both
you guys
cars,
trying to make an analogy
hold
with
on,
magnets.
hold on. If both cars start at the starting point and both went 20 the entire time, like let's say we even let them build up to speed, and once they hit 20, we clocked it, and then 100 yards away, they both kept their speed at 20. Guess what? They'll both be at the end at the same time because that's time and distance, and we could calculate that. Now, if somehow that car that was also going 20 miles per hour was 40 feet ahead of him, then clearly he sped up somehow to get that. Man, you guys are so. I'm out of here.
Well,
I'll
you're
mute
talking
myself.
about You're talking about different things, though. You're talking about linear motion between two untethered objects, and then you're immediately at the end of the race, you're saying, but what if one of the objects was suddenly tethered to the other one orbiting around it, which is your
Yeah,
conclusion.
like make this
You're
point clearer,
forgetting the
Pokemon.
whole.
You're
You're
trying to
forgetting
say
the whole
like
part where
you're
you
trying
are
to hold
comparing
on,
apples and oranges.
hold on. You're trying to say that one thing is ahead of something else when they're traveling the same speed. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, in their
His
in their
original,
in
his
their
original
argument,
premise.
in their argument,
You don't need to make my argument for me. His original premise was that if you have an outside observer and you take a snapshot at some arbitrary point in time, then one being in front of the other must mean that one was going faster than the other. And I
Can
gave
I
a
interrupt,
clear
please?
example where that's
Or
not
had a
the case.
shorter circuit.
I can squash this in a couple sentences. Let's say you got a fan and a really big parking lot, and the fan is watching one car drift around the other car. Now, car A is traveling in a straight path, and car B is doing donuts around that car. Half of the time, the car doing the donut is going to be going faster than the car that's traveling A to B, and the other half of the time, it's going to be going backwards, traveling slower. So if the car from A to B is going 20, the other car is going to be going 30, 10, 30, 10 as he does his donuts around.
exactly, exactly.
But in
No,
which
that's
relative
no, that's
sense?
exactly right.
That's not true at all. What are you talking about?
That's
That's not
exactly
true.
right. That
You could
is
remove.
logic.
You could
Something
remove
you
the
guys
car.
fail
You can
to
remove the car
grasp.
going. You can remove the car going at a fixed speed, the one that wasn't doing the donuts, and you would still have the exact same thing. The car doing the donuts is going at a fixed speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing donuts around the car.
Yeah, but he has to speed
Okay,
up
but
ahead
in
of the object
relation
that he's
to,
orbiting
hold
to
on.
be able to do donuts around it.
Okay,
So if
Why are we
that
back
thing
to the
is
track
traveling
again?
at
I
a
already said
certain
the track
speed,
was pointless.
the other thing that is orbiting that car has to speed up ahead of it to get ahead of it to orbit around it.
I don't understand why
Right?
you guys don't get this.
Here's the thing. Because it's still Narnia we're talking about here, because in their idea it's just a passenger. Like the moon to the earth is just a passenger. It's not speeding up to orbit around the sun. It's just being carried by the earth in their model.
Congratulations, you kind of sort of get it.
logic thrown out the window, but it's science, so let's just trust it.
It's
You're right.
Narnia.
Right,
It's
it's
not
not.
fucking science.
You're right.
It's Narnia. What are
Yeah,
we
you're
talking
right.
about?
Because this
Fucking
really
hell.
needs to be said. It's not about logic, because what you're saying is that these things should be compared to how they occur on a track. As I've already mentioned long ago, the track has nothing to do with it. The speed relative to the track has nothing to do with it. This whole example of bringing up racetracks is absolutely not useful in this scenario.
So if
But
this wasn't
in a
if this
sense it
wasn't
is
an
because of
issue,
like the smaller circuit. You know, like if you have an inside circuit, it's
Oh,
a
for
shorter
fuck's sake.
distance,
if
so
this wasn't an issue,
finish line quicker.
yeah, if this wasn't an issue with
Traveling
the
at 10.
heliocentric model, then there should be no issue with modeling all of this out within your gravitational model to be able to put, 9 different gravitational bodies moving in these directions and be able to simulate this and allow the simulation to run and reproduce what we are claiming is taking place in the universe. But the problem is they can't do that with even 3 bodies. So
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it pretty much
If
is
they
irrelevant.
We
He's
require
right,
greater than
because
what we have available.
you can't explain what they're talking about with regular physics, right? Maybe if you had like a tetherball system, right, or one of the models of the solar system where they got like big giant beams sticking out from the base, and there's like the sun in the middle, and these metal beams keep everything in line, but they don't have any of that, right? It's this, ether-like substance called space-time that exists in nothing, basically, and it's made of nothing. So this metaphysical, space-time warping is the steel beams in their model, or the tether to the ball, right? They have no tether, right? It's just all we hope so.
Actually, the track
That's
thing.
not a fair reproduction of what's going on.
Yeah,
But
actually, the track thing.
we're getting far from the point that was trying to be made earlier. That something in orbit around something else that also orbiting something else that somehow is, quote, a contradiction. In our model, it isn't.
Yeah.
No, it
Actually,
is.
Go ahead, Rakia.
wow.
Rakia, go ahead. Yeah, Rakia.
Yeah. Actually, the track thing is a good analogy because that's basically the only way your system would work. I actually can comprehend it if it is some type of electromagnetic track or however they're saying that quantum locking works. But when you have two things moving, one, the sun going in a particular direction, and then the Earth orbiting what you call orbiting around it, then the Earth would have to speed up and slow down to make that perfect orbit around it and stay 93 million miles away at every point. It would have to change speed drastically. I don't get the
Yeah,
argument here.
they're not denying that, but it's just a passenger of the sun. So it's just at the will of the sun.
Right. The planets, the stars, they don't have wheels that need to change their speeds relative to a track. They're just moving. That's all.
You know, that's like such a just it's you just hand wave it. Like no.
We're talking
They
about
don't
Narnia
have to.
anyway. Who
You say
cares? Like, fuck
you say
it.
you say no. They don't have to speed up, even though like logically, yeah, they do. If they're going to get in front of it, you have to speed up. But they don't have wheels. They don't have tires. Don't worry. Just
They
Well,
just
don't
just
have
like
to
your
change their
analogy
speed
earlier, though,
relative
with
to a track
with the
underneath of
spinning the
them. Those
ball
were the
above
words
your
I
head,
actually
right?
used instead of the thing that you said.
Just like the spinning the ball above your head analogy earlier. If you were to stop while you were doing it, you were traveling at some speed, and then you were just to stop. Do you think the ball that you were spinning would just stop?
Yeah, I don't think anyone made that point.
Right. What I said was you do the same motion whether you're running or not. Changing your motion while doing another motion is an acceleration, and that will have an effect. But that's
Yeah,
not the
what I'm
point.
saying is, it's like they're trying to deny inertia, but we're still talking about fucking
I'm
Narnia
not
anyway.
trying to
It's like
deny
we're not
inertia.
talking
Don't say
about
that shit.
reality, you know? Like,
Don't say I'm trying to deny inertia though, because that's
if
bullshit.
if if the
no,
if
not
Earth
you, the other flat earthers.
if
Ah,
Earth didn't speed up to get in front of the sun to spin around it, then the sun going faster, then the Earth would run into it because the
But
Earth is traveling a certain speed and the sun is going faster, and
Yeah,
All
it's
right, I got next.
going that
spoiling it.
speed because of what though? Because of
If
the sun in their model, right? It's a passenger. It's at will of whatever it's orbiting. Yeah, it's being carried by whatever it's orbiting.
yeah,
It's not its speed. It's what it's being pulled by in their fucking Narnia model. All
All
right.
right, I got next. Okay, so think about the moon instead, right? Think about the Earth traveling along its path, right? And the moon is in front of it, behind it, in front of it, behind it. In 2019, Space.com released information that the moon was in Earth's atmosphere. So during the moment where the moon is leading the race, because, it goes around the Earth, right? In front of it, behind it, in front of it, behind it. When it's in front of it, how is it in Earth's atmosphere?
define in front of it. I don't understand what you mean by the moon
Okay,
being
no,
in
so
front
no,
of it.
the
I
the,
get in front of
the
it when
Earth
they
is
say it.
going around, right? It's going around the sun, but it's kind of going in somewhat of a linear path, right? Because it's a really big circle, right? So as the
Mhm.
Earth is going, right, let's say 30 miles an hour, there's the moon drifting around the Earth, right? Like in a circle, right? Because it's orbiting, right? So when the moon is in front of the Earth, right? How is it in Earth's atmosphere? Because Earth's atmosphere hasn't got there yet.
Oh my God, dude. First off, 2019 or whatever you quoted for a date, what they actually said was particles from the Earth's atmosphere can be detected as far as the moon. So it's not like saying the moon is. They say this, but it was dumb because
Yeah,
everybody
I
disagrees with
knew you were
this.
going to
It
bring that
doesn't
up. That
say
was
that the moon
what I
is
was about
actually
to say.
within the Earth's atmosphere because
Yeah,
when that article was posted, the
Wow.
Earth, Jesus Christ, because when that article was posted, the definition of the Earth's atmosphere, the exosphere, and the geocorona, none of those definitions changed. That article didn't change anything either. All they did,
It's
all that
basically
article did
saying
was
a
say that
few
we've detected
particles of
something we
Earth's
never had the
atmosphere touch the
capability of
moon.
detecting
So
before.
that's what the claim is, that a few particles of Earth's atmosphere escaped and touched the moon, and that's why we say that the moon is now in Earth's atmosphere.
Right. They didn't detect them directly before, and then they had means to do so.
Right.
And now,
Okay, but
in
that's
order to
still.
address
Can
the other
we start
question,
a
which
topic
is
that's
if the
not
moon's
about
in front of
touching the
the Earth
moon?
around the track of the orbit around the sun, in actual relative motion, the way that this works, if you take the motion of the moon relative to the Earth, that velocity is relatively constant, Kepler's laws notwithstanding. Then you take a look at that system as a whole orbiting the sun. That's the motion that you're concerned about, not the moon anymore.
Can we get away from Narnia? Can we bring up a topic away from Narnia?
It's like packaging things appropriately and labeling them appropriately. You got to put the moon and the Earth in one package if you're referencing it with respect to the orbit around the sun. You can't just unpack one half of the box and then say, well, because I took the moon out of the moon's Earth relationship, it's now going faster than the Earth with respect to the sun. I think that's why you're getting confused.
You can package it any way you want. If one object is moving and another object is going behind it and then going in front of it, it has to change speed. I don't care how you package
That's not a contradiction or a problem, though.
it. Yeah, well,
You know,
that was his point, is that it is changing
Yeah, but
speed.
it's just
It
like
isn't.
I said
Even
though,
if
it's
he
just
has
a
the point that it
passenger.
is
It's
a
like human
contradiction or a
car.
problem, it isn't actually a contradiction or a problem.
yeah. Okay, here. Let me
Narnia.
yeah. Let me
So
say something. Let me say something. It is wrong because it's not in agreeing to their motto, but it's right because logically these certain things would have to happen, but you have to know logic and understand it and have it and believe it to even like for that light bulb to turn on. For instance, Larry understood what I was saying. He totally understood what I was getting at, but you had no idea. No, that's wrong. That doesn't contradict anything in our model you said. But okay, well then you're saying you have an illogical model, and that's fair. I will agree with that. But that's what we're arguing. We are arguing and debating things that don't make sense in your model. That's the bottom line, the basis of all of our arguments with you guys. But all you guys do is just go, well, that's perfectly fine in our model. No, it's not. That's the whole point why we're arguing. Okay, I'll shut up now. Give it to someone else.
Yeah, the reason why you came up with... Hold on.
I gotta say, it's not a problem at all in the model. It actually is an actual byproduct of the model. I don't understand where you guys are getting this confused.
Because the Earth is a racetrack, and the solar system's a racetrack. Everything
Yeah, he was just giving that as
everything is
analogy.
NASCAR.
I never said the Earth is a racetrack. You're a fucking straw man and motherfucker. Listen, I was
You
given
mean
an
it's like a
analogy,
NASCAR?
right? I was given an analogy, right? Everybody understands how cars in motion move, right? It's a little more difficult to understand how, balls could be flying through space with no tethers, right? Just floating on nothing, right? With the thing that you call space time, which is metaphysics. You might as well be talking about like God and how many angels can dance on the head of a needle.
When you're saying it contradicts our model, and our model is the very thing that you're mocking right now, then it doesn't stand to reason that it contradicts our model. It contradicts your understanding of what our model should be. And guess what? Your understanding is incorrect.
No, that's just what you guys say to discount what we're saying without saying. You
It's
might as
more
well
like
say
a
I'm a
NASCAR
conspiracy
track.
theorist.
Yeah,
Hold on a second.
exactly.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
is
Hold on
incorrect.
a second. Hey, can I be heard? Can you guys hang on a second? So whenever you guys say that we don't understand, what you're saying is that we reject your model, right? That has nothing to do with our ability to comprehend what's going on. So I'm going to ask you something. In the deepest vacuum of space, where space-time exists, right? There's no material there except for a few hydrogen and helium molecules at best. Probably less than that, right? 10 to the 17 negative torr, but yet there's space-time there, right? So what is space-time made out of? Which element on the periodic table or daughter property is it made out of?
It's not made out of anything.
Imagination.
Does our model claim that it's made of something on the periodic table?
What atomic weight does imagination have?
So I'm asking
there's no
the guy
atomic
who
weight.
originally posed this question. What element on the periodic table do we say space-time is made out of?
Yeah, what is it made out of?
No, you proposed it as our model, so I'm asking you what you think our model says
No,
about it.
I asked you what is space-time made out of?
It has to be something real, isn't it? If it's real, it has to be made out of something real, surely.
It's
What is
Legos,
radio
right?
made of? What is electromagnetics made of?
All right,
Stop changing the subject. What did I just ask you? Pay attention. See, I'd slap your cheek right now and make you look at me if you were doing this in real life. I would say, look at me and pay attention. What is space-time made out of? Stay on the topic. What's it made out of? Come on, boy. Give me an answer.
What is electromagnetism made of? What is heat made of?
Why are you changing the subject? Can you not stay focused? You don't understand the question, obviously. You don't understand the question. So I'm going to ask you again, and this time I'm going to grab your nuts and I'm going to look you in the face. What is space-time made out of?
What is heat made of?
Okay, at this point, you're not capable of having like a philosophical conversation, so I'm just going to dismiss you as a child and I'm not going to harm you anymore.
Why don't you stay on topic then, instead of trying to pull us into a philosophical conversation with you? We had a topic we were talking about.
You're asking bad faith questions, Hank, and you know it.
No. So, guys, he's asking a good faith question because in your model, space-time is what is causing these these heavenly bodies to be able to allegedly orbit around one another, right? It would be the bending and warping of space-time. So it is in your model the causal mechanism for these orbits to take place. So he's not outside the realm of where he's going off into a complete non sequitur because it is what your model requires, right? So in order for your model to have these heavenly bodies orbiting around one another and moving in specific directions, and then you equating this to like string that's holding these things as you walk and you swing a tennis ball on a string around your head or whatever kinds of analogies you guys want to give, that string is the bending and warping of space-time. So when Larry's asking, what is that comprised of? That's a very legitimate question, because then if we can understand what it's comprised of, then we can figure out the physics of what's taking place. Because there is something called the three-body problem, which is it technically is a problem within your model that you can't model out all of these celestial movements the way you guys just tend to like hand wave dismiss this. Oh, it works in our model. It works perfectly fine in our model. No, it doesn't. You can't model it. It doesn't work. Larry has a legitimate question. So the question still stands. What is space-time comprised of?
I'd like to know why it's a non sequitur for me to say what is magnetism made. Magnetism is something we can tangibly test, see,
well,
feel,
hey, Moyak,
we understand it, and we cannot tell you what it's made of.
Sure.
Right. Like, I think it's, I really think it's a silly, I mean, I guess it's a neat question to ask, but fundamentally, our understanding of space-time is a little bit of mathematics because, it comprises 3D space plus another dimension of time. It also is just, it's not anything in particular, though. It's the stuff in the background.
I thought there was a disproportion of mass. And if you're out in the middle of nowhere where there is no mass, how could there be space?
I mean, you just cut Nidhogg right off, though.
Sorry.
Try not to do that, guys,
well,
please.
I mean, it's fine. It's just I don't understand what exactly you're aiming for when you say what is space-time made of. What answer are you looking for?
It would have to be, if you claim it to be real, it would have to be made of something real, right?
Like 3 people answered. Try again. Maybe the guy that asked the original question, he could chime in. What is your end goal for this?
Here's this. Okay, if he asked what is the space time made out of, did I hear correctly? You said we don't know?
Well, it's not that we don't know. It's just that it's not really a what is it made of kind of question.
Well, wouldn't it be really, really, really important if we're going to try to understand how things move through a certain medium based upon what they're comprised of? And we can't make any judgments until we know what it is to be going through. That way we could test the speeds and test these distances that they would, accumulate over so much time, that we we timed it, like, okay, an hour went by, this should have went through that medium this far. And then if you got a thicker medium or a less dense medium, I'm just saying, like, how are we having all this science in your model if we don't even know what it's made out of? So how does it even work?
That's relativity, dude. That literally is one of the most well-tested things that we understand. You're talking about relativity. That is our understanding conceptually of what space-time is.
So it's an accepted theory without even knowing what it's made out of. So for instance, if I threw a ball up in the air but had no idea what it was in the sky, or if there was water, or if the density of whatever, if I had no idea, then how can I make my claim that I understand it if I don't even know what it's going through, and that it could have these like different consequences when I come to my calculations, because it could throw off these things that I, like you said, are very well understood. Like, no, it's not understood. If you don't have the medium, then it's not understood.
It is, dude. That is relativity. You say, how would you understand if you go back thousands of years, we were in that very position.
Okay, thousands of years ago, they didn't know what's it. Man, that was a really good question, Larry. Like, what is it made out of? Because that alone, if you can't tell me what it's made out of, and we don't know what it's made out of, then all these speeds and calculations, they don't matter, because we don't know what it's made out of.
But
And
that's
that's
where all dark matter and dark energy comes from, right?
We don't
That's
know
why
what.
they have to
We don't
create
know.
ideas like dark matter and dark energy.
No, dude. Just because you don't understand the root origin of something doesn't mean you don't understand the effects it has on your surroundings. We don't understand the root origin of electromagnetic fields or magnetism,
But
but
we
we
can test
understand how
that,
it
though.
applies. We understand how it applies in real life and how it interacts with objects in real
Yes,
life.
hands on. We can do that. You're right. Now you tell me the hands-on experiment 25 light years away that a man did out there. You let me know that one. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, who even says that? What are you talking about? A
Well,
man 25
What?
years
Yeah,
out?
you
25 light years out there. But what about here on Earth? Who's experimented with space time?
We
Here's my
test
point.
relativity constantly here. Like the two-way speed of light is only testable with our understanding of relativity. That's
Okay,
easy.
you keep saying, hold on. You keep saying understanding, but what if your understanding is incorrect? What if it's
Then we'll
wrong?
learn
What if
and we'll adjust.
what you think you understand? Let's rewind 1,000 years ago. Those guys, they thought they had it all down, didn't they? Until
Sure.
today, we proved them wrong, right? Like, they were
Sure, yeah.
stupid. Those are idiots. They're
Yeah, I'm sure
morons.
1,000 years ago from now, we will
Because
think the same thing of us right now.
thank you. Oh, you just proved my point. I can mute myself. Thank you.
Yeah, go away. No one, no one thinks otherwise.
It's our best answer right now.
Right, like you're acting like we're saying science is done with. We know everything. No, we don't. We're
Because
learning
your
constantly.
bullshit now, hold on, your bullshit now is gonna get ripped apart 1,000 years from now, and
Probably,
everyone will look at you as
Hold on,
probably.
let's elucidate something real quick that Nidhug said. So Nidhug says that relativity is the most well-tested scientific theory, blah, 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 blah. So the causal mechanism within relativity is space-time, and it has to deal with the bending and warping of space-time is the causal mechanism for gravitation, what we see, all this kind of stuff, right? So if it's the most well-tested...
Isn't that a cause of mass, though? Like,
if
because
it's the most
space-time
well-tested theory...
Jam, just let him finish, you know?
Yeah. So if it's the most well-tested theory that we have, can you provide me with one period ever test where space-time was the independent variable that was manipulated to prove that's the cause of any effect that we observe at all whatsoever within nature?
Sorry, but science isn't the scientific theory, dude. You don't need to perform the hypothesis, independent variable to do science.
But hold on a sec. Isn't it in their realm though?
Wait a minute, are you talking about natural science?
Hold on. Isn't it in their realm though? The cause, space-time bending is the cause of uneven mass distribution or some breeze like that. So it's a cause. It's not an effect.
Earlier, you said that we don't understand electromagnetism, but we can like
Sorry, it's an effect, not a
experiment.
cause. My bad.
That's not what I said. I said we don't know what it's made of.
Okay.
You
You
know,
said we don't
you know
know what
what?
it's made of, but we can physically fuck with it here on Earth. We could get a better understanding because we could science the fuck out of it because it's tangible. It's something we can manipulate and create variables, and we can do that's science. Now you're saying something that's 25 trillion miles away is just mathematically calculated, and then
What are we?
saying,
What is 25 million?
and you're
What are you
and
talking about when you say something's 25 million miles away?
the deep space time, that's way out there and that's far away from you. You
Yeah,
have
he said light years.
It's the old bait and switch. I love these bait and switches because this is actually these distances are given to us by globers, and then when we quote them back to them, they then say, "What do you mean by this distance?" You guys, as a dint of your maths and your model, gave us those numbers. So why don't you explain what you mean by 25 million miles?
I didn't bring it up. I don't know what he's talking about. If he's just talking about deep space objects, then say deep space.
So let me just say deep space then.
Can
Let me say
I respond to that? Can I respond to that, please?
Go ahead.
If you're going to have a model that you assert that includes these figures, then actually you need to back it up, or you can just discard it. That's fine.
I will just discard it because I didn't come up with 25 million miles.
Whether it's 50
Yeah, he was
million
just
or
asking about way out there where there's nothing.
Where it's-
Space-time
okay.
apparently still exists. Why
Whether
is
it's-
that? And what is it made of?
whether it's 50 million or 50 trillion miles away, you still can't science it the fuck out. Like you put your hands on it. You can't. It's not something you can test and create these wonderful things that we do in science with things that we can, put variables and
We do
What?
stellar spectroscopy all the time. What are you talking about? The light is reaching us. We can interact with the light that reaches us. That's just
Do
patently
you know
wrong.
what happens? Hold on. Do you know what happens when you start making up causes to effects that aren't real? You end up with something like phlogiston, right?
All right, I got next. Okay, so back in the day, right, we used to say that there was this thing called spontaneous generation, right? And it never got proven, right? But there's still a bunch of evolutionists who erroneously believe that spontaneous generation is possible. But whenever you want to bring up, well, I know that I'm changing the subject, but I'm making a larger point. Whenever you want to bring up like abiogenesis, like, oh, that's not part of evolution, I don't want to talk about it, right? And when, they say that we got all the science, it's pretty much settled, even though we don't know anything. And, the only science we have is observational science and cosmology because we can't manipulate anything. So we're not going to call it like natural science. We'll just call it like, lowercase science or whatever you want to talk about. But it's basically philosophy. It never actually enters the realm of science until you start manipulating things. And the reason we call it science, right, is because the root word, going back to its original meaning, means knowledge. And the only way that you can gain knowledge is through firsthand experience. And what kind of firsthand experience am I talking about? When you eliminate all other possible known causes by holding them still and wiggling only one cause at a time until you see the effect of the naturally observed phenomenon, because we're talking about natural science, right? Then you have firsthand primary knowledge. Until then, all you have is poetry, guesswork, and imagination. Thanks.
Yeah, so I feel like my shit got breezed over.
And with that, what he's just said, they've created a paradigm that you can't test, that you can't experiment on, because we can't create the conditions that they say that we exist in out there in space. So we can't test it. How convenient.
Please don't do that again and try to just barrel through someone. If two people start talking at the same time, I want everyone to stop because otherwise it's going to just be chaotic. Thanks.
Sorry, bro. I thought it was a good time to interrupt.
I was talking
You
about
said I
Jim
barreled.
Jam just now.
Oh, yeah. You said we barreled through your point, and I didn't mean to do that. Please
I
restate your
thought someone
argument.
had finished. It went silent. Sorry, my
No,
bad.
I was talking about what Jim Jam just did. Me and him started talking at the same time. Maybe
It went silent
my
though. It
mic's
went
fucked up.
silent,
Whatever.
so I thought
Maybe
it
my
was my
mic's
time to
fucked
go.
up, and
It went quiet, so that's why I spoke. Sorry, my
It's
bad.
clear.
maybe
You can hear Jeremy.
maybe my mic's fucked up. All right, maybe it was me, and it was me. The point is, my shit got breezed over though. You know, when you start having these, you start making up causes, effects, and you're not sure if the cause is even a real thing. You end up with shit like phlogiston, just nonsense shit that gets tossed because it's fucking ridiculous.
Right, but the whole point is that when you come up with phlogiston, you're right. That was proven to be wrong. But once you start putting out the essentially the model of what you're saying, like phlogiston would do this or it would do this, now you can start testing phlogiston, and we did test phlogiston and found it to be wanting.
So why
It's
don't
just
you
a
accept
vague.
the same? Why don't you accept the same for gravity and other such claims?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you tested gravity, it was lagging, and you made up more shit like dark energy, dark matter, so that the gravity, we could have kept making up shit all day to make phlogiston work.
Right. So they are equivalent in that they are fundamentally bollocks.
Right, but we found better answers in chemistry than phlogiston. So essentially, the better answer wins out. Like the one
So
has
what
more
if I said?
explanatory power. And right
What if
now,
I
you're right.
said?
Gravity
Sorry.
could be wrong. There could be multiple effects. One that happens at a galactic scale, and there could be another force that acts. It may not be gravity. It may not be dark matter. Right now, dark matter is the proposed theory, and they're coming up with different proposed theory, and they're coming up with different ways of trying to test them and see if they can identify this missing matter somehow, somewhere.
It's mysticism and a patch for a software that doesn't work.
I'm just saying you can test this phlogiston, right? You could test the space time. You guys tested it. I mean, not really tested it, but in your minds, you've tested it. And instead of being like, "Oh, there's no phlogiston," or "Oh, there's no space time," guys were like, "Oh, there's got to be space time, so we're gonna add some new shit." And that still didn't work, so we're gonna keep adding more shit. Like,
well,
you didn't toss the phlogiston.
There's a whole
Yeah,
lot of different things that they do to test whether there's gravity. And right now, those tests and time space or space time, we see that time does dilate for whatever reason, whatever method we've used so far to test
Wait,
time.
you can see time?
Whatever we have used to test space time shows that it deviates. Now, it could be our tests are defective or inferior. But right now, the tests that we've come up with, and nobody has come up with better tests to prove
no
that they
need.
don't work. So right now, space-time answers the question.
No, space-time answers a question that nobody asked. It's based on an assumption model. Everything wraps into your presupposed idea. So of course, when you test it within that parameter, it's going to line up with what you set up. But the problem is, which Jeremy was addressing, is that fundamentally, the whole thing is based on nonsense.
So you think that time, the
a bunch
measurement
of
of
nothing
time,
right
is
there.
not real?
So a problem that I have when you tell me that it's very well understood and I don't understand and it makes logical sense in your physics, even though it doesn't in reality, but you're telling me I don't understand and it's understood, and at the same, on the other side of that coin, you're saying, well, it's the best we got and we're still testing, and maybe then how can you tell me it is accurate right now if you're saying that in 1,000 years that idea is going to change? It makes no sense.
It may change. There's no space-time so far is testing out as being a real thing. If
What
you can
is
come up with a test
space-time?
that validates that it's not a real thing, if
What
you can
is
show where it
space-time?
deviates,
What is
space-time?
space-time?
It's the word we give to the malleable material of space and time.
Okay, what is this man? What
the
is this
arbitrary
malleable
stringing
material?
together,
Don't
the
One
know.
second, Jim.
arbitrary,
What's magnetism?
the arbitrary, the
So you're
arbitrary
just
bringing
renaming
together
stuff?
of the 3 dimensions, and then trying to bring in time as another dimension. It's abstract. It's complete abstract. It's complete Narnia. I don't know what's going on here.
But it's something that deviates. It's something that we see deviate based upon speed and gravitational fields.
What, the gravitational fields that you have yet to prove are real?
I think that they are eminently proven. What
Yeah,
do
this
we
is the
have when we
problem.
have
You
Cavendish?
keep
Cavendish
thinking, but you don't prove
Hold
anything.
on, he wasn't
It's-
done. Yo, he wasn't
You don't
done.
need to talk over me. Thank you.
Pardon me.
Oh yeah, pardon me. So we don't. We have tested it by the methods that we can test, and it seems to still hold true. Do you have
Mic check.
anything that debunks it?
Can I go next? So
Yeah, and me
if
after.
we can't, right? If we
Hold on
can't,
one
be
second, though.
told,
One
what
second,
it's made
Larry.
out of. Okay.
Yo, guys, try not to do the over talking thing. Moyak will leave instantly if you keep over talking. I'm just letting you know. And I don't want that to happen either. No one over talk, please.
Right. I'm gonna go, and then UK will go. Okay. Crypto. So I wanted to find real fast before I start my shift, right? Because you can't tell us what it's made out of. So we're gonna go with Oxford, and if anybody disagrees with any of these definitions, please provide better definitions so that we can better understand. Because maybe you're right. Maybe I don't understand, right? Maybe I don't comprehend both of those at the same time, right? So, according to Oxford, space-time, the concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused in four-dimensional continuum. Does anybody disagree?
Sounds pretty good.
Three-dimensional space. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, so what is a concept? An abstract idea or a general notion. Would anybody disagree with that? I have concepts about liberty, right? It's kind of a abstract idea.
So it's not made of anything then,
Right.
but human imagination.
Right. So, and then let's define abstract, existing in thought or as an idea, but not having any physical or concrete existence. Would anybody disagree with that being the definition of abstract?
Hank, were you trying to walk the Globers through that or the flat earthers? Because I just heard from
The
a whole bunch of
Globers.
flat earthers and no Globers actually acknowledged your point.
Everyone in the room. It was worth hearing that.
But did the Globers acknowledge that or agree to that? I mean, we all agree.
We're doing the tried and true. Let's define pseudo. Let's define science. Or
you're trying to take it somewhere else. You're trying to say that it's a semantical argument. You don't want to define your claims.
Talk over
one at a time.
You don't want to
you went next though, Nidhogg. You actually weren't in the queue. So why don't you wait for Larry to finish and then I'll go because that's the order.
All I was trying to say was there any Globers that disagree with any of those definitions? Maybe abstract means something else to you. Maybe abstract means concrete. Can you give me a better definition?
Without context, those definitions are fine.
Okay, so it's imagination. Got it. Go ahead, Crypto.
There you go. There it is.
I'm gonna jump off right now in a little bit, but so I just wanted to end with this from my own opinion. So no matter what we argued about, like the speeds going around, circles, orbiting, going ahead of the sun, behind the sun, what it's made out of, in the deep space time, what does it consist of? All these things, I still want to say that we're still in the realm of battling the heliocentric model. But bringing it back to it's not that, and there's way more easier things to explain when it's just a this half dome, whatever you want to call it, flat Earth that we believe that we're on. Why is it so much easier to explain it? And there isn't illogical things going on, and things do make common sense, like. And when we don't have to deal with imaginations, and we could deal with reality that we actually feel and experience. And
that's a great point. That's a great point. How does a dome with flat Earth explain the retrograde motion of Mars? Go.
Right, cool. So you guys are now off in the weeds, and it was my turn next. Cool. So I just wanted to mention with regards to what Larry said, It's quite interesting as well because obviously we've been listening to a few people like what I call the ether wars. I would like to know from the Globers, how is space-time different from ether in any way that we can test?
Well, ether isn't really well defined, so I wouldn't know how you could say that.
How do you define space-time?
You could possibly use it semantically, but then it would take on all the properties of space-time.
Right.
What are the problems?
Yeah. Like as defined by Michelson Morley, the ether was a physical thing, a physical medium that interacted with other physical objects, and that was disproven.
I think he was asking
you
about
tried
your
to-
space-time, though. I'm sure he was asking about your space-time and not ether. He was asking,
No,
what's the difference
comparison.
between your space-time and ether? That's what he asked. Not about ether singularly. He asked, what's different about space-time to ether?
So
Someone
we
said
don't.
ether was
I
disproven.
call next. Next, guys. Did you
Never
hear me?
mind.
Is
How
my
about
mic
all the
fucked up?
flat earthers? All the flat earthers can answer every other flat earther's question. There you go.
You can go, but I got next. Go ahead. I got next.
Well, I was asked a question though. He asked me about the retrograde of Mars. I was
No.
gonna answer.
That didn't happen. That actually didn't happen. Just ignore it because I was next, and you both decided to go ahead instead of me.
No, earlier he asked me.
Crypto, did you go or no?
Yes, I did. And I'm currently awaiting an answer, and for some reason, the Apocryphon keeps on trying to take my place in the queue, and he needs to stop doing that.
He asked the question before you, though, so maybe you
Yeah,
should
but
just
he
sit down.
wasn't next in the queue, was he?
Right, but this is a conversation. This isn't where you stand up in class and present something and then
Let's
sit
just
back
move
down.
this along. Let's just move along with
Anyway,
this, please.
yeah.
It's
So
about
look,
somebody do.
the point is, right, we're trying to make, okay, so this is a more general point about this forum, right? We're trying to make it so that there isn't all of this relentless over talking, all of this bollocks that everyone complains about. So we're trying to put some sort of culture or some sort of system in place. When you guys ignore it, then you are begging for the shit that you complain about. So don't do that, right? Let's actually have a culture where we do take turns, we do let people speak, and we don't just ignore things that are said, as you and Apocryphon seem to be insisting on doing. Stop that shit. Can I get an answer to my question?
No, you can't, because the very nature of asking questions
Shut up.
begs
Then
for
shut up.
answers.
Someone else does.
If you have a queue of people talking, then you
If you
can't
don't
have
want
your...
to answer it, then I don't know why you're talking. Someone else can answer it. Bro, he's not answering the question. So he can shut up, can't he?
No, you were talking over him.
No, he actually shouldn't have been talking.
That's
Yeah, just mute anyone that's not answering this question.
Can anyone answer Crypto's question or what? I want to go.
They're avoiding it like the plague. Let's just assume that they don't understand if they can't come up with a answer in the next 10 seconds of silence.
No one wants to answer your question, but we did want to answer Apocryphon's question. So would you like to continue, Apocryphon?
Just real quick. I was gonna say he's talking about how Mars speeds up and slows down, and then we get different calculations. I could understand why you don't think it makes sense in your heliocentric model, and then you guys calculated some certain things to where it does. But again, it's very, very simple that the stars and the planets, and there's even wandering stars, they move according to however they were placed in the heavens. And it's very simple to me in my mind. The things when they do weird things like that one planet, a few planets that spin the opposite direction, and or some are spinning, if we're spinning at a tilt at like the 23.4 degrees, and some are spinning like up and down, like totally different spins. I think those things are there to like confound the wise, like to make you guys think you know what you're talking about, but then there's something in the heavens that make no sense logically, and then you guys are trying to like map it out, like, oh, we know exactly what's going on. But I'm gonna stand on the side that God can do whatever he wants with the things that he placed in the firmament. So it makes very, very, very easy sense to me. It's very clear that the things that they do weird and abnormally. Okay, go ahead.
Crypto. Can you
My bad. I cut him off. Hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead, finish it up. Hold on. Finish it up. Were you done?
Yeah. I'm gonna. I'll stop. I gotta go. You guys take it easy.
Okay, bye. See ya.
Jeremy, you go.
Space time. You said ether
Would you, if,
wasn't clearly.
go on.
You said that ether wasn't clearly defined. However, we just read the definition off for space time. I mean, I heard you guys agree with that. Did you disagree with the space time definition?
Not sure.
Read it off again, Larry. Read it off again, Larry. Just
deny.
Just this definition of space time. Don't go into the whole.
So just the definition of space-time. So the concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused in a four-dimensional continuum. Oxford Dictionary.
Do you agree with that?
I think so.
Sounds like conceptual abstract.
Read what it.
Anyway, can we be reminded of Crypto's question?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll loop it. Let me just finish this, and Crypto can go again. So, concept, sorry, let me just go ahead and finish. Concept, an abstract idea or a general notion. Would anybody disagree with that?
Sure.
Okay, you got a better definition for concept?
No, I said sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what's abstract, right? Because it says abstract idea in the definition of concept. So abstract, existing in thought or as an idea, but not having a physical or concrete existence. Oxford Dictionary.
Yeah.
Would you disagree with that?
Yes, but that one I'm going to actually, in and of itself, I would like to add that to the statement.
Okay, you have a better
Concept
definition?
would refer to something real.
Can you come up with a better definition? And please don't use Merriam-Webster.
No,
let me guess. We're running it all the way back to the beginning. Oh, my bad, Moya. Go ahead.
Oh no, it just in and of itself is what I would add to that definition. It's basically the concept is an abstract idea. However, it can refer to a real thing.
Right. So the concept of Larry, right? The concept of Larry, the guy.
Well, no, he's going to go down the realm of meter and all that. That doesn't actually exist, but it exists in the real world. If you have something that's a meter long, a meter in itself doesn't exist, right? So that's where they're going to take that.
I'm just trying to get to the concreteness of space-time.
And like I said, with the in and of itself, like space-time in and of itself is a concept. However, it has real implications which are testable, and those implications have been tested to the best of our ability at the moment.
Okay, show me so I can test it.
So it's hold on, man. So it's a concept. So it's an abstract concept, not real. It's in your mind only.
With testable implications.
You can test it in your mind, the thing in your mind, or
the concept. You can test it with real world experience.
The concept in your mind. It's right. We just went through what a concept is. It's in your mind.
Yep. As it applies to the real world.
Space-time is a concept, and then concepts are just in your mind because they're abstract. Then it's definitely not a real thing in reality, right?
Well, apparently it's more than just in your mind because it's something that's testable.
This is a great segue to Crypto's question. Any Globers searched up enough on Google to have an answer?
What's your question again, Crypto?
Yeah, it's very simple. How is space-time different to ether in any way that we can test or measure?
Well, does ether affect space or time? According to its definition?
If it's a background medium, what's the difference?
Well, one actually is malleable, space and time. Is ether malleable, space and time?
Wait,
so
time is
you're not answering my question. You're just asking me to define. You're basically asking me to do what Larry has just spent the last 10 minutes doing.
Space and time have implications like if there's a gravity well or if I'm traveling really fast, which are things that we have tested. Now, that concept is testable. We expect, based upon our concept of space and time, will have retardation or acceleration if they are real. And we have measured so far that it has retardation or acceleration based upon those
No
metrics.
one said that space and time as separate concepts aren't real. I don't understand why you think that people have said that, because no one said that.
I don't think that you're fully or fairly analyzing what I'm saying.
You're not comparing it to ether, though, are you?
Well, yeah. First off, there is no comparison to ether. Ether is a background medium with no properties except for maybe causing light to drag. I think that's about the extent of
So what
the
properties does space-time have?
medium. It doesn't have space. Space-time actually is something that we expect tangible things to change.
So what properties? What properties?
So hold on. So the difference between ether and space-time is your expectation. That's the difference.
The definition. Basically, ether could be space-time. I mean, the very fabric of space could be. We could call it ether. However, the space-time definition is more. It's better expressed than ether, which just says there's a medium. We're saying this medium does something, and it's a testable thing that it does.
We know
the ether has more claims than just existing. It's a medium based off of some sort of electric field, depending on which specific theory or idea you're analyzing with regards to. Right?
Sure.
So, but the point is you just said what I said, which is that you can call space-time ether if you want. I'm done. Well, then why all of the resistance then? Why all the resistances? The concepts are so similar in the basic idea that they're not really testable as distinct from each other. I don't know why you say space-time is real, ether isn't.
Because ether makes no prediction about space-time. Space-time does.
You're just saying that, and also with regards to space-time, no, just because you're expecting things doesn't mean that they're actually there.
No, you're expecting them, then testing them, and finding them to be true.
What, such as the acceleration of a car?
Time dilation.
I would like to address the time dilation thing.
Yeah, go on.
You sure you're done? I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you go ahead.
All right, cool. So we have to reset the clocks every 8 minutes on the GPS satellites, right, Guy?
You have to reset the clocks every 8 minutes. Yes, they do. They do have a global readjustment for that because of the time dilation.
Cool. So there was a Russian cosmonaut with the most time travel on record because I think he spent like 1,000 days in the ISS. And he's traveled through space and time more than anyone else, correct?
Sure, a microsecond.
Right. So he was up there for 3 years, and it's a microsecond, but every 8 minutes you got to adjust the clocks.
Microsecond in comparison to what? The average man on Earth?
Yes.
No.
He's 1 microsecond older or younger. I don't know which.
Younger.
And his twin.
Right. So he's a microsecond, like a very, very, very small fraction of a second. So why is it every 8 minutes you have to reset the clocks? If we're talking about a microsecond over 3 years.
Because of the precision of those measurements and the, let's see, I got to think about how the time dilation is working on that and why that adjustment's made. First off, let's find out how much time dilation that astronaut experienced, because I'm just saying a microsecond is a facetious statement. It could be.
Yeah, it was a very, very small fraction of a second.
Several hundred microseconds. Let's see. So, astronaut time dilation, longest space trip. I'm going to be gone for a few minutes while I do this.
Yeah, look for the guy who has the record, right? And they'll tell you, like, how much, younger he actually is than if he had a twin brother on Earth. I think he actually did have a twin.
Okay, he's 5 milliseconds less than the rest of us.
All right, so one object is orbiting the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour, right? And it's less than Yeah, it's less than 5 milliseconds in 1,000 days in space. I think it was about 3 years. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, so that's not very much time. In fact,
It's
I
huge
don't.
in navigation. Tremendous in navigation.
It's huge, huh?
Yes.
So
It will
17,500 miles an hour.
earth-shattering
That's
Just because he
not
said
very
it's
fast.
huge doesn't mean it is.
No,
Wait a
no,
minute.
it is. It's huge. Basically, you have 8 microseconds per mile of error. So the difference between 8 microseconds and 5 milliseconds is 1,000 times. Yeah, 1,000 times the error.
Wait, how often do they have to reset these clocks?
Are you saying they steer it?
Every 8 minutes, I think, is the claim. And these clocks are accurate to the billionth of a second.
They give you your position. He's saying distance in the position it'll give you for where you are. Because these clocks
Relative to
work
what?
by these clocks work.
Sorry, Jeremy. But relative to what? They're accurate to whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Relative to what? To
all
our
the other
clock to
time
know.
standards.
Your position. What do you mean, dude? The clocks have a time. They know how long the light takes to get to you, right? Because they know the speed of light in a vacuum. So the time it takes to get to you, give you your position when you do that 3 times or something, or 6 times with however many satellites you got. All right.
Right. Essentially.
Yeah. So if the timing's off, it's not going to give you your accurate position.
And if it's off by 1 millisecond, it'll be off by 1,000 miles. I think.
So during that, time of 7 minutes and 59 seconds, is it off?
The clock deviates by X number of picoseconds.
Okay, so is it off at 7:59?
It's drifting to a tolerance that's unacceptable. So they have it within a range. Like you could adjust it every, and I really don't know why they don't do it. Why don't they just adjust it more frequently? Maybe there's a reason for it.
So they create a limit where they can adjust. That they can adjust to.
Yeah, it may be that's the amount of time it takes to drift 1 clock tick of a picosecond. So they just say, "Oh, it's slipped by 1 picosecond. Let's add 1 back in." I don't know the exact answer. I haven't looked into it deeply.
Can you count a picosecond for me?
Yes.
He just did.
Yes, I'll need tools to do it. Can you not?
How many in an actual second? How many picoseconds is in an actual second?
Too many.
No, sorry, trillion.
Okay. When you are done with this, I would like to.
Is that a
I would
true
like to
trillion
address
or a
crypto's.
monetary trillion?
Sorry.
Sorry, now we go.
You don't know what trillion is? Do we have to explain
When you-
numbers now?
When you are done with this, I would like to address crypto's original question.
I think
Anybody else have anything?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So, what is the difference between space time and ether? Right. Well, like most of the technology that we have today, right, that are functioning in our pockets and in our houses, the really cool stuff like Wi-Fi and internet and cell phones, most of it came about from the work that like Carl Proteus Steinmetz was doing and Faraday and, Nikola Tesla, of course. And, of course they had helpers and
Heavy
a
side.
lot of, they had thanks, Brooke. I appreciate that. They had other people that did, I didn't remember their names and didn't make the list. It's amazing that I remember 3 names in a row. But my point is that, they all talked about ether and they all fantasized about ether while they were doing their, and Nikola Tesla, the alternator in your car, the magic of that. And I say magic because does anyone really understand how you can pull energy out of oscillating magnetic fields? I mean, come on. So when I say magic, it's just because of my lack of understanding of how that actually works. But I would think if there was a background medium right, that was interacting with things electromagnetically, that would be one of the predictions that you would make. So if I was around in like the 1800s, I would say, well, if this ether thing exists, eventually we'll be able to harness, energy out of the thin air by using some sort of contraption that can make it to where we can
Receiver.
harness it, right? With a receiver, right? And that's basically what Tesla did. I mean, that was like a prediction come true, even though it's a post-diction. I'm not actually claiming to be a psychic or anything from the 1800s. But you see my point. Like, if ether is
Yeah, we
real,
get your point.
then
Like, these geniuses gave us all of this that we've got now, and they believed in ether. So, like, why is the globe side boo-hooing it?
well, the thing is,
like
they don't want you to continue with Tesla's work. They want you to continue with Einstein's work, because if you chase your tail for another 107 years, then they can, take their military-industrial complex deep underground and have a huge power differential, right? Because knowledge is power, and that we have a knowledge differential right now. You can go to like any major city and start asking people what's Adolf Hitler's first name, and then they're going to be like, I don't know, Hitler, right? Because right? I mean, it's true, right? There's a huge knowledge differential in society. And I think that the colleges are a bunch of gatekeepers who are financed by lobbyists. And that's the very thing that corrupts politicians. And the college professors getting these grants from the government are no different things.
Well, we jumped a whole bunch of places there, but the first
I
thing
do
I'd like
that.
to say
I
is,
do
how
that.
is
I want to know if Moyok knows Adolf Hitler's first name.
Does he know how many eggs are in a 3-egg omelet?
the thing
Omelette.
that I find interesting about trying to simplify ether or space time down to ether. I don't know whether it's simplifying which way, but it's to me it's a lot like saying that wind is just air, which is kind of a true statement. I mean, wind is just air; it's just air in motion. So, but wind has different properties, and we can use that definition better. Now, could the background substrate of the universe be called ether? Yeah, I don't necessarily have to deny that as a concept. However,
Is that only because
space-time
you
is
want
more
to?
like an analogous to the wind. It's
Is that
something.
only because? Sorry.
Yeah, let me finish one.
It's something that is testable, and we can go and look into that. Whereas just calling it ether doesn't give us anything useful.
No, that's fine. I'll let someone else go.
Elisha?
Well, that characterization just isn't correct. We're not just calling it ether.
No, but it has. You're saying it's a background medium, and the background medium, as it was described in.
You're oversimplifying it to make your argument, which is
Not
just
really. I
disingenuous.
am to an extent, but ether describes
Exactly.
different
So
things.
you're oversimplifying it to make your point, which is
Ether
disingenuous.
describes a background medium that will have certain effects on light and I think that's it, light and maybe the transport of electromagnetism. But that's a different question than what happens with space-time. So space-time is the effects that we see of time, changes to time as we measure it.
That's not.
Hey,
No, space-time is a notion.
Would
We've
you
already
label
established
both?
this.
Would you label both as a concept?
Yes.
Hold on, let's see if I can marry this up. Let's see if I can marry this up. Does ether account for the Foucault pendulum drift?
No,
Witsit would say yes.
I would think
this? I don't care.
I would think no, because any kind of a physical interaction between a force or a pseudo force like an ether field or something would not make the Foucault's pendulum precess in a full 360-degree circle. Whereas, because it would act as a wind applying a load to one side of that device, unless you had little lemon ether swirls that centered on all Foucault's pendulums, making little tornadoes on each one.
I don't know. I thought they were trying to say it was because of the Foucault pendulum drift. Never mind.
All right. So do you guys remember Albert Einstein writing a letter? It's always talking about this, saying that I think it's Lorentz. No, that's the contraction. What was the other guy that he wrote a letter to and said, they've been clowning on you, right? But you're soon going to be justified. And who did he write that letter to? But anyway, the guy who came up with this, I can't remember, what it's called, but he was saying that basically it's not just that all motion is relative, but forces are also relative. So if the Earth is stationary and the sun, moon, and stars make a revolution once every 24 hours, roughly, right? It would have the same effects on the Earth as if the Earth was spinning and the sun, moon, and stars were relatively stationary. I can't remember what it's called. I'm terrible with names. I do apologize. But the point is, you know who I'm talking about?
I've heard this before. No, I don't know his name, but I've heard the argument before, and I have not looked into it deep enough to understand what he's saying. To me personally, though, I think that it implies that the heavens moving would somehow have an effect on things on the ground, like Foucault's pendulums. And I don't know what mechanism that could work by. So I mean, they might be right. They may have a theory that's fleshed out, but it's like, saying that the airplane that's flying overhead is going to make my Foucault's pendulum move. I just don't know if I see any mechanism for that to work.
Okay, well, it'd be a lot cooler if, I didn't have brain damage or something. I can remember the names of these people. That way you guys could do the research, because obviously I'm not capable of citing that source at work. But I wanted to point out that, there is no way to tell what's causing the pendulum to precess, right? Maybe it was the way that you let it go. Maybe there was a, damaged part that you put, right? Maybe there's a slight, etherical wind, right? Maybe space-time got involved, and maybe they're causing it, because the Earth is spinning. Like, how would you, sir, like in a practical demonstration, demonstrate to me what is the cause of the precession of the pendulum?
Well, I would do it by eliminating things to the best of my ability. So, like, if you were going to say an ether wind, I would do like a vector diagram of what I think that ether wind could be doing, and I would try to apply a mechanism by which that would work. Like, ether was always like, for Michelson Morley and stuff, looked like a kind of stationary medium that the Earth moved through. And if that was the case, it would produce a pseudo effect of what would appear to be wind, a force in one direction. And we don't see, when we're trying to compare that to a Foucault's pendulum, which precesses in a 360, try and imagine a wind blowing on a pendulum. It's not going to make it spin in a 360. It's going to make it go off center. It's going to change the rate of rotation. It won't give you a stable, even rotation in a full 360. Whereas we get that with the pendulum. And I can't tell you all pendulum physics, but that's just one example that I would say that it cannot be an ether wind, at least not as a classic wind is described.
Yeah, I would disagree based on the premise that if there is an ether and it's moving overhead, because I think the background medium is part of just the electromagnetic residue of the whole, I'd say universe, right? But I want to say creation. And I want you to think about it literally. Like, if my heart has an electromagnetic field, every other person has one. Right? Plus, there's Wi-Fi routers, and the sun gives off EMF fields. I think the moon does too. Right? It's light, right? It's basically light, invisible. The cosmic background radiation probably could be counted as the ether, even though you guys like to say it's proof of the Big Bang. All these things that are light, whether it's visible or invisible light, according to the inverse square law, it never actually goes to zero. So there's a guy in China right now named Mr. Chen, and his Wi-Fi is passing through my living room right now, but I can't detect it because it's so weak. But according to the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, it exponentially loses signal strength 4 times, right? So if you cut something in half and in half and in half and in half and in half, kind of like the theory of the atom, eventually, you never get to zero for infinity. You can cut it in half and half and half and half and half, and you still have like a little bit of residue. That's what I think the ether is. And recently, there's been some information where they had superlattice that they created, and it was capable for, they pulled particles out of a vacuum. Right now, you know what a vacuum is, right? Little to no material whatsoever.
Low pressure that can't be achieved.
Right. Exactly. You nailed it, bro. Yeah. It's a theoretical concept that could never be achieved, but they pulled particles out of it, right? And if I were to, make a post-diction, I think that's what, would be good evidence for the ether, because we know they can't pull something out of nothing, like the title of the article says, unless you want to go against the first law of thermodynamics, which you're probably a little more orthodox than that.
Well, what do you mean they pulled particles out of it? You're talking about
I'll post it.
particles?
Yeah, I'll post it.
But are you talking about quantum particles, or are we talking about them pulling out an oxygen molecule?
Well, it says that they pulled particles out, negative and positive, but basically what it boils down to, they proved a 70-year-old prediction. This was called the Schwinger effect.
Schwinger.
So this is, yeah.
Sounds good.
I mean, Rumpus literally told me, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that they are literally, I think it was the Casimir effect we were talking about, I'm not sure which one it was, but they were literally pulling particles of matter that were coming in and out of existence from nothing. And they were being created. And he somehow did not think that this was a first law violation. I don't know why. I couldn't get through it with him. There was a lot of people in the room.
Oh, I think it's a first law violation. However, that doesn't mean that the first law is actually 100% true. It's what we found with no exceptions.
Or those particles aren't coming from nothing.
That's possible also. They're only coming from nothing as we see it. They seem to be coming from nothing. Let's put it that way.
See, that's the kind of thing I would predict if, there was some sort of etherical background that we can't perceive, that the Schwinger effect would be true. And I'm curious to see how, not so much the Glovers, I don't really do a crap that you guys think, but the anti-ether flat earthers, I'm curious to find out, which apple are they going to bite? Are they going to bite that, well, I'm sticking to my guns, ether doesn't exist, and, they basically pulled this out of nothing, which is a first law violation. Or if they're going to say, maybe I should, take a bite of the second apple and just investigate, is it possible that they pulled it out of something, and that something, other definitions won't really fit other than some sort of background medium.
I think that will depend on which flat earther you're talking to, but if you're going to stay true to being skeptical, you would have an open mind on all and question all.
I think if from the weird quantum realm, if we were to make a vacuum chamber, a true, absolute 100% vacuum that had no ether, had no gravitation, no electromagnetics, you might actually have some kind of a weird quantum effect where it would destroy space and time inside of that vessel. I mean,
I like the way you think, boy.
In this realm where you got rid of everything.
I like the way you think. What's your name?
Moyak.
That's a hypothetical because we couldn't really, get rid of everything.
Right, but
Moyak
that
actually.
That would be kind of like an extension on how space-time is expanding. As gravity, as electromagnetism, as everything.
Wait, what's space-time?
Where it exists, it continues the existence of space-time beyond that.
Wait, what? Wait. What's space-time?
What's that?
What's space-time?
Before we get into that,
a concept.
Before we get into that,
no, I'll answer. A concept. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, wonderful.
That's
so useful.
Concept. Get into all that. I just wanted to say, Moyak actually used the ether against me one time, and remember the boiling water thing?
Yeah, ether is just boiling water does not boil because of heat. It only boils because of the existence of ether. Ether is concentrated by heat. Therefore, boiling water, all I have to do is get concentrated ether and I can boil water. Or I could
then
further
go
take
ahead.
that. If I removed all ether from the environment and I made heat, it wouldn't boil.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, Moyak's fun to talk to.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think he's a type of Matthew where I can like have a conversation with a guy and enjoy it, even though we're completely disagreeing. So, Moyak, I wanted to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Just a few minutes for the room. Does anybody object?
Objection.
Okay. Oh, sustained. Okay.
Go ahead.
Moving
Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead, Hank.
You're out of here.
So, just real quick, it's okay if you don't know. First question is, does black holes and dark matter exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories?
Dark matter and black holes.
Right. Do they exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories like dark gravity and dark matter? Those are
I
competing
am
theories.
not Joe theoretical guy, so I mean, like, I can only
Okay.
take things so far. But I would say that, like, I would call black holes a distinct object, distinct material. They are distinct from each other.
Okay, but they do exist in the same galaxy, like right now in your current model.
In the heliocentric paradigm, they both exist: dark matter and black holes. Yeah.
Right. So gravity is so messed up at the galactic level when you try to do the equations, you need both dark matter and black holes to make it work, right?
No.
At the large scale, yeah.
So we could just do away with dark matter and the equations for gravity at the galactic level are going to work now?
No, I said that.
Not you. Someone said no. So I was asking no. So we can just do away with black holes and we don't need that extra gravitation to hold the galaxy together?
No, that's not true.
So what are you saying exactly? Because you just said no twice.
I'm saying whatever you just said, it's not true.
Build on
Okay,
it then. Tell
I
us.
asked two questions.
Build on it. Educate us. Come on.
So you gripe when we don't answer yes or no, and now you and I do answer yes or no. Now you're griping.
Not fucking bullshit. Just educate us, all right? Tell us where we're wrong.
Black holes and dark matter are not, they're not mutually exclusive. You can still have both.
Right, but I'm saying, does your, gravitational constant require the additional gravitation caused by black holes and dark matter in order for the math of gravity to work at the galactic level?
Black holes are separate from dark matter in that we
I
don't.
know.
Hold on. You wanted an explanation. I'm giving it. I had to think about it a little bit. But generally speaking, we see black holes because of either the energy they give off, in the case of supermassive black holes and quasars, those are typically regarded as black holes. And so there's a lot of energy being given off that has nothing to do with dark matter. Or in the case of like the black hole at the center of the galaxy, you have objects. It's not so much the energy given off, it's that there's a very compact object that other objects are moving around very fast. And so that is how we say that that's a black hole. That is separate from dark matter.
Okay, you stated.
Go on.
Sorry, bro. You stated that quasars are black holes. Can you cite your source for that? Because the way I understand it, a quasar is the most powerful object in the universe. And I don't think that they exist in the middle of a galaxy. They're just out there by themselves. And if you could just cite your source for that, and I'll go back to the other guy that I was talking to. So to the other guy I was talking to, Clarmark, what's your name? Moyak. Yeah, that's it. So, Mr. Moyak, so Halley's Comet, stop me if you heard this one before, it comes around, once every like 70 or 80 years
76.
to the day. Yeah, that's right. and it takes the entire gravitation of the solar system to bend that sucker around and head it back out to like open space. So what is the objects out there that's actually causing it to like turn its course back around and come back towards the Earth? What massive objects are out there? And that may be a loaded question. Let me rephrase it. Why does it come back if it took a solar system to send it out?
I don't like the phrasing there, but it's it's on an orbit, an elliptical orbit. So basically, it's coming in, it's interacting with all the bodies in the solar system, but its path is determined by the fact that it is following this long, elongated path.
That would
get
then
an elliptical orbit of a satellite where it'll go
that would
way
then
out
imply
1 million miles from Earth, and it'll come back and come right in.
that would then imply that
miles up and then go out 1 million miles. It's just a matter of angle of incidence and the forces.
whenever it meets while it's out of our solar system is near enough the same.
Bro, we didn't catch the first part of your sentence, dude. We didn't catch the first part of your sentence.
For it to be a cycle, yeah, it would have to be experiencing the same forces, right? Otherwise, the cycle.
We didn't catch the first. We didn't catch the first part of your sentence because you were muted because you kept interrupting him. So can you say it again? I tried to interrupt you to tell you that.
What, Moyok?
Yes, just now. What happened just now?
You're asking
we didn't hear the first.
No, the British guy.
Okay.
No,
Right?
Jim Jam. So Jim Jam, you keep kind of interrupting people, man. Give people the space to speak and end their sentence before you interrupt, because otherwise, it
But
causes
I don't go on
audio
for 10
chaos.
minutes like everyone else.
Because
I only say a little bit, and that's
bro,
it.
you're
It's
talking
done.
over me to tell me you're not talking over people. Like, give it a
No, when you
rest.
started coughing, that was when I said all I say is a little bit. I don't talk for 10 minutes like everyone else here.
I know, but you gotta wait. I know, but you gotta wait till other people are done. That's why we didn't hear the first part of your sentence just now because you were muted because you kept clipping Moyak. Like multiple times, he wasn't giving it up, and he kept talking, and you just kept interrupting. So just wait till people are done talking. You're going to be able to get in, bro. You can go now.
I'm going to address what Jim Jam said. Jim Jam, tell me if I got it right. He said that basically gravity is the strongest right close to the sun, and that's what causes the either the object is going to sun dive into the sun or it's going to slingshot around the sun. And as it gets further and further away from the sun, traveling 86 years out into like deep open space, I think his question was what kind of same gravitation, right, is out there in deep empty space to slingshot around. Did I get that right?
Right, yeah,
UK guy?
exactly. What is causing the cycle to be so secular, to be so predictable, to be so constant?
I don't understand the question. Essentially, let me see if I can get clarification on the question.
Hold on. Wasn't it you that said every 72 years? Larry said about the comet, and you said, "Oh yeah, every 72 years." Well, why every 72 years? What is it that causes it to be so secular?
Orbits
he was
are
asking
secular. So essentially, I don't understand the question in that.
Larry said that it's the bodies in our solar system that cause it to be.
Yo, you're literally cutting them off every time, dude. Bro. Yeah. What are you doing?
Essentially, what you got is you've got a force, this force of gravity. It's going to affect it relative to its distance away from Earth. But if it's going around in a circle or an ellipse, it's going to have the same effects on it virtually every time at every given distance. So when it gets out, 1 million miles from the sun, it's going to have this much effect. When it gets out 10 million miles, it's going to have this much effect, 20 million, 30 million. And then it's going to go further and further away. It's going to be changing its velocity, which actually does happen. And it's going to follow a rhythmic pattern because all those forces are going to be relatively equal over time. They're going
Okay,
to
so
Yeah, but we're talking about the things outside of the solar system that causes it to come back in such a circular pattern.
That's not what the things outside the solar system aren't changing it much. They're all really far away. They have tremendously little effect on it.
So the comet's path is it has nothing in its path outside of our solar system. It's empty. There's nothing really to alter its path.
Right, except for a decreasing gradient of gravity.
all right, so I'm gonna try to take back over if you don't mind. Okay. So basically, it takes the immense gravitation next to the sun in order to get that horseshoe path change, right? And then out there in the middle of nowhere, where the sun's gravity is the weakest, because if something is traveling away from the sun for 87 years, I mean, my God, traveling at the speed of a comet or an asteroid or whatever the hell that thing is, a comet, right? So, that's going to be pretty far away, and it comes back not to where the sun is, but it comes back to where the sun is going to be. Kind of like when you lead somebody who's running in Call of Duty, you don't actually shoot them where they are, you shoot them where they're going to be. And I find this all really perplexing, and I don't know, maybe your math works, but it really doesn't work in my head. So you could just, say that this is an argument from incredulity if you like. But I have one last question, and I really appreciate your answer. And this one's kind of a complicated one. I want you to really think about it. So, before the Big Bang, all the material, the matter, the mass in the universe, all the dark matter, dark energy, plus the 95% that we can see, plus the antimatter and the matter that annihilated each other after the Big Bang, all this was in one spot. And that would have made a pretty deep gravitational well. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know. Essentially, what you're talking about is physics that are not evident.
It was a singularity.
It was energy. It was not matter at the time, at least as I understand it. So you have something else there. I don't know what pure energy's gravity effects are.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say everything in the universe plus everything that's no longer in the universe that annihilated each other, plus, the dark matter and dark energy was all in one spot. How could one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well? Thanks.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if you can use classic physics on that. This is getting into super theoretical, and super theoretical that nobody even has an answer to. There's so I mean, what is the pure energy of a let's put it this way. I forget who said it, but one of the big talking heads in the theoretical world says that the total sum energy of the universe was zero. If you take all the positive energy, all the negative energy, you end up with a total net of zero. So you're talking about a quantum singularity, one single particle equal states, and then then it created everything that exists. I can't rationally say that happened or didn't happen. I don't have enough info or knowledge or ability, or does anybody.
I appreciate your honesty. Those are just kind of provoking thought questions, and I really appreciate your participation. I'm going to hand over the mic to everyone else and try to be quiet for a while so that we all get a turn.
Can you explain this negative energy? What's this negative energy thing? That means the inability to do work? I've heard this term before. Can you please explain?
No, can't explain it.
It's like saying negative energy is like saying negative pressure. You can never have negative pressure.
Like saying a debt of energy, like they've borrowed and they owe energy.
You'd have to ask the guy who said it. I think it was Lawrence Krauss. I'm not sure.
Wait, is this fractional reserve energy?
No, you have to ask him.
Well, it's got
some
batteries, to be fair.
I don't need that to determine the shape of the Earth or whether Foucault's pendulum or Cavendish will work. The super large, super small, beginning of time, all are irrelevant to what's actually here right now.
Yeah, the stationary level plane that is Earth.
So that's why mathematicians actually, debated for a long time, or so the story goes, over whether they should even use negative numbers. Because in reality, you can't have a negative amount of anything. You're not going to have a negative amount of energy or a negative amount of matter or something. Like, it's just
it
not.
would be in principle or in concept, like I owe you. It's not really a reality.
It's not really real.
It's representative, but not.
Well, have any of you guys asked Lawrence Krauss what he meant by that? Was it Lawrence Krauss? I don't know.
Did you ask Lawrence Krauss what he meant by incest isn't very bad?
No, he said he wasn't sure. Hold on. He said he wasn't sure if there was anything inherently wrong with it, I believe, was somewhat closer of a.
Was that
paraphrasing?
Apart from the genetically diseased children, of course.
Well,
He's not sure. He's not a geneticist or whatever. So I mean, he's not sure.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Can I just say, the concept of genetics is actually distinct from essence in the understanding of humans, right? You don't have to be a geneticist. Now, genetics is something I understand quite a bit about, but you don't have to be a geneticist to understand that two pigs have a pig, right? And that they're not going to have a dolphin. Right, so you don't need to know anything about genetics to understand there is an essence within humans that's passed down, and that
but if you
is a concept that therefore passes down genetic disease. Like, that's got nothing to do with genetics. It does in the sense.
If you don't know about.
Cool.
My bad.
Can I finish?
Yeah, my bad. I thought you were done.
Cool.
Go ahead.
It does in the sense that if you actually want to understand what's going on, then it helps. But you don't actually need to understand that to know that that's an effect of that thing.
Yeah, but if you don't know about biology or genes or DNA or chromosomes or whatever, if you don't know about that shit, and you just think, oh, two humans have a human, boom, we're good. Like, he doesn't know. His statement wasn't like it's good or it's bad. He just, he was like, he wasn't sure. He said.
Well, then his either being disingenuous or very thick, because most things that we do, we consider whether they're good or bad based on what then happens afterwards, the consequence of the action, right? So for him to say he doesn't know if the action is bad or good, even though he knows full well what the consequences are, distinctly from being a geneticist, because everyone can see those consequences. Like, I don't know how you can not know that.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
Sorry for interrupting one last time.
Go ahead, Larry.
Somebody. Just real quick, somebody said that quasars are black holes. I would just like to remind that person to send that cite your source, because I've never heard that before. Maybe it's true.
All right, listen to me.
Yeah, I've never heard
that same
before.
guy.
I've heard
That same guy told me.
Material you can find in the universe, but that's about it. Or is that from a neutron star? Any Globers want to speak up?
That same guy, Larry, he actually told me that computer science is natural science, not in so many words, but I wouldn't be waiting for that citation.
Cool, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Is it not made of real materials?
Is what not made of real materials?
Computers.
Right.
Subject to the laws of physics?
Well, not in the simulation that you create on it, because you can create anything that doesn't apply to the laws of physics, can't you, on a computer, right?
I think when we're talking about computer science, are we talking about the physical mechanics of computers, or are we talking about software?
Do you not know?
I'm asking.
Bro, you don't.
Right, I get what he's saying. He's asking, are we talking about what it can produce or what it actually does?
But computer science has always been about the software.
Okay.
Okay, this is interesting.
So is software... God. It has tangible real-world implications, but it's mostly cerebral in what you're doing with it. So
it's just
mostly,
communication.
Applied concepts. I don't know. That's kind of a weird one.
Software is instructions.
It's definitely not unnatural science.
Here, we'll read a simple. This is the simple definition. They said, computer science is the study of computers and their algorithmic processes, including their principles, their hardware and software. So they're saying it's both the hardware. A lot of places are saying it's the hardware and the software.
Yeah, would natural science not exist without humans?
Would natural science not exist without humans?
No, would it exist? Would it exist without humans?
It wouldn't be defined.
No, because the science is the study of the natural world.
Right, but what I'm saying is, there would be phenomena for us to study without humans. Like if humans didn't create anything and there was just one human, there would be natural phenomena for us to study, right?
Sure.
But without that
Right.
human, there's no science.
So computers aren't something that's natural that we can study, right?
I understand that, but they are natural in that they exist. And any practical definition of what a science is, it has to be something that we can test and do. So it doesn't matter whether it's man-made or grows on a tree. In the end, if you want to know whether whether this new amalgam that I made, this new alloy that I made, is going to be able to withstand certain forces.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But the thing is,
it doesn't matter if it's man-made. It has
that's
no
fair enough. That's fair enough. But the thing is, the parameters that cause that effect are created by man, and that's, I think, what the hiccup is. Right? If you don't find it in nature, then it's not natural. If you have to create that to exist, then it's not natural. You've had to create something for that effect to be
Hey,
this is an oversimplification.
When a bee is
Natural
pollinating,
science requires naturally observed phenomena. You don't get that with computers. So
yes,
therefore,
everything that man does, everything you see in nature around you is natural. This whole natural versus synthetic versus unnatural versus supernatural is confusion that I don't understand why you're going through these cycles. Everything we do, think of us, we're very complex. We make computers. Great.
Right.
What does an ant? Let me finish. What does an ant do? What does a bee do? It does things. For bees, certain things wouldn't happen in nature. So those
Zanuck, you might have got
entities, those
so
living organisms are doing things. We happen to do things. Let me finish. Almost done. We do things with materials around us. We grind up rocks. We make certain metals. We distill water. We do all these things, and we make products. These products all exist in nature. Nature versus supernatural. Think of it that way. Anything you can see and touch and study is nature. Anything that's not nature is supernatural, magic, or pseudoscience. Okay, get it straight, guys. Come on.
All right. So listen to me.
You
think
it's me shutting you down? You're moronness.
No, what?
No, it's you talking past the bloody point, you moron.
No, it's not. Nature is everything. Everything you can study.
Hold on, Zanuck. I'm modding now. I'm out of the conversation. I've had to pull myself out of this very interesting conversation that I desperately want to be a part of, and now I can't because I have to mod it. So who just called someone a moron?
I did.
Why are you interrupting me? Who said that? Who are you?
Eli, sure.
Bro, you know there's no name calling, all right? Don't start this shit. I'm going to start giving out official warnings. No interrupting. Zanuck got stepped all over. Don't interrupt. No name calling, please.
Zanuck has to be more concise, though. Otherwise, he's going to get stepped over.
Yeah, please be concise, Zanuck. Oh, my goodness. You repeated yourself like at least 2 or 3 times there. Please, Zanuck.
Yeah, I understand. But the point had to be made because this has been going on for years. Natural versus supernatural versus synthetic.
But that wasn't what the discussion was.
I know. I heard
so
all
if you know, then why say it?
Because
I said very specifically that this is an overcomplication. We can simplify it. We are talking about natural science, which has a definition of the scientific method. So obviously computers don't fall in that because you cannot observe. Hold on. obviously computers don't fall within that because you cannot naturally observe computers.
Yes, you can. That was my point. That's why you still don't get what I said. And Jeremy,
No.
that's why I said it 4 times, because I thought I might ram it home. Somehow you're
No.
not getting it. In science, we can study computers. We can study the effects of things in computers, how they work, what they do.
That's separate from what I'm talking about. Are you being intentionally obtuse?
No, you just made it very. I thought you made it very clear what you're talking about. Study of nature.
Where do you see naturally occurring computers?
Why are you interrupting me? You said the study.
Why are you twisting? Why are you twisting the conversation?
No, I'm not twisting. You said clearly that that science was a study of things that are found in nature.
I said natural science. I was talking within a specific definition. Where do you naturally observe computers?
Where do you naturally observe a bee making a nest? What's the difference between a bee making a nest or a human making a computer? There's no difference.
There is a fundamental difference.
No, there's not.
This is ridiculous.
The human brain.
The physical laws that rule the computer
You came
is
in
still
all
the
hot
same
for that.
in reality. But what you can produce on the computer doesn't jive with reality, and that's, I think, what.
That makes no sense either.
No, because you can create things that don't apply to the laws of physics on a computer.
How? No, you can't. The laws of physics are always going to be ubiquitous and dominant in
Maybe
natural
I can
science.
elucidate. Can I elucidate? So, has anyone seen the latest X-Men movie?
Probably.
Anyone seen the latest X-Men movie? Anyone?
I don't know about the latest. I've seen a few of them. I'm pretty sure I get what you're going with.
Yeah. So what's being said, Zanik, that you're not understanding is that Storm doesn't exist in reality, but the graphics to show you what Storm is on a screen within a computer is possible. Right? This is the difference.
Okay, I want to go next after you respond to that, please.
So I understand what you make on the computer and the ideas that are. If you made a voice box and it sang a song, these are things that were created by the computer, created by you and the computer. They're still things that are found in nature. You can still do science on that. You
don't
can still
find
analyze
Storm
it.
in nature. You don't find
Storm.
Professor
You're
X in
taking.
nature.
You're
You
taking.
don't. You don't find a functioning PC in nature.
You're taking the character as some type of entity. It's not. It's just ones and zeros.
So when studying natural science, you have to observe a natural phenomena, right? So a natural phenomena can be detected by the senses and is not man-made. That's from Europa.eu. No, you.
That's incorrect.
Just
because there's no difference between a bee making a hive.
Sonic, why did you join to do this? This is useless.
Jeremy, do you want to go ahead then? Everyone else, we just let Jeremy go.
So I just have a real quick question for Zanik. Zanik, do you think computer science is natural science?
No, computer science is a specific type of science.
Is computer science natural science?
I wouldn't
Yes or
consider a computer science as natural science.
You said no?
Yeah.
That was exactly my point. So you're in agreement with me.
Do you agree with?
See, that's why everything you did was just unnecessary, and all because you came in hot and you didn't actually listen.
I mean, yeah, if you guys had let me, I would have sorted that out. Well, you weren't listening. The whole thing was over if computer science is natural science. Now, Zanik, listen to me. Do we see the sun in its actual position, or do we see it where it was 8 minutes ago?
No, Jeremy. No.
Stop. Give me 2 minutes.
Can't help
Zanik,
himself.
please. Yes, give me 2 minutes with Zanik, guys.
You can't ask a loaded question because it depends on what
2
time.
minutes.
Yes, Jeremy.
Oh,
you actually want 8
please,
minutes
let me
with
get
Zanik.
2 minutes with Zanik. Come on.
You want 8 minutes with Zanik.
So
I think he means a dilated 2 minutes.
So you're
Never
talking
mind.
about the light that takes time to get to your eyes from the sun?
2 minutes,
You're
8 minutes
seeing the sun 8 minutes ago.
Look, Jeremy, we're trying to save you from yourself here. Just let it go.
Let me see if I can get Zanik to logically reason with this. Zanik, the position of the sun in the sky is not its actual position in your model. We're seeing it We're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we see a sunrise, it's actually already above the horizon. Just seeing it 8 minutes later, right?
You're seeing the light that comes from the sun 8 minutes later, when it emits from the sun.
Okay, the sun in its position in the sky, we're not seeing it in actual position. So when the sunrise happens, we're seeing it 8 minutes later. We're seeing the sun rises 8 minutes later because we're not seeing its actual position in the sky, right?
The light takes 8 minutes to get to you. So whatever you're seeing is 8 minutes delayed. Yes.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So when the sun, so we're looking at a sunrise. You just see the tip of the sun. Or sorry, before you see any tip of the sun, like the second before the tip of the sun is visible, we know that its actual position is really above that, and you should be able to see more of it, right?
Correct.
Right. Good. So if the Earth stopped rotating, right, in 8 minutes, that would catch up, and then we would see the actual part of the sun that its actual position, right?
The Earth stopped rotating, like it suddenly stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, we stop rotating the Earth, and then we're going to see the sun. We're not seeing the sun in its actual position, right? Would it take 8 minutes to catch up?
That's right.
Are you fucking sure, bro? Because let me tell you something. I'm glad you weren't here for the past day or so. This is a huge fucking debate.
Zanuck, answer the question again after looking at my image and tell me if you stick to it.
Okay.
Moya, they'll coach you through this nonsense. Don't worry about the logic I just gave you and what you know to be true about the heliocentric model.
Well, I'm just working it out logically. I could be. You just caught me. Let's look at this real quick.
You got to change your mind now to conform to the.
My mind.
Yeah, you better fall in
I
line.
never thought about before. So let me look at this.
Got to fall in line, Zanuck.
Hey,
The
isn't this all
sideshow
about?
has begun.
Okay, here we go. So Mayak.
Yes.
I see your time versus position graph.
Yep. So if you stop the Earth instantly, just magically instantly stopped it, would the sun appear to move, or would it stay in the same position over the next 8 minutes?
Well, there's no need
Keep
to
in
stop
mind,
the Earth because it's not moving.
Keep in mind, we weren't seeing it in its actual position right the split second before that happened.
Well,
but
actually,
now all of a sudden.
But wait,
I disagree with that.
Hold on a sec though, because with the Earth stopping spinning, it doesn't shorten the distance that it takes from the light to get to you, does it not?
Or the angle.
So you would still have a delay.
Xanix's having a problem in his mind right now because he knows we're not seeing the actual position of the sun, and we're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago.
But it's not like it's a movie picture where it takes a freeze frame and 8 minutes go by, then another freeze frame. It's constantly shining.
Right. But we will notice it stop moving until 8 minutes later. In other words, the Earth stopped, and we still watching it move, but we won't notice it actually stopped. The Earth stopped because it's delayed for us.
Yeah, I think we need to get away from like position of the sun because they want to claim that it doesn't move. So we have to say something like,
relative position.
The appearance of the sun changes, but we won't notice it in 8 minutes.
Right. The solar flare that happened on the left-hand side of the sun, the sunspot that moved, a tenth of a degree in the past 8 minutes. All that stuff will change, but the actual position of the sun, as far as I'm concerned, will not change one iota.
Oh yeah,
Xanax.
I get that. That's true. I see.
Xanax.
What Miak said something completely different than you're saying. The position of the sun is not changing.
We never said the position of the sun.
The position of the sun isn't what we see. Isn't the actual position of the sun, right? It's where it was 8 minutes ago.
Not really.
Xanax
Okay.
knows this shit is true.
Xanax,
even if
are
it's
we
in the
seeing
same
the
place,
sun?
it's
Hold
not
on.
the
Hold
same
on.
sun. Hold on. If it's not, even if it's in the same place, it's not the same sun. We're seeing the sun as it was 8.5 minutes ago.
I agree.
Yes.
Different
So if the sun
position
like
than
had a
it
solar
was.
flare,
In a different position. Hold on. You left the major part out. The whole crux of the thing you left out. We're seeing the sun as it was 8 minutes ago and where it was 8 minutes ago.
in the
If there was
sky,
any motion, if the sun moved.
But they
We see the
claim that
sun
the
in the
Earth.
sky.
he's
Go ahead,
talking
Jim
about in
Jam.
the
I'll wait
sky,
till
right,
you're.
Jeremy? Jeremy, I'm
I'll
helping
go
you here.
after you, Jim Jam.
Jeremy, I'm helping you out here. You're talking about where the position in the sky, such just as if the sun had a solar flare, and it happened, and it's at the horizon, it's rising in the morning. We wouldn't see that solar flare until it was 8 seconds later, and the sun would be higher in the sky, right?
It's 8. First of all, it's 8 minutes, and I'm talking about during a sunrise. Okay, the sun's rising. Before you can see it, any part of the sun. Say you got a solar filter, and this is right before the sun's rising. You can't see any part of the sun, and then 8 minutes goes by, and now you can see a little sliver of the sun. You with me so far?
Yeah.
But the sun was already there.
When we're so before the sun actually rises above the horizon, we know that the sun was already in the spot we saw 8 minutes later, right?
Jeremy, let me help you out here.
Hold
Start
on,
from the beginning.
Xanax.
Ask them.
I did.
Jeremy, ask them what causes the movement, the apparent movement of the sun. Start off with that. Get some clarity.
The Earth is rotating.
The rotation of the Earth, right?
Let me talk to Moyak real quick. Let me talk to Moyak.
Let's get
Talk to
Jeremy's
me.
question.
That's what I just
Can I make a comment to my
I
coach?
said.
Can I make a comment to my coach?
You don't need a coach. You don't need a coach.
Moyak.
Zanuck, you're supposed to be top 5 dead or alive. You don't need
No,
a
but
coach.
this is something I haven't thought about before, and I talk with my team. See, a good team manager talks to the team.
With me.
Oh
Hold
my gosh!
Zanuck, hold my
Let
hand.
the team.
Hold on,
Hold
Zanuck.
on,
Are you
guys.
really getting
I'm
defensive?
only in charge of. First of all, I'm only in charge of the choreography.
Zanuck, are you really getting defensive
all
over
other
the
areas,
things that you know?
I'm actually a adjunct.
Yeah, but there's no conferring.
No, hey,
against the
Moyak.
Guys, let me just hold.
Moyak,
No,
if there's
not
a solar
Moyak,
flare-
Jeremy. No, not Moyak, Jeremy. Did you hear what I just said? Watching a sunrise, okay? You got a solar filter on. You can't see any part of the sun. Then you wait 8 minutes, and now you can see a little sliver of the sun. We know back when we were looking at it at the first time, when we couldn't see any part of the sun, that the sun's actual position was actually we can see a little sliver of the sun, right, Zanuck?
Right. I'm tending to agree with
Is
you.
that correct? That's correct so far. Hold on. So that's correct, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Did you agree to that?
Yeah, I agree to that because it's no different than a star that's many hundreds of light years away. We will rotate many times before that light gets to us from that star. Right?
All right. Okay, cool. I'm glad we agree to that. So, knowing that, if we stop the rotation of the Earth, are we going to suddenly see its actual position magically? Is it going to take 8 minutes to catch up?
It'll take 8 minutes to catch up.
Yes, 8 minutes to catch up.
Hold on, Smooth. Now you agree with this?
That was tough.
I agree with that.
That was tough. Yo,
Hold
what
on,
the fuck?
but Smooth yesterday was all against this.
All right.
No,
you guys don't
no,
you guys don't let me walk them through this. That's why everything is always so difficult.
So now let
You
me.
didn't change. Hold on, Moya. You didn't change anything from yesterday to today.
And I didn't change my opinion since yesterday or today. Because special all right, so we're assuming that we're just talking about special relativity. If the photons released from the sun are on a straight, uninhibited path towards Earth, and the sun were to disappear, those photons will still continue their linear trajectory towards Earth as Earth rotated, supposing that there's no gravitational changes from the sun disappearing. So it'll look like, for 8 minutes, it'll look like we'll have a sun, and then immediately it'll turn off, just like a light.
No. You're talking about the sun disappearing. We're talking about just the Earth stopping.
But it's the same thing. The Earth would stop if the Earth is moving and the Earth didn't move anymore. That position would change in our sky.
Just so you're clear, Zanny.
Guys, I listen to you guys attentively. Let me just finish my sentence. So the sun is not moving as Mayock had said. It's fixed in its position, but because our rotation of the Earth is such that we're having angular velocity, and we suddenly stop that, then it takes 8 minutes for that sun to be in a certain position in the sky. I think logically it'll actually move.
Can I just bring up a point? Because I was listening yesterday.
Why'd you talk over that? He was about to agree with me and Elbow, and you just talked over the part.
That's what they do.
The whole thing.
They have to interrupt.
Say the last sentence again, please. Just let him go unfit. Whoever, I won't go next. Just let him finish that last sentence, please.
Yeah, if the sun is fixed in position and we're rotating, that light takes 8 minutes to get there. Whatever we're seeing are the photons that were released 8 minutes ago. So if it's rising in the sky because the Earth is rotating and suddenly it stops, that light, whatever we saw wherever it was in the sky 8 minutes ago, will have to change its position in the sky. So I have to agree with. At this point, I'm agreeing with Jeremy.
So fair enough, Jeremy.
You agree with me? Thank God. I thought I was going crazy. My bad. Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
That's fair enough, Jeremy, to make him finish that point, because he's then completely disagreeing with Doofus yesterday, saying that we actually see the actual sun at sunrise, whereas no, because that would have to be 8.5 minutes in the past.
Yep, but it didn't move.
The kicker is he disagrees with Rumpus, and that's his that's actually Xanax coach is Rumpus.
But this is the thing though. Rumpus was not disagreeing with us at first because he was actually agreeing with us, and then soundly sending a few messages, and then Soundly's correct. But Soundly wasn't speaking unless he was reading his messages. That's about it.
But most of the rhetoric we were getting yesterday was that the Earth spin has no effect. So what you actually see is the actual sun. Yet it's still 8.5 minutes behind, which is what they're forgetting.
If all this time we're going from refraction to the speed of light, this is amazing. Actually, I'm pretty entertained by this.
I'm interested in this.
Here's the thing. No matter how much the Earth apparently spinning changes how the sun looks, we're still seeing the sun 8.5 minutes ago.
That's true. Yeah. Nobody disagrees with that. The question that keeps on coming up and keeps getting conflated is it's sort of like if I'm looking at my backyard and I'm spinning around slowly, let's say 1 degree per minute, I'm just doing a slow turn in my backyard. Does the treehouse that's on the other side of my yard change positions? No. My view of the treehouse has changed.
But with the statement that I just said.
Hold on, Jim.
Jim,
please. A little mod.
Why can't you let my
a little mod, please. A little mod. Jim, please let them finish their complete thought. Do not interrupt in the middle of it. That's why I muted you. Continue, Moyak. He left.
So what's the original? What's the original point?
All right. So
what's the original point of the sun? So like the sun
Larry?
is, let's say.
I brought it up yesterday. You want to know the original point?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I said yesterday was Negator made an argument about the equinox and how the sun rises due east, right? And I said that's not the actual position of the sun. Not only is there refraction because it's rising from the horizon, right? But it's also 8 minutes old. The light you're looking at is 8 minutes old. So the original argument is that when you look up in the sky and you see the sun, you're looking at its location from 8 minutes ago, because those photons that are entering our so-called atmosphere are 8 minutes old. So if the sun were to cut out right now, just turn off like a light, for the next 8.5 minutes, the sun would still be shining on the earth because its light is traveling 8.5 minutes. And during that 8.5 minutes, the earth would be turning. So let me give a real easy example. If I took an 8.5 minute video of the sun, at 1 second, I turn off the sun like a light switch. I can still record it and take a snapshot at 1 second and then another snapshot at 8 minutes and 39 seconds. The first snapshot will be where the sun appeared at that moment during the video. And the last snapshot at 8 minutes and 29 seconds will be closer to where the sun actually was when I took that snapshot because of the delay of light travel. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
I
let
am
me
just so
disagree.
glad.
One,
I am
You're
one,
so
never
hold on,
answering
hold
glad
on.
that
anything.
you
One
actually. I
qualifier
am
here.
so
Give me 1
glad.
second.
Yo, who's fighting through me like this? What are you doing, dude?
Me, the guy who I was the
Can
guy
you
who's going to
back off?
respond to him directly.
It's
I
smooth.
was going to
Keep
just
talking.
respond. Yeah. So the only thing that I completely agree, except for the way you use the word move for the sun. So in this reference frame, right, we're saying that the sun is stationary and that we're rotating, right? So it will appear on Earth. It would appear that the sun has changed positions, but the sun stayed still. So yes, all the rays that we're getting are 8 minutes old, but because the sun is because the Earth is a rotating object, it appears that the stationary sun is moving, when in reality, it's
Okay, are you
it's
familiar
not.
with
Hey,
classical
Jeremy, can I make
relativity?
a quick comment? Jeremy.
Hold on, just real quick. You're talking about something that I'm just going to refer to as I'm a geocentrist. Classical relativists like yourself should know that all motion is relative. So from my point of view, I said it correctly. From your point of view, it's incorrect. But you should be smart enough to know that all motion is relative, and you should have just let that shit fly.
Yeah, I agree with Hank on this one because it is real. We don't know whether the whole idea. I think the whole reason we're bringing this up is because we don't know what's moving. Is that right, Hank? The sun is moving, or are we moving? We all agree that there's an
No,
8
no.
minutes of delay.
Or
Wait,
are neither.
I'm talking to Hank. Why are you talking?
The sun appears to be moving in your model,
Well,
but actually it's relatively stationary in the heliocentric model. So yes, you're right. But that's where we're arguing is there's two conflicting models, and then right in the middle of it, some young kid who sounds like Morty from Rick and Morty, he was like changing the situation to something totally different because his feelings were going to get hurt once I
Well, let's
verified
go
through
back to
you.
what you were
Thanks,
saying
Zanuck.
then.
So hold
Between
on,
you and me.
verified through you. Thanks, Zanuck, that I knew the model better than he did. Thanks.
Well, I don't know who this person
Zanuck,
was. I
you
didn't hear
have
that
no
gentleman.
idea
All I
how
want to say
good.
to Hank is that I think we're
You
just
have
talking
no
about whether
idea.
we are trying to determine through this experiment whether one is moving versus the other. And I think we haven't mentioned enough information in this discussion to determine that. What we can determine is that you're right, Hank. This is changing the position in the sky. We don't know whether it's actually moving or if it's stationary or we're rotating. I would agree with you, Hank, on that term.
Okay, great. Zanuck, you have no idea how thrilled I am that you agree with me that the sunrise would take 8 minutes to catch up if
Yeah,
the Earth
because that's
stopped
what I
rotating.
disagreed with you yesterday by Doofus. I don't know if there was many other globers that disagreed, but that is what they said, that you're actually seeing the actual sun at sunrise. But that would not be true, because if the rays that are coming from it are 8.5 minutes old, then surely the source would be too.
Well, if I took a picture of you, is that actually you? If I look at you through a camera and I take a picture, is that you that I'm taking a picture of? It's actually you.
Yeah,
Yes.
we know everything you see is light speed old. So if I'm
Everything's light speed
moving,
old. Because it's just like I shot a dart. If you're on a merry-go-round, I shoot a dart at you. I'll miss you if you're rotating. Let's say I shoot it, I aim right at you, and it misses you. But if you were to stop, I'd hit you. So you can kind of transfer that as the photons and the rotating Earth and the sun to say that
We're not talking about the photons, though. We're talking about the sun itself.
the
It's
sun itself.
always It's
We
always
say
8.5 minutes. It's always
yes.
8.5 minutes
We
old,
say
right? So the sunrise.
stop. Can I
The
finish?
sunrise. So the sunrise happened 8.5 minutes before we witnessed it.
Yes. So
Excellent.
we watched the sunrise 8.5 minutes
arguing against
before.
us. So Zanuck, they spent all day arguing against us that with what you and I agree to about how we're not seeing the Earth in its actual position. We see it 8 minutes ago. Therefore, when a sunrise happens, if the Earth stopped rotating, keep rising for 8 minutes.
Right.
You don't see the
The whole
contradiction,
argument was about.
the paradoxes
The whole
in
argument
these.
was about that.
No, just think
But
of
the
the
Earth
analogy of
rotation
shooting an
didn't
arrow to
come
someone on a
into it.
merry-go-round.
They completely denied that you saw the sun 8.5 minutes ago when you were talking about sunrise yesterday. It had nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Me, I didn't say that. I haven't talked
Denied
about that
that.
topic.
They said no, that's the actual position of the sun.
No, refraction. Forget about refraction. Obviously, someone's mentioned it, but
Even
we know
worried
that
about
we're way
refraction.
beyond refraction. We're talking about 8 minutes
Yeah, no
of light
refraction.
traveling
No
from a
refraction.
source. I agree with Jeremy that if there is stop, it would continue to move until it stopped, until we saw it flame out.
It's because your entire
Zanuck,
experience.
I could kiss you right now, Zanuck. I would kiss you.
Your entire
I would like to have heard the argument against it. I'm really curious as to their argument.
Well, Moyak was trying to get in a minute ago, but they didn't let him. I mean, I don't know if he's still here or not. He might have left.
The main thing about it was that there's apparently in the globe position, the sun doesn't move position in relation to Earth. That's why. That's why I kept bringing up ideas of if you change the appearance of the sun, it would take 8.5 minutes to notice it, and they agreed upon that. But they still didn't. Like yesterday, you asked that question, Jeremy, about, well, if we saw a sunrise, surely that sunrise happened 8.5 minutes before we witness it, and they completely denied that.
I know. Forget about yesterday. All right, I'm like Groundhog's Day, and I'm Bill Murray. Let's focus on today. And is there a Glober here that wants to challenge Zanuck on this?
What's Zanuck's
position? I want to challenge Zanuck on this.
What's Zanuck's position?
Zanuck's position is my position. Zanuck and I hold the same position on this. That since we see the sun 8 minutes late, and it's not actual position, that if the Earth stopped rotating, the sun would rise over the next 8 minutes and then stop.
Absolutely. And Jeremy,
absolutely,
Jeremy,
I love it.
Jeremy, you said that you wanted a Glober to argue against him. This is what I got Arma to send me yesterday. He said the sun's current position happens to match the position of 8.5 minutes ago because the sun never actually moves away from its position. And then I wrote, how about relative to zenith? And he said, I don't think that matters. You want to argue against that, Zanuck?
Yeah, I think Jeremy's on the right. I always like when I explain things to kids and stuff. Put these in extreme.
We're going to get him on this, Zanuck. We're going to get him.
This is going to be a good thing for you to put in your pocket. Let's say we're looking at Alpha Centauri. So how many light years away is that?
4 years.
Four light years away, right? So we know billions and trillions of miles, right? And if it suddenly extinguished, and it was 20 degrees above the horizon, we could see Alpha Centauri. I can see it with my own eyes. I'm looking at it, and our Earth rotates, and it extinguished. Would that light move in our sky for days before it extinguished? For years?
Zanuck,
of course, right?
Okay,
hold on, Zanuck. It'd be 4 years before that light extinguished. The Earth would have rotated 365 times 4 before that thing ever.
About the light that comes
so
from
obviously,
hold on, guys. Hold on,
Jeremy. Obviously, the light in the sky is going to be moving in the sky if it extinguishes, if it's really far away. For some reason, everyone's gotten confused with this 8 minutes. Like it's some kind of, it's so close. Maybe it's actual.
We're not talking about the rays. We're talking about the actual object.
But you only can see the actual object from the photons that are being released from it, right?
Hey, listen, Zanuck, let me throw a new one.
The sun will continue to rise, like Jeremy said.
When it's extinguished. Sorry, Zanuck. How old are those photons coming from the source? How old are they?
They're 8 minutes old.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right, so Zanuck, let me throw a new hypothetical.
You're just jumping in and rumpusing when I'm talking with Jeremy.
He agrees with me. Zanuck's on our side of this. I love this. This is great. So Zanuck, let me throw a new hypothetical at you. Alpha Centauri is right on the horizon, right? And it's going to rise. It's nighttime, but it's going to what's up?
Jeremy, I got an important phone call. I'm going to be gone for like 3 minutes.
All right, I'll wait.
I'll be right back.
Yo, we got him.
Jeremy.
We got him.
Jeremy.
We got him, Rocky.
That's Doofus on the phone to him saying, here's what I said yesterday. Make sure you don't contradict what I said.
All right, here's Rocky. Go ahead.
Who do you think you've got?
You think it's a good thing that we have Zanuck on our side? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, this is good. No, this is good.
The thing is that we're in agreement with the heliocentric model. That is a good thing if we can actually agree on their model and not make up like a whole bunch of like straw man variated whatever it has to be, because the flat earthers can't be right about anything, especially the heliocentric model, if the actual globe earther was actually incorrect. I think that's what it boils down to. I bruised egos yesterday when I said it really sucks when a flat earther knows your model better than you do. And that's why they had to make that straw man version of the earth stop spinning. When does the earth fucking stop spinning in the heliocentric model? Thank you.
Well, that's
No
always
disrespect, but
been the
it's
case.
never good when we agree with the ballers on their model.
No. This is
Because
good.
we're just
No, it is a good thing.
It's
their
always
model.
been the case, though.
We're not
because
saying the model's correct. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
I was just
Sorry, I was
gonna
going to say, go on.
Listen, I went to bed last night. I couldn't stop thinking about this all night and all morning, right? I woke up thinking, oh, shit, I got it wrong. I fucked up. I was wrong. But now that Zanuck
No,
agrees
you were
with me.
right. I remember that.
In the model, you're right. Okay, all of your experience and all of our physical experience of the sun is 8 minutes old. The theory is if the sun disappeared instantly, we would still be orbiting that position in the celestial realm for 8 minutes, and then suddenly we start flying off on a tangent because the actual gravitational waves from the sun travel at that rate as fast as they possibly can. So you have no notion that the sun has gone for 8 minutes in any sense, even gravity.
Yeah, so I wanted to throw the hypothetical.
I wanted to say something off what Larry said. It has always been the case, generally speaking, that we know their model better than them. Because if they did, then they wouldn't have such nonsense objections to something as simple as, well, if it measures flat, what is it? Because
while you're agreeing on the model,
when we present
can I
them,
say something, please?
Yeah, go
While
ahead.
you're agreeing on the model, what you're not realize what you're doing is you're reinforcing the nonsense. Now, let me tell you what you're reinforcing. You're reinforcing the fact. Let me please finish. It's only going to take 30 seconds. You're reinforcing the fact that you're accepting the fact that light travels when you stop. Like you're saying that light takes a while to travel. Like, in other words, it left somewhere and now it's taking 8 minutes to get there. Now, on top of that, you're including motion in this. You're not realizing that when you stop the motion, and they're in this fantasy, you're stopping the earth, you're stopping the motion of the sun, because they say the sun, that's how it moves. So there's two things here that are not jiving. You're reinforcing nonsense. Light does not travel.
We're not
Light does
reinforcing
not
it.
take 8 minutes to travel.
We're holding them
We're not
accountable
really-
to their own model and demonstrating their ignorance.
Exactly. We're holding their claims to account, Essie.
Because if
I
they
hear
if
what
they
you're
don't
saying,
even
but
if they don't even keep to that, then that's why they can like completely breeze past the thing of, okay, your claim is this measurement, we provide you this. What are you going to do about it?
Who was it you were speaking to that got this wrong and said that that what you see isn't 8 minutes old?
Hey,
I
Jeremy,
don't
can
know.
you?
Larry, who was the first guy you mentioned it to?
Who just said it yesterday?
Okay, so yesterday when I was talking exactly 25, 26 hours ago, I was talking to Negator. He agreed with me, right? But this other guy who sounds like Morty, I posted a picture of our screenshots. Screenshotted what he said. I'm scrolling up right now. What's his name? Arma. Yeah, Arma was disagreeing with me, and then he started mixing the models by doing some sort of animation to where the Earth isn't spinning anymore, right? Which is a geocentric model, which you can't do that when talking about the heliocentric model. And then what's his name? Hold on, I'm almost done. And then everybody was disagreeing, right, with Arma, and the globe earthers were agreeing with Arma. The flat earthers were disagreeing with Arma. And then what's his name came in? What's his name? Rumpus. He came in, and when I told it to him the first time, because I'm the one who started the conversation 24 hours ago, he agreed with me. Then when he saw the model that Arma had made, where the Earth isn't rotating, I don't know why he made a straw man model of his own fucking model. But if we can't agree on their model and get them to agree to their model, we can't even really have a conversation.
Well, this is the whole point I kept making about what Jeremy said.
yeah, but you gotta show the nonsense.
Jeremy.
When we talk about this, you have to-
Jeremy, go.
Zanuck, if you want to
Sorry,
talk,
I think I
talk to me.
clipped you.
Yeah, bring me back again. I didn't know what happened.
All right.
Do it again.
Can you guys just say, when you talk about this, that it's nonsense at the end of every explanation?
I kept
That
trying
would
to
make
say
me
that
feel
we're
better.
talking about Narnia, but yeah, everyone wants to
Jeremy
talk
and I
about
are in the room
Narnia.
together.
Apparently.
Jerry, where are you?
Wipe your tears.
Jeremy, what happened to your mic? Take it out your ass, mate.
So yesterday during the argument, I got so blatantly, aggravated that I was saying, okay, Armand, if I take the sun out of the sky and I shove it up your rear end, is it going to be where it appears to be for the next, 8.5 minutes? And he
That
was
was
like,
good, bro. That was good. Yeah, I like that.
yes, it's going to be where it appears to be. So it appears in the sky, but it's literally up your ass. But
Now you're
it's right there
talking.
where
This is how this should be handled. It's nonsense, bro. Complete and utter nonsense.
But this is the thing, because we've created a contradiction now. Because Jeremy's got Zanuck to agree with him, whereas yesterday, Doofus completely disagreed with Jeremy about the sunrise being 8.5 minutes ago. So they've got to work out what they agree on, because they don't really know what model they exist in at the moment.
It's the art of
Yeah, they don't even know their own model.
divide and conquer.
I can understand where they
To
may
be fair,
be.
Zanuck does.
I can understand where they made in the confusion. In the literal sense, yes, the sun is 8 minutes in a different position to where we see it. In the context of which, that's how long that any communication of any energy or any divulgence of its position can be relayed to us. Yeah. However, the notion of and this is what I'm not saying that this is what happened, but the notion of a sunrise is referential to our plane of our existence, our point of existence. Because in reality, talking about, when you look at something in the sky and it's got a distance, it's got light duration to it, light year or light second or whatever, however, light minute, wherever far it is. The context in which it exists before you're aware of it out in the realm is irrelevant, because it has no conceptual use to you, because you can't experience it in any other framework in which you're in. So I can see where
that's why we have to create scenarios where the sun looks different, so that we can differ between the 8 minutes.
Well, the point is, though, the sun being in a different position. Okay,
that's why I'm saying not different position, but looks different. So ignore position. The position doesn't change. That's what they want to keep it as. Whereas if the appearance of the sun changed, we would only notice 8 minutes later.
You would do, yes. Anything about the sun, any aspect of
in their claim,
in the claim of the cosmological.
If you take their paradigm, their model,
that's how it works. Even the gravity. So, like I say, if
look,
the Earth,
look at their model, right? I think we got some lag here. Can you guys
British
hear me?
guy cut out. Yeah, we hear you, Montreal. The British guy cut out.
Sorry,
let me just say something and show the contradiction here, right? I want everybody to understand this, right? In their model, the sun moves because of Earth rotation, right? So now, in this stupid hypothesis that they're coming up with, if the Earth stops moving, you have no more sun motion. I'm not saying I believe this. We're just talking in their fantasy, right? So the Earth stops moving. There's no more motion of the sun. Now, this is what has to happen in their fantasy. The light already left the sun, right? So you will have to see a sunrise and movement in their fantasy. You got to understand this. It's a paradox. You can't have
I get
that.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying, because in that 8 minutes that those rays took to go to Earth, the Earth was still spinning, right? But then it stopped. You would see a reflection of that in the light rays. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you would have to, according to their fantasy, if the Earth stops spinning, you would still have to see the sunrise because the light already left. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I get you.
So the not actual position would have
spinning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to clarify where FT is not representing what the model represents.
Do you guys see what I'm talking about, though?
It's no different than saying that if you get far enough from the surface of Earth and look back at it, you can see back in time. And the further you go, the further in time you can see. To the point where if you were far enough away from the surface of the Earth looking back, you could potentially see the dinosaurs roaming. This is the kind of nonsense they're promoting.
Well,
Yes,
that's
Hence
exactly.
why
exactly
I
what.
brought up
Hang on,
distant
hang on. That's
galaxies
exactly.
yesterday, because they want to tell us that we're seeing the sun in its actual position. So I said, do we see distant galaxies in their actual position then?
They would have to
No,
say no, of
no,
course.
they moved. They moved.
Look, it's a fantasy, guys. This is
All
a
right,
dead. You're beating a
actually,
dead horse.
I understand, but are you going to just keep misrepresenting my model, or are you going to let me actually describe my model?
Please go ahead. Tell me what I said
All
was
right,
wrong.
I posted an image. Now, in that image, you can see I have concentric rings indicating minutes, roughly. And the light ray that goes along any one of those lines will follow that path all the way to infinity, all the way up to 10 minutes, light years, whatever else. So that light leaves the sun. It's going out towards Earth. Now, when I look down at any given instant in time, one of those light rays, it will reflect the direct path back to the sun. So if the Earth moved up one line, one of those radial lines, if it moved up one radial line, it still would indicate a direct path back to the sun. Every one of those radial lines represents a straight line path to the sun. So whether it left, we interact only at all the 8-minute intervals. We're always out on that circumference where we're looking back down that straight line towards the sun. So it really doesn't. The indicated direction of the sun is a true and valid direction.
So you're saying that the light that comes from the source is 8 minutes behind, but the source itself isn't. You're fucking retarded, mate.
No, they're radial lines. So light radiates out in all directions equally. So the only light that you see is the one that intercepts you at whatever point you're at.
Again, the light that comes from the source is 8.5 minutes behind, but the source itself is not. What a fucking contradiction! What are you talking
Crazy.
about?
Dialetheism. This is dialetheism.
Okay, so tell me how I'm wrong. Like I look down that straight line back to the sun.
I can tell you
Is the
how
sun in a
wrong.
different position?
I can tell you how you're wrong. Look at the thing that I just posted. It has to do with the solar eclipse. That's how you're wrong. Light doesn't travel like that. Apparently, it takes a different path.
Yeah, I've been telling them that for years. They claim parallel light rays, but yet to make the umbra, it can't be done with parallel light rays.
Okay.
So that's another problem.
It's not a problem.
Can I say something to either confuse or clarify this situation here a little bit? So we've got the light from the sun allegedly taking 8 minutes to reach us, right? So if we are seeing the sun move in the sky 15 degrees per hour, if we do the math there, it would be about 2 degrees for 8 minutes. Could we just say that what we are seeing as far as the sun's position is always 2 degrees behind its actual position at the moment in time in which we're viewing it, even though we're always see a 2-degree delay in the sun's location?
No.
Yes, according to their fantasy, yes, you're never seeing the sun in its actual position. This is according to their fantasy now. Let's be clear.
No, I disagree totally.
Well, then you don't know your own model.
For me, but,
Hold on just a second then, Moyak. So if we're saying that it takes 8 minutes for the sun's light to reach us, meaning the sun's appearance, if we turned the sun off for 8 minutes and then we turned it back on, would we see it 2 degrees difference?
Oh, yes.
From when we turned it
because
off
you're
and when we turned it on.
Because you're spinning, yes.
So wouldn't it stand to reason that if it stayed on the whole entire time?
No, you changed positions. And so if I'm spinning around in my driveway like a fool, looking at my car, if I'm spinning around in my driveway looking at my car, is my car moving? Is the angle from me to that car?
Moyak, you're completely changing the scenario because there's no lag in what you are perceivably seeing in your driveway when you're spinning around, right? So there's no contention as to where the object we're seeing is when we're seeing it. Now, when it comes to the sun, there is this alleged delay of 8 minutes, meaning so let's say there's an event that happens on the sun. There's this huge solar flare that causes the sun to be 2 times larger than it is.
Yes, I agree.
When that takes place, we will have a delay of 8 minutes as to when we see that. Meaning, when it takes place, the actual instant that it is taking place, I'm looking at the sun when that takes place, but I don't see the actual event. 2 degrees later of its movement in the sky relative to me is when I see that event take place. Ergo, there's always a 2 degree, 8 minute delay in where the sun is actually located as opposed to where we apparently see it in the sky.
No. Now we disagree.
I give up.
Okay. Again, look at my image that I posted at, at 1:05. At 1:05, I posted an image. Now, if I go, let's say, 8 minutes into the future, and I'm going to do it I'm not going to do it with the planet rotating. I'm just going to move it to the next line up. What direction will that light indicate the true direction to the sun?
Well, your image is completely incorrect because that would be talking about the Earth's motion around the sun, not the Earth's rotation.
I agree.
So it's completely incorrect and irrelevant to what we're talking about.
It still applies.
It's not applicable.
Any change in my
the
orientation
scenario.
or position will work the same. If you want, if you want to rotate the Earth, and just move it, let's say, a quarter turn. Okay, take that little Earth, turn it a quarter turns. Does it still indicate the direction to the sun?
So in your scenario, we are always going to see the sun in the exact same location in the sky, no matter what time of day it is. Time would pass and the sun would never move.
That is fair enough, but it's still 8 minutes in the past. Whether it moves position or not, it's still, we're seeing that sun 8.5 minutes ago, right?
But it didn't move.
And 2 degrees difference from its actual location. And 2 degrees difference from its actual location.
No, it never moved. That was your angle of view of it.
No, because it takes 8 minutes and 2 degrees in order for that image to reach you.
Right.
So the 2 degrees is correct. The 2 degrees.
Sky, though, right?
Exactly. Thank you, Zanuck.
Yeah. So may I think about what if Alpha Centauri? We know Alpha Centauri is spinning around our sky every night, right? Okay. And suddenly Alpha Centauri, which is 4 light years away, suddenly it vaporized. Actually, let's do one thing better. Let's do better than that. Let's say the Andromeda Galaxy vaporized. It just wiped it off the map. It's 2.5 million light years away. So for 2.5 million years, that Andromeda Galaxy will spin around in our sky. From our, it's not moving. We're rotating, but in our sky, it's moving. It vaporized. It's still going to spin around our sky for 2.5 million years before suddenly poof.
That is your model. Yeah, that is
okay. Zanuck, when you go into my model, my description there, the other guy was unable to understand what I'm saying. If I move to that next line instantaneously, the one above, is that the true direction to the sun? If I move the Earth,
you're drawing. You're at 10:01 a.m.
1:05.
I got next.
I'll do it again.
Did you have another drawing later?
I think it's the same one. Let's see.
Zanuck, don't skip to the galaxy yet. Stick to the sunrise because they're still not past the simple sunrise thing. Stick to the sunrise, Zanuck.
The sunrise, we're seeing the direct path to the sun because those light rays have followed a direction from the sun all the way to you. And by the time they get to you, they still indicate the radial direction back to the sun.
We get it. The sun in relative to us doesn't change position, but yet we still see that sun 8.5 minutes in the past in your model.
Right. But now going to Jeremy's question where we stop the Earth, Would the sun continue to drift for that 8 minutes? No, because now we're fixed on one of those lines. We stop the Earth. I get to that line that I'm on right now. I've been moving from the bottom up, and I get to that line. The second I get to that line, the instant, the nanosecond, the fraction centillionth of a second, that light ray will appear to be coming from the direct direction of the sun, whether I'm in motion or.
You'd have to wait.
Why
8
would you stop the
minutes.
Earth from spinning? Sorry, I got ahead next.
No, I'm
Why would
sorry.
you
That's
stop the
what
Earth from
Jeremy
spinning
asked.
in the helios?
Jeremy asked that. You went off on this tangent yesterday and derailed it 100 times. Jeremy asked it. So we're going to stick with Jeremy's hypothesis.
Right.
Because it helps
Okay, I
explain
apologize.
the issue.
So
hold on,
Jesus.
this is a hypothetical, not a hypothesis. Xanax,
I
run
don't know
it
if
through 'em with the
anyone
sunrise.
remembered yesterday that people completely disagreed with Jeremy, even though in your model Jeremy would be correct. So it's quite strange that a lot of Globers would disagree with him.
Well, let me go with my calculus. I want to, I think what I understand what he's saying. That line is the light ray. It went from the sun to the Earth, and it's that 2 lines above the x-axis there.
Yeah.
The second radial line upward. But the Earth itself is rotating. And if the Earth is rotating, then that angular position in our sky will change over the 8 minutes. So if the sun suddenly vaporized, the rotation of the sun.
Right, but that's a change to the sun, and that's why I think we got to be real careful about what we're answering here. I've always agreed with them. If you blink the sun out of existence and wait 8 minutes, the place where it disappears from will be different from the place that it originated.
Perfect.
That you were looking at 8 minutes prior. Now, when you get onto the other end of the image, where you're sitting on Earth and you just wait 8 minutes, I'm sorry, and you ask, if you stop the Earth, as an example, because that's a really good example of explaining what would happen. There's a perception by a lot of people that the sun would continue to drift because the light from the sun is 8 minutes old. No, each one of those radials, each one of those rays is a direct path to the sun, its actual position. So
All right,
stopping
the
Earth, I think, is a really good example of what's happening.
I got to interrupt now because yesterday Rumpus was saying that it's not the spin of the Earth that makes the sun travel through the sky. It's actually the movement from the Earth around the sun's orbit that would cause this. And I just thought he was, completely losing his mind at this point in the conversation.
No, I disagree with him.
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah.
I don't think he said that, but he may have.
Well,
essentially,
he did. He said the Earth's spin has nothing to do with it, but the Earth's orbit has everything to do with it.
Well, no, he's getting way to a whole different set of motion. But let's go back to the sun just setting and rising, like Jeremy's taught. To stay on focus, stay on point. Now, we also at night can see Alpha Centauri in the sky, and it's going to move, right?
Xanax, why?
If the
Earth doesn't even get the sun thing yet.
Well, because it seems like there's a problem with just the concept.
They want to move away from that point, of course.
If the Earth stopped rotating, would Alpha Centauri continue to rise in the sky or change its position in the sky?
Me, I would say no, it would not. It would stop instantly because it's all, again, a direct line to it. Now, if I waited 1 million years, any proper motion of Alpha Centauri will slowly appear in my sky.
Well, for me,
for that moment in time, it will be a direct path to where it was 1 million years ago.
For me, I'd need proof the Earth is spinning first, but yeah, that's just me.
Right. Now that's I'm not speaking to whether Earth is spinning or not. Only that the physics of a light ray traveling, if the Earth was spinning, the light rays would always point the direction back to the sun at that instant in time.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm not that I'm waffling, but he's got a point there that I'm starting to think about it again. Think about the Alpha Centauri.
Oh boy.
Thing. Well, just we can go back and get a room if you want. I'm not going to argue with you about it, but think about it.
That's because you guys keep saying this. Hold on.
Hey, just because this is kind of fun, right? No one's arguing. We're thinking about it, and I'm willing to look at anything at this point. And Mayak made a good point there. Now, if the sun vaporized, it would continue to move in the sky for 8 minutes, right, Mayak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What's that? Is that with the Earth not spinning? Is that what you're saying?
No. With you, just one thing. It's one thing at a time, guys. So we're sitting there watching the sunrise, and it vaporized. It would still rise in our sun because we are rotating, right?
Yeah,
we're rotating. Okay. The light we're looking at, it already left the sun. We all agree to rise for 8 minutes. Half a degree or something.
That's the claim.
With me?
Yep, that's the claim.
But just this, it's kind of a thought experiment. But
it's just the claim. It's obvious to everyone because we know that's what the claim is. Like,
come on, you're making this one thing at a time, guys. We can talk about whether this is all bullshit or later. Just talk about the concept. If the sun is rising because we're rotating and the sun is extinguished, we would still see the light from the sun 8 minutes ago, and we'd still see the sun rise in the sky. Mayok, you're with me, right?
Hence that any sunrise would be 8.5 minutes.
Don't heckle me anymore. God. So, Mayok, you're with me, right?
Yep.
Sun continues to rise in the sky. Sun extinguishes immediately. We're rotating. We would see the sun rise for 8 minutes before it extinguished, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Jeremy, he's with us, right? But Mayok's got a point that if we stop rotating,
then it's no longer the heliocentric model.
Oh my God, Mayok, they just can't do it.
No, they're totally
for ad homs and insults and obfuscation.
No, I'm not insulting you.
I mean, you just said,
hold on.
I just backed up Jeremy's point. Everyone agrees,
which we agreed.
Even Mayok and even me.
Yeah.
Then
you said,
point. Can you shut up for a second? You see my struggle here. You know it's obvious. Why can't an intelligent guy just be quiet for like a minute, for a second? Because I'd be done a long time ago. Okay, so we all agree. Mayok agrees. I agree. Jeremy, we all agree. Jeremy, I got Mayok to agree that what we talked about is exactly going to happen. Sun is extinguished. It continues to rise in the sky. However, if the Earth stopped rotating, those photons that have been hitting that straight path would not move. Here's what he's saying. Now let's have Mayok explain that for a moment. Why the sun wouldn't continue to rise if we stopped rotating. Okay,
it's one of those photon paths, represented by my black lines going out radially, is a series of direct moments in time, and I don't even know how to say it. They form a straight line back to the sun. And so when we reach the 8-minute mark where that light reaches us, we're seeing the light that was emitted on the line above where we are when we get to where we intercept it. So we're actually looking down the instant in time, the direct path back to the sun at any given instant in time.
Yeah, Jeremy, that's
okay.
That's a good
I got a
point.
question. If the Earth isn't spinning, is that a good representation of the heliocentric model?
Oh my
it's
God!
Just a hypothetical.
Can we just talk about?
Let's go down the live stream.
I'm just asking a simple question because I'm a dum dum.
And talk about it because let's go down the live stream too and talk about it because there's a lot of people that keep interjecting with this is Narnia and the Earth.
Bring me down there, Gav. Jeremy, bring me down there with you, and if Mike wants to come too, we can talk about it.
If you want.
So I have a question. So if in our scenario the Earth stops, right, and we're still receiving the direct path of those photons, we'll play the game here for a second, Moyak. Would you say that it would be possible that the sun would remain in its position, meaning it would stay fixed in where we stopped, it would remain in that position, but do you think its intensity would slightly increase?
Moyak and Jeremy have jumped down into the other room.
Oh, yeah, I think Moyak's onto something, and I'm changing my position about if the Earth stopped, what the sun would do, because that fixed path has been established. There's no reason for it to drift because the drifting is due to the Earth's rotation.
I don't disagree with any of that, man.
Yeah, so
it's not
right.
It's not the heliocentric model. You switched it to the geocentric model and then said this is what would happen if it was geocentric.
Well,
I don't disagree with any of that.
I haven't heard this argument before, so
I know, bro. That's why I'm not being hard on.
If the sun just extinguished, what happens? We would still see it rotating in the sky, but that's not really what he said. I had to break it down to the Earth stops rotating. Then what happens?
That's what it would do in the geocentric model where the sun is 8.5 light minutes away.
So if the geocentric model is true, then the sun and the Earth stopped rotating. Then yes, the sun would continue to rotate because Earth's not rotating, right? I don't know why we're saying it like that, because if it's geocentric, then the Earth isn't rotating to begin with.
Because they needed a straw man yesterday because I was right and they were wrong. So they had to change my argument to a geocentric model, which wasn't what I was talking about. And that's why I had to say like 22 times, the Earth is still spinning in the heliocentric model, right?
Yes.
Go back and listen. You'll hear me say that over and over again.
And he said, but if the Earth is spinning and then it stops to spinning, what happens? Would the
Let
sun
Larry finish
continue
his
to
point,
rise?
because
And the
I don't know
answer,
if you were
I'm
here
changing my
yesterday.
answer back to no, it wouldn't continue to rise.
I don't know if you were here yesterday, but you must not have heard Larry's point from yesterday. Go on, Larry.
Yeah, my point was they kept changing it to a geocentric model because I was right about their model. And then they made some straw man argument, which they were right about some weird geocentric model where the sun is, 8.5 minutes, light minutes away. But nobody was talking about that old dead model until they brought it up after I destroyed them on knowledge of their own model that they didn't even possess. So they had to like straw man what my argument was to make it something else that I wasn't even talking about, a geocentric model. I haven't argued geocentric model like that since like 2016, 2017 era.
But it was the point you made about, will the Earth still be spinning in this period?
Yeah, and they just kept saying, no, we're going to stop it from spinning. Like, how is that a good representation of your model? We're talking about in the heliocentric model, the sun isn't where it appears to be.
And I think it's great that Zanuck has agreed with that, because yesterday we had so many Globers trying to attack Jeremy for saying that the sunrise we witness is 8.5 minutes old. But in your model, that is the truth.
So
I think
I'm
maybe
confused. Did Zanuck actually agree to the sun not being in its actual location? Because then he kind of flip flopped
Yes,
back, though.
he said it's 8.5 minutes in the past.
Right,
Like
it's
your
8.5
model said.
minutes in the past, but is it still 2 degrees off of its actual
Right,
position?
position.
Because
I think that is where we were getting a bit, mixed up on yesterday. That people were saying, no, we'll still be in the same position, but it's still 8.5 minutes in the past. And I think that's where people were going, oh, they're disagreeing with me, whereas actually they're agreeing, but they're also trying to, promote their model. So it wasn't a disagreement, maybe from Doofus yesterday saying about it being in the same place. It hasn't changed its position, but it's still 8.5 minutes in the past.
That's true. That's another thing that they tried to do. The sun has never moved. And then that's when Mr. Louisiana, what's his name? Rakia. That's when he said, that's when he said that basically, how did he say it? I forget how he said it. I'm so sorry. Let me think about it for a second. Repeat what you just said again, UK.
What about it was mainly about Jeremy's question about the sunrise and how maybe they kind of misinterpreted us by saying that it's still 8.5 minutes in the past, but they're misinterpreting us thinking that we're talking about a different position, but we're still looking at the sun in the past 8.5 minutes, yet apparently that's its apparent position because the position doesn't change. Well,
That's right. Yeah. They were saying the position of the sun doesn't change. And then that's when he said, what about it going around the galactic center? And they were like, well, that doesn't count. Right. Because they were trying to say, like, it's the old, like, from the 1600s heliocentric model where the sun is the center of the universe. Right. So they switched models several times and made several straw mans against my argument. Whatever they had to do, they could not admit that I knew their model better than they did. But I've been studying this shit since I was 5, man. I've been studying this shit since I was 5. Maybe 6. So why would it be so far-fetched that a 40-year-old man who's been studying this since he was 5 didn't become a flat earther and start studying alternative cosmology until he was 33, right? Why is it so far-fetched to believe that he would understand the heliocentric model better than a guy who can't even be recognized as a man on Discord because his nuts haven't dropped yet? Why is that so far-fetched?
Well, again, it's like it's what we've noticed from yesterday and today, that a lot of globers are disagreeing with each other. There's no consensus.
Because that creates chaos and the
The
argument and the
egg is
conversation.
cracking.
Anyway, I know this room wants to talk about something else, and a lot of people hate this argument, right? I do apologize. I won't bring it up again.
I think we've well and truly destroyed them. So, back to the ether.
Hold on, let me just connect my Ethernet wire.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go Wi-Fi. I don't know. The Wi-Fi isn't called Ether. Maybe they knew that it was going to be like in the future. It's going to be wireless, so we better go ahead and take the name right now. Call it the Ether. I know it's spelled differently.
Well, with the understanding that we know the military is way ahead in advance, and I'm sure they know things way before we do. So it will be leaked out in public, you know, in the public domain in small quantities, if you know what I mean, or a smaller quality, should I say?
I wonder how much they really know now. I think they're grasping at straws. They're just burying themselves in the ground. Literally.
Yeah, I was going to be quiet for a little while and let other people talk, and then I came back and was listening, and they were talking about this conversation from yesterday. I was like, oh shit, here we go again. But Zanuck, he got it. And then once they started describing the geocentric model, what the sun would do, and the geocentric 8-minute away sun model that's exactly like the heliocentric model, except for, the universe is spinning around. Zanuck agreed with that too. So that's what it would do in that geocentric model. But in the flat Earth model, right, which there isn't one, but we're just going to use that for ease of use terms. If the sun went out, it'd be pretty close to instantly we would know it here on Earth. Like within a second, if the sun went out.
Right? Because light doesn't travel like they say it travels. Their photon model is funny. It's a wave, but it's a particle. Don't worry about it. It makes sense.
But for the audience who's listening and heard the conversation yesterday, I got to ask, when we're talking about the heliocentric model, why did they keep stopping the Earth from moving? Right? You got to wonder, why do they do that over and over and over again? In the heliocentric model, how often does that happen?
I think it's more to just try and show a contrast of what we would see and what we wouldn't see. They're trying to claim that the Earth's movement is why we see the sun the way we see it.
Yeah, it's a reassertion of their fallacy. Because it's the, I don't know if Larry, you're still here, but it's the logical implication. The moment they keep raising, if we stop the Earth, reinforces that the Earth is still moving.
Right. Yeah, but I was all in hypothetical land. Like every time someone said Narnia yesterday, I was like, yeah, I know we're in Narnia. We're talking about make believe, but we couldn't even get them to be concise about their own model.
Yeah, that probably was me talking about Narnia, because it was getting a bit annoying. Like, we're all spending 4 or 5 hours talking about Narnia. Like, what are we doing?
The issue is their perception of reality is skewed coming from that of a materialistic, atomistic perception of particles interacting. They know nothing about fields, and light is not a particle. It's revolving around fields, which they know nothing about. So they have to equivocate these sorts of things to have some sort of a physical presence rather than that of a field. So that's
Yeah,
the
that
whole issue
touches
with
on.
science.
Yeah, that touches on the question that Larry asked about what does space time consist of? What is the makeup of space time? It went quiet after that.
Well, yeah, because they reified the essence of nothingness to be something. That being space. Space is just the absence of something, which they've turned into be something physical. Because again, in their paradigm, everything is physical material.
But that's funny though,
and it's an issue.
because that is part of their system, right? The atomistic, materialistic one. But even inside that, they're still trying to get people to accept something that's outside of that. So gravity, for example. So they're trying to explain the atomistic, materialistic thing with some notionalized idea or some fairy tale thing, or this make what was this space time thing that time dilates, that time's real but not real. So it's even inside that, yeah, they ruin their system by being too materialistic, but then they try to also shoehorn in something that's basically supernatural. And it
Hence
just,
why,
it just
hence why
doesn't
Crypto
make
asked,
any
what's the
sense.
difference between space time and ether?
Well, they took something that is non-physical, being space, which is the absence of physical material, and then they merged that prematurely with time, being a convention, but in their mind, it's something physical. So they merged these two things that are non-physical to create this physical dimension for all their fantasy to work, and it's an issue. Ether is pertaining to field dynamics, something which mainstream science knows nothing of.
Which is strange because they did know about it before.
But they've tied two concepts together and tried to reify it as concrete. Basically,
This is why a word like retardation is perfectly applicable, because they have done that in their whole understanding. At one point, they were understanding and grasping and delving into the ether studies, and now they've gone backwards. Or actually, backwards and to the left.
Yeah, and the reason that they try to justify this whole space-time bending, right? The alleged experiments that they have that kind of prove this, the experiments around relativity, all have to do with time dilation. So their concept of time, they're attributing to the physical oscillation rate of the cesium atom, something that is tangible. But the problem is they're trying to say that the concept of time is either constricting or expanding, when really all that's taking place is the oscillation rate of the cesium atom is either increasing or decreasing within a cycle based on its location, not that their concept of time is actually physically dilating at all whatsoever. So they have this kind of like quasi way to attach it to something material so they can claim scientific, so they have alleged proof of this whole conceptual idea of the bending and warping of space-time. But
right, that's their link to the physical.
And it's so strange because the whole thing of time was always to do with the precession of the luminaries, and then they quantified it down to like its constituent parts, and they got to the second, right? And then from there, obviously, you can just go down and down because it's just orders of magnitude in either direction. But then,
yeah, and that's a good point, Elijah.
But then, yeah, so that's where it started, and then you used tools to use tools that were set to that. So you use a tool for the sun. So okay, that's how long. It's been an hour. Boom. and then they put it down to, okay, we're going to use a candle, and now you have the gear systems with the watches. But what they've done with this cesium whatever, right, is they've now taken time, which was always an observation on the passage of the luminaries, that was then down to tools where you didn't have to always look at the luminaries, because now it's done with a nice system that you could have on your wrist. And they've taken it to this high level technology, which is dubious in and of itself, and then they put all of the concept within that machine, and they're completely breezing past the point of what time always has been in the first place. Does that make sense? I know I went down a trail, but does that make sense?
We derive time from the
yeah.
luminaries. Yeah, we derive time from the luminaries. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's how flawed their notion is, because it's based on this machine. And I wonder if people actually had access to these things, whether they would find that basically, like I joked about the other night, they've just got broken clocks.
100%. And that's the thing, right? It was originally tied to just the motions of the luminaries, right? And then once we get it down to minutes, down to seconds, now we have these atomic clocks that we were able to have these oscillation rates that are so quick within these cesium atoms that we can get it down to 1/1,000,000th of a second. And then we see deviations of within the trillionths of a second of this apparatus when it either increases in elevation or it's traveling in a specific direction around the Earth, whether it's a plane or a ball or however you want to describe it. Either way, what's taking place is only a change in the oscillation rate of the cesium atom.
Right. So
the concept of time has been pulled. The concept of time has been pulled away from the motion of the luminaries, and it's gotten down to such a small point that even if you wanted to try to tie it back to the luminaries, there's no way that you could actually have any type of visual confirmation of this small of a deviation in what we call time to begin with.
And there's something else along. Go ahead, Jim. I think you might just.
No, I was just going to say, it's like they're trying to use the cesium atom as an arbiter of time. Yeah, it's just more. It's just a smaller cycle, so you can have more infinite amounts of division inside that and increments. Yeah, so that they're trying to claim that as being accurate a measure of time, but it's just what the cesium atom is doing, and who's to say that the environment isn't changing that?
And so when you actually have the correct perspective, obviously I sound very biased with that, but I've explained that because time is what it is, not what they say it is. Then when you actually see the deviation of this cesium or whatever, all the logical mind should actually conclude is, oh, the methodology is actually not good enough for what we're trying to do. Because what we're trying to do is have this level of accuracy, but depending on where it is in certain scenarios, its accuracy or its precision is distorted. So instead of going to the logical conclusion, which is, oh, this isn't fit.
The environment has an effect on it.
Yeah, but instead of going to the conclusion of, oh, this isn't fit for purpose, or we have to deal with this outside influence, they use that as a whole basis for another theory or something that they have no evidence for. It's so absurd. It's just dumb, like super dumb, because that's not the basis of what we're dealing with. We're just dealing with the procession of what's been above us this whole time. If they had any integrity, they would just say that. And if they have that level of precision, all they have to do is account for it and carry on with their life. They don't have to make up a theory, but that goes to show the whole reason for these apparatuses, or however the plural is, that they have made up, is not actually, other than in its practical application, they're actually more using it just to bolster their notional perspective of space-time or whatever other imaginary idea they have. Anyway, that was long, but it's just when you actually apply critical thinking to it, why would you jump to the conclusion that, oh, because these two clocks have a deviation in something that's so far down the scale. So okay, it could be anything to deviate. What's it? Trillionths of a second? Was it? Napalm? Is that how far they get down?
Or is it like the interval between the oscillation is so constant that if there's, I don't even know.
It's like a trillionth of a second.
Yeah,
Like
so
that.
it's
Right,
so far it's so far down, and somehow they want to justify that indicates that time is dilating, when the logical conclusion should be your machine is dilating. Because the machine's job is to measure time. So
right,
what they're doing is saying
on the reading.
What they're doing by the implications of what they've done is that it's actually the machine that's the arbiter of time, not a registration of the passage of time. They've completely flipped the script. It's just a magic trick, really. So look at my hand. Okay, I took the thing out of your pocket. Anyway, I can destroy that thing for ever and a day because it's just silly on its face. I don't even have to handle the equipment.
Oh, it's one of the most annoying fucking arguments from the globe, I'd have to say. It's like, literally when they do that, it's like they're going into fairyland, more so than when they're talking about the solar system and all that. It's ridiculous.
But you can get some of the more, I say more honest, but some of the more honest Globers to at least admit that there's two possibilities within these time dilation experiments. One of them being that it is the bending and warping of space-time. And they will admit that there is the other possibility that basically the clock, or what they're measuring within the clock, has changed in some way, shape, or form, right? So you have, like Elijah was saying, basically a broken clock, meaning, the clock has ceased to operate in its normal function, keeping its normal rate of time, not because time has necessarily changed, but the oscillation of the atom has changed itself. So some of the more honest Globers will say, yes, there's kind of two possibilities here, but then they'll also say, out of the next breath,
so in a way it's like
time dilation. Yeah.
So in a way, it's like they're admitting that they're not basing it off the dilation of time, but they're basing it off of the inaccurateness of their devices. And they all have the same rate of how inaccurate they are.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
well, they think that since they can get what they claim is consistent deviations of the apparatus, right? That they think that they're basically confirming the space-time dilation because they can get these consistencies. But to me, it makes sense that if I'm getting consistencies based on the direction of travel that I have or the altitude that I have, it just leads me to believe that that specific clock, what we're measuring or metering within it, the oscillation rate of the cesium atom, seems to be affected by elevation and or direction of travel more so than time dilating.
Yeah, because if you're to do a proper experimentation rigor, they would account for those things and eliminate them. But all they're doing is confirming the outside influences. And then inferring that because those things are consistent, that therefore their conclusion is consistent. But that's putting the horse before the cart or whatever.
It's just affirming the consequence. For certain variables?
Say that again?
Are you saying that they're not controlling for certain variables?
No, they're just affirming the consequence, right?
They could eliminate them. They could move them out of the way to see if it wasn't for these things, or if it wasn't for the what is it? Okay, they would actually have to be non-lazy, because these guys are really lazy. It's like, why is it that you get at elevation and at rotation?
Yeah, specific direction of travel. Yeah.
They should then go, okay, what is it about this that causes the clock to do this thing, rather than affirming the idea that they've already set out to affirm. But that's the thing,
Right.
they're lazy.
And
Because what would
who's to
probably end
say?
up happening, this is my assumption, but what will probably end up happening is that those two things have an effect in terms of the electrostatic and the ether, all these kind of things, that because what they're dealing with that level of machinery is you're dealing with that level of reality, right? So if they could somehow eliminate that or mitigate that or something, then they could go, and if they were, let's just hypothesize that they were able to do that, or propose in the hypothetical that they were able to do that. I would propose that the results they'd actually get is there would be no dilation once they figure out the actual cause for the machine going out of phase or whatever it does. That makes sense. I know it's a bit kind of long-winded.
Yeah, I think what they discovered, honestly, before these atomic clock tests were done, I know they also do a red shift, blue shift with things going either away from Earth's surface or towards Earth's surface, but I think it would have the same effect either way. I think that they figured out that we are in this toroidal field, right? And it does have this some sort of movement to it in relation to the surface of the Earth, which seems to be in an east to west rotation. And as you increase with elevation, you're getting to a different area within this vortexual energetic medium, right? So that increase in elevation, increase in the amount of energy that is being applied to anything at that state can affect things like the oscillation rate of atoms. This is why I think that we can't leave the Earth, because we can't leave this toroidal, whether it's, you want to call it an etheric medium, or you want to call it like the Earth's magnetic field, or whatever you want to call what we're in. I don't think we as human beings or anything within this realm can exist materially outside of this kind of field that we're in. I think the material ceases to exist. And as we get
the physical containment, but then also you can't even exist unless you got technology. You can't even exist at the upper end of it. Like, you can't go and live on Everest without oxygen and without a bunch of other stuff. So we clearly have like sorry to kind of jump on you, but we clearly have a designated zone that we are designed to operate within.
Yeah, and I think the further we get away from the surface, the more we start to, for lack of a better term, break down from the material nature of what we actually are, I think.
Yeah.
But what they're doing is they're kind of playing with the effect that something has, something specific, in this case, the cesium atom. They're playing with the effect that the cesium atom's oscillation rate has in conjunction with, or when manipulated within this vortexual energetic field, whatever you want to call it, that we live in. Meaning, if we go in one specific direction, counter to the rotation of this field, then we get a certain change or an increase. Kind of like, if I'm floating down the river, if I'm going with the stream, I'm not necessarily I'm not having to put forth as much work. I can just kind of cruise. Now, if I want to go in the other direction, I'm going to have to put forth a lot of work. There's going to be more wear and tear on not only my body, but my canoe, and like all that, all the factors that come into play when I'm going against the stream. So there's similar effects, I think, on materials at kind of the atomic or subatomic scale when it comes to their relation to this energetic flow that we live in, both directionally and elevation wise when it comes to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, for sure. And someone mentioned something the other day that kind of is somewhat related. I haven't found it yet because I didn't get them to follow up with a link. But they mentioned that there was a documentary recently on one of the streaming sites, and there's a lab in the UK that drops an item repetitively, and that depending on the weather outside, the speed at which it will drop changes. So this came up because we were talking about ether and static, electrostatic, and all that stuff, right? But it just goes to show that the way these things operate on that kind of small level are affected by things such as weather, things such as elevation, etc., etc. Which, if you were to not try and just impose your worldview on everything, you could actually gain a lot of understanding from that. Even in the example of the cesium thing that they do, if they were to stop trying to prove their nonsense, that kind of technology could actually elicit a lot of information at the very, very nanos, like tiny scale that may or may not be useful to people. But they don't want to do that, generally speaking. They just want to use it to reaffirm their nonsense. And before you, I kind of wanted you to respond, Napalm, if you've got anything else to add. But before that, I wouldn't be surprised if there's another way to get the same level of time. How would I say this? To measure in a similar precision, but with a different technology. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a way to do that, and that if someone actually did that, they could repeat the same things that they do with that clock, with the atomic clocks, and get no deviation because they're using a different tech.
Yeah, I would agree, because to me it's all relative to what you're measuring, and what they're measuring isn't necessarily time itself. It's this physical thing we call a cesium atom, right?
Yeah.
So
don't they have digital things that can do to picoseconds already?
I don't know what the quartz movement does, but these are all dealing with piezoelectric effect and all these kinds of interesting, almost magical kind of things that take place. It's pretty cool and interesting. And you did make a good point, right? Where it's like, is this effect that we're seeing, right? The effect that they're measuring, that they're calling time dilation. If we took a step back and we thought about what's actually taking place, and instead of just trying to affirm the consequence of this idea of the bending and warping of space-time, is there another application that we could have with
sure. And
this idea?
Probably,
you
sorry. Yeah,
no,
I got
go
a big
ahead.
side. No, carry on. I got a big side.
No, I was just going to say, maybe it's almost like, okay, now we're starting to get down to the brass tacks of how this realm may affect us on kind of a subatomic level or an atomic level, and how we may be able to utilize this increase in elevation or movement in a particular direction on the Earth. We could possibly utilize these ideas to further different technologies, however that may be, right?
At the very least, have a better understanding of that which we can't see with our own eyes.
Correct. But instead, we're given this roadblock of boom, let's wipe our hands of it. This completely affirms our idea of bending and warping of space-time. Nothing else to see here. Move along, children. Move along.
Right.
And
that's the purpose. Because I was going to say, in terms of, I wanted to add to what I was saying. Generally, for the populace at large, they just reaffirm their nonsense. But the technology that they're actually using, there's no way that they're not actually using that to further develop other stuff. But they keep all that stuff private on purpose. I mean, think about CERN, for instance. They present it as if this thing to justify their muons and quarks and all that Kabbalistic rubbish. But in actuality, there's no way, if that's a real word, there's no way in reality that they're not using that huge flipping machine, which is a multinational thing. Even aside from all the ritualistic stuff they do on it, there's no way they're actually not using it to do a practical, real purpose outside of the narrative that they push. Which is just kind of standard for everything they do. There's what they present to the profane, which is how they refer to people who aren't in the know, and what they actually do behind closed doors.
correct. Are you talking about CERN?
Yeah, it's just an example.
Right.
It's a big one. Because obviously, it's such a massive machine. There's no way that, oh, we're going to build this massive thing just to reaffirm and to find these different particles, which don't even make sense when you actually understand anything about like physics
Right.
past
We have these
grade one.
predictions of particles. Let's spend trillions of dollars creating this device that then just lets us know that we have these particles that we are predicting. Yeah. And even then, it's like,
I wonder
even
how
if they
clever
have
they
these
actually
quote
are, though.
unquote particles, right? Even if they found these particles that they're looking for within this Hadron Collider, are there trillions of dollars worth of benefit to understanding that what you're postulating is actually correct when it comes to these subatomic particles? Like, what is the relative application to the real world for humanity as a whole? Which leads me to believe what they're doing there is something, different than what they're telling us on the surface,
Well,
right?
think
And I
about it,
wonder.
guys. Sorry, I just wanted to real
No,
fast.
go
I'm
ahead.
enjoying the conversation. But think about it. The whole Casimir effect, right? They're pulling something from nothing, right? And this is where we get the 0 point energy from. Well, what are they doing, right? They got these super cold region of space, right? And they got this super strong electromagnetic fields. And what they recently discovered, that they could create the super lattice. I think that when they apply this, new technology to those particle colliders, I think they're going to make like some serious improvements in energy. And I think it's not going to be free energy, but it's going to be perpetual energy for like everybody. But they don't want everybody to have it, right? We already know that. And if you listen to Craig Villain, he's done a little research. Michio Kaku allegedly made one of these particle colliders from like scratch when he was like a teenager, like according to Crack Villain. So if you ever see Crack in here, get him to tell you that story, maybe cite the source where he found it from. But yeah, to think about, we've been chasing our tails with E equals MC squared. Meanwhile, they've been playing with the ether and shit, right? That doesn't exist.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? Considering the whole Tesla stuff that we had a fun one with the other day, is that part of what they're using, the SI unit is named after Tesla. They have to, like, because it's one of those magnetic. Is it flux? Larry, do you remember if it's the flux thing or something else?
No, bro. I just know what they're recreating is like a near perfect vacuum.
Let me check.
Sorry, go ahead.
Because anyway, it's just funny because this whole stuff goes back to ether. Clearly, it goes back to all this stuff. I remember, and I mean, if anyone's looked into them, when they give their tours of the collider and stuff, they talk about how much of the, because it's a magnetic field that they're using to do this acceleration, right? And one of the important things is a unit that's named Tesla.
Yeah, magnetic flux density is
There you
what
go.
the
That's the
Tesla.
one. And it's one of those ones where to even just appoint something of it is stupidly powerful. It's an interesting thing nonetheless, considering obviously it doesn't mean anything on its face, but it is interesting that they're using that, like his stuff, and then they're relabeling the whole worldview, but using his technology, his name, everything. It's kind of like a mockery, which kind of is fit for purpose with these guys. It's what they do with everything. They mock the ones who actually speak truth.
Well, the whole ritual thing, got a lot of people talking about what was going outside of CERN rather than what was going on inside of CERN.
Yeah.
And I think
And
that's
that's a
brilliant right there.
distraction.
That's classical, magicianry, right? The prestige, right? That was the what do you call it? The dancing statue outside, Shiva or whatever, the god of destruction and rebirth or whatever. And I think that's absolutely brilliant right there. Meanwhile, the real magic is going on downstairs.
Yeah,
Right?
it's always been a technology thing, because this is where it gets into funny discussions. Like at its core, the whole world, like creation itself, is a technology. It seems like I'm being rude saying that if people are too simplistic, but how else does it work? Like how else would you describe a humanoid, for instance?
What are you talking about? Like all those ladies that?
No. I'm just
they
like,
were
if we're just simplifying mankind as like we were to name it a humanoid, it's effectively a machine. It's a mechanical, electromagnetic machine. It is a technology. It seems, and I don't want to. Obviously, given where I come from, I ain't trying to throw shade on the creator, but I'm just trying to get people to understand if that's a justifiable thing, which I think it is, to say about the best thing in creation, then all these other subjects come under that. And I think if we can think about it like that, it gives us an easier way to understand all the rest of the stuff that the evil guys are getting up to, and so that I'm
right
not
because
losing
that's the way they think.
so that I'm not losing anyone. I'll get back to the point, but I wanted to make the initial like overall statement clear. So we go back to what happened with the Watchers. What was the number one thing they came down and did, apart from fornication? What they did was share
Started
technology.
introducing technology and how to use glamour magic to seduce men.
Yeah, exactly.
How to do abortion.
Every single thing was about that. So when you have that in your memory, it's like, okay, this is the oldest thing that we're dealing with, because sometimes people forget the foundation and they just deal with like level 3, level 4. It's like, hold on, if you don't understand ground level, you're not really ever going to understand any level above that. So that was the ground level of all this noise. And you look and you mentioned Shiva, destroyer of worlds, etc. And I'm not sure if you've ever done the research into Mystery Babylon and all the technologies that they had.
Oh yeah.
They were liquefying towns with staffs in their hands and stuff. So this is where I kind of think, hold on, are they really as clever as we kind of give them credit for? Because they're spending all this effort doing all this stuff that people used to be able to do, apparently, if we're to take the research from history seriously, and I would. They're able to do this stuff with little hand tools that they had in their hand, that they could hold in the palm of their hand. So my question is, why are they going through all this effort to do a massive machine, to do a certain side of technology that that the other guys could have done easy? So that's where I would raise the question, or raise the topic of, I don't think they're as smart as they make out to be. Or maybe they're just scared and they're trying to go big because they're scared of the consequences. But all of this is a bit speculatory, right? But if they're playing with ether, and you're talking about the energy stuff, maybe. But maybe they're trying to understand that thing, and maybe they're trying to do a defense, because if they're doing the run scared, hide underground, and they have any understanding, which I think they do, of who they're going to be dealing with, mainly the angels and Jesus in the end, right? Obviously, I'm going big picture here, Larry. They're going to be dealing with ether technology, so they're probably like, hold on, how do we defend against angels who we can't just knock over the head with a spade? You know what I mean? To oversimplify it. So that's an idea that maybe could be a possibility, that they're using something like the Collider to test their weaponry, or to test how can you fight against something that doesn't operate in flesh and blood like we do. I might have lost everyone, but
no, you're good, bro. It's an interesting concept because how would you fight a superhuman, right? So imagine if they mixed the honey badger genes with, like some sort of super soldier, right? How would you beat that animal, right? Because the honey badger don't give a shit. He gets bit by poisonous snakes and it just takes a nap, right? And then wakes up and finishes its meal, right? So like if it'd be like Rasputin, right? They poisoned him and he still didn't die. So you know what I mean? So yeah, how would you?
Yeah.
Right.
So they want to alter their very essence. I think I know where you're going with that.
Yeah, they want to create a super soldier, and they want to be able to like pull technology, because the evil ones, the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, or the demons, as some might call them, or the disembodied spirits of the children of the Nephilim, or the demons, or what you might call them, they hate us. They didn't get the same contract that we got, right? They're not under grace, right? They're under judgment,
because of what their
Because
parents
they
did
never
or what
should
the
have
father.
existed in the first place.
Right,
They're,
right.
they're an
So
aberration, or however you say that word.
right. So I talk about the oligopoly in the octopus a lot. Apparently, this is the Aldrich plan. I must have pulled it out of the ether because I don't know where I pulled it from, but yeah, I found out later that it's called the Aldrich plan. But this octopus, imagine if an octopus, those shape-shifting octopus that can pretend to be a predator, or they can just pretend to be a rock or another fish, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I've seen
Cuttlefish.
it.
All right. Yeah,
They can
the
lose. They
octopus.
can lose limbs and grow them back and stuff.
Right.
It's called a
So
cuttlefish.
imagine, cuttlefish. So imagine, this octopus, if it could live for hundreds of years, and it could, gain information and technology and all this stuff, meanwhile keeping everything underground and making everybody else, debt slaves and everything, and making them think that they're free, right? But they're really actually slaves. Like, this whole thing is like what it would look like if an octopus could live for hundreds of years. Because they're so smart, they learn so fast, but they only live like 2 years, right? So what I think is going on is like their spirit animal is the octopus, and then one person's like, it's the Jesuits, and another person on another tentacle, they're like, no, it's the Jews, and another person is like, it's the Knights of Malta, and another guy is like, no, it's the Knights of Columbus, and they're all fighting against each other and divided and conquered. What group of people is more divided and conquered than Christianity? What is it? 30,000 sects of Christian?
Right?
Do you think that's a mistake?
No, it's by design. But yeah, this I think I'm not sure if I discussed it with you, but I tried to talk about it with people. Is that no, we're not dealing with individuals. We're dealing with an idea, and if these things are
Yeah.
ideas that are agreed upon within families and families of families and groups of families, then it doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter if people get deaded, because they're all doing the same agenda. So they can do plans, unlike us who live in the simple, now I only live 80 years, I've got 40 years to effectively do anything by the time I can get control of my life, right? They don't think like that because they think opposite. So you have to explain that to people who think simply and go, look, this is how this plan works, because it is a plan that goes over generations. Because unlike yourselves, they have done what the commandment of Genesis was, which was to subdue the earth and take dominion of it, or something to that effect, right?
Longevity.
Right. Whereas what we do is that I don't know, I'll work and pay into pension and whatever. This it's just like diametrically opposed in how the worlds are viewed. And then on top of that, if we're to understand at least how you and me, Larry, would see it, that Satan's at the head of this whole pyramid, so to speak, then if he doesn't die, then it doesn't even matter. Like, even if all of his guys were wiped out, all he has to do is reinstitute the plan with another group of people that he deceives, or who want to lust for power or whatever, which is always going to be people like that. So the plan isn't limited, and that's how, like what you were saying, that's how it can span over the course of history like this.
Well, I think they're trying to lift the veil that separates the physical world from the metaphysical world, which would be heaven's gates, in my opinion.
I don't know how they're going to open heaven's gates without permission. I think I could maybe agree with like lifting the veil of what we can perceive, but again, that's tricky because we live in this physical flesh, so we have limitations to what we can perceive. So maybe that's where the mark of the beast and stuff comes in, and like you're changing people's essence, and then that's probably why, kind of going back a little bit to what Larry was saying. Oh, he ducked out. I guess he dropped connection. But about them, like the badger, superhuman stuff, because it said in the scriptures how that they will wish for death, but they won't be granted it. And I think, based on my understanding, that that's because they've altered themselves so far that they can't die like normal people because they've messed themselves up. But I'll leave it there because this is kind of deviation, and Larry's no longer here. So
well, about that, wanting death and not being able to receive it. To me, that sounds like the metaverse, being able to potentially download oneself into some sort of a metaverse system where you're snared, not in a
Maybe.
physical sense, but in a
Yeah.
metaphysical sense. But you can still be tortured almost indefinitely, and it's
Yeah, like the Matrix, right?
yeah,
They
that's
just
the
don't let
bottomless
just
pit,
don't let you die. Yeah, it's
right?
possible. I think there's a few different possibilities within what we can see so far. But either way, either way, the distinction is clear and it's quite obvious to those who want truth where to steer your ship and where not to steer your ship. And I think because sometimes we can get really complicated, really detailed, and that's useful for certain subjects. But in terms of like the core essence of what are you going to do with your life, what your morality, it doesn't need to be that fine tuned and that overcomplicated. It's very simple. Stay away from that which is obviously degenerate, or that which is obviously outside of what's acceptable, or outside of what makes sense. And then you can't go wrong. You know what I mean?
Common sense.
Yeah, but actual common sense, because it's no longer common. But
Right.
And I would simplify it with the way Scripture talks about it: is the narrow path. Don't deviate left or right. Like, you don't have to overcomplicate it. Just keep going down that which is good and true. And then when all those other things come your way, if you're strong in your position, then you're not going to take them. You don't really fully have to understand what's wrong with them and where they're going. You just go, nope, I refuse to accept that. I'm going down the path of truth.
So I wondered if that was more of like a metaphorical implication rather than a physical one. Like what if we were on a flat plane and the only way out of this realm is this physical path, this straight and narrow path that was proposed metaphorically, but in all essence is very physical in potential. Like
I think I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but I would disagree, because as far as at least from where I come from, scripturally speaking, etc., the whole end of the journey is back on Earth. It's back on Earth in a pure sense, and no longer in a corrupted body sense. Does that make sense? I said sense too many times. Because the way you said it, the reason I said that is the way you said it implies that we're gonna escape Earth, but that's not the purpose. The purpose is to be here, but be here better. So I don't know what you understand of scripture, but the narrow path would be how you live, and then if you keep down that path, what you end up receiving is life eternal with the new body, like an angelic body, and then you're no longer having to suffer what you've already suffered because you passed the test. Is that more clear? Is it just me, or is he roboting for other people too? I don't know. Try again, my guy. You sounded like a robot. It's too quiet up in here. Jeremy, it's your opportunity to speak unrumpused.
Highly unlikely.
I believe in you, Jeremy. You can do it. Was it your lunch hour or something? What's up? Everyone's just finished.
Is no one talking?
No, it sounds as if no one's talking.
Yeah, fair enough.
The silence is deafening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to munch on some crayons.
I'm freaking out.
Very healthy for you.
The blue ones taste good.
I like the strawberry flavour ones.
Making me hungry right now. I started taking notes a while ago, for my FE stuff. It's just fun, break out some crayons, colored pencils, magic markers, whatever you like.
Yeah.
It's like, it feels so, you spend a lot of time researching stuff, and it's like, it's a web address somewhere. You know what I mean? How much do you retain of like a website? You're like, or a Wikipedia article or something? I don't know. It's like the digital trucker sound right there.
I think someone's vibrator is going off or something.
Yeah, sorry about
It was a male vibrator, by the way. I could tell. It wasn't a female vibrator. It was a male
You had yours
vibrator.
going through? Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, the old intermittent male vibrator.
How embarrassing for you.
Yeah.
I have
rub
no
it in.
say.
That must have really been uncomfortable for you.
It's an everlasting burn.
No,
Yeah,
I like to have an
I'm
audience, you see.
Yeah, I just don't want this to be like a scar onto you. You know, I don't want this to like be like a long-term thing. You know, I want you to get over that.
I'm mental. Oh my god. But sometimes the truth hurts.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes you got to own up to it, and you be like, "You're right. I was wrong. You were right." A lot of things, you know. Maybe you're gay. Maybe you have a dildo. Whatever that vibrating sound was, you know. I'm not assuming anything. I'm just saying. Could be anything. Maybe it was just all fun. Maybe it was.
Hurting. You know? It could have been something like that kind of thing too.
Could have been a timer. Yeah, just like your burrito is ready. Probably the burrito ready thing.
I don't know. You prefer what? Tacos.
Why do you take a wrap, which is just basically all carbs, and then you put rice in the wrap, which is more carbs? Why would you do that?
Me.
Because you're American or Mexican, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why?
I would put more.
Why, you know,
Put beans in it. More carbs. Add more carbs.
But mind you, I disagree with potatoes in curry. But a lot of English people love that shit.
Dude, potatoes belong in curry.
Oh, you
Jeremy,
already
that's
have
hard,
rice.
Jeremy, you are roboting so hard right now.
He's trying to talk about curry.
They do
Is
put
this the,
potatoes a lot of times in the Mexican and the burritos and everything. When I went to Texas, like there's potatoes and everything. They make beef stew and they'll put it in a burrito. There you go.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the whole point.
You're gonna hold the rice together. The rice together.
So do you
Jeremy,
think you shouldn't have potatoes in curry then, Crypto?
No, potatoes do not belong in curry.
Excellent, I agree with you. You got enough rice. What's the need for potato?
I don't even like rice at all.
Oh, I
to be
do.
honest. If I have a curry, I normally.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Go on, Jeremy.
It's cool, Jeremy. What do you got to say
If you
about
don't have the
potatoes
wrap,
and rice? Okay.
yeah, if you don't have the wrap, how are you gonna hold together all the beans and rice and stuff?
Yeah, there's not questioning the wrap. There's questioning the rice that you put in it.
Yeah.
What's it made from? Well, it could be a good rice, right? It could be a brown rice. What's the wrap made out of?
all rice is equally bad.
You can't have a burrito without a container.
Whatever you make the wrap
narrative.
That is true.
Do you
So,
guys
are you
know
saying
Yeah,
that the
that's what I
firmament's
mean.
made wheat firmament confirmed?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. How are you going to hold the rice and the beans together without the wrap? You got to have a container.
It's a
Well,
theoretical
It's
wrap.
in a
don't put the
bowl.
rice and beans in
What are the
Exactly.
properties of the wrap? What's it made of? What's its density? What's its, give me some properties of it. What's
Okay,
its
it's made of
density?
space time. The burrito is made of space time.
What's its best
It's made of the fourth
spectroscopy
dimensional
signature?
union of space plus time. It's low carb.
Jeremy, did you know you actually don't need a wrap because the rice and beans just holds together through gravity?
Of course, fucking of course.
Must
I
have,
wasn't laughing.
I
I was
must have,
telling.
I must have missed that one in culinary school.
Yeah, Einstein talked a lot about space-time burritos.
Food is excluded from the law of gravity.
I mean, other than donut holes, I don't know how we would even think about space time.
Haven't you seen the giant rubber sheet with the little balls on it?
Yeah, they got super sophisticated with that now. I don't know if you've seen a new one. Don Pettit's got it. It's up on a screen. It's all animated and shit. It looks sharp these days. They don't just use the blue sheet anymore.
What's that? They don't use the trampoline anymore, no?
Well, I don't know what they're using, but now they got a screen and they show you the path and stuff. It's awesome.
Oh, right. Mathematical models. That's what they're showing you. Yeah.
So a bowling ball will dent a trampoline or a rubber sheet, quite a bit. It will cause some curvature, so to speak. How much would a Skittles cause in curvature?
The Skittles have to coalesce.
I'm saying each individual one Skittle, for them all to coalesce, one Skittle has to attract the other. So what does one Skittle cause in curvature to cause the others to coalesce toward it?
I mean, we could do a Cavendish with Skittles, right?
What are we trying to measure here?
If I had
Fruit
800
flavor?
pounds of Skittles, on each side of a torsion bar, we'd be able to do a Cavendish with Skittles, right?
Are you trying to say we live on a large Skittle, Jeremy?
You probably could do a 800-pound Skittles Cavendish. And the benefit is you could eat
No,
it
I'm just
afterwards.
saying, Skittles have to be.
If you want to balance it out, you just take a bite out of each side.
Do you guys want to use me as a punching bag right now? The entire fucking scale of everything is completely wrong because of like the scale itself is completely different, obviously. Don't you think?
Thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it. Good talk.
Yeah, I know you've never heard about that before. It's a new thing I just came up with right now.
Making up random shit. That's so unlike people in this room.
Someone's literally in my head today. Exact same thought when you said it.
Einstein thought that space-time was flat. But I'm still not going to give him a hug. Because fuck Einstein.
Well, what does that even mean? Space-time is flat? Like that?
No.
Like
It has the word flat in it. I want to like it.
like that's some crazy like science fiction shit. Like,
Yeah.
It has to do with the topology of space.
Yeah. Right.
The what? The what of space?
Topology of space.
Oh, so like the is that like topography, like the shape of it, almost?
I would say
Shape.
topography more of is a like topology is a mathematical description of the shape of space.
It's also
And
it's also like a geometric calculation of the space.
yeah, and topography has more to do with like, you know, mountains and hills and oceans and valleys.
Okay. Well, I'm a little confused by that because like by topography, like that's usually used like that term is used to describe like the terrain of the earth, right? And
Right.
like whereas like space and time is something like it's way more complex than that. And so like to even say that you like have a topography is, by the way, I'm not an expert in this. I'm not pretending to be, but it's like how could you possibly apply the concept of topography over some kind of concept of space and time period?
Right,
Because the
exactly.
whole idea is like way more complex than like topography. Like, what is that?
I'm not going to accept space-time just because it's flat, even if Einstein says so. But who cares what he says?
Mic check, mic check.
Checkmate.
What's going on, everyone? Very interesting conversations about tacos and burritos.
Yeah, Einsteinian space-time tortillas. We're talking about it right here.
Very important question. Did Einstein make the pico de gallo for the burritos?
The special rule for pico de gallo?
Yeah, bro.
You know what I want to call bullshit on?
Is it a condiment or is it an anti-condiment? Or is it neither? Pseudo-condiment? Pico de gallo, it eats like a meal.
I think that one would be considered an anti-condiment.
Cite
So
your
what-
source.
What are the options for the topology of space-time?
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense.
One of them was flat. He already said that. What are the other options?
Leather interior.
Are they talking about, when they talk about space-time, are they talking about the physical land, or are they talking about simply the three-dimensional land that's everywhere in front of us, around of us, on top or the bottom of us, which wouldn't be physical theoretically, of course.
I don't know how to answer that question. So I'll just ask my question again. What are the options for the topology of space? One of them he mentioned was flat. What are the other options?
Fake, gay, and dumb.
Are you guys talking about space or space-time?
Space-time. I don't know if I said that, but space-time. I mean, it's the same thing, but space-time.
I want to call it space time right now, and anyone who uses that concept, unless you are like a complete fucking genius, what the fuck is that even? I've heard this my entire life. Space and time. It's like some kind of like relationship they have. Like, who the fuck are you to even pretend like you understand what the fuck that even means? I straight up challenge anyone. Like, I'm not a physicist or anything like that, or a scientist, or whatever. But, like, really? You're going to take, like, something, like, physical, like the space around you in a three-dimensional form, compare it to what we know as time, mix them together somehow, and pretend like you understand what the fuck that even means? Like, are you
We're going to summon Zanuck in a minute because Zanuck loves to tell you all about space-time. Sure does.
Zanuck, then Ruhiv is going to pop up, then Rumpus is going to pop up, and next thing you know, nobody's going to be able to speak.
It's that relativistic LSD, man.
Zanuck
You just gotta
ran
be
me.
on it.
Like, seriously,
Zanuck,
it's,
I'm still here, Jeremy.
like, you know, in this room, people like to call people out on, like, fairy tales, like, oh, Globe Earth, what a fairy tale, and all this bullshit. I'm like, okay, what about the fairy tale of you trying to pretend like you understand the space-time continuum or whatever fucking phrase people like to use.
It's in Star Trek. I mean, it's pretty easy. You can see it for yourselves.
I didn't hear any answers to my question. So what are the topologies of space-time? I mentioned one. It was mentioned already, flat. What are the other options?
But what would be the flat part in space-time exactly?
What would a flat space-time represent?
No. Where would be the flat part in the space-time exactly is what I'm saying. Explain that.
The original question hasn't even been addressed. What is space-time? It's a fucking crazy-ass question, and nobody knows the answer because it's so almost fucking... The question is almost fucking retarded to begin with.
You just meditate on it.
I mean, it doesn't seem that difficult if you just take it conceptually that everything around you is just time, it's just space, and every time you move through it, it requires some sort of time. I don't understand why it's difficult to comprehend.
Xander told me it's not either. I can hold it in my hand. I'm holding it right now in my hand. By having it open right now, I have space-time in it. That's what he told me.
The physicality is what's getting me. I don't know where you guys attributed this flat and fucking aspects to this thing.
Okay,
is it just word salad in a way?
It almost is. What about this question then? Like, why is the space-time concept so popular? Like, why is people freaking out about that? What's up with that?
Jumbo
Shrimp. It's popular because of Star Trek and space shows like that. That's the only reason it is popular.
Why does Larry think?
Yeah, because time is the most convoluted subject in the world, and then you add space to it, and you're like, what is that? And it's enough to make people chase their tails for 107 years without realizing that electromagnetism is the fundamental basis of reality, rather than some conceptual electricless space-time, right?
Larry, why 107 years?
Haven't we been chasing our tail? Well, maybe a little less.
1915, general relativity. Yeah. That's what he's referring to.
Yeah, that's right. Haven't we been chasing our tail? And it was like 100 years later, and here's the whole flat Earth thing. And no longer are we chasing our tails, in the colleges. Like, we're actually asking real questions, which according to the anti-flat earthers is the first step of the scientific method. Yet they say that we're anti-science and science deniers.
So, like relativity just kills the whole Aristotle argument of a steady state universe. Go.
So he predicted gravity waves 100 years ago, 107 years ago, and we only discovered them 10 years ago, not even that long, 6 or 7 years ago.
It was still the day, 100 years later.
See, all right. What you just said, it sounds right. It sounds right, but I can ask further questions, right? You said they predicted gravity waves 100 years ago, right? As far as history could tell, we were here 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago. As far as you know, right? Could it have been a pattern that they put down somewhere in some sort of note? Hey, this happens in this kind of time. Boom. And it just keeps happening. And then when it comes, these people pretend to calculate something and come up with a prediction when it's actually just a pattern that they've recognized and took down some notes.
Right. They knew it was going to happen.
It's a pattern when you've never seen it before. We never saw gravity waves.
I can explain it to you.
In whatever, 15.
I can give you an example on when this happened. I don't know if you remember the dinosaur situation and that Rockefeller guy, when everybody was arguing about, hey, is this a dinosaur? Is this a dinosaur? All of a sudden, this Rockefeller guy, this very famous guy, he comes and said, oh yeah, this is a dinosaur. All of a sudden, bones became dinosaurs. But if that one Rockefeller guy didn't point his finger and said this is after writing about it, finding he hypothesized that he would find giant bones. Now, it could have been that he just made it up, or he could have been reading history and noticed that people were writing about big fucking animals, and then he just came up with a conclusion, we're most likely going to find these animals. So then that gave him the confidence to say, yeah, these bones are dinosaurs, right? You understand? But it wasn't that he made it up. Right, he realized that people were writing about it. Again, another prediction, another pattern that he recognized.
That's not about space time, but good stuff.
Did anybody else understand that?
Yeah, I understood what he said. Like, I get the concept too. Like the dinosaur wars and all that. Like, I mean, it's not crazy to think about.
Wars.
The dinosaur wars? Oh, that's
the
weird.
Bone Wars.
Are you guys suggesting that there's money to be made in science somehow?
No, yeah, of course, there's money. What I'm suggesting is that in history there seems to be things that happen recurrently. We don't know how far from the years because, of course, we don't last that many years on this place. But somebody out there is taking notes and writing these things down. Every time some crazy shit fly by, they write it down, right? And they notice, right? Whoever these people are, right? So it's very disingenuous to say, "Hey, man, we just predicted it out of nowhere. We came up with some mathematical fucking equation and just predicted some fucking shit coming from the sky." I don't agree with that. I don't see the logic there. I do see the logic in pattern recognition.
Okay, so basically, Einstein predicted the gravitational waves, and basically it has to do with the energy of gravity. And so that was indirectly measured by Taylor and Hulse in a binary pulsar in the, I want to say the 70s, for which because the math fit, but they didn't actually have a measurement of the gravity waves, but the math fit the observation. So they got a Nobel Prize in the, I want to say, they made the measurement in the 70s, but I think they won the Nobel Prize in the 90s sometime. And then we didn't have the technology to actually measure the gravity waves, so to speak, until the last 10 years. And that's when we actually measured the gravity wave. And as a comparison, what that's kind of like is if you're looking at this, if you're looking at space and all you have is your eyesight, that's all we can see, the different forms of electromagnetic radiation. That's all you can see. But what gravity waves actually give you the ability to do is essentially another sense of seeing the universe. It's almost like being able to hear the universe as opposed to just see it. Okay, I'm done.
So the
I'm
thing
sneezing
about
so much from
gravity
all the
waves.
bullshit. Oh, I'm so allergic.
So the thing about waves is waves need a medium, right? So this
That would be
space-time,
space-time medium. Yes, space-time is the medium.
That's waving. I'm just curious, how do they detect it? Because it's a concept.
Have you ever? I mean, the LIGO did that. We've told you about how LIGO works, right?
Okay, you discovered a wave that was no thicker than a neutron and an atom.
And you saw how that worked, right? You understand how LIGO is built and designed.
Okay, so you do understand that anything could have caused that perturbation of your instruments. It could have been smack sneezing.
That is true, but the reason we decided it was a gravity wave is because we purposely built two different detectors 1,000 miles apart, and if they both detect something, then it's a pretty good indication. By the way, I think they're working on a third one, but I'm pretty sure they are. But anyway, they built these two detectors a long ways apart because you're right. Locally, a lot of different things. These are sensitive enough they can detect, like literally when a train passes, little 0.5 earthquakes kind of thing. I mean, they detect that little of stuff. But
a car driving 50 feet away.
Right, but if they both detect something 1,000 miles away apart from each other, and usually it'll be kind of a sequential detection. One will detect it, and then microseconds later, the other one will detect it, and they can kind of pinpoint the source based on that.
Right. And when that happens, hold on, I've been waiting. And when that happens, that means that two galaxies collided and two black holes became one. And when that happened, that gravitational wave traveled 3 million, 3 million light years? It just happened to hit. Yeah, it just happened to hit the Earth at the exact same time, 100 years to the day after it was predicted that would happen. You guys are coincidence theorists to the nth degree. And I just wanted to say that I did see an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said that he went to the other one, right, the other LIGO place to make sure that they were all on the same page. So that's what we in the the police investigation business. That's what we call getting your story straight. Thanks.
So there's one in Louisiana and Washington State. Yes.
What's the point? Larry? I'm
Oh,
curious.
my point is that they were about to lose their funding. So just like any good researchers, they provided something to, show that they still need the funding, right?
I guess what like can you like dumb it down a little bit? What is the concept like to be understood?
Okay, they detected something that was a gravitational wave from 3 million years ago and 3 million light years away, right? They detected it exactly 100 years to the day that it was predicted that it would happen. So what are, like, if you could calculate odds, right? And humans have only been around for, 100 to 200,000 years, allegedly, right? Can you calculate the odds, like, what are the chances of those two galaxies colliding and then us, baselessly asserting that that was the cause of the gravitational wave and therefore this proves space-time?
It wasn't actually 100 years to the day. It was just 100. It happened to be, he did his
Are you
paper in
sure about
2015. Sorry, 1915. We detected them in 2015. But the actual day-to-day thing is not to the day. That did not happen.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
That's not how I remember it.
Okay, when did he actually release his paper? What day did he actually release his paper?
I don't know, but I'm just saying I remember it being the exact same day.
That's not what happened. And if you think that's what happened, it's because you were told wrong.
Well, it's all
It was the same year, that I don't deny, 100 years, but not to the day.
What's significant about it being to the day?
the precision of the.
It's a coincidence. He thinks it's some sort of coincidence, and that basically says it can't be right because it's too coincidental.
Not a coincidence, a pattern.
Did they predict that they would see this event in 100 years, or it's just a calendar year from when the prediction was made?
He's counting it from when general relativity was released in 1915. He's counting it as 100 years from now.
Well, 108 would be really interesting.
Was this a count of events? Was it before or after they changed the Gregorian calendar?
After. Talking about the prediction of a black hole?
So he didn't say that we will predict in 100 years we will see this. You're just saying that you don't like the fact that they 100 years after the prediction was made that they actually did find it. But he never said that in 100 years we will see a gravity wave.
Well, I don't know. Basically, he started like laying his groundwork to attack like Aristotle, like around that time, and I think around like 1917 or so, he started to, put papers that were, I don't know, condemning certain things. But he also, I don't know. The thing I brought up about space time being flat is also, I think, due to, I mean, like the cosmic the CMB is flat too. Like there's no pole basically to it, so it's flat by that standard. I think that's why the space time is flat. Like there's no poles, like it doesn't have that sort of orientation.
Right back
when
where
did
we
he
were
publish his
before.
paper?
What the fuck is space time in the first place?
When did he publish his paper?
So it's a theory, right? Space time is a theory. We can't, or unless it isn't, unless I can measure it, right? I have to. All right, but
There's
like
no way to measure it. It's like a three-dimensional concept.
But
going
like, wouldn't
through
you say
this thing that we call time, which we
Can we-
don't understand either of those things? Like,
Right,
it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Is it just something like a portmanteau? Like it's not really supposed to make sense. It's like a Walkman. You know what I mean? We don't have them anymore, but you know what I mean? Like in that way that it's basically space time. It like absorbs all kinds of like equations like velocity, distance, momentum. All those are subsumed by the idea of space time.
If that helps you, sure, go ahead and like go down that little rabbit hole. But I mean, like, if you really come down and think about it, like down to earth and think about it, like, doesn't make sense. It's such a shitty way to describe reality. I hate it when people are like, "Yeah, just think about it in a space-time continuum." That's another thing. Space-time continuum. Yeah, add continuum at the end of it, and then it's really fucking nuts.
Literally one of the most accurate descriptive ways to describe reality.
I still don't understand the
was that a
resistance.
Really?
question
Okay.
or?
So is the space time in the room with you right now? Because you said it's one of the most active ways to describe reality.
Accurate.
So,
Accurate.
yeah. Is there any space time in the room with you right now?
There is.
There is. Okay. Can you describe it for me?
Yeah, sure. What would you like to know about it?
What does it look like?
It looks like what I'm looking at right now. Right now I'm driving down a road. So it looks like cars and roads and sky.
Is it indistinguishable from the atmosphere?
Atmosphere is located spatially in space-time, so.
What's the difference between the atmosphere and the space-time? How does one distinguish one from the other?
You can remove the atmosphere and you'll still have space-time.
Well, let me describe reality. Okay, so around me, right, there's like elements from the periodic table, right? And there's also like synthetic materials that man has made. I don't see any supernatural stuff around right now. No, there's no bugs or anything. But yeah, everything I see, it's pretty much synthetic, right? And if I were to step outside, right, I would see some, nature, right? There's lots of nature, and then I would see, a few supernatural things. That's what I consider organisms because I know they spring up out of nature. But yeah, that's how I would describe reality. Can you guys describe reality for me?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good descriptor. Why not?
Well, you guys said that space time was like the best description of reality. So
Exactly.
I wonder what does it look like?
What is space time? Yeah. See, exactly like Larry just described. You walk outside and you like see a tree and a bird and the sky and everything in it, and maybe your friend is like, "Hello."
Yeah.
That's normal reality. And then all of a sudden people like to put on their little scientist glasses on and their white lab coat, and they're like, "Okay, now let me describe space time." When you have no idea what the fuck that even means.
Stop telling me what I do and don't know. So you're
fine. Well, okay.
Your description just fine. It's when you start getting down into the who's and the whys of it is where depicting it in the reference of space-time makes the ability to distinguish what you observe and what you can repeat. So
It's
like,
kind of like defining love in a way. Like you guys are like define like this space time, but it's more like a concept kind of thing, right? Like,
yeah, sure. So
it doesn't seem hard to understand.
Your concept of how you experience reality fits perfectly fine with what space time allows, I guess, or bestows upon you. So there's no wrong answer.
And it's simply just categorizing things like this. I think this is what we do as humans, right? God ordained us to name every animal and everything out there. So we are the ones that are out there categorizing things. You know what I'm saying? So maybe this thing called space time was something in reality that whoever the fuck noticed came up with a way to convey. You know what I'm saying? The more we speak about people like Einstein, the more I think like they're like the Neil deGrasse Tysons of their time. That they have like a double intention in their information to like confuse people.
Describe something in existence without using space or time.
Right, it's the 3D world around us, and then there's motion through the 3D space, which is that fourth dimension. I don't know what exactly is hard to grasp about that.
So I grew up playing video games, and there was like 3 dimensions in some of the early video games. Right, you might think of it like a Minecraft world, right? X, Y, and Z, right? And I get it. The 4th dimension is like, I'm going to meet you at grandmother's Sunday after church, right? And that would be like a 4th dimensional explanation, right? Because I'm using times, space together right? To set a date, right? But for hundreds of years, people just said, okay, we'll call it a date, right? And then you guys are calling it like space time. Is that a good example of space time?
Space and time is the
Sure.
intercept between those two things.
I mean, there's a distinction that we know of with time in relation to two objects moving apart or closer together, or just in any kind of reference to one another. That's why we only measure the two-way speed of light, because time for people is different in motion. So
Look,
there.
can we get down to the science? Can we put it in a jar and paint it yellow?
Can you put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow?
No, space time.
I'm sorry. Can you put magnetism in a jar and paint it yellow?
So that's kind of a non sequitur. I'm asking a question about space time. You guys like to always like talk about gravity, right? And when we ask questions about it, then you automatically like go to like electromagnetism. That's something that's real. Like I can see light. Like there's light everywhere. So I'm not questioning whether electromagnetism is real because I'm observing it right now. So you're talking about space-time, which I can't see, right? And then when I talk about, hey, can I see some of the space-time? You know, I believe you. It's real, right? Just let me behold it myself, right? So that I can do some experiments with it. And if I manipulate the space-time and I can cause objects to rise and fall and orbit and make lumpy gas in a vacuum, that would be great. Like I just want to do some science. Are you guys gonna, are you guys gonna impede me from doing science, or are you gonna help me do some science?
You can do that. It's very easy. It's been done before. It's been done many times actually. Get two clocks that are synced together, and you hold on to one and give another to your friend, and have them, do an orbit around the Earth, or just go anywhere and then come back, and you'll notice that your clocks are slightly out of sync. That's space time,
So
man.
man has trouble making perfectly synchronized clocks. What the fuck does that have to do with space time?
But they stay synchronized until you move them.
Okay, so what does that have to do with space time?
That's saying that we have a relativistic effect happening, or at least that's the claim, since we can predict.
You wanted an example of how you could do an experiment to see that space-time exists. That is one such example.
No, that just proves that man has trouble synchronizing clocks when they're in motion. That's what that proves. I mean, think about it literally.
But we
think
have
about it literally.
for how much they will drift, and that prediction was made before we had the time standards that could actually do it.
Okay, so how did you get the measurement of the speed of light?
Speed of light, take the round trip time.
Okay, so when the light goes through glass, does the speed of light change?
Sure. Well,
Okay,
not
so
really. I guess that's a technical question.
Light through mediums can change. Light through a vacuum is.
Okay. Right. So when I walk around the Earth, is there different mediums, or is the atmosphere here in East Texas the same way as it is in Egypt and Antarctica, or is it a little bit different?
You're isolated from the medium.
Depends on your elevation.
You're also
Okay,
isolated
so
from the medium.
I'm about 700 feet above sea level. So if I were to like go around, let's say at first I went to the Mile High City, and then I went to the coast in Long Beach, California, and then I went to Japan, and then the pyramids, and back here. Those would be different mediums, right? So wouldn't that be the reason that the speed of light is changing? Just like I went through the medium of glass and light slowed down.
Same
right?
medium, different densities.
I'm just trying to identify variables, right? You guys like variables, right?
I can control the medium in all of those situations. All I have to do is
How
take
you
a
control the medium?
vacuum tube, and I can go all around the world, and I can check it in the same exact medium everywhere I go.
How do you control the medium if the electromagnetic properties of light and invisible light permeates vacuums?
I can measure those.
Yeah, I know you can measure them, but they permeate your vacuum. So
if those didn't change, I don't have a problem now, do I?
Well, what I'm saying is your vacuum isn't a real vacuum, right? Because there's still stuff in there. So it's not a control.
But I can measure them, so it's a control.
Okay, I can measure you. Are you a control?
Can be.
You can be.
Yeah,
Guys are weird.
what's your issue with having a low torr vacuum and using that as a control?
Is there a low torr vacuum here on Earth?
You can make one easily.
Okay, so when I make one, does that keep all the light out of it?
Are you expecting it to keep the light out of it?
No.
Okay, then why would you ask that question?
Well, different mediums are going to give like different speeds of light. You guys are saying that the only reason you can get a different speed of light is because of space time.
Well, I could now, as an experiment, I could take my vacuum tube, expose it to external light sources or magnetic fields, and see whether that changes the speed of light at all. If it doesn't, then the minor background changes are not going to change. So I can change it to extremes, validate that extremes don't change it, and therefore probably don't have any impact on my measurement.
So if this clock, that's an atomic clock, if we could somehow change the decay rate, which I think there is a way to do that, wouldn't that change the speed of the clock counting seconds?
Well, we control those as best we can. They have them in a vacuum. They're shielded from from RF radiation of any significant level, and they're temperature controlled.
Okay. But how does that necessarily, the correlation isn't causation. So you guys are claiming that, when these clocks do this weird thing when you move them, right, they have trouble holding time. So how do you, show
They
that
don't have
this isn't
trouble
just a,
holding.
hold on. How do you show this isn't like a baseless assertion that, it has to be space-time doing this? How have you controlled for all the other possible variables?
So hang on. First off, they don't have trouble maintaining time. If you hold on to the watch that's synchronized, you have two watches and they're synchronized. You give one to a buddy. The buddy's watch tells time perfectly with respect to him, and your watch tells time perfectly with respect to you. It's only when you compare them after you both go away from each other and then come back and compare that you see that they are out of sync with one another. But with respect to the person holding them, they tell time perfectly.
But why do they, if science doesn't prove anything, how do you know that this is because of space-time?
You can only have confidence, and the confidence goes up when it matches the prediction.
Oh, I have confidence the Messiah died for my sins and rose on the third day.
Okay, that's great. Now, where's your prediction, and where's your repeatability?
Well, the prediction is that everybody's going to be in like a one-world religion. I would say that, scientism or heliocentrism is a pretty good example of that. We're going to speak a one-world language pretty soon. Almost everybody speaks English in the world, except for the uneducated. And it's going to be a one-world religion. And banking system. Sorry, I already said religion. Sorry. And the banking system. I think a lot of people all around the world are using cryptocurrencies, are they not?
Cool. Repeatability?
Repeatability. This is the first time it's happened. It happened again in Babylon.
Okay. It can't be repeatable. These clock experiments can be repeated.
No. I said it's already happened before in Babylon. There was King Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon who had a one world government. So this isn't the first time.
Timestamp.
What's that?
Timestamp. I want video.
You want video from like 4,000 years ago?
Well, you have a just so story that's not repeatable.
Well, so do you.
No, we have something that's just so and repeatable.
Okay, how do I know that the space-time caused the clock not to work correctly?
You don't know
How
for
did you?
100%. You only know that there's confidence, and the confidence goes up when it matches the prediction. The prediction tells us what to expect ahead of doing the experiment. Then we do the experiment, and it seems to be in keeping with the prediction. So that gives us a stronger confidence that we have a handle on how this works.
All right, is this a scientific experiment?
Let's see.
Like natural science?
Well, my natural science includes everything man-made, so yes.
What?
My natural science includes everything, including man-made things. Everything that actually exists in reality is science and is natural.
Is a shoe natural?
Yes.
Oh, so I don't need
Is
to
it
go to
made
like
of natural
Payless or
materials?
Walmart.
Is
Hold
it
on
made
just a
of
second.
materials that are
Hold on just a second. I'm trying to ask a clarifying question. So the shoe is made by the hands of a person or a machine
okay?
by a person. So that would.
Why is this significant to you? Why do you want
Well,
to
I'm just
limit?
trying
Why
to
do you want to
understand what
limit
you
your
mean by
knowledge?
natural.
Why do you want to limit? I mean, science as a rule is a method for us to understand the world as it exists. Now, that includes everything man-made and not man-made. If in
Okay.
order to learn about how this world exists, I need to be able to test both things. Anything that exists and can be tested is natural from the
No.
from the
Okay, I
placement
got a
of
No,
question.
no,
science.
no. I'm sorry, but the scientific method is actually limited, and it is limited
Speak up,
to.
Elijah. We can't hear you, bro.
Oh, I'm just saying that the scientific method is limited, and it's limited to the study of natural phenomena.
Right?
That
And
Nothing
doesn't
more,
make any
nothing
sense.
less.
Elijah, that
No,
doesn't make
no,
sense.
no. It does make sense if I have a hypothesis about something simple like what causes water to boil. Now, if you want to do something else, garner information somehow else, you can do that.
You can't do an
Now,
experiment without man intervening somehow. So saying that you can't have man's intervention is just silly.
well, that was a super strong. That's a super straw man if I've ever heard it. I guess I'm not even at this level of dissonance right now. I can't.
You guys decry
Vouch for
man-made
you guys
things
later.
because men had their hand in making it, but you can't
There's a
do
big difference.
experimentation
Hank,
without
Hank, if
man
you want
coming
to
down.
call, go ahead.
Yeah.
I just
Go
got
ahead,
one
Hank.
question. I'm gonna call you right after this, Elijah. So is Mobile One full synthetic oil natural?
it's a natural thing in that it exists.
So is it natural? Yes or no?
Yes, it's
Natural in that
natural.
it
It's
exists.
natural.
So where can I find it in nature?
It's net. You take the esters and oils that you get from the ground, and you refine it and make synthetic oil. The reason they call it synthetic is because it's formulated from natural products. It's like making orange soda. You know, orange soda comes with sugar from the cane and water from the stream.
It's
I mean,
natural.
the whole idea of this natural versus unnatural is so stupid. You guys don't
I
know how
know.
dumb you sound.
You
Really,
guys are
Hank?
idiots.
Come on, you're smarter than that.
I asked the question: why would you want to make this distinction? How does that help you learn about the world?
I'm gonna call
Oh, no,
Elijah
no,
because
please, Hank. I tried this 3 times. You haven't answered it yet. Now, how does that make the world more understandable to exclude the topic of man-made objects from the list? Like, can I not go through and determine whether 342 steel, I think that's a real thing, like stainless steel, what its properties are, what tensile strength it has, what resistance to corrosion, and why it corroded when I found it inside of my device? Those are all things I can learn through science, and there's no reason to exclude the fact that since we don't find 342 steel in the environment or whatever the hell the number, that we suddenly can't learn about it.
Well, it's
I'm
not.
not
It's
saying
not
you
that. I
can't
think
learn
there's
about
a.
it. That's a straw man. Yeah, you can learn about things, right, by investigating, right? But not every time you investigate something is it called science,
The
right? Like
biggest thing that he's missing, is the idea is that he's actually applying a method with tangible items, and this is where the scientific method does have limitations to untangible or intangible items. Please show me a scientific method with an intangible object.
Well, I would
Tangibility is
just
required to do
real,
science.
real, real quick, if I could just point something out too, Moyak, you just said a second ago, right, that science is a tool that we use to understand the world as it exists. Now, I'd agree with that, right? But there's a big distinction to be made, right? The world as it exists, and then man's interventions and tools they go to like use within that domain. So there's a big distinction there to be made. Like the natural world as it exists without man, and then there's the world that exists with man's tools that he allows and he's able to like measure them. So it's like there's sort of a different domain there.
Not really, because we learn using our tools, and
That's not my point.
As it exists, does not exclude things that have happened since man. It exists now as it exists. Cars exist. Airplanes exist. Nuclear bombs exist. Well, we could argue that one, but
Yeah, it also argued tangibility isn't required for science to work. Everything's tangible if you want to wait long enough to get to it, but that's not a requirement for us to be able
I
to learn.
suspect things like his definition of tangibility, something that was air pressure tangible. I mean, the air is tangible, but is the air pressure tangible? You got to measure it. You got to measure the effects of what's going on with the air.
Yeah, you can do experiments on trees growing without actually ever touching them. Does that mean that the experiment is no longer valid because you haven't actually touched them, even though it's possible to?
You haven't controlled anything.
The behavioral sciences are a science. You study the behaviors.
You don't have to touch
wild.
them
That is
to
a
have an
science.
experiment.
Hold on. You study the behavior of animals in the wild. That is science. You're not doing any testing. You're not doing any scientific methodology, as the 7th grade book may tell you you're going to do, but it's still a science.
All right, you can do a science experiment just watching some trees grow, one in shade and one not in shade. You can never touch them. So tangibility is not required for an experiment to be valid or real.
So again, it's tangible. A tree is tangible. Try something else that you cannot see and observe.
Everything is tangible. The requirement is silly.
You can't see air pressure.
Yeah, you can't see air pressure. You can definitely experiment on air pressure.
And you can try a cause and effect scenario to show you what causes pressure.
Yes, and that's science.
Because it's a tangible.
No, air pressure is not tangible.
Yes, it is. You can create pressure with the idea of having something to push against it, right? You can create that.
Give me an example.
You can try and create more pressure if you want. You can reduce pressure. You can create a vacuum. It's because it's tangible. It's within your control.
Something that's intangible.
A tree growing is not within your control.
Hey, you hear me talking?
Can you have some multiple variables there? Sure you can, but again, you cannot control those variables, can you? So it's not much science now, is it?
Motormouth.
So science regarding you
regards you
to control.
Danik, what are you doing?
Oh, this guy talked over Zan halfway through him saying something.
Yeah.
I don't know who started talking over who. I don't know. Listen, all right, I got in late. I don't know who was talking over who, but you obviously can't both talk at the same time.
Period. So, Data, give me an example of something that's intangible, so we can have a conversation, not a friggin' rant by you.
By the way, let me throw this out there real quick. Hold on. Quick thing. Just looked up the definition of tangible. It means you can touch it, basically. Just throwing that out there.
Right. Well, he hasn't really elucidated what the difference between tangible and intangible is.
He says we cannot do the scientific method, perform the scientific method on anything intangible. That's what he said. We know it.
Right. So not show the independent variable in something you cannot control. No.
Why do you need to control the independent variable?
What about light?
That would be a cause and effect relationship, Danik.
Are you talking about a cause and effect relationship in the experiment or a cause and effect relationship in the hypothesis?
Anything that you want to see that if you're causing the effect, you would need an independent and you need to control that independent to see if whether or not it's the effect. Like in applied sciences and gadgets that rust or break down, right? We can apply the method of the scientific method by observing something and then testing the claim because it's tangible.
Yeah, and furthermore, I'd like to know how
behavioral sciences. There's no tangible. Hold on. There's no tangible elements in the behavioral sciences. We study the mating rituals of the ape. There's not tangible elements. There's no independent variables to manipulate. We are just observing and drawing conclusions based on the science called observational.
You're called assuming. It's
not
science.
Shut up. Now you're just acting like an idiot.
Applied sciences are something that are cause and effect related. They're tried, tested, and true. This separates this fantasy to reality.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
real quick, is someone trying to make the
astronomy is
argument?
physical
Someone trying to
science.
make the argument that pressured air is not tangible? Are you guys actually making that argument?
No, the
Did
They
pressure,
Danik try
are.
to just
pressure,
Danik is
Are
air
trying
you
is
to.
are you
tangible.
saying
Pressure is
pressured
not.
air? Are you saying pressured air
No, I
is
say
not
pressure,
tangible?
pressure, not air. Air is tangible.
Okay.
Talking about
Oh, okay.
pressure. God, you got cotton in your ears or something?
So, anyways, you haven't really explained what tangible versus intangible is in your little story here.
The
Because you say
definition is self-explanatory. A cause
right.
and effect relationship requires tangibility. If you can show me an experiment
Tangibility meaning you
that
can
can
touch
show
it.
me cause and effect with an intangible thing, then please show it to me.
Okay, so depositing 1 atom thick materials on aluminum substrate. When you sputter magnetic materials onto aluminum substrate, you can't touch it. It's tangible, but you can't touch it. So is it tangent? Is it
So
tangible?
if you can't touch it, then how is it tangible?
It's not tangible. It's still science. The science is very solid on
Can't
magnetic
touch
materials
it. It's
sputtered
not tangible, right?
with a sputtering gun onto an aluminum
So if you
substrate to
can't
make
touch it, it's not tangible. How do you control and how do you manipulate it?
through microscopes, through vision, through electron microscopes.
So you manipulate it by looking
Through
at it. Is that what you're
multimeters, through
saying?
oscilloscopes. Pardon me?
So you look at it, you affect the way it is by looking at it. Is that what you just said?
Use the Force. You got to use the Force from Star
Listen,
Wars. Remember Star Wars?
you
It's
can
electric and magnetic
employ
field.
magnetic field. You can inject magnetic fields. You can create vacuums.
So
All
now
these things.
you're applying something
You can't touch it,
tangible then, right?
Patty. You can't
You're
touch it.
applying something tangible
Patty,
now?
Patty.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're just saying tangible meaning physical because electromagnetic waves aren't tangible as so much as a tree is tangible.
They
But you seem to be
our gadgets
interchanging.
because we
You
have an
seem to be
interaction with them
interrupting me
physically.
in the middle of my conversation. Is what
They're
you seem to
tangible
be
because
doing.
we can
You
apply
seem to
science to
not
them.
be able to shut up until
They have a
someone's done
cause
making
and
their point.
effect
You seem to
relationship.
want to just keep talking. Jeremy, would you like to
You seem to
moderate this
ignore
guy
the
so I can
evidence.
actually get my point out, or would you like to just keep talking? Thanks. You haven't currently defined the difference between tangibility and physicality in the real world. You're interchanging
Cause
them.
and effect relationship. Things that are tangible, you can control and affect them by changing the independent variable in an observation, or that you think that is the
What's the
cause. It's
independent
a direct
variable?
relationship. It's a direct
What's
relationship
the
to
independent variable,
tangibility.
Dave?
So
Kind of basics.
anytime you have something
Guys,
you're
stop
observing, it's a
the
cause.
interrupting, guys. I'm not. This is.
You
You know
have to
what's going to happen.
interact with the dependent variable to see if you can change the outcome. That's a direct relationship to tangibility. Now you cannot do that to something that's intangible.
Yeah, but you haven't defined what an intangible thing is yet. I could replace tangible with physical,
Something
and I
that
would
you
have said
can't,
the exact
something
same
that you
thing.
cannot control.
Data. He wasn't done.
Being controlling is not tangibility. You can manipulate magnetic fields. Magnetic fields themselves are not tangible. You cannot interact with them in any way other than by the device that emits a magnetic field. You can interact with those things, and then it has an effect on a magnetic field. But the magnetic field itself is not tangible. But you can still do science experiments with them. You're just making a distinction without a difference between physical things and tangible things.
So again, you're just proving my point. The idea is you're using a tangible device that's emitting a pressure field, interacting with another tangible device, and you yourself can control that situation. We're not discussing the mechanism of magnetism. We're talking about the influence of cause and effect due to tangibility. You want to invoke theoretical metaphysics and unfalsifiable, intangible mathematics, which you can, but that's just philosophy using math.
I would argue that we aren't in fact doing that. We are literally talking about the same thing. You just want to call something tangible and we just say it's physical. The only difference is that things that are physical encompass more things than things that are tangible. So your definition is lacking.
Cause and effect. Are you listening? You need
Yes, things
tangibility
that are
for cause
physical
and
can be
effect.
causes and effects.
Show me one experiment where you can control the independent and you can affect the dependent on it. You show me that in an intangible process that we can observe physically. If you cannot do it, that means you're trying to do something intangible, which requires mathematics,
No.
for a mechanism you do have an explanation for.
Would you agree that we can watch something occur, and then allow a certain amount of time to elapse and look at and observe that object again and
Again,
see a
this is
different?
not a control
Hold on.
environment. You do not
Yeah,
control it.
You can't talk over people. We all get a chance to speak, and then you can talk over us when we're quiet. Talk over the silence. Dana, you got some fucking problems. So anyway, you can do things where time is the independent variable, just observing things, and observe something after a certain amount of time has elapsed. That independent variable being time is valid, because if we wait some time to go by, we see an effect of something on that object, then that is the dependent variable, and time has affected it. That's why it's called independent variable. You got it?
So time you do not control, but it can be used as a tool for
Meter.
predictability. Sure.
Give me
Do you know
meter.
why? You don't control the pattern. You have devised a construct, a descriptor of a system that breaks down the pattern. That pattern is
Jibber jabber.
wrong because our mathematics is wrong. This is why we have all the theories.
Can we
Okay?
get a mod here? I mean, the very person that complained about being overtalked is overtalked in that sentence, right? To interrupt
Because
him,
now
and
he's
then
just
complain about being
he's not
overtalked,
saying anything.
and now is overtalking him again. Just
Talking
overtalk
to
me
you.
as I interrupt.
You complain, the whiner.
Right,
The
I got it.
constant whiner.
Xanic. What are you doing?
Oh.
Now you're calling names? Come
He's
on,
on
dude.
drugs. He's on drugs.
Relax, Xanic.
Racky, because you called me on drugs. He
You
says
gotta
I'm
Just
start
drugs about
relax.
everything.
Jeremy.
I gotta mute everyone. I'm muting everyone. All right, please, guys, let's keep it civil. And no,
By everyone, you mean Xanax.
Xanax, don't complain about interrupting and then immediately interrupt someone. That doesn't even make sense.
All right, got it. Okay, go ahead. Carry on, Data.
Observations do not affect the outcome, just our interpretation of the math and the pattern we observe. So if you want to use time as an independent variable, you're wrong, because you cannot stop it or reverse it. You can't go back 100 years. You can't go back forward 1,000 years. You cannot do such a thing, but you can observe a pattern. Through that pattern, you can get a predictability. Through that predictability, you can develop a system, absolutely. But that system is based in pure mathematics. What you have to do is, once you get the system in pure mathematics, you make assumptions to see if those mathematics are true. When we know they're not true, that's why you have multiple theories and you have a succession of errors. That's it.
I don't see is there a particular
Well,
problem with doing that?
time is an independent variable.
It's because
so you're
it's
wrong.
based on the fact that they had
Wait,
to do a
I'm
leap.
talking.
Listen,
You're talking over me again. I promise I wasn't
Sorry,
going to talk
Dan.
over you. Just
Okay,
shut up.
sorry.
Data. So time is a declared independent variable by the body of science that we all subscribe to. Now, if you want to disagree with that, that's up to you. But time is an independent variable. It's ironic because you're quoting the scientific method, which talks about the independent variables and independent variable relationship. We all know that. That's the kindergarten stuff. But time is an independent variable. Period.
So you can use it absolutely for predictability, but you do not control it. So technically, you do
You
not
can't
control
control it.
time.
That's why it's an independent variable.
You cannot control time at all.
Xanax.
Period.
Xanax, can you do this or not, bro? Just can you, please?
But you know he gets me going. He knows exactly what buttons to push.
Okay, I know. Have some little self-control.
All right, I'll have some self-control. Data.
Only
No,
I'm talking. You interrupted. So the only thing you can use time for is predictability. That is it.
Wrong.
That's all you can use it for.
You can
Yep,
see
that's
the
it. Because
effect.
you cannot
I can't help.
reverse it. You
I
cannot.
can't help.
You
I can't
almost
help
did
it.
it,
I can't help it. I'm
Jeremy.
sorry.
You almost
Hold on.
did
I don't
it.
know if I'm. I know.
I'm
I don't
like
know if I'm
overloaded. Sensory
roboting or
overload.
it was the room.
Because
Hold
Data's
on,
just
Xanax.
ignoring me.
I don't know if
Listen,
I was roboting or
You
it was the
cannot
room, but
control time, so you
let me
cannot control a
explain why.
true
Okay, I'm gonna say
independent.
one last
No, I'm not
sentence, and I'm not
interested
gonna
in
say
why
any
until
more.
I'm finished what I'm saying. Right? You hold your horses there,
Go
bud.
ahead.
The reason why that I say that you cannot, it can't be used as a true independent, is because you can't control it. Period. So the true essence of watching an observed phenomenon and suspecting what the cause is to have direct influence on what you think the cause is. Now, when you come to a roadblock as predicting planets and things that are intangible, what are you left with? You're left with mathematics and equations and philosophy. That's truly what you're left with. And so what tools do you need to make those models happen? Well, you need a base of something so you can take the predictability and equate what's causing it, discovering the mechanism. We don't know the mechanism. We don't know the cause of anything intangible. Here in the terrestrial plane, it's very easy for us to have all of these theoretical theories and apply it tangible here on Earth and actually use applied science to figure it out. And here's what it comes back to is the leap of logic.
Try to keep it concise.
I'm almost done.
Data.
I'm almost done. It's the leap of logic. The ultraviolet light catastrophe is an example of the leap of logic that applied sciences had to make to take all their mathematics terrestrially and try to equate it celestially, and it didn't work. So they had to create another succession of errors, essentially, to figure out how accurate their math would get. So that's the difference between tangible and intangible. As applied sciences here terrestrially use it, the heavenly bodies above, you have to use the theoretical because it's intangible.
That's not entirely true. You use radioisotope decay. You can only use time to measure that.
But again, you can't stop the time, nor can you go back more than what,
You can meters
50
out.
years,
You're not
maybe
gonna-
150 years.
Right for now, you were talking
use these
10 minutes.
isotopes that you what? I'm trying to talk, dude, and you're interrupting
Zanuck,
me.
what are you doing?
Get a word in with
Zanuck, I
you.
just took you off mute. What are you doing?
I know, but
You
he keeps on
instantly
talking. He
interrupt.
won't stop.
I was
He
responding to
stopped.
the other
He
guy,
stopped,
and
and
he's
then
talking
Nidhogg
time
Nidhogg
isotopes.
replied. Hold on, can you guys hear me? I unmuted you well before Data was done talking. You had your chance. Nidhogg jumped in, even though he knew you desperately wanted to talk. Now Data's responding to him, so you're gonna have to wait till next time.
Sorry, Zanuck.
So
You can take over. You can take the response.
Yeah, after Data's done. Go ahead, Data.
Zanuck, if you don't behave, you get no apple juice, Zanuck, okay? Behave.
So just even looking at how you're dating objects or due to radio decay, radioactivity decay, or whatever, and the amount of isotopes and whatever, even when you look back at that science, it's still just guessing because you can't go back past a period of time to compare. It's all within limits. And if you're saying that man doesn't have limits, you're not being intellectually honest here.
Okay,
Wow.
Zanuck.
There we go. Now, no, so you're wrong. It's not just a measurement. We can actually see the effects on the dependent variable by changing the independent variable by metering out time. For example, we do something and we allow something to decay or whatever we want to observe, a plant to grow over a day, over a year. I'm dictating the amount of time I'm conducting this experiment for. The time lapse is going to be a second, a minute, an hour, a day, a year. And at every point in that, I see the effect of time on the dependent variable, this thing we're trying to observe, happen. So yes, it is a valid, without question, it's not just a measurement, it is a valid independent variable because the elapse of time, the part that we can determine, will affect the outcome of the dependent variable. The effect, as you said. There.
So
that's simple.
predictability is the only thing that it's used for. That's it.
No, it's not. If I let a plant grow for a seedling, grow for a month or a year or 10 years, I will see the effect in how much it grew. And the other control variables, I will keep constant. And then that time will be the effect on this plant growth. Now, are there other factors? Yes. We can then eliminate the time and make the time the same, keep that in the control variable, and change the water. Next experiment will change the food, nitrogen in the soil, whatever, sunlight, you name it, we can do it. And for all these experiments, all have a cause and effect relationship. The end result is my hypothesis with another cause and effect, same words, different meaning, different context. All these causes cause this effect. That's the hypothesis. And it's validated by the evidence of our experimentation. I hope that was clear enough for you, Data, because you're wrong.
Let's run it through the logic here. So I'm going to observe a plant grow. I've planted the seed. I come back 3 weeks later.
Did you hear what I said?
Let me finish. I planted a seed. I come back 3 weeks later. Let's say it's a couple of inches off the soil, right? Now tell me the science that I've discovered
by me planting a seed and allowing 3 weeks to go by and come back and seeing it's 2 to 3 inches? What science have I done?
None.
Okay, so please
Listen to
tell
anything
me
I
at what
said.
point.
You didn't
What point?
listen. We're
At
gonna
what
have a
point?
test.
Hold
We're
on,
gonna
hold on,
see.
and then hold on. I take a
You
camera
asked me a
next. I
question.
waited
I'm
3
trying to
weeks.
respond to you.
No, I'm not done. Stop interrupting. So now I put a camera in front of the plant, and now I've time lapsed the camera, and I time lapsed it for 72 hours, and I've watched the plant grow in time lapse footage now. Now, what science have I done?
What are you looking for? What's your dependent variable?
I'm just making an observation. I have
What
this
is your independent?
phenomenon.
What
I
is
have
your?
this phenomenon where over time,
Hello.
let me finish. You asked me. So over time, I
Panic.
see this plant. I see this plant go from a seed to a 1 foot tall in a month. That's what I've observed. Now, what science have I done here?
None.
Okay, so when does it turn into science, observing a plant growing?
So you weren't listening to anything I said. Were you?
No, I'm just asking.
Here's
Don't
our.
say whether or not I'm listening. I just explain it to
My
me.
hypothesis. I'll walk you through real quick. The hypothesis is with sunlight and the presence of chlorophyll in these leaves and nitrogen in the soil and the sun and the water and time that this plant will grow. So
The
I make a
observation is
hold
where the
on.
science is.
I make an experiment. I go and each one of these factors I can give a weight to. So we're going to talk about time. We're going to do experiment for time. We're going to do experiment for water. And I told you it's already sunlight and nitrogen in the soil and temperature and all these things will be my independent variable while other things are controlled. And at the end of the day, the science is done because we can now attach a value, a specific value for every single combination of these independent variables on the dependent variable, the growth of the plant. So we can say,
There's no
and it's not just
chlorophyll,
one.
Xanax.
It's
So
not just
would this be a scientific experiment using a plant?
yes,
I'm
yes,
going to feed it water, and I'm not going to feed it water.
yes.
There's no
I'm gonna
chlorophyll.
so that's a scientific experiment. But what am I controlling? What independent am I controlling? I'm not controlling time. I'm controlling
Yes,
water,
control
right?
time because
I'm not
this
controlling time. I'm
yes,
controlling water.
both all of it.
No,
Water,
I'm
no
time,
using
earth,
chlorophyll.
time. I'm
nitrogen,
using time as a
sunlight.
predictability,
I
but
got
time is a
temperature.
construct, right? Time is a
Are you
motion.
brain
Time
dead?
is a motion through space,
Brain dead.
right?
And you're
So
interrupting
this
me as well.
plant is
I'm
moving through
gonna have to
space.
mute both you guys. I don't know who was talking there first or not, but if you guys can't handle this, I don't know. You're gonna have to stop engaging with each other at the very least.
I think Zanuck stopped talking and Data started answering, and then Zanuck interrupted.
I wasn't following that closely. I don't know exactly what happened, but like if
I
you guys
answered his
can't handle it,
question.
you need to stop engaging.
I gave him an example, and he just like he wasn't listening, responded in his own.
You assume there's chlorophyll. What if this is a variegated phenom sport?
They still have chlorophyll.
Variegated phenom sport. No, there's no chlorophyll in a variegated.
Yeah, you forgot about the variegated phenom, Xana, clearly.
Well, Zanuck, I wish I could stop time because maybe I'd like to see what happens to the plant if I stop
Meter
time.
time. You
But I
see the
can't do
effect
that,
of
right?
5.
I can't do that. What happens to the plant if I stop time? Right?
You don't stop time. It allows certain time
Oh, I
to
can't stop
be
time,
allowed.
right? That's right.
That's
But I
not
can't affect the
manipulating
plant
time.
with water,
This is
right?
a
Hold on.
Kiwiism.
I can
Another
clear this
Kiwiism.
up, I think.
Okay, I'm done.
Let me try to help you clear this up, Dan. When you're manipulating, it's not time. Your time isn't the independent variable. It's the duration of time. All right?
No, not all right. That time is a valid and acknowledged by all the scientific communities in the world as an independent variable when it is
The duration of time.
No,
The
no, it is.
duration of
The
time.
plant's
It is.
motion, the
So
plant's
they're all
Zanuck.
wrong, and you numbnuts are right. Really?
So listen,
I'm trying to
the
blank
plant's
the gap here for you guys.
Well,
the plant's motion through space is not our independent variable. The sunlight we give it, the nitrogen we give it, the water we give it, those are the independents.
No.
The
How much
plant's
You're never
motion through
actually,
space.
Xanax, let me clear it up
If
for
I
you.
allow,
The plant's
I allow
motion
you
through
to have
space
will
is
it
a
grow?
mechanism that is beyond our understanding.
I don't know why I fall for your trap.
Let me clear it up
You
for you,
allow a year
Xanax,
to grow.
please.
Period. Done.
What motion through space are
Xanax,
you
please
talking
let me clear it up for you. The thing that you're manipulating is the duration of time. You're not manipulating time itself. You're
I
not
never say
speeding
I'm
it up,
manipulating
slowing
time
it
itself.
down,
Duration of
stopping
time.
it. You're not doing any of that. You're just manipulating the duration of time.
Yeah, that's what time is. The progress of existence.
That might have been the confusion.
Well, time is you would agree, time is the progress of existence.
It's the motion through space.
No, that sounds like evolution,
That's
Xanac. We're not evolutionists here.
measurement of what time is, a movement through space.
Listen, tell them about the variegated phenom.
You don't have to move in
Why
space.
is there no chlorophyll?
You don't have to move at all for time to.
Everything is moving, Xanac. What are you talking about?
What is the motion through space you speak of? I've got a plant. I've stunted the growth by limiting the amount of light and the amount of water, and the plant's not growing at all. I've varied. What varying of space have I done? Movement through space.
I'm just saying that's the motion the plant goes through. What we call time is that it moves through space. It grows through space, right? You want to say it's a measurement? Sure, you can use that, but it's necessarily nothing stationary as far as they claim anyway. Anything living is moving through space.
Okay, I'll give you that. The water is going up into the leaves and shit.
All you have to do, vary something, allow something, do anything that shows a change in independent. That's it. Don't make it more complicated than it is. Stop being curious.
Xanac, you got destroyed, bro.
I didn't. Okay. But every scientific community in the world agrees with me, and none agree with you. No.
Again, I agree that it's used for predictability, but it's not a truly controlled independent.
Want a citation, QE?
You want to claim duration? Because the only reason why we can claim duration is because we have succeeded in pattern development, and we have a form or subset of knowledge that already gives us a structure to stand on. If we were to observe everything from scratch, without any of this presuppositions that we take from other people, you're going to say that it is an independent because all you have is observation when you have unfalsifiable claims. So you need that.
No,
Xanac, there's no citation in the world that could save you right now. You're not technically manipulating time. You're manipulating the amount of time.
In the chat, I will put it in the chat. It's specific by multiple universities, multiple science teams, and people.
I don't disagree with you, Xanac, that they talk about it.
Stop talking.
Get wrecked, Xanac.
I'm not getting it wrecked. I'm putting a citation in the chat because I understand how science works. You do not. You've never done a scientific experiment in your life, have you?
To authority, Xanac is using right now.
No, Xanac, you're not manipulating time itself. You're not speeding up time, slowing it down, stopping it.
That's not how manipulation
works. You're not manipulating time. You're manipulating
it's
more like I would consider.
Xanac, can you please quit clipping Jeremy, please?
I would consider time more of a control variable, and even at that, you'd have to phrase it as the duration of time because you're just going to say, "All right, I'm going to do this for 5 minutes." So me, my control 5 minutes. I'm going to control this for 10 minutes now. Or you could change it. Either way, you're not manipulating time.
No, the fact that you're looking at the effect of time means it is an independent variable.
It's predictability. It's used for predictability. That's what it is. It's conflated as something you control, but you cannot control it. You can put it as a variable, controlled variable for duration for sure, but you cannot freeze time to see the effect change. You can't do anything like that. Is time really 60 seconds, 60 minutes by 24 hours? Is that real time? No, it's not real time. It's a construct. So at the end of the day, to conflate this to be true as well as using a construct that is not based in reality is just fucking ludicrous.
So every single source, citation, publication, and expert will say time can be an independent variable. We have that on our side, science. On your side, you have nuh-uh.
Yeah, time can be an independent variable, right? Meaning you can delay, increase, or decrease the amount of time you're running something or doing something. But as far as time is concerned, when you're talking about like time dilation and proving that time is either expanding or contracting, you can't necessarily manipulate time in a way to increase or decrease the amount of what a second is or is not. Does that make sense?
more importantly, the construct of 60 seconds, right, quantified to the second, that's a system. So to say that things are moving at this system when we already know that the system, like for instance, sidereal motion or diurnal motion doesn't match to the 60 by 60, right? You have 14 minutes difference at each end cycle between solar time or clock time versus actual motions of the heavenly bodies. So when you say that you can manipulate the duration, you're observing something within a construct. Sure, you can do it for 5 minutes and 10 minutes, but that's only going to be useful for predictability. You're not really controlling anything other than the observation time, which if you want to say that that is the independent variable, I'm going to observe time at this duration, then I wouldn't, I don't know how you would consider that to be something that you have control over.
Yeah, time can be the independent variable in something you're trying to do. Let's say you're trying to figure out the proper amount of sunlight in order to get the best yield in your crop, right?
That's it.
So you can manipulate,
right?
Yeah, you can manipulate the amount of time that you have sun hitting that plant, right? But you can't actually manipulate time in and of
The
itself.
independent is the sun, not the time. The independent
Exactly.
is the sun.
It's the duration.
Yeah, but
not
it's the sun is the independent. You're adding
You want
sun.
me to
That's
hear?
the,
Want me to read it
that's
from
the
the
control.
college?
That's
From
the
Right.
control independent. So
Right.
you're just that's the independent. Time is the process allowed to get that predictability. So without
But when we're
time,
talking about like time
influence
dilation,
without time, you wouldn't be able to influence the independent, right? So you need, it works in conjunction with everything. But being that we can't stop it, freeze it, or the fact that we actually use a system, 360 system or whatever, 60 by 60 system, that is actually not true to the heavenly bodies and
Let
so
me know when
forth.
you're
So
done, Data. I got a point for you.
we have a construct of time. Not saying it doesn't work or we can't
Saying that for
apply
5
it
minutes.
and use it. I'm saying there's errors in that system already. So when you say I'm going to control a system that has errors already to quantify an observation, the truth period is I'm adding more sunlight for a duration of time, right? That's what you're adding. You're not adding
Can I
more
make a comment
time.
yet?
You're adding sunlight.
You guys are
correct. No,
cheerleading
we get it,
section is
Data.
over. Can I make the D?
Yeah, we get it,
not
Data.
necessarily the independent
No,
time that's making the plant grow. It's the
You don't
sunlight.
need.
You've
We
said
get
that
it.
5
You don't need
times
to
already. You don't
reiterate
got to
it.
keep on
And
repeating
hey,
yourself.
Zanuck, relax. Zanuck,
You
what
won't
you
stop
realize is going
talking.
on is what takes place with Data is like you looking in a mirror most of the time, where you're
No,
concerned
it's
about
not.
his dialogue. He
It's
does
not,
exactly
because
what
I'm
you
not
do.
contradicting
No,
him. I'm
just
listening to what he says. I hear what he says,
take that.
and I have a
Take
rebuttal.
that
Right? But I'm not able
Can
to
constructive
we
voice
at
it,
least
criticism.
get an
and you're
800
talking over
number
me
put out
again.
for drug testing? I
No,
mean,
you're
if you're not
talking
going to
over
drug
me.
test, at least put
Just
an 800.
I've been asking to get in.
Zanuck, you're next. As soon as Napalm's done.
Yeah, I just wanted to state, like, take what's frustrating you about what Data is doing with his monologuing, and just keep that in mind when you're trying to be piffy with your statement. But
Yeah, just
anyway,
be concise,
I'm
guys.
not going to monologue. I'm just going to
Be
read you
concise.
real quick, concise. Dependent variables, as we know, dependent depends on the independent study, right? Value, the size, the weight, nature, etc. The dependent variable being dependent depends on the independent variable. We all agree. Now, if you want to study the effect of time, an independent variable, this is right from broccoli, how long it takes for a broccoli seed to sprout in sunlight with water and shade with no water. You can, what is the independent variable? What is the dependent variable? The dependent variable is the length of time, the independent variable, the length of time it takes the seed to sprout. That's the independent variable. It's saying it right here. The dependent variable is the sprouting of the seed. In such a study, you would need to have several independent variables, like I mentioned earlier, time, sunlight, water, shade, etc. And those would all be independent variable. Then now time can also be a dependent variable, and that'd be a little more nebulous. That's more like bending of space-time. How do you make it? How do you change time? Now that's something we don't want to debate here because everyone's ballistic. But yes, in the sense
But
of
isn't that what
dependent
we're
engineering
talking about
relationship,
now?
it's exactly what we're talking about.
in a sense of the
Bro, this is sophistry.
in a sense of time being a dependent variable, there we talk about bending and warping of space time or time. And that's GPS systems work on this. We can do science and use time as a dependent variable. But we don't want to do that here because it's more complicated. We need to get into it. And all we were talking about was time as the independent variable, which every scientific institution in the world agrees with me that it is an independent variable. You don't need to bend it. You don't need to warp it. You need to meter it. You allow 5 seconds. You allow a year, allow 10 years. That's the independent variable. What's the effect on the dependent variable? The outcome, this effect, this thing you're actually observing. Time has an effect on it. It's called independent variable. Thank you.
So did I hear wrong, or is somewhere what he was seated? Was I the only one to hear that?
You cut out there for a second. Restate that, Matrix.
In what he was reading, whatever quotation, did he actually concede what we were talking about? Did I hear wrong?
He conceded, but didn't concede all within the same statement. Yeah.
Bro, it is sophistry, bro. You guys just need to pay it. It is sophistry. That's all he's doing.
Why does every single university agree with me? And you're wrong. You guys, no one agrees with you. None.
Well, the thing about it is, right, when it comes down to something like time dilation, right, this is where the crux of the argument actually is. To say that time is the independent variable, blah, blah, blah. Sure. In some sense of the word, yes, time can be an independent variable, but not what we call time itself. We're just talking about some sort of specified duration. When it comes to time dilation, the claim is that actual time, the concept that we have of time, is either increasing or decreasing, right? So there's a difference between time dilation and what time is or is not doing, and time when it is related to running some sort of experiment for a specified duration. These are two very distinct differences.
You're missing the point with that statement.
No.
Their independent variables are called predictors, controlled, manipulated. And if you want to think about what causes your beard to grow, passage of time can predict when you need to shave again. And so, like Jada said, it's a predictor. Yeah, because we allow a certain amount of time to go by, whiskers will grow. It's not the whiskers that cause time to go by. It's caused the time caused the whiskers to grow.
There's certain processes.
The allowance of time was, if you allowed the time to go by, the whiskers, independent variable is the growth of the whiskers. That's an independent.
Let's not fly by the data was right. Let's not fly by that
part.
part.
Blab in there like everyone tells you not to do. I'm trying. You should try a little.
Here's the thing, though, Xanac. The actual cause of your beard growing is not time. It does take time for your beard to grow.
Okay,
so I can't
jump in for 1 second.
Manipulate time.
Can I just
let
tell
me
you
just finish here, bro? Let me
go
finish. So what I'm saying is I can't stop time or reverse time to see if all I'm controlling is time itself, and that's what's causing my beard to either grow or not grow. There's certain things taking place within my anatomy and physiology that's taking place that is allowing my beard to grow. My beard just happens to grow at a specified rate. And that rate is what we quantify as
you're missing the main
time.
point. I got to jump in before I forget. Dude, think about it for a second. Yes, many other things are causing your beard to grow. If you're dead, it grows for a little bit and then it doesn't grow anymore at all. And when you're really dead, nothing's growing. It doesn't grow at all, no matter how much time goes by. So time is not the cause of the growth. That's not the point. So this is where everyone has a real problem with the hypothesis and then the experimentation. The hypothesis gives the cause and effect. Like, you got to be alive, you got to be healthy, you got to eat this vitamin C, you got to drink water. That will cause your beard to grow, right? All that would be in your hypothesis. But in the experiments, that's the dependent-independent variable relationship, not the hypothesis, cause and effect. Both say cause and effect. You talk about it in the story as a hypothesis, but in the experiment, there's a different cause and effect. Each one of these experiments has a different cause and effect relationship. One uses time. Now we control time. We add water. We add your vitamin C. We put fucking lotion on your face. We give you sex every day. We don't give you sex every day. Whatever it is, we can see the effect of those independent variables on the dependent variable, which is beard growth. I can't make it any more clearer than this, guys.
Let me ask you a question.
But I prefer some violin with my sophistry.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Within all these other independent variables that you're testing, can you ever remove time from
Yes.
how you're manipulating any of the other
You
independent
control
variables?
time, not remove it. You control time. You know what? For all
Yeah,
those tests, I
you're
would
just
keep it
doing it
five. I
within a
would say 5
specified
days. I would say
period.
exactly 96 hours is the time we're going to use, and I would use it
Okay.
every time. That means time is not changing. We're allowing that time to go by, not seeing if it's an independent variable, it's a control variable. But we're controlling other things, and in this overall hypothesis, which involves everything, the time, everything I said, we will see the beer grow. Why is this so hard to understand?
He's effectively agreeing with data in a disagreeing way.
Yep.
He's agreeing with data.
That's an idiotic statement.
Well, certainly time has to pass in order for things to take place, right?
Well, how much time? That's the
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. It does matter.
Time.
That's the crux. That's the whole part of the hypothesis would be.
Let me ask
how much
you a
time goes
question.
by?
Let me ask you a question. For anything to change, can change take place without time?
No.
Can you give me one example of something
No.
changing
Time always
without
needs
time?
time is the progress of existence by definition.
So things are going to change, not necessarily due to time, but over time things will change.
That's not the point. An independent variable's job is to see its effect on the dependent variable. You're reading too much into it. You really are.
Well, the thing is, the problem.
You got to take a step back and listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
This gets circled in
Not
with this
circled.
whole time dilation thing, where people think just because the oscillation rate of a cesium atom tends to change with elevation or a specified direction in which you are traveling with that cesium atom, just because there is a change in the oscillation rate, people are thinking that the convention of time that we have as a concept is somehow increasing or decreasing, meaning it's dilating, which isn't the case. It's only the actual physical thing that we're using to meter the time that is no longer metering it at the specified rate that it was previously due to other conditions that are taking place, whether that be elevation or the rate in which you're traveling in a specified direction on the Earth.
Well, you are in stark contrast to the conclusions that scientists have made about time and the reason why the GPS systems of this planet that we use all over work. So
here's the thing.
You get a Nobel Prize and tell all those scientists and physicists, this is where Dunning-Kruger comes. You've asserted you know, and they don't know. You know what? You're missing one key point here. It's not the time that's changing. It's the cesium atom relative to my looking at the cesium atom changing.
Well, did they give
you are going to revolutionize.
Did they give Hatch the Nobel Prize for fixing GPS?
No, you know more than they do. You're just telling me you know more than they do.
Did they give? Don't do this incredulity type
Danik.
shit, Danik.
That isn't fair. That isn't fair for you to say that to people. I mean, wasn't that the case before Einstein? Before Newton? I mean, I'm pretty sure there was a mainstream and came around and revolutionized it. I mean, people have to be allowed to be creative and come up with things. You can't just say because somebody else thought of it, you can't think of. That doesn't seem to be legitimate or rational or logical.
I'm not coming up with anything new. I'm not saying anything that people haven't already said, Zanuck. That's the problem, is once you guys get pushed up against a wall, your immediate response is to be like, oh, well, then get your Nobel Prize. I guess you know better than blah, 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 blah. There's a ton of people who put their bullshit is true. So there's a ton of people who put forth a lot of these things. So why didn't Hatch get his Nobel Prize for fixing GPS? He doesn't believe in relativity. Why didn't he get his Nobel Prize? Because he was the one that actually perfected GPS so that it works accurately. Why didn't he get a Nobel Prize?
You tell me.
Exactly. And he's not a proponent of relativity, right? But what's actually taking place, what I'm trying to say, is the oscillation rate of a cesium atom at the height in which these satellites, balloons, whatever the fuck they are, at the height in which they are, the oscillation rate of the cesium atom is different than it is here on the ground where you're actually receiving the signal. So just because the rate of the oscillation of the cesium atom is different at that elevation compared to where it is here does not prove that somehow time is dilating or changing. It's just the device or the apparatus that we use to measure time. We have found that doesn't measure time in the exact same rate, meaning the oscillation changes due to this oscillation increase, so we have to adjust
What
for it.
increase? What increase? Subation
The
increase?
oscillation rate of the cesium atom, or here's the thing.
What was
It's
the
either
word
the
you used? What
oscillation
was the
rate
word
of
you
the
used?
cesium atom or the decay within per cycle.
You said some other, but I don't think.
Does he propose a mechanism? Does Hatch propose a mechanism?
What do you mean a mechanism?
A mechanism. Why at altitude or at speed these things would change? Does he have a formula that carries through on that, like that explains that? Oh, it's because of the dielectric inertial plane at that altitude causes 6 millivolts per centimeter squared.
I think he does have some sort of. I think he does put forth something. I don't recall offhand exactly what it is. But he has issues with redshift, blue shift, and the explanations of mainstream science when it comes to redshift, blue shift as well. So, which does have to do with elevation change and all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, but Napalm, there's so many experience where time is used as a variable. Like I don't see how all of a sudden we can't use time.
Nate, we're not going
Basically.
to rehash this because that's what we just talked about with Zanuck, right? So just because you use
Okay,
time as a
okay.
variable within let's see
If
how
we're not
long
going
it
to
takes
rehash
for my
it, we might as
seeds to
well not
grow.
interrupt me with time as a variable, right? If we're not going to rehash it. Or you could let me finish saying what I was saying. I don't know. Your call, man. Your call. But if we're not going to rehash it, then
Good
let's just
point.
move on.
He got you there. Why don't you finish up?
Yeah, so as I was saying, there's so many experiments we do, things we do, measuring how fast cars move, how fast things grow, how fast it takes things to react to other things, Like, I mean, we use time as a variable all the time, everywhere. I don't see why it's an issue now,
Who's saying it's an issue to control for time or use time as a variable?
It sounded to me like you were saying it's an issue. Like time can't be used as a variable because we can't control time or stop time or weird stuff like that.
No, I just simply said that you couldn't really say definitively that time is what we would be considering the cause of the effect that we see, right? Because anything that's changing is going to need time in order to change, but that change might not necessarily be solely based off of time itself. It's usually some other chemical reaction or some other things that are taking place that it does require time to take place. But time in and of itself is so in that sense, Nate, we could say that everything that takes place on Earth, the cause of everything is time. We can stop right there. So anytime you see anything that happens in nature and you observe a natural phenomenon, you can just say, I know what caused it. Time, done, boom, call it a day.
You can see the effect of time on that particular object. Nothing wrong with that.
But that's the thing, Napalm. Not all experiments are performed to see a cause and effect relationship, Some experiments are just performed to see how long it takes for a reaction or something to happen. How long does it take for a radioactive isotope to decay,
Yeah.
How long does it
disagree.
take for a car to accelerate from 0 to 100 miles? You can perform an actual experiment on that with dependent and independent variables in a controlled environment. And a hypothesis which is trying to be falsified. But it's not to say this is going to give you a cause and effect relationship at the end of the day. You're just trying to see the rate of change of something.
The effect that the independent variable has on the dependent variable in the experiment. Not that you guys are still confusing the hypothesis with the cause and effect relationship in the experiment. You're still confused. You still can't get them straight. Two different things.
So in order for us to utilize time as like an independent variable or something like that. So we're gonna perform an experiment, and we're gonna have time as something that we're gonna either control for or manipulate, right? We're either gonna start something for a specified amount of time, increase that time, decrease that time in which we're running this experiment. So
in chemistry, okay, yes, go ahead.
yeah, so I don't disagree with any of that. I don't understand why you guys think that I'm
Because
disagreeing with that.
you're jumping in late,
The
or you
thing
don't get
that I'm
the point.
disagreeing with is when you take the concept of time, right? What we use, so everything we're using here when we're doing this experiment, it's coming down to just the convention that we've come up with. These seconds, minutes, hours, things that we have devices that can keep a constant tick rate in order for us to control the amount of time fairly accurately for the things that we're doing, the experiments that we're doing. I don't disagree with any of that taking place. Where I disagree is when it comes to this concept of time that we have and these devices that we utilize in order to meter the time. I disagree with the idea or the concept that time, this measure that we're taking, can somehow
Change.
increase or decrease, can have some
that's
sort of
using time as
change
a dependent
that is
variable.
Wait,
So
wait,
therefore,
let's
so there'd be the
just let him finish,
hypothesis.
Zanik.
I didn't even get to finish,
Zanik,
bro.
I know.
he's
I
getting to
get
the
it. I mean, I
punch.
totally get your point. I agree with you.
I don't
That's
get it. I
a
don't
whole
get it.
different
So
test.
let him finish
That's
it
all.
out, Zanik. I don't get it. So if you could let him finish.
Okay.
So what I don't agree with is when we have something like the experiments where we take clocks in airplanes, right? And we have them go in different directions, or we take a clock and we increase its elevation. And we see that these clocks somehow change the rate in which they are metering time, right? So then we're going to say, okay, everything has stayed the exact same within this clock. There's been no influence to this clock other than time, this concept that we have of time, has somehow increased or decreased, when all it is the apparatus itself is no longer meter time in the same way that it was before, based on its relative position or its relative motion.
Okay, point made. Zanik, go ahead, and then I'll respond to you.
Okay. So yeah, what you were getting at then is the manipulation of that time. How do we change that time based on these instruments? Seem to show time changing based on their position and spot in the universe. That's time acting like the dependent variable. And we would change an independent variable, the altitude of the Earth, the speed at which these objects traveling. It's a whole different discussion. We were specifically talking about time being the independent variable. And that means that the time we allow to happen, not happen, would have some effect on the outcome, the effect that we're actually looking, the observation that we have seen. How it affects that observation is time acting as an independent variable. Time allowed, things happen. Less time allowed, these things happen. That's how it's structured, and that's how it's accepted by the entire body of science and around this round world of gravity.
You want to respond to him, Napalm, before I respond to you? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I missed the bulk of the conversation, but yeah, I don't disagree with having